The campus belle was found dead by the bedside, but her body was moving. An unknown virus broke out, sweeping the globe. The same sex infected each other, turning into flesh-eating monsters. To survive, one had to be with the opposite sex. Damn, Li Tiantian, the campus belle from the normal school next door, is running naked at our school gate. TCH, she must have been drugged and ruined by some rich guy. I always knew her innocent act was fake. How shameless. Is that yellow stuff on her legs urine? Disgusting. At the gate of Taiyang Media University, a group of students stared at a stark naked beauty gossiping. The girl's posture was very strange, staggering with a gurgling wheeze coming from her throat. However, Liang and Song Weining, standing not far away, saw this scene, and cold sweat soaked their backs. Because they knew that this girl named Li Tiantian had turned into a zombie 1 day earlier. Because their hometown was too far from school, Liang and Song Weining could not get tickets, so they had to return to school early on the Lantern Festival and happened to run into Yang Likai, a well-known rich second generation at Taiyang Media University. Since the three were classmates in the same major, Yang Likai waved his hand. Tonight at the city center, Platinum Han Brother Kai will treat you 2 country bumpkins to see the world. When they arrived at the private room, after a few drinks, this bastard showed his true colors. Brothers, when you go out, you have to have fun. The drinks and room are on me. Later, when the girls come in, everyone does their own thing. Whoever you like, you order yourself. The money, you pay for your own order. Liang, sitting in the corner of the sofa, heard this and almost sprayed the half glass of beer he had just drunk onto Yang Likai's face. Damn it. You're a rich second generation. You invited us to a commercial KTV, and then you want us to pay for our own. Do you have any misunderstanding of the word treat? Dude, let's go. Liang whispered to Song Weining. This bastard is using us as atmosphere props. He's not willing to spend money, just called us to be his backdrop. Just as the two were about to leave, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a group of heavily made-up girls came in from outside. Hello, boss, just call me Xiaotian. The girl in the middle introduced herself first. Liang looked up stunned at this girl who was only covered by a few strips of cloth. What the hell? Isn't this Li Tiantian, the campus belle from Taihang Normal University next door? The sweet goddess who always showed an innocent image at school. How could she appear in a commercial KTV like Platinum Han? Li Tiantian bowed slightly, and the few strips of cloth threatened to fall off with her movement. Madam, I'll take her. Song Weining beside him suddenly slapped the coffee table, startling everyone else in the room. Boss, you have good taste. This girl is our store's signature, very pure. But her price might be a bit. What is money? Song Weining waved his hand full of bravado. I have plenty of money. I want her today, tell her to come over now. The madam immediately beamed. Shout he and go accompany this generous boss. However, in the few seconds before Li Tiantian arrived, the previously arrogant tycoon, Song Weining, suddenly leaned close to Liang. Father, dear father. Liang's mouth twitched and he moved back in disgust. What are you doing? Weren't you just bragging? Song Weining said with a pleading look. I really like this one. She's the campus belle of the normal school. So what? Liang rolled his eyes, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Please lend me your New Year's red envelope money. Song Weining clasped his hands together. I swear I'll be your slave forever. Father, please grant your son this one time. Liang looked at him speechlessly, wanting to sternly refuse this lust-driven, unfilial son. But Li Tiantian had already twisted her snake-like waist and sat down next to Song Weining. Brother, you were so domineering just now, I really like it. Song Weining, hearing this, brother felt his whole body melt. While enjoying the campus belle's warmth and softness, he kept sending distress signals to Liang. Looking at Song Weining's pathetic appearance, Liang let out a long sigh and shrugged helplessly. Forget it. Since my son has started showing off, I, as his father, can't just watch him die of embarrassment on the spot. Liang took out his phone and with a pained heart transferred his still warm New Year's red envelope money to Song Weining. With a soft ding, Song Weining received the transfer. His whole face lit up, his back straightened again, and he put his arm around Li Tiantian's shoulder, laughing like a 200-pound fool. At that moment, another girl with a pretty face wearing a black deep V suspender dress walked up to Liang. Boss, do you think I'm okay? I'll have a drink with you. Liang at that moment was heartbroken from the loss of his money and had no mood for this. Go away, don't bother me. The girl was stunned, seeming a bit lost and unwilling. In Platinum Han, it was rare to have a young and handsome guest like Liang, and who wouldn't want to accompany a handsome guy? She boldly moved closer to Liang. Boss, do you think I'm not pretty? Or do you think my figure is not good? As she spoke, the girl actually took Liang's hand and pressed it straight against her proud chest. Try it, boss. What the hell? Liang, like he was electrocuted, jerked his hand back in fear. Looking at the girl's persistent attitude, he took a deep breath and said word by word, sorry, I'm gay. Off. The girl clearly hadn't expected this answer. Her seductive smile froze instantly. All right then. Brother, I wish you. Have fun. Liang watched the girl's retreating figure let out a long sigh and preserved his last dignity and the remaining tens of yuan of living expenses. At this time he turned to look at the other side. Song Waning was completely immersed in Li Tiantian's laughter of waning gidge. Damn it. I also wanted to order a girl to massage my legs. But all my money was borrowed by that dog's son. Now my pockets are cleaner than my face. Liang couldn't stand Song Waning's piggish look anymore. He decided to leave the private room and go to the hallway to smoke a cigarette and get some air. Just as he stood up and put his hand on the door handle, his peripheral vision inadvertently swept over the dim corner where Yang Li Kai was. He noticed that the black-dressed girl whom he had just rejected with the excuse, "I'm gay," was now squatting by Yang Li Kai's leg, and he could vaguely see her head bobbing up and down. Yang Li Kai held a thick cigar in one hand, his head tilted back, eyes closed, his face full of pleasure and enjoyment. TCH. Liang curled his lips in disdain and was about to push the door out. Suddenly a scream covered the deafening music in the room. The previously enjoying Yang Li Kai suddenly kicked the black-dressed girl away like a madman. Bang! The girl flew like a rag doll, her head hitting hard on the sharp marble table corner. She fell to the ground without even a groan. Blood quickly spread from her forehead, soon forming a shocking pool of blood on the ground beneath her head. The sudden change stunned everyone in the room. Song Waning reacted the fastest. He quickly grabbed the screaming Li Tiantian. What happened? Is someone dead? Liang rushed to the door and flipped the ceiling light switch with a click. On the sofa, Yang Li Kai was curled up in pain. He was holding his crotch and blood was gushing out from between his fingers. That bitch. She bit me. Yang Li Kai trembled with pain, pointing at the girl on the ground and shouting hysterically, "Damn it. I'll kill you today." At that moment the door was pushed open from outside. Several burly male waiters and security guards rushed in. What's going on? Who's causing trouble in Platinum Han? The leader of the security guards shouted. Just as the guards approached the girl, less than half a meter away, the girl who had been motionless suddenly emitted a strange cracking sound, as if all her bones were being twisted forcibly. Then in the horrified gazes of everyone, the girl slowly stood up from the thick pool of blood. Blood covered her face, her hair stuck to her skin. Growl. A low growl came from the depths of her throat. The lead security captain turned his head and gestured with a glance toward a younger waiter standing nearby. The young male server cautiously took 2 steps forward, extended a hand, and gently placed it on the girl's shoulder. Xiaowei, are you okay? The instant his hand made contact with her shoulder, Xiaowei, who had been hanging her head low, suddenly jerked it upward. Her eyes rolled back, pupils contracting into tiny black pinpoints, the whites of her eyes laced with dense blood vessels. Her jaw dislocated at an exaggerated angle, stretching wide to reveal a mouth full of teeth stained crimson with fresh blood. Roar! Xiaowei let out a piercing shriek and sank her teeth into the young waiter's carotid artery. Squelch! Crimson blood gushed wildly from the server's neck. GKKKK. The bitten waiter raised both hands in a futile attempt to push Xiaowei away from his body. But Xiaowei's strength was terrifyingly immense. With a violent snap of her head, she wrenched away an entire chunk of flesh, skin and sinew included, from the server's neck. The waiter, robbed of all support, collapsed with a resounding thud into the pool of blood. His body continued to twitch involuntarily, while the gaping wound on his neck bubbled and frothed with hemorrhaging gore. Holy shit. She's killing him. She's killing him. A ghost. She's lost it. She's gone mad. The security guards who had moments ago been ready to brandish their batons were now scared out of their wits. Who had ever witnessed such horror? This wasn't some brawl or street fight. This was a goddamn cannibalistic feast. Everyone screamed and scattered toward the walls on either side of the private room. Xiaowei swallowed the chunk of flesh in her mouth whole, then slowly turned her head. Yang Li Kai was having the worst night of his entire miserable existence. At that moment he was cupping his crown jewels, with both hands, eyes squeezed shut in agony. Suddenly sensing an eerie silence creeping over the room, he forced open his eyes, blurred with cold sweat, just in time to see Xiaowei, her mouth dripping with fresh blood, crawling across the coffee table, on all fours like a grotesque human spider, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Don't come any closer. You crazy bitch. Get away from me. Yang Li Kai shrieked in terror, instinctively raising both hands to shield his face. As luck would have it, the very instant Xiaowei lunged forward, her black high heel landed directly in the pool of blood left behind from her own cracked skull. Slip! Xiaowei's foot skidded out from under her, and she came crashing down directly onto the exact region where Yang Li Kai had just suffered his grievous injury. Liang stood at the doorway, watching the entire scene unfold before his very eyes. Xiaowei's teeth clamped down on Yang Li Kai's most vulnerable part with a single vicious bite. Then, like yanking a carrot from the earth, she violently jerked her head upward. Uprooted entirely. Yang Li Kai's eyes bulged grotesquely from their sockets as he thrashed and convulsed wildly on the leather sofa. Torrents of blood erupted from his lower body like a fountain, drenching the entire leather sofa in crimson. Liang stood at the doorway, his scalp tingling with horror, instinctively clamping his thighs together. Holy shit. That must hurt like hell. Just watching it hurts like hell. Even if this bastard young Li Kai survives today, his future career prospects are exclusively limited to Thailand. Liang looked toward Song Weining, who was still frozen in place. What the hell are you standing there for? Waiting to die? That shout jolted Song Weining's entire body like an electric shock, finally snapping him back to his senses. He shot out his ape-like arms, tucked the petrified Li Tiantian under his armpit, then whirled around, navigated around the devastated coffee table, and sprinted frantically toward the main entrance. Damn, this son of a bitch won't even leave the girl behind while fleeing for his life. The private room had descended into an absolute hell on earth. Several security guards and lackeys were being savagely mauled by the blood-soaked Xiao Wei, while young Li Kai on the sofa had stopped convulsing. Dead or alive, impossible to tell. After what felt like an eternity of running, the three of them finally burst through the grand doors of the Platinum Splendor Club, gasping for breath. Panting heavily, Liang spotted a taxi parked at the entrance. Without a word, he yanked open the rear door, shoved Song Weining and Li Tiantian inside, then scrambled into the passenger seat and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Driver. Taihong Media University. Step on it. Oh ho ho, boys had quite the wild night, did you? The driver, a man in his 40s, blew a smoke ring and let his gaze linger lasciviously on Li Tiantian's exposed pale thighs. Out on the Lantern Festival too. Looks like quite the battle zone, huh? Liang had absolutely no patience for this old horndog's crude jokes. He had just witnessed a living person get their carotid artery torn open and a rich second-generation heir get uprooted. His nerves were stretched to their absolute breaking point. Fuck your mother. Just fucking drive. God damn you. The driver was so terrified by Liang's hysterical, unhinged fury that he flinched violently, his cigarette but falling right onto his crotch. It was only then that he truly noticed Liang's murderous gaze and the unmistakable aura of panic radiating from all three of them. They looked as though they had just fled straight from a murder scene. All right. Right away, boss. Don't get worked up. I'm driving right now. The driver didn't dare utter another word, fumbling frantically to shift into gear before flooring the accelerator with a roaring engine. After half an hour of breakneck driving, the taxi finally screeched to a halt at a sharp stop right outside the main gate of Taihong Media University. Since classes didn't officially begin until the next day, the campus entrance at this late hour was utterly deserted. Liang pushed open the car door and stumbled out unsteadily. The rear door opened, and Song Weining stepped out first, then carefully supported Li Tiantian, whose legs had gone too weak to carry her as she climbed out. The cold wind cut through her barely, their clothing causing Li Tiantian to shiver violently. Combined with the extreme terror she had just endured, her face was deathly pale as paper, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. Here, put this on, don't catch cold. Song Weining draped his warm, oversized jacket over Li Tiantian's shoulders. Feeling the cozy warmth of the down jacket, Li Tiantian could no longer contain her emotions. She threw herself into Song Weining's embrace, buried her face against his chest, and burst into uncontrollable sobs. Weining Gidge. Li Tiantian cried with the delicate anguish of a pear blossom drenched in rain, her voice trembling beyond recognition. I was so scared. I thought I was going to die in there. Song Weining clumsily patted her back, his dark face etched with heartache. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Your brother's here. I've trained in mixed martial arts and served in the military. No one will ever hurt you. Li Tiantian raised her tear-blurred face, gazing at Song Weining with tender, imploring eyes, her voice laced with pleading. Gidge, could you please not leave? Could you please not leave me all alone? I don't dare be by myself. I'm really, really scared. All right. Your brother won't leave. Your brother's not going anywhere tonight. I'll stay right here with you. Song Weining nodded his head like a mechanical chicken bobbing for feed, completely and utterly vanquished by the campus beauty's teary assault. Liang stood 3 meters away, watching Song Weining's pathetic display of being utterly addled by feminine wiles. He rolled his eyes dramatically, let out a contemptuous snort, and without looking back headed toward the men's dormitory building. Returning to the empty, frigid dormitory, he collapsed onto his somewhat messy single bed, his trembling hand fumbling in his pocket to retrieve the pack of Hongtishan cigarettes that had been crushed flat. He pulled one out and lit it. Hiss. Exhale. Within Liang's mind, scenes from tonight's events in the Platinum Splendor private room replayed on an endless loop like a movie projector that refused to stop. The way that Xiao Wei looked was exactly identical to a zombie from the games. Exhale. It can't be. In this world, could there really be zombies? The next day, Liang dragged himself out of bed, 2 enormous dark circles shadowing his eyes. It was just past 10 in the morning and the campus was beginning to bustle with life. Today marked the peak period for students returning to school en masse. He picked up his phone from the nightstand and glanced at WeChat. That bastard Song Waning hadn't even sent a single punctuation mark. Damn it, this little punk didn't actually take Li Tiantian to some cheap hotel for an all-night tryst, did he? Liang clenched his teeth. A peculiar feeling welled up within him. A father's pride at watching his pig finally learn to root for cabbage interwoven with the desolate misery of remaining a lone bachelor himself. The conflicting emotions left him deeply unsettled. Most crucially, the money for that hotel room had come from his own New Year's savings. Liang rose to his feet and gazed out the window. Outside, people could be seen one after another dragging their suitcases toward the dormitory building. Everything seemed as though nothing had happened, as though it were all nothing more than a nightmare. Yet he who had truly lived through it all still dared not step outside. This continued until evening fell. Damn it, I'm starving to death. Liang stood up and walked to the dormitory window. The main road below teemed with people. In the distance, several energetic athletics students were already playing basketball on the court. Several impatient young couples clung to each other like Siamese twins at the edge of the woods, nibbling at one another, and there were even rustling, eerie sounds emanating from behind the shrubbery. A disgrace to civilization. A corruption of public morals. The world is going to the dogs. Morality has utterly collapsed. Though, it looks like nothing seems out of the ordinary actually. Thus he threw on an oversized hooded sweatshirt, grabbed his keys and phone, and left the dormitory, heading downstairs to the cafeteria on the second floor for a hearty meal of braised chicken rice. He had just reached the third-floor stairwell when the phone in his pocket began vibrating frantically, as though sounding a death knell. He pulled it out and saw two large characters dancing across the screen. Ungrateful son. Oh. Liang arched an eyebrow and pressed answer. Yo, what's up, my dear boy? Had your fun? Finally remembered to call your dear old dad. I thought you died of exhaustion, and I was going to the cheap hotel tomorrow to collect your corpse. Huff. Huff. Lowly. Lowly, where are you? Song Waning's voice carried terror and panic. Liang keenly sensed that something was wrong. He set aside his joking mood and stopped his descent down the stairs. In the dormitory stairwell, about to go grab some food. What's going on? What happened? We're in deep shit. Something big has happened. Song Waning was nearly shouting on the other end, his voice trembling violently. What big thing could possibly happen? What are you so scared of? What? You forgot to bring it last night. Holy shit, that really would be something. You'd be becoming a father, and I'd be becoming a grandfather. Cut the bullshit. Stop giving me shit. Song Waning cut off Liang's teasing, an exasperated, furious sob creeping into his voice. It's Li Tiantian. Li Tiantian. She fucking mutated. What do you mean mutated? Speak plainly. She turned into the same thing as that biting woman from the Platinum Club last night. Smack. The phone nearly slipped from Liang's hands, plunging toward the concrete stair. His pupils contracted instantly, and the blood-soaked images from the Platinum Club once again rose before his eyes like a nightmare. Holy shit. Liang's voice shot up an entire octave. You're not fucking with me, are you? For real? If I'm bullshitting you about this, I'm your goddamn grandson. Song Waning was gasping for breath on the other end, the howling of wind in the background suggesting he was sprinting like a madman. I'm coming to find you now. I'm almost at the school gate. Where are you? I'm at the Central Plaza, right beneath the bronze statue of the founding headmaster. Come quick. Liang panicked as well. After hanging up the phone, he abandoned all thoughts of braised chicken rice, took long strides 2 steps at a time, and charged down the stairs, sprinting toward the campus Central Plaza. Night had fallen completely. Liang stood beneath the towering, imposing bronze statue of the founding headmaster, pacing anxiously back and forth. If Song Waning was telling the truth, if Li Tiantian had really turned into a zombie, then this was absolutely not an isolated case. That little wave from last night was no accident. This was a goddamn viral infection, a genuine biochemical crisis unfolding. Lowly. Liang snapped his head up and saw a massive dark figure charging toward him like a startled wild boar. It was Song Waning. The lad's appearance at this moment was the very picture of utter disarray. He was wearing nothing but a pair of floral boxer shorts and a crumpled white vest, not even an outer jacket. He had only one slipper on his feet, the other foot bare against the cold concrete. Song Waning rushed up to Liang, and with a heavy thud, 2 large hands seized Liang's shoulders. I almost fucking pissed myself. What the hell happened? Spit it out. Liang gripped Song Waning's arms in return, asking urgently, what about Li Tiantian? Song Waning swallowed hard, trying to calm his heart that was about to leap out of his throat. Last night, when we came out of the Platinum Club, she was terrified and refused to go back to the dorm no matter what. Get to the point. Liang bellowed impatiently. Here's the point. Song Waning swallowed again. I was just about to mount my steed and display my prowess, right? And then goddamn, the moment she sat down, her whole body suddenly went rigid and blood started shooting out of her nose like crazy. Like a high-pressure water gun spraying all over my face. Song Waning pointed at the few dark red bloodstains on the chest of his vest. I thought it was because I've served in the military, my masculine yang energy was too intense, and I was just too damn awesome. I stimulated her into a nosebleed. Song Waning couldn't resist bragging about himself even at this moment. I was just about to grab some tissue to wipe her. But then the next second, the whites of her eyes rolled completely back, she opened her mouth and lunged straight for my neck. Holy shit. Liang sucked in a cold breath. The scenario was virtually identical to what had happened with Little Wei. Lucky for me, I reacted fast, and I'm strong. I grabbed her by the neck and threw her right off me. She crashed into the TV cabinet. Then I didn't even have time to put on clothes before I grabbed my phone and fucking bolted. Liang listened, cold sweat beating on his forehead, yet he detected something off. This happened last night. The timing doesn't add up. You just ran out, didn't you? Song Waning scratched his head and said, it just happened. Liang pressed on. Then what were you two doing last night? Song Waning said, blushing. Well, the guy got too excited and fired prematurely last night. Under normal circumstances, Liang would have mercilessly mocked this pathetic display, but now an unsettling chill crept through his heart. So where's Li Tiantian now? Still at the hotel. Song Waning said with certainty. When I ran out, I locked the door behind me. Even though she's mutated, she probably can't open doors. Liang's gaze drifted past Song Waning's shoulder toward the distant school gate. A bizarre figure was swaying through the school gate with grotesquely uncoordinated steps, 1 foot at a time. It was a woman. A woman with not a single stitch of clothing on her body. As that woman stepped closer and closer into the light, Liang clearly recognized that familiar face. With a trembling hand, he raised his right arm and pointed toward the main entrance of the university. Still, at the hotel. Then, that naked woman at the gate. Who the hell is that? Following Liang's finger, Song Waning turned his head. At the main gate of Taihong Chuanmei Dashua, a woman utterly naked moved toward the campus with a chilling gait, dragging her bare feet. Gulp. Song Waning's Adam's apple bobbed. Damn. If not Li Tiantian, then who the hell is this? Even if Li Tiantian in this form wouldn't be recognized by her own mother, Song Waning, who had long been bound to this body, would recognize her even if she turned to ash. Today was peak move-in day, so although night had fallen, the area around the Central Plaza still drew many students returning from the train station and high-speed rail station lugging their suitcases. A university campus is forever a place that never lacks onlookers. A statuesque, beautiful girl completely naked stood under a streetlight in the dead of night. The visual shock was as jarring as a lurid instructional video shown in the boys' dorm, instantly drawing all eyes to the plaza. The originally hurried students stopped in their tracks. Damn. Guys, look. That girl over there isn't wearing any clothes. A boy dragging a suitcase nearly bulged his eyes excitedly, nudging his companions. Holy shit, is this for real? That figure. Unreal. Wait, this looks familiar. Isn't she Li Tiantian, the campus belle from the neighboring Sure, duh, who always pretends to be pure? She really is her. My god, what kind of performance art is this? Or did some rich kid drug her and dump her here? In the crowd, a few girls covered their mouths, eyes flashing with scorn and gossip. I told you that fox-like seductress's aloofness is all opposed. Her private life might be even worse than imagined. Disgusting, running naked on campus in the middle of the night. Taihong Chuanmei Dashua's reputation is being dragged through the mud by her. Exactly, hurry and post photos on the confession wall to ruin her reputation. For a moment, the edge of the plaza lit up with the glow of phone screens. A few braver boys whistling lewdly turned on the camera flash. Click, click, click. The blinding flashes lit the night, and the incandescent light shone repeatedly on Li Tiantian's blood-streaked face. In the midst of the noisy scene, Li Tiantian, head bowed, suddenly halted her eerie movement. In the next moment, she snapped her head up and lunged toward the nearest boy. The boy's lips still wore a lewd smile, and the phone screen showed a close-up of Li Tiantian's exposed chest. He had no time to react as scorching blood erupted in an instant, spraying over 2 meters high and splashing onto the faces of the onlookers still holding up their phones. After 3 seconds of dead silence, the entire Central Plaza plunged into panic as if a nuclear explosion had occurred. Killing. Help. There's a crazy person biting people. The students who had been absorbed in the spectacle now scattered like headless flies fleeing the square. Liang, standing at a distance, watched the boy convulse on the ground. After only a few jerks, the struggle ceased, but within moments he suddenly sat upright again. This contagion spreads faster than the T-virus. But this is only the beginning. While the students in the square ran amok like ants in a bombed nest, Liang's gaze swept through the chaos, and once again fixed on the main gate of the campus. Outside the campus, the faint wail of police sirens and the sound of explosions rose, and a vast sea of dark silhouettes surged toward the gates. Some wore security uniforms, some chef outfits, and some were missing limbs flooding into the campus from the gates. Damn. Are these all zombies? Has the street outside completely fallen? With this scale and force, even if he stood on the plaza with a Gatling gun, he'd be gnawed to bone in under 3 minutes. Don't look. Run. Leon grabbed the still-dazed Song Waning. Where to run? To the dorms. Lock the doors. Without a word, the two spun around and sprinted toward the dormitory district with all their might. The cold wind roared in their ears, and Leon felt his lungs on the brink of explosion. His usual workouts were limited to chasing his sports goddess Han Shuiing across the field with a DSLR. Now he plunged into extreme escape mode, his body protesting at every turn. Yet the wild surge of adrenaline dulled fatigue, and all his thoughts were of one word: survive. The two zipped along the tree-lined path and finally reached the dormitory area. But when they charged onto the main road toward the boys' dormitories, the sight before them halted their steps in unison. The dormitory area had fallen as well. Screams and banging filled the buildings, and suitcases, clothes, and books lay all over the wide main road to the dorms. In the greenery along the road, under the streetlights, dark shapes crouched, chewing on corpses with wild hunger. A student, only half his body, crawled on the ground in agony, a long trail of blood behind him, while two fully mutated roommates chewed on his legs. Damn, Leon swore. This is a full map mob spawn. No safe house left anywhere. Oldly. Ahead there was no way through. They were surrounded by zombies. Song Waning's face turned green. Even with his combat skills, he could not cut a blood path through this sea of corpses with bare hands. Turn back. Turn back. Leon acted decisively. Hesitation would only feed the zombies. The two slammed on the brakes and sprinted in the opposite direction with all their might. They could not return to the dorms or head to the plaza. They could only flee through the campus's labyrinthine paths. As they rounded a corner by an experimental building, a massive fork appeared ahead. To the left lay the most sacred and tightly guarded area of Taihong Chuanmei Dashua, the girls' dormitory district. To the right were several large teaching buildings used for classes. But now at the very center of this fork stood a familiar presence that made both of them chill. Li Tiantian. Li Tiantian was now stained red from the splattered blood all over her body. Her hands hung at her sides, nails packed with scraps of flesh, and her dead fish eyes fixed on Liang and Song Waning as she opened a blood-soaked maw that still wore someone else's intestines. Roar! Li Tiantian roared, a heavy stench of blood in the air, charging straight toward them. Dodged! Liang, as if possessed by Leon, flipped aside into the nearby bushes. At the same time, Song Waning, a former soldier, reacted just as quickly. That hulking figure showed astonishing agility, lunging to the right with a sidelong tackle and rolling 2 or 3 meters across the turf. Bang! Li Tiantian missed, slamming into a metal trash can behind them and denting it badly. Liang and Song Waning sprang to their feet the moment they hit the ground. Li Tiantian, who had toppled the trash can, also rose quickly, turning back with rolling whites of the eyes fixed on her prey. The two darted toward the fork again, trying to keep running. Yet at this life-or-death moment, their disaster-class tacit understanding shone through. With almost no eye contact, they trusted their instincts. Liang didn't hesitate and took the left path toward the girls' dorms. As for Song Waning, he believed the girls' dorms would be the epicenter of disaster in the apocalypse. Feminine screams draw monsters after all, and plunged into the dark path toward the teaching buildings. Oldly, you ran the wrong way, Song Waning shouted after running tens of meters and seeing Liang sprinting toward the girls' dorms. None of your business. Saving myself is top priority, Liang shouted without turning his head. However, Li Tiantian didn't even look at Liang as she charged toward Song Waning. Son, you're on your own now. This is your doom. Your father can't help you. Liang silently mourned Song Waning for a fraction of a second, then focused entirely on the road ahead. Not sure how long they ran, Liang finally burst into the girls' dormitory area. He turned into a narrow cement path between two girls' dorm buildings. This was the fire passage between Building 1 and Building 2 of the girls' dorms. Usually deserted, it lay now in a deathly stillness with not a single zombie in sight. Huff, huff. Liang slowed, taking deep breaths to steady his breathing. Bang! Suddenly a crisp glass-shattering sound rang out. Liang shivered and looked toward the source. On the wall of the right-hand dormitory, Building 1, a fourth-floor window had shattered completely. Glass shards rained down. And in this rain of glass, a girl wearing a white nightgown fell headfirst straight down. Bang! The girl in the white nightgown crashed straight down into the green belt below Building 1 of the female dormitory. Liang was less than 10 meters away from the impact point. He clearly heard the sickening crack of bones instantly shattering into multiple pieces. In the once silent building, lights flickered on floor by floor as screams and wails of various pitches intertwined. Liang's steps ground to an abrupt halt. Falling headfirst from the 4th floor, even an immortal would be reduced to a pulp. The girl's neck was bent at a grotesque angle of nearly 180 degrees, the back of her skull completely caved in, and her white nightgown was instantly saturated by the dark red blood pooling beneath her. Had this been a typical campus emergency, as an exemplary youth of the modern era, he would have rushed forward without hesitation to check her pulse, perform CPR, and call for an ambulance. But happening tonight, this was fucking bizarre. Sure enough, just as the girls upstairs were still screaming in sheer terror, the girl in the white gown who should have been dead beyond all doubt suddenly underwent a series of eerie convulsions. Crack, crack. Using her twisted hands to prop herself up, she crawled out from the bushes inch by inch. Her head hung limply against her chest like a dilapidated pendulum, her rolled-back lifeless eyes staring blankly into the void, while a bloodthirsty growl rumbled from her throat. Holy shit. Liang's scalp tingled with horror. She had fallen from the 4th floor and wasn't dead. She could even stand up and wander around. Run. Keep running. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted down the concrete path between the 2 female dormitory buildings. Behind him, the shrieks inside the female dormitory grew increasingly dense, accompanied by the endless shattering of glass and the heavy thudding of objects battering against doors. Clearly, the zombie that had just fallen was far from the only one in that building. The biohazard virus was already spreading through the girls' dormitory like wildfire. At the end of the road stood a row of low single-story buildings painted with the red slogan, "Conserve water, everyone's responsibility." A massive solar water heater tank towered on the roof. This was the shared bathhouse for female dormitories Building 1 and Building 2. He dashed to the bathhouse entrance like a gust of wind. Thank God the door was unlocked. Clatter. Paying no heed to where the dorm matron had gone, Liang spun around, grabbed the rolling shutter door at the entrance, and pulled it down with all his might. Crash. In the darkness, Liang deftly slid the 2 bolts at the bottom of the shutter door into the ground holes. Huff. 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 He was safe for now. As long as those zombies weren't carrying C4 explosives, this sturdy rolling door would surely hold them off for a while. After resting for about 2 or 3 minutes, Liang managed to catch his breath. That wild sprint had nearly drained every drop of moisture from his body. Water. Need to find some water. Propping himself against the wall, Liang stood up. There was no water dispenser on the front desk, so he turned his gaze to the door beside it. Above the door hung a pink plastic sign on which the words "Women's Bath" were written in an elegant, delicate script. A heavy military green windproof curtain draped over the entrance. I'll just go in and grab a few gulps from a tap. Liang reached out, lifted the curtain, and plunged inside. With a soft rustle, a rich fragrance of shampoo and a pleasant feminine scent instantly wafted over him. But when he clearly saw the scene before him, his jaw nearly hit the floor. Standing right there in the changing room were 2 girls. 2 girls who had just finished bathing, completely unclothed. As if equipped with an automatic cruise guidance system, Liang's gaze locked uncontrollably onto one of them. She was a tall girl, standing nearly 1.8 meters tall. She had sleek shoulder-length short hair with droplets of water sliding down the tips of her locks one by one. At this moment, she was holding a white towel, her body slightly turned as she wiped her shoulders and back. It was without a doubt a flawless physique. Thanks to years of athletic training, there was not a single ounce of excess fat on her body. Beneath her slender neck were firm, powerful shoulders. Flanking her slender waist, which could be clasped in a single hand, were sharp, sculpted obliques, and further down 2 beautifully toned straight long legs. This was none other than Han Shuang, the goddess Liang had harbored a crush on for 2 whole years, with gigabytes of her high-definition photos stored on his hard drive. A Javelin major from the School of Physical Education at Taiyang Media University. Holy crap. Liang's brain short-circuited instantly. He had only ever seen Han Shuang on the sports field sweating in loose athletic wear. Though he knew she had a great figure, this unreserved visual onslaught was even more shocking than witnessing a zombie tear things apart. This was simply too perfect. Those muscle lines. Those abs. This damn powerful beauty. Seemingly hearing the movement at the door, Han Shuang, who was drying herself off, paused. She turned her head, and her beautiful face, which usually wore an aloof, unapproachable expression, now registered a distinct look of surprise. But to his surprise, Han Shuang did not scream, cover her eyes, or crouch down like an ordinary girl would. She merely knitted her sharp, elegant brows slightly, her hand holding the towel freezing in midair as she stared intently, with a scrutinizing gaze, at Liang, who stood at the doorway, looking like a complete idiot. Their eyes locked. Liang could hear his heart racing at a frantic 200 beats per minute. Right now, he desperately wanted to say, "Hey, good evening, just borrowing a tap," but his vocal cords couldn't produce a single syllable. He could only stand there like a creep, his eyes lingering shamelessly over Han Shuang's breathtaking body. However, this silence lasted for less than 2 seconds. Ah! A sharp, high-pitched, dolphin-like shriek pierced the air. The sound nearly ruptured Liang's eardrums. "You pervert! Scoundrel! Help!" Accompanying that hysterical scream, a pink triangular object flew through the air and smacked right onto Liang's face with a soft splat. His vision was instantly blocked. A delightful scent immediately wafted into Liang's nose. Subconsciously, he took a deep breath. This smell. How should I describe it? A bit like floral and fruity, but with a hint of milk. Is it strong-scented? No, light-scented. He quickly reached out, yanked the piece of cloth off his face, and took a closer look. Pinched between his fingers was a pair of pink panties. Liang's lip twitched. He raised his head, looking in the direction from which the projectile had flown. To Han Shuang's right, crouching in the corner of the locker area, was another girl. Quite unlike Han Shuang's composure, she was hugging her arms tightly across her chest, attempting to shield her exposed body with whatever meager cover she could manage. Her flawless, exquisite face was filled with terror and rage, with glistening tears clinging to the corners of her eyes as she glared at Liang, as if he were her mortal enemy. Liang gasped again. Good heavens! The girl crouching on the floor was actually Wang Xijia, the universally acknowledged campus belle of Taihong Media University. What in the world? What kind of god-tier luck was this? What kind of auspicious day was today? At Bai Jinhan, he had witnessed the naked seductive allure of Sheeta's campus belle, Li Tiantian. And now in the female bathhouse, he had actually caught both his own school's campus belle Wang Xijia and his dream goddess from the School of Physical Education, Han Shuang, completely bare. Under normal circumstances, Liang felt that even if he were to drop dead right now, he would die with a smile on his face. The kind of plot that only exists in some idiotic novel written by a perverted author on Tomato Novel had actually happened to him. What are you looking at, you pervert? Get the hell out of here. Do you want me to gouge your eyes out? Wang Xijia shrieked in humiliation and fury from the floor, her voice cracking with tears. Liang stood there in sheer embarrassment. He wanted to explain, to say that he wasn't here to peep, but that he was fleeing for his life. But looking at the two stunning bodies of entirely different styles before him, Liang felt that no matter what he said, he would just sound like an insatiable pervert making excuses. Bang! A loud crash. Outside, something seemed to slam violently against the rolling shutter door Liang had just pulled down. Clatter! The shutter door rattled violently from the impact, and the walls of the entire building seemed to shudder. Roar! Immediately after, a beastly growl echoed outside the bathhouse. Bang! 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 Then came a barrage of even faster, heavier thuds. The things outside were trying to break in. Crouching on the floor, Wang Xijia shuddered violently, her screams cutting off instantly. Han Shuang, who had remained calm until now, also suffered a sudden change in expression. At that moment, all of Liang's dirty romantic thoughts were instantly wiped clean. This was fucking no time for such things. The zombies outside weren't the dorm matrons coming for an inspection, they were real monsters that would tear people apart and eat them alive. Liang threw the panties onto the nearby chair, looked at the two girls, and said slowly, "There are zombies outside the door." Shoo. Liang pressed a finger to his lips and retreated step by step until he reached Han Shuang's side. He forced his gaze away from the glistening abdominal lines on his torso, then squared his broad shoulders and stood resolutely before her, a living wall of protection. Ying, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll protect you. The moment the words left his mouth, Liang felt incredibly cool. This was something straight out of a Hollywood apocalypse blockbuster, the kind of heroic line only the male lead would deliver. Han Shuang gazed at the broad back shielding her. All right. She gave a soft reply, then disregarding the water still dripping from her body, quickly began dressing. From somewhere down the road came an unbroken string of screams erupting from building one of the girls' dormitory, followed by the thunderous sound of bodies plummeting from height. The zombies outside, still struggling against the roller shutter door, suddenly froze in place. A few seconds later, a heavy and chaotic chorus of footsteps slowly faded away from the bathhouse entrance, thundering in the direction of the girls' dormitory. Phew! Hearing the sounds outside finally disappear, Liang's tense shoulders instantly slumped, and he felt his calves beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He turned around and looked into the changing area at the two women. Wang Xijia had curled herself into the farthest corner of a cabinet. The campus beauty, who usually gleamed under the spotlight, was now clutching her knees tightly, her face buried in her arms, shaking violently without restraint. Beneath Wang Xijia's pale bare feet, a large puddle had formed on the floor, and it was slowly expanding outward. Liang had no idea whether this was simply the shower water still clinging to her body, dripping onto the ground, or whether the aloof campus belle had been so terrified by the zombies outside the door that she wet herself. On the other side, Han Shuang had finished dressing and slumped onto a long plastic bench meant for resting. She swept her still damp short hair back with one hand, then lifted her head and stared straight at Liang, her tone grave as she asked, "What exactly is going on out there?" Liang spread his hands. "Long story, but the bottom line is the school has completely descended into chaos. Zombies are everywhere outside." Zombies? Han Shuang's brows furrowed deeper. Although she was a sports student and didn't read novels or play games, the word was hardly unfamiliar in this era. Like in the movies, no rationality, biting anyone they see. And if they bite someone, that person turns into one of those monsters too. Exactly. Spot on. Just now when I passed beneath your dormitory building, I personally saw a girl thrown from the 4th floor. Her neck was bent at a 90-degree angle, yet she got back up and kept shambling around. Your dormitory building is in complete disarray as well. Everything's gone completely haywire with scenes of people devouring each other everywhere. That's why I had no choice but to take refuge in the women's bathhouse. Liang deliberately emphasized the words "had no choice," attempting a powerful whitewash for his sudden intrusion into the bathhouse. Hearing Liang's account, Han Shuang's expression turned extremely grim. If a virus that turned people into rabid, infectious creatures really had broken out on campus, then tens of thousands of students would be nothing more than prime livestock grazing in a pen. I need to call my cousin right away, Han Shuang said, urgently patting her pockets as she searched. Han Shuang's cousin was named Han Saihu, a sophomore at Taiyang Media University, majoring in martial arts and traditional ethnic sports at the School of Physical Education. He was a towering powerhouse, standing a full 191 meters tall and weighing a whopping 220 gene. A true superhuman beast, a perfect fusion of extreme physique and fierce aggression. He had served in the military alongside Liang's good brother Song Waning. During their 2 years of mandatory service, the two forged an unbreakable bond of camaraderie. Most terrifyingly, during a combat drill, Han Saihu had earned a personal second-class merit by relying on his extraordinarily exceptional physical fitness and his fearless fighting style. After retiring from the army because his sister Han Shuang was studying at this university, the two buddies enrolled in Taiyang Media University together side by side. Although Han Saihu's academic grades were abysmal, someone could score higher than him by blindly guessing multiple-choice answers. He was recruited as a special admission by the School of Physical Education as a prized treasure thanks solely to his second-class merit earned in the military. Han Saihu was extraordinarily loyal and possessed monstrous strength, but his temper was hot and quick to flare. He was the type who would flip tables and swing benches at the slightest provocation. In this zombie-apocalyptic world, if one could team up with a warrior king like him, whose combat prowess sat at the absolute ceiling, the odds of survival would skyrocket. However, oh no! Han Shuang paused mid-motion and smacked her own thigh in frustration. I'm doomed. I thought it was too much trouble to bring my phone into the shower, so I left it on my dorm desk. Didn't bring it down. Seeing this, Liang unhesitatingly reached into his hoodie pocket. Here, use mine. Watching Liang hand over the phone, a flicker of gratitude flashed across Han Shuang's eyes. She extended her hand about to take the phone from him. But Liang's hand suddenly pulled back half an inch, his expression turning extremely serious. I'd advise you not to make that call just yet. Han Shuang's outstretched hand hovered in midair, her brows knitting together once more. Right. She paused for a moment of thought. What if he's currently hiding from zombies? If I call him now, I'd essentially be revealing his location and putting him in greater danger. She didn't reach for Liang's phone again, but instead looked at him with newfound respect. You're very thoughtful. She rose to her feet and walked directly over to Wang Xijia, who was still shivering in the corner of the cabinet, then slowly crouched down beside her. Xijia, it's all right now? Put your clothes on first. Han Shuang's voice was incredibly gentle, like an older sister soothing a frightened younger sister. Take a deep breath. Don't be afraid. Hearing Han Shuang's voice, Wang Xijia slowly lifted her head. Her delicate and pitiful face was streaked with tears. Wah, Shuai, I'm so scared. What's happening outside? Are we going to die here? We won't die. Remember, at times like this, the more you're afraid, the more likely you are to do something reckless and stupid. Wipe your tears. Crying right now won't help anything. Under Han Shuang's commanding presence and gentle reassurance, Wang Xijia's breathing gradually steadied. Watching Wang Xijia's emotions slowly stabilize, Han Shuang then rose to her feet. She turned her head toward Liang, who sat on the nearby chair. What do we do next? What should we do? The moment those three brief words fell from Han Shuang's beautiful, sensual lips, Liang's mind crashed into total shutdown. Should I tell her that based on my experience playing Resident Evil, we should first search for red and green herbs to combine them, then find a typewriter to save our progress? But Liang's gaze swept across Han Shuang's face, brimming with anticipation and trust before glancing sideways at Wang Xijia, who was still trembling uncontrollably. As the ancients said, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it first compels him to put on an impressive show before his goddess. Before the goddess he had secretly admired for 2 full years, a man must never say, I can't do it. Nor could he display even the slightest hint of cowardice or helplessness. Liang took a deep breath. He extended one hand and casually propped it beneath his chin, his brow furrowing slightly, as his gaze grew profound, resembling a strategic commander contemplating matters of national importance. The dressing room fell so silent that only Wang Xijia's intermittent sobs and the faint breathing of the others could be heard. Liang rapidly sifted through every survival game he had played and every apocalyptic film he had watched over the past 20+ years. After a full minute had passed, he finally spoke. The situation is extremely dire. Before I was forced to break in here, just now the entire university had already descended into complete chaos. Han Shuang listened with rapt attention, not interrupting. The boys' dormitory, the girls' dormitory, the main gate of the school, and the central plaza. Alright, places like the sports field and the second cafeteria, which always have terrifyingly dense foot traffic, normally needn't even be mentioned. They're absolutely the worst of the worst disaster zones now. As Liang spoke, he recalled in his mind the horrific scenes from his frantic sprint over just now. Today is the school's designated first day of return. Even if not 100% of the students have made it back, the vast majority certainly have. But after all, today is merely the return day. Classes haven't officially started, and none of the major clubs have begun organizing registration or activities. So taking all these factors into account, I deduce that there are 2 locations within Taihan Communications University that should currently have relatively fewer people. Hearing this, Han Shuang's eyes instantly lit up. Which 2 places? The first is those large teaching buildings. The second is the comprehensive gymnasium you frequent. Liang delivered his answer with absolute certainty. I think your analysis is spot on. A glimmer of admiration entered Han Shuang's gaze as she looked at Liang. Everyone just returned to campus today. They're definitely all in the dorms unpacking or out eating and socializing. The teaching buildings and gymnasium should indeed be the most deserted without any scheduled classes. Saying this, she straightened her posture and stretched the arms that had just finished getting dressed. I don't know the exact situation outside. What do you think? Should we take advantage of the fact that the zombies haven't completely surrounded this place, yet escape directly from this bathhouse, and make a break all the way to the gymnasium or a teaching building for shelter? No, absolutely not. Liang hurriedly shook his head, raising both hands to form a large X before his chest. Ying, calm down and listen to me. The situation outside is 10,000 times worse than you can possibly imagine. Those monsters run faster than Usain Bolt, and they're terrifyingly sensitive to sound and the scent of blood. If we try to run out now, forget about making it to a teaching building. We'd probably be devoured down to the last bone fragment the moment we cleared this stretch of greenery. There's no need to risk running out there. Our top priority right now is to hunker down. We'll stay put right here and hold our position. With something this massive happening, the government can't just sit by and do nothing. The military and police are probably already on their way to rescue us. All we need to do is quietly wait for rescue right here. The most crucial thing is that water is the source of life. We're trapped here, and food might be a temporary issue, but we have water. As long as we have plenty of fresh water, a person can survive even without eating for 10 days to half a month. Holding out for a few days is absolutely no problem. At the mention of water, Liang suddenly remembered that he had originally come in here to get a drink. The corner of his eye caught sight of a plastic stool beside Han Shuang. A small pink plastic basin adorned with a Hello Kitty pattern sat on it. He casually grabbed the small basin and walked straight into the shower area on the inner side of the dressing room. University bathhouses are all open communal shower areas without any partitions, with rows of shower heads mounted along the walls. Splash, splash, splash. Liang lifted the small plastic basin, now half filled with water, tilted his head back, and impatiently prepared to pour it frantically into his mouth. Meanwhile, Han Shuang, still standing in the dressing room, watched Liang's retreating back. When she clearly saw the pink object in his hands, she finally realized what he was about to do. Wait a moment. Han Shuang rushed to the entrance of the shower area. She stretched out one hand, anxiously pointing at the basin in Liang's grasp. Liang, put that down. That's mine. However, Han Shuang's warning still came a beat too late. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The instant she blurted out the words, "That's mine," Liang had already tilted his head back and downed several large mouthfuls. Ah, refreshing. Liang set the basin down, let out a long exhale, and felt himself come back to life in an instant. He turned his head, looking at Han Shuang, who seemed to want to say something, but held back. He wiped the water stains from the corner of his mouth with a somewhat bewildered expression and asked him, "What were you saying? What was that?" "Sorry, I was just so thirsty. You don't mind me borrowing your basin, do you? It looks pretty clean to me." Han Shuang stood rooted to the spot, one hand pressed against her forehead, and let out a helpless sigh. Under normal circumstances, if any guy dared to use her personal belongings to drink water, she would absolutely be capable of throwing him over her shoulder and beating the living daylights out of him. But right now, she looked at Liang's utterly innocent expression and clenched her teeth. "I was saying, that basin is what I usually use in the dorm. For washing my bottom. I brought it today to hold the dirty underwear I changed out of when I showered." In the shower area, only the water streaming from the shower head continued its splash, splash, splash accompaniment. "My. Oh, is that so? Liang's tone remained perfectly calm, carrying even a hint of excitement that ordinary people would find impossible to comprehend. That's exactly what I wanted. Under Han Shuang's gaze of utter disbelief, Liang once again tilted his head back. Gulp. Gulp. 2 more large gulps went down. Han Shuang was completely speechless. She waved her hand powerlessly. Forget it. Use it. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts. Just as Liang was about to down 2 more large gulps. Bang. 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 A frantic, urgent pounding erupted at the rolling shutter door, dense as a downpour hammering a tin roof. This time accompanying the door pounding was not the snarl of zombies, but the voice of a woman consumed by absolute terror and despair. Is anyone there? The woman outside hammered at the door frantically while screaming at the top of her lungs, her voice tearing apart. Save me. Please open the door. Help. Liang, Han Shuang, and Wang Xijia, who had been cowering in the corner. All 3 felt their scalps prickle instantly as their expressions changed drastically. A living person. And from the sound of it, she was being hunted by something terrifying and had already fallen into an utterly desperate situation. Rescue or not rescue? If they opened the door, what if they let zombies in? Liang was just about to speak, urging everyone to maintain absolute silence and pretend no one was inside. But the next second, crash, creak. The rolling shutter door at the bathhouse's front hall actually emitted the noise of someone prying it upward from the bottom. The rolling shutter was suddenly ripped open from the outside. Damn it! Liang realized at once what had happened. The zombies' frenzied battering had severely deformed the thin door panel. The latch embedded in the concrete floor came loose under the violent distortion. The door now hung like a torn curtain, and with a bit of force it could be flung aside. Save me! Help me! A girl with disheveled hair stood there wearing a nightgown torn into ragged strips. Her face and neck were smeared with blood, impossible to tell whether it was her own or someone else's. When the blood-splattered girl laid eyes on Liang, the only tall man in the room, her survival instinct exploded with a vengeance. Save me. Brother, save me. The girl cried, staggering toward Liang. Roar. Ugh, ah. Just as the girl lunged forward, a dense chorus of snarls erupted outside the rolling shutter. We're screwed. This woman's wailing and screeching were so loud they drew the wandering zombies to the bathhouse. In this narrow changing room, if the zombie horde barged in, the 3 of them would be surrounded in an instant and not a single body would be left behind. Run. Into the showers. Liang turned and roared at Han Shuang and Wang Xijia. At this moment, Wang Xijia's mind had completely short-circuited. This usually pampered campus belle stood stupidly in place, staring at the blood-soaked girl rushing toward them, and at the tide of terrifying roars outside the door, forgetting how to scream, let alone run. Xijia, go. Han Shuang did not hesitate for a moment, gripping Wang Xijia's wrist, as she didn't care that Wang Xijia was naked at the moment, and dragged her toward the showers in a frantic sprint. Save me. Let me hide. The blood-soaked girl had now reached Liang's face. Go to hell. Liang lunged forward half a step, raised his right leg, and kicked the girl in the belly with a full-force stomp. Thud. He used every ounce of strength. The girl let out a muffled groan, was knocked backward, and crashed hard onto the changing room tiles, clutching her stomach in pain as she curled on the floor. At the very moment the girl hit the ground, 7 or 8 grotesque-faced zombies surged into the changing room from the lobby. A dead ally won't deter a hungry predator. Not to mention you were the one who lured the monsters here. The 2 zombies at the front fixed their milky white eyes on the girl writhing on the floor. Like hungry tigers, they pounced, biting into her neck and shoulder. Yeah. The girl unleashed the most piercing scream of her life. But soon the scream was swallowed by the zombies' ravenous chewing. Blood instantly stained the changing room floor red. The zombies pouring in behind were drawn by the fresh gore, and they collapsed to the ground to join the bloody feast. Liang dared not look any longer at the repulsive scene. Seizing the brief moment, he darted into the showers with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Ying. Which way? Liang rushed in and found the showers to be a long, narrow dormitory-like space with only rows of shower heads and drains. There was no back door. This damned place is a dead end. Just when Liang thought today would end here, he looked up along Han Shuang's direction, and his eyes lit up. At the innermost wall of the showers, 2 ventilation windows were set side by side. The windows weren't large, half open, but for an adult's body a little squeeze would let them slip through. Meanwhile, Han Shuang had already proven that this escape route was feasible. She stepped onto the metal bar fixed to the wall that connected the showers, took a deep breath, and leapt upward. Crack! Han Shuang's hands gripped the vent's edge. With a powerful surge, her upper body successfully poked out through the narrow vent. Behind the girl's bath area lies the boiler room. The ceiling aligns almost exactly with the vent window, and the distance is very close. Han Shuang slipped out like a slippery eel, then landed on the roof, and pressed her upper body back into the vent, reaching down with both hands. Xijia, hurry, grab my hand. Han Shuang cried anxiously. Wang Xijia, naked from head to toe, stood on slick watery ground looking up at the high window with despair. I can't go up there. Over 2 meters high with no footholds, this barrier seemed insurmountable for a delicate girl who rarely even twists off a bottle cap. I'll go. Liang had already rushed to the front. He could hear the feasting from outside the changing room, fading. The unlucky girl's corpse gnawed almost clean, and those bloodthirsty monsters would soon fix their gaze on the showers. Liang showed no hesitation. He turned back against the damp tiles beneath the vent, his legs spread in a steady horse stance, and his hands clasped over his abdomen, palms up. Step on my hands. Quick. Ying is above you, pulling. Liang roared at Wang Xijia. Wang Xijia drew a deep breath, lifted her long pale leg, and awkwardly planted one foot on Liang's cupped hands. Liang shouted, and his arms drove upward with all his strength. Riding on that push, Wang Xijia's body sprang higher, her other foot scrambling to find a hold. Step onto my shoulder. Quick. Liang continued to direct. At this moment, the campus goddess's crucial point was right under his nose. If this were any other time, it would be a dream scene he'd never dare imagine. But now Liang felt cold sweat streaming down his brow. There wasn't a moment to savor any sudden blessing. Wang Xijia's smooth feet finally pressed against Liang's shoulders. Grab hold of me. Han Shuang cried from the vent, tightening her grip on the hand she reached down to pull. With synchronized effort, Wang Xijia's body began to squeeze toward the vent's gap. Yet the soapy residue on her soles and the slick surface meant the foot resting on Liang's right shoulder slid, and the grip faltered. Slish. The support vanished in an instant. Wang Xijia dropped from the air. Liang, looking up, had no time to react to the sudden turn of events. Ouch, damn. In Liang's frightened view, a pale mass of flesh suffused with shadow bore down on his face with crushing force. Slurp. The off-balance Wang Xijia directly straddled Liang's face, and Liang's nose felt pressed right into her. But at that moment, there was no room for him to enjoy any sudden fortune. He felt the world go dark. That black mass, driven by immense friction, was like a steel wire brush used to scrub pots against his skin. That hard touch mercilessly scraped Liang's cheek and lips, leaving his face burning with pain. Damn! Liang cursed inwardly, his hands instinctively trying to shove the campus bell off his face. At that moment, roar, erg! A chorus of zombie snarls had reached the door of the shower, and then, plap! Plap, plap. The blood-streaked soles of their boots clacked on the water-filled tiles of the shower room, a terrifying rhythm. They're in. Something bad has happened. They're coming in. Liang, still trapped in a compromising moment with the campus bell, felt his heart leap to his throat. The fierce choking sensation and the steel-wool roughness on his face were instantly swept aside by the mortal danger. He suddenly thrust out his hands and grabbed Wang Xijia by the upper thigh. Don't be fooled by Wang Xijia's usual tight outfits at school. She may look compact, but she isn't thin. Her figure sits at the pinnacle of the slightly plump category, plush and enticing. In ordinary times, Liang would have inwardly marveled at this superb feel. Now his arms felt as if bearing a small mountain. Get me up. A vein swelled on Liang's neck, his teeth gritting as he summoned every ounce of strength to hoist Wang Xijia inch by inch. Above, more than half of Han Shuang's body was already protruding from the exhaust vent, and she was exerting herself frantically. Xijia, strain harder. Push up. Han Shuang gripped Wang Xijia's wrist, the muscles along her arms prominent with the exertion. To gain greater leverage, her entire upper body hung outside her waist, wedged on the rough cement sill of the vent. That tremendous friction had reddened the pale skin along her waist, even raw from the rubbing. Roar, the lead zombie, had pushed into the innermost part of the shower. This zombie, originally wearing a housekeeping uniform, now had half its jaw gone, its dark red tongue lolling outside. Hearing this nearby monstrous roar, Wang Xijia's mental defenses finally collapsed. Liang suddenly felt a strange warmth above his head. Then his body stiffened instantly, as if he had gazed upon Medusa and turned into stone. What the hell? Did she pee herself? She frightened herself into urinating, and it happened to land right on my head. Liang felt utterly powerless, yet the warm spray seemed like a tonic, instantly unlocking 200% of his latent potential. Only one thought occupied his mind: get this water spraying and out of here, and I won't stand under this waterfall a second longer. Get me up. Liang's arms erupted with terrifying strength, and he sent her upward with all his might. Hold on tight. Han Shuang unleashed a counter twist, her arms sweeping upward with force. Between the two colossal forces, Wang Xijia's upper body finally cleared the vent edge, being hauled out by Han Shuang. Relief washed over Liang. He shook his head, and the cleaning lady zombie, stepping through the splashed water, lunged with its disgusting maw. Damn it. A tiger doesn't roar for nothing. You think I'm a sick cat. Although Liang is a recluse, his roll and dodge instincts, honed in Resident Evil and Sekiro, were top-notch. Facing the approaching blood-drenched maw, he calmly read the zombie's attack path, then his waist surged, and he slid nimbly to the left. Who? The zombie overexerting itself and the shower tile's slickness missed its target. With massive inertia, the zombie's rigid body slammed into the wall behind Liang, driven by its momentum. Great chance. Liang's gaze flashed around, and just to his right in the corner sat a huge red plastic bucket. That was the giant red tub common in bathhouses used to soak sheets and bedding. It was incredibly thick, large enough to hold a grown person's upper body. Liang wasted no time. He sprang forward and seized the edge of the red bucket. Meanwhile, the cleaning lady zombie, its face battered against the wall in a collision, staggered dizzily as it turned claws bared to hunt again. Liang roared, lifting the enormous red plastic bucket and slamming it onto the zombie's head. The strike was perfection. The colossal bucket instantly covered the zombie's upper body entirely, trapping it inside. The zombie's vision vanished, its hands clawed frantically within the bucket, its body spinning like a headless fly. Liang seized the moment and delivered a sweeping kick to the zombie's stiff knee. The leg buckled, and it toppled on the waterlogged tiles. Roar! Ugh! More terrifying footsteps and roars echoed from outside the bathroom. Through the light from the changing room, Liang saw 7 or 8 shadows rush into the shower's entrance. They trod through the water, claws bared, rushing toward Liang, the sole living person here. Liang, hurry up! From above the vent, anxious cries of Han Shuang could be heard through the air. Wang Xijia, who had just been hoisted out by Liang, finally recovered a bit as she and Han Shuang leaned out, wildly waving at Liang. They're coming. Liang cast a glance at the approaching zombie horde, took a breath, and turned his gaze fixed on the red bucket he had just used to trap Wang Xijia. The bucket was sturdy enough to serve as a springboard. Liang stepped back, creating distance. Let's do this. He clenched his teeth, planted his feet, and launched into a full sprint. With half a meter left to the bucket, his right foot slammed down on the bucket's bottom, giving a powerful push. Take off. He sprang upward, leaping toward the vent edge over 2 meters high. Snap. Liang gripped the cement window ledge with his right hand. But his palm, slick with the unknown liquid and cold sweat left by Wang Xijia, began to slip. Shit. I can't hold on. Liang's body began to fall. Below, several zombies had reached the bucket's side. Ying, save me. At this life or death moment, a hand like an iron clamp gripped Liang's slipping right wrist. It's Han Shuang. Her legs braced against the outer wall's edge, her waist arched back, the muscles in her arms swelling and the veins protruding. Meanwhile, Wang Xijia wasn't idle either. I'll help too. She reached out with both hands, grabbing Liang's left arm that had just extended outside the window. Below were the zombies' furious roars, and tearing claws. Above were 2 stunning women pulling with all their might. Liang felt his arms nearly dislocate, but he gritted his teeth and drove his feet along the slick-tiled wall, seeking the tiniest foothold. 1, 2, 3. With Han Shuang's steady cue, the 3 of them unleashed a stunning surge of strength, and Liang's upper body finally crawled over the narrow vent edge. It's out! It's out! Wang Xijia cried, excited. But the vent window was too small, his shoulders were wedged, unable to retreat. Shit! Don't just pull at my arms. Tug at my clothes too. A fierce tearing sound of fabric accompanied Liang's painful grunt. Pop! Like pulling a cork from a bottle, his body finally broke free from the vent's grip, shooting out of the narrow hole. Wu-Fi landed in Han Shuang's arms. Liang, propelled by inertia, tumbled straight into Han Shuang's embrace. Damn, that was way too intense. Liang panted heavily, his chest heaving with ragged breaths. The series of fluid, lightning-fast escape maneuvers he had just executed had nearly drained every ounce of stamina his 20-year-old body had accumulated over a lifetime. A gust of cold wind swept past him, and Liang instinctively drew in a deep breath. Why did it feel like there was a faint scent of body wash beneath his nose? And the surface pressed against his cheek was not only soft and warm, but rose and fell with the gentle, resilient rhythm of a heartbeat. This was clearly not the kind of sensation one would expect from the rough, frigid concrete of a rooftop. Liang opened his eyes in a daze, only to discover with a jolt that after shooting out of the exhaust window like a carrot being yanked from the ground, he had plunged headlong into a warm embrace. And the owner of that embrace was none other than Han Shuang, who had just mustered every ounce of strength to pull him up. At this moment, Liang was pressed against Han Shuang in a posture that could only be described as extraordinarily delicate and bird-like. His cheek nestled firmly against her soft chest, while his 2 hands had instinctively wrapped themselves around her waist. Han Shuang was clearly utterly exhausted as well. She sat leaning against the low wall on the rooftop, her chest heaving violently with each breath. Gazing down at the boy gasping for air in her arms, the usually composed war goddess of the sports academy did not shriek and shove him away like an ordinary girl might. Instead, she reached out and gently patted him on the back. It's okay, we made it out. Sorry about that, Ying. The momentum was just too strong. I didn't do it on purpose. Liang's weathered face instantly flushed crimson, and he awkwardly ruffled his own hair, which had become slightly matted from the holy water. Watching him fumble about in such an endearing state of helplessness, Han Shuang let out a soft laugh. She then shook her head, signaling that she didn't mind in the slightest. Achoo! Just then a sudden sneeze erupted from beside them. Liang turned his head to look. It was February after all, and the nighttime temperature was easily several degrees below freezing. And at this moment Wang Xijia remained utterly unclothed. She stood barefoot on the biting cold concrete of the rooftop, her arms wrapped tightly around her own shoulders, shivering violently. Her once fair and delicate skin was now covered in a dense layer of goosebumps, and even her lips had turned purple from the cold. Witnessing this sight, the faint flutter of romantic fancy in Liang's heart was instantly scattered by the cold wind. Although she had just subjected him to a ruthless, face-riding assault, followed by a heavenly baptism down below, leaving an indescribable psychological shadow etched into his soul. When all was said and done, she was still a genuinely frail woman. If she were left to freeze on this rooftop for an entire night, even if the zombies didn't devour her, she would surely become a rigid ice sculpture by morning. Sigh this damned chivalry of mine. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang unzipped the oversized jacket he was wearing and stripped off the thick warm garment that carried his body heat. The cold wind instantly pierced through the thin hoodie he wore underneath, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. But gritting his teeth against the chill, he strode up to Wang Xijia and draped the oversized jacket over her shoulders. Put this on. Don't actually freeze to death here. Imagine how unsightly it would be if you turned into a naked zombie. It would be a real eyesore for the city. Suddenly enveloped by this unexpected warmth, Wang Xijia jerked her head up, her beautiful large eyes glistening with unshed tears. The jacket was enormous on her, the hem falling well past her thighs like a dress, barely concealing every last bit of her modesty. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wang Xijia said in a voice choked with sobs, clutching the collar tightly, as she gazed at the boy who had saved her life twice, with eyes full of profound gratitude. Liang waved his hand dismissively, then turned and walked toward the edge of the rooftop, his expression gradually growing solemn. From a higher vantage one could see farther. The bathhouse occupied a particularly strategic location, sandwiched precisely between the girls' dormitory buildings ahead and the massive second canteen, behind it, offering a relatively expansive field of vision. Liang placed both hands on the low wall at the roof's edge, leaned his upper body out, and squinted as he surveyed the surroundings. If escaping for his life down below had been merely a localized brush with danger, then viewing it all from this godlike vantage point allowed him to truly grasp the sheer scale and despair of this catastrophe. Taiyang Media University's second canteen was a grand three-story structure. At this hour, even past dinner time, there would normally still be plenty of students inside grabbing late-night snacks or studying in the corners. But now, following the line of sight, not a single living soul remained on the broad staircase leading to the second floor. The once immaculately clean steps were now strewn haphazardly with severed limbs and dismembered body parts. Vast pools of blood had stained the white tiles a dark mottled crimson. Worse still, at the entrance of the staircase, several zombies, some halved at the waist, others trailing their own intestines, were writhing mindlessly on the ground like maggots crawling downward with no apparent purpose. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the canteen's second floor had been completely shattered, the lights inside flickering on and off in an eerie staccato rhythm. At the base of the canteen's outer wall, crunch, crunch, a hulking zombie squatted on the ground, ravenously devouring a mangled corpse in great tearing bites. Judging from the twisted posture of the corpse and the shattered glass scattered around, it was obvious that the victim had been a hapless soul who had smashed through the second-floor window and leaped out in a desperate bid to escape. Unfortunately, surviving the fall had only delivered them as a midnight snack to the monsters below. How could this happen? Wang Xijia's voice, thick with the nasal congestion of someone on the verge of tears, drifted from behind him. Wrapped in Liang's jacket, she had also shuffled to the edge of the rooftop. But after barely a single glimpse of the hellish tableau below, she recoiled in terror, tears streaming down her cheeks in an unbroken stream. Everything was perfectly fine just this afternoon. I even went out for hot pot with my roommate at noon. How did it suddenly turn into the end of the world? Liang listened to Wang Xijia's lamentations, his own heart weighed down by an equally crushing burden. Indeed, just a few hours ago he had been happily gaming in his dormitory. Who could have imagined that once night fell, the entire world would be turned completely upside down? He slowly shook his head. This virus spreads way too fast. I'm afraid it's not just our school that's been hit like this. Overhearing this, Han Shuang's brows furrowed sharply. She strode over and demanded, "Are you suggesting that outside everything has turned into this?" Liang let out a bitter laugh and nodded with absolute certainty. "Didn't I already tell you? When my roommate and I were fleeing for our lives at the Central Plaza, I saw it with my own eyes. A massive horde of zombies on the street outside the main gate of the school, so densely packed, they were breaking through the school gates and pouring in. Liang pointed in the general direction of the school gate. Just outside Taiyang Media University lies the most bustling university town commercial street in our entire city. The entire street is packed with food stalls, internet cafes, KTV lounges, and budget hotels. Today happens to be the day students return to campus, so the foot traffic on that street must be astronomical. Since those zombies broke in from outside, it means the defenses out there have already completely collapsed. I'm afraid that commercial street, along with the nearby universities, Polytechnic, Normal University, they've all been utterly devastated by now. Upon hearing Liang's analysis, Wang Xijia blurted out eagerly, Then with casualties this severe, someone must have called the police already. What about the police? The military? They'll definitely come with guns to save us, right? Han Shuang gazed at the hope shining in Wang Xijia's eyes, but a flash of profound helplessness flickered deep within her own gaze. Xijia, at the far end of that commercial street outside the school, lies the largest police station in this jurisdiction. If even that street has already fallen, completely transformed into a sea of zombies, do you really think the police station, being right in the line of fire, could possibly have survived? I'm afraid the officers on duty inside have long since. Han Shuang didn't finish her sentence, but the implication was brutally clear. Police resources are limited. Faced with a mindless, fearless army of monsters possessing extreme infectiousness, ordinary small arms, and a handful of patrol cars simply won't make much of a difference. Moreover, this might very well be a citywide, perhaps even global, catastrophe. We can't just stay on this rooftop forever. Han Shuang swiftly withdrew her gaze and glanced at Wang Xijia, whose lips were trembling from the cold. With furrowed brows, she said, I'm afraid we cannot count on outside rescue in the short term. The temperature is too low right now. Xijia doesn't even have a single piece of clothing to keep warm, and Liang is dressed thinly too. If we keep freezing like this, we won't need zombies to bite us. Hypothermia alone will kill us. Liang nodded vigorously in agreement, rubbing his arms that had grown stiff from the cold, and once again cast his gaze toward the surroundings. The canteen's carnage had already been thoroughly observed. Inside was undoubtedly an all-you-can-eat buffet for an entire nest of zombies. What's even more fatal is the terrain. The single-story boiler room we're currently on occupies an extremely awkward position. It isn't parallel to the canteen behind it. Due to the elevation, the roof of the boiler room actually sits a notch higher than the canteen's second floor. Jumping from this height onto the concrete below would be no joke. Your legs would shatter on impact. Liang turned around and looked toward the girls' dormitory area ahead. After the initial frenzy of screaming and chaos, the girls' dormitory buildings had now sunk into a suffocating, deathly silence. Most of the dormitory windows had gone dark. A few flickered with a ghastly pale light within which vague silhouettes could be seen moving about. But whether they were surviving humans or monsters trapped inside the rooms, no one could tell. Meanwhile, on the concrete path between the two girls' dormitory buildings, over a dozen dark figures were wandering aimlessly across the surface. They shuffled with unsteady gaits, their bodies swaying from side to side, occasionally letting loose low, guttural growls. Although there were monsters on the path, the exterior walls of the girls' dormitory were lined with various drainage pipes and air conditioning units. Given their physical abilities, there was still a chance to climb in. And most importantly, the girls' dormitory would absolutely not lack for clothes and bedding. A perfect solution to their current crisis of freezing temperatures. After eliminating all impossible options, whatever remained, no matter how dangerous, was the only answer. Liang turned his head to look at Han Shuang, and Wang Xijia drew in a deep breath and said, Our only retreat now is the girls' dormitory. Han Shuang gazed at the girls' dormitory building ahead and spoke in a composed voice, Let's head to my dorm. I'm in room 2023 on the second floor. It's on the other side of the building and not far from where we are now. Liang nodded and began carefully surveying the surrounding terrain. Directly beneath the boiler room where they stood lay a patch of grassland. This patch of grass happened to connect to a small thicket on the side of the girls' dormitory. The thicket stood half as tall as a grown adult, making it a perfect natural cover. Look, Liang pointed toward the route below. We'll jump down onto the grass first, then make our way straight into that thicket. He gestured along the direction of the thicket. Once we're inside, we can follow along the wall and work our way to the back of the dormitory building. The moment we reach the rear of the building, we can simply use the security bars on the first floor windows as makeshift ladder rungs and climb up to the second floor. Han Shuang followed the direction Liang indicated, and a spark of excitement lit up in her eyes. The plan was entirely feasible. The height of the second floor wasn't at all daunting. For her, it was as easy as walking on flat ground, and for a guy with Liang's physique, it would be a breeze as well. But the biggest problem right now is... Liang shifted his tone, pointing at the stretch of ground between the area below the boiler room and the thicket. It's how to cross that open space. The distance in between is roughly 20 meters with absolutely no cover to hide behind. On top of that, there are several zombies wandering on the main road nearby. While traversing those 20 meters, we absolutely cannot make a single sound. We have to be extremely careful. Han Shuang nodded to show she understood. I'll go down and scout the way first. Liang didn't waste any more words. As the only male present, and a veteran of stealth and assassination gameplay, this was the moment he had to take the lead. He climbed over the low wall, gripped the edge of the roof with both hands, and let his body hang suspended in the air. With this position, the distance from his feet to the grass below was only a little over a meter. He took a deep breath and released his grip. He landed steadily on the soft grass, the motion as smooth as silk. After confirming it was safe, Liang stood up and waved up at the rooftop. Seeing this, Han Shuang didn't hesitate for a second. She didn't even hang from the edge like Liang had done. Instead, she simply pressed her hands against the low wall, vaulted her body gracefully over the parapet, and adjusted her posture midair. Han Shuang bent her knees slightly as she landed, producing no excess noise whatsoever. Watching her technique, Liang couldn't help but applaud inwardly. The war goddess of the sports academy certainly lived up to her reputation. Now the only one remaining up on the rooftop was Wang Xijia, shivering violently from the cold. Liang turned around, walked to the base of the wall directly beneath her, spread his legs into a firm horse stance, raised his arms high above his head, and called out in a hushed voice toward the rooftop, Xijia. Don't be afraid, just jump down. I'll catch you. Wang Xijia poked half her head over the rooftop, looked down at the pitch-black ground below, then glanced at Liang with his arms outstretched, and nervously gulped. But the cold wind lashed against her bare calves, and the bone-chilling sensation made her desperate to spend not even one more second in this godforsaken place. Screw it. Wang Xijia bit down on her lower lip, steeled her heart, squeezed her eyes shut, and leapt from the rooftop. A gust of fragrance came rushing toward him. Wang Xijia's delicate frame crashed squarely into Liang's arms. A sharp, intense ache shot through both his arms. Liang held the girl in his arms. She had her eyes squeezed tightly shut and was clinging to his neck like an octopus, and was instantly struck by a powerful sense of déjà vu. This felt impossibly familiar. The sensation was exactly like catching Ashley, the president's daughter, after she jumped down from the second floor in Resident Evil 4. Back when he was playing the game, Liang had always thought it was utterly ridiculous that Leon could catch a full-grown adult with no stagger whatsoever, like some kind of cheat code. Now that it was his turn to experience it firsthand, he truly understood those game heroines might look slim and petite, but the force of them landing on you after a jump was basically the same as getting a solid sandbag dropped on your chest. Ahem. Oh, you've touched down safely. You can get down now. Leon coughed twice. Though the warm, soft bundle in his arms was incredibly tempting, he truly had no mind to enjoy it right now. He carefully bent down and gently set this real-life Ashley down on the flat ground. The moment Wang Xijia's feet touched the ground, her legs were still a bit wobbly. She opened her eyes, gave Liang a grateful glance, and whispered, "Thank you." Liang waved her off, turned his head, and looked with a grave expression toward the 20-meter stretch of open ground and the situation on the main road not far away. The real test was only just beginning. Liang gestured to Han Shuang, and Wang Xijia, behind him, pointed at his own nose, then pointed forward. The meaning was clear: I'll cross first to scout the way. You two wait here and watch for my signal. The two girls nodded in perfect tacit understanding, pressing themselves tightly into the shadows at the base of the wall, not even daring to draw a breath. Liang lowered his center of gravity, hunched over, and quietly slipped out from behind the boiler room wall. 20 meters, just a few strides under normal circumstances. But on this zombie-infested campus, these 20 meters felt as endless as crossing a minefield. Liang was wearing a pair of soft-soled sneakers. He tried to touch down with his toes first, then gradually roll onto his full sole, keeping his footsteps to an absolute minimum. He moved forward while nervously glancing sideways. Under the dim streetlights, a dozen or so dark figures were drifting back and forth along the road. Liang's heart was pounding wildly. Although his palms weren't dripping cold sweat, his back was already drenched. Fortunately, the zombies on that cement road didn't seem to be paying any attention to this direction at all. They would only pace in circles or bash into walls, never once glancing toward the boiler room. As Liang crept forward, his mind rapidly analyzed the situation before him. Actually, it wasn't hard to figure out. Not long ago, that blood-soaked girl had sprinted straight into the rolling door of the bathhouse, crying and screaming at the top of her lungs. That heart-wrenching commotion had drawn every zombie in the vicinity to the bathhouse's front hall. The group on the main road had probably also been attracted by the noise back, then charging out from the corridor. But by now, that poor girl was likely nothing more than picked clean bones. The heavy shower curtain had played a crucial role. Not only did it offer exceptional soundproofing, but the accumulated layers of soap and mildew on its surface perfectly masked the scent of the living and the noise they had just made. As a result, the creatures that had been drawn over were now, like a flock of headless flies that couldn't find their way home, aimlessly wandering around the area. Liang was fiercely pumping himself up inside. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. He covered this short distance drenched in sweat, terrified that even the slightest sound of his breathing might alert those monsters. Finally, Liang's hands touched the edge of the thicket, and he slipped right in. Safe arrival. The dense foliage perfectly concealed his figure within a veil of darkness. Unless a zombie pressed its cheek right up against the thicket, it would absolutely never detect a person hiding inside. Liang turned around, peeked through the gaps in the leaves, and looked toward Han Shuang and Wang Xijia, who were still hiding by the boiler room wall. He waved vigorously, signaling the two girls to hurry over. In the distance by the wall, Han Shuang and Wang Xijia caught Liang's signal. The two exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Han Shuang took Wang Xijia's hand, and they both peeked out halfway, carefully glancing toward the zombies still drifting about like headless flies at the other end. After confirming the monsters still hadn't noticed any movement over here, they quickly set off. Mimicking Liang's earlier posture, they hunched over and tiptoed onto that 20-meter stretch of open ground. With Han Shuang, a trained athlete, guiding them, their movements weren't as practiced as Liang's, but they were light enough. Watching the two beauties safely draw closer step by step from within the thicket, the taut string in Liang's heart finally began to slowly relax. Looks like tonight we might actually find a place to hole up in this hellhole. Once we're inside the dorm and the door is locked, the first thing I'm going to do is find myself a clean towel and wash my face. This stench is absolutely overpowering. Liang kept his eyes on their steps while happily mapping out his next moves in his head. However, just as Han Shuang and Wang Xijia reached the very middle of that open stretch, their footsteps abruptly halted. Immediately after, Liang saw both girls' eyes widen to their limits, their pupils contracting violently. But their gaze wasn't directed at the zombies in the middle of the road, nor at Liang. Their line of sight was focused directly behind Liang. Crouching in the thicket, Liang initially found it strange. Why did you stop? Keep moving. What are you spacing out for? He assumed the two girls had been too terrified by the zombies earlier to continue. So he quickly stretched his hand out from the thicket, waving even more wildly, and even opened his mouth in a silent urging, "Come over, now." But no matter how frantically Liang gestured, Han Shuang and Wang Xijia stood there like two statues, completely motionless. Wang Xijia even began shaking her head at Liang like mad, tears already spilling from her eyes. Seeing their expressions veer into such extreme abnormality, even Liang, dense as he might be, finally caught on at this moment. Something was wrong. They weren't looking at me. They were looking at what's behind me. In an instant, an indescribable chill shot from the base of his spine straight up to the crown of his head with a whoosh. He felt his scalp go numb as every single hair on his body stood on end at once. Liang maintained his crouch and slowly turned his head, just a little less than a meter behind his back. A woman stood there at some point, utterly silent. To be precise, it was a female zombie wearing a floral nightgown. Her head hung deeply, her long hair obscuring most of her face, making it impossible to discern her features. On this woman's belly, a massive, horrifying blood hole had been torn open. And from within that blood hole, a length of intestine, still coated in half-congealed blood, was spilling out from her stomach and dangling straight down. One end remained connected inside her belly, while the other had already dropped onto the leaf-strewn dirt below. Liang froze completely on the spot. Who would have thought that in this secluded corner of the dense shrubbery, a bizarre little monster would silently spawn out of nowhere? The female zombie's drooping head suddenly snapped up, revealing a face that had once been quite pretty, now grotesquely marred by bluish-gray veins and dark crimson patches of dried blood. The creature lunged forward with teeth bared. Liang despaired inwardly. My 20 years of virginity are about to end in the jaws of this disgusting monster. Liang closed his eyes instinctively. But then strange wet sounds echoed, slurping, squelching, and a heavy thud. Moments later, he cautiously opened one eye. What he saw was absurd. The once menacing female zombie now lay sprawled on the ground in an awkward, comical position at his feet. It turned out that in her frantic lunge forward, the zombie's foot, clad in pink slippers, had clumsily stepped on her own intestines, dragging through the mud. Her already stiff and uncoordinated body lost balance instantly. Her legs flailed uselessly in the air for a moment before she crashed heavily onto the muddy ground. This can't be real. Liang thought his luck had hit rock bottom. Or perhaps his ancestors' graves were finally smoking with good fortune. But now was hardly the time to spectate. The commotion instantly drew the dozens of zombies wandering aimlessly along the main road. Their guttural roars echoed through the darkness. Dozens of dead fish eyes swiveled in unison, locking onto the shrubbery. Then with stiff but unervingly fast steps, the horde surged forward, competing to reach them first. Run! Han Shuang grabbed the dazed Wang Xijia. The three of them sprinted through the night at top speed, finally rounding the dense holly bushes and reaching the rear of the women's dormitory building. Behind the dormitory ran a narrow corridor perpetually shrouded in shadow and dampness. Withered ivy clung to the walls, and the first-floor windows were sealed behind rusted iron security grills. Which room? Leon panted, glancing back anxiously. The zombie horde from the main road had already breached their hiding spot and was closing in within meters. Room 2023 on the second floor. Han Shuang pointed upward urgently. You go first. Leon pressed his back against the wall and gestured for Wang Xijia to step onto him. As the only man present, he had to take responsibility for covering their retreat. Though panicking inside, he couldn't help but imagine how heroic his silhouette must look in this critical moment. Han Shuang gripped the rusted iron bars of the first-floor security window and launched herself upward with surprising agility. In the blink of an eye, she reached the second-floor windowsill. Xijia, hurry. Han Shuang urged anxiously from above. Barefoot Wang Xijia balanced one foot on Liang's hands while the other found purchase on the windowsill. The freezing iron bars bit into her soles. Yet the instinct to survive proved relentless. Hearing the terrifying roars drawing nearer behind them, Wang Xijia endured the searing pain and managed to pull herself partway up. Just then a dark figure burst around the corner of the dormitory building with a ferocious roar. Liang focused his gaze on the lead zombie, a slight female figure in pink cartoon pajamas weighing barely 40 or 50 kilograms, her emaciated frame stark against the darkness. Just this scrawny thing thinks it can eat me. Liang, a towering figure at 183 centimeters and 90 kilograms, felt confident he could kick her away with a single strike. Die! Liang seized the moment and delivered what he believed would be a devastating front kick, connecting squarely with the frail female zombie's chest. But the confidence on Liang's face froze instantly in the next moment. Despite appearing fragile, when Liang's foot connected with the zombie's body, it felt as though he'd struck a concrete pillar anchored deep into the earth rather than living flesh. The zombie's physique was terrifyingly solid, its muscle density and explosive power defying all understanding of human physiology. The powerful kick sent the zombie flying backward to crash heavily on the ground, but Liang paid a steep price for the blow. Liang's right leg went numb, and he staggered backward several steps before his heel caught on a sharp stone jutting from the mud. He fell hard onto his backside in the mud. This is bad. Behind the fallen zombie, 4 or 5 more grotesque figures emerged, trampling over their companion's body as they lunged toward the prone Liang with jaws full of jagged teeth moving like rabid dogs. Liang frantically scrambled to his feet, hands clawing at the mud, then sprinted toward the nearest security window and began climbing the iron bars with desperate urgency. Above, Han Shuang had already climbed through the window into dorm 2023 and was struggling to haul Wang Xijia inside. Just 2 more meters upward, and Liang could reach the second-floor windowsill and escape certain death. But the zombies moved with unnatural speed, as if cheating. The moment Liang's body cleared the security window, a frozen hand clamped around his right ankle. Before Liang could react, the zombie gripping his ankle unleashed terrifying strength. With a violent downward yank, Liang's grip failed instantly. His palm scraped raw against the rusted iron bars, leaving bloody trails as he was forcibly pulled down. Before Liang could catch his breath, the female zombie that dragged him down collapsed on top of him. Her massive jaws, wide enough to engulf a fist, clamped down hard on his vulnerable neck. At this critical moment between life and death, Liang summoned every remaining ounce of strength and raised his left arm to shield his throat. A sickening tear echoed as sharp teeth shredded through muscle. Warm liquid erupted forth, and Liang's arm was drenched in bright red blood that dripped from his wrist onto the cold mud below. A terrible scream ripped through the dark space behind the dormitory building as Liang let out an anguished cry. Liang! From the windowsill on the second floor, Han Shuang, who had just barely hauled herself back into the dormitory through sheer brute force, turned her head and caught sight of the scene unfolding below. She spun around sharply and rushed into the dormitory, frantically groping through the pitch darkness for her trusted weapon. Meanwhile, in the dim corridor below, Liang let out a pig-like shriek of agony. The bespectacled female zombie had sunk her yellowed, pointed teeth firmly into his left forearm, her fangs piercing through the fabric of his sweatshirt, tearing through skin with terrible ease, and embedding themselves deep into the muscle fibers, nearly scraping bone. Damn it! Get off me! Stimulated by both mortal peril and searing pain, a surge of brute strength erupted from somewhere unknown within Liang's body. Grinding through the tearing agony in his forearm, he bent his right knee and drove it hard into the four-eyed zombie's belly, then summoned every ounce of strength in his body to kick her flying. Ryup! The zombie's teeth wrenched a chunk of flesh straight off Liang's arm. Blood immediately began gushing down past his left wrist in a steady stream. HSS, ow ow ow. Liang clutched his bleeding left arm as cold sweat instantly drenched his back. But he had no time at all to tend to the wound, because the moment the four-eyed zombie was kicked away, the 4 or 5 other grotesque creatures behind her had already begun clambering over their fallen companion, claws outstretched as they lunged toward him. Watching those fanged maws dripping with black viscous fluid draw ever closer, Liang's heart plummeted into an abyss. It's over. This time I'm really done for. Liang shut his eyes in despair, and in his mind scenes from his brief but glorious 20 years of life began flickering past like a fast-forwarded film, along with the few dozen yuan of living expenses still sitting unused in his WeChat wallet. But just at that critical moment, creak, the glass window of the first-floor security grill he'd just attempted to climb, which had been firmly shut, was silently pushed open from within. Inside the dormitory, it was pitch black, dark enough that you couldn't see your own hand. The situation within was completely impossible to discern. Then a crisp girl's voice suddenly rang out from that darkness, "Run." The instant the words fell, a thick wooden mop handle, well over 2 meters long, was thrust out through the dark window gap. The next moment, bang, bang, bang. The 2 zombies charging at the forefront, moving far too fast, and possessing brains that clearly weren't functioning properly, failed entirely to notice this tripwire that had appeared from nowhere. Their stiff necks collided full force with the mop handle suspended in midair. Their momentum was too great. They instantly lost their balance, feet leaving the ground, and flipped head over heels through the air before crashing flat on their backs into the mud. What's more, their spectacular backward fall dragged the 2 zombies trailing right behind them down, as well tangling them all into a writhing heap in an instant. The long wooden mop handle, with one end wedged firmly into the gaps of the security grill's sturdy iron bars, took perfect advantage of the lever principle, and stood as immovable as a mountain against these zombies' terrifyingly powerful impacts, barely even trembling. Holy crap! A miracle of physics. Liang watched in stunned amazement, unable to stop himself from applauding wildly in his heart for the mysterious heroine behind that security window. Blocked by the mop handle, the zombies instantly twisted themselves into a tangled knot on the ground, and for the moment they couldn't even get back up. Liang had just been about to hurry up and climb the security grill when suddenly one particularly short zombie, blessed by outrageous luck, squeezed through the narrow gap between the mop handle and the wall. It let out an excited snarl, swung its half-bald head from side to side, and opened its fang-lined maw, now less than half a meter from Liang. Whoosh! Liang felt only a flash of silver light before his eyes. On the top of that short zombie's skull, so close it was almost touching him, something new had suddenly appeared, quivering slightly. It was a professional competition javelin, silver white from end to end. The javelin had pierced straight down through the crown of the zombie's skull with perfect accuracy, then driven clean through its entire brain. He followed the trajectory of the javelin's flight, his neck turning stiffly upward toward the second floor. Han Shuang was standing on the windowsill of dormitory 2023. One leg was planted on the windowsill, the other stretched back for support, and her right hand still held its throwing posture. At this moment, in Liang's eyes, the eyes of this champion of pure love, that figure silhouetted against the second-floor windowsill was nothing less than Athena descended to the mortal world. That is way too badass. Don't just stand there. Get up here now. Watching the still dazed Liang below, Han Shuang shouted anxiously from the windowsill. Her throw had been accurate, but the javelins in the dormitory weren't infinite ammunition, one less every time she used one. And the zombies below, who had been tripped by the mop handle, were already beginning to pick themselves up again. Liang didn't dare hesitate for even a heartbeat. He clenched his teeth, seized an iron bar of the security grill with his right hand, and frantically kicked his feet against the wall. The surge of adrenaline made him briefly forget the pain in his left arm. Using hands and feet together, he finally reached the second-floor windowsill. Only then did he dare take a breath and look back down at the ground below. The zombies who had been tripped by the mop handle had all climbed back to their feet. Discovering that their prey had escaped to higher ground, they grew even more frenzied. Over a dozen zombies crowded beneath the first-floor security grill, waving their withered arms upward with claws outstretched, emitting rageful, frustrated snarls from their throats as they tried to climb up the bars. But fortunately, these monsters clearly weren't very bright, and their limbs were terribly stiff. After climbing barely 2 steps, they fell back down one after another like dumplings dropped into a pot left to rage uselessly below. Eat my dust, you ugly freaks. Liang. From not far away came Han Shuang's anxious call. Liang turned his head and saw Han Shuang standing at the window of dormitory 2023, her upper body leaning out, waving frantically at him. Come quickly. Liang nodded. He was currently clinging to the windowsill of dormitory 2021, while Han Shuang was in 2023. Between these two dormitory windows lay a smooth wall about 2 meters wide with no footholds whatsoever. If he wanted to cross, he would have to cling to the windowsills and inch his way sideways like a gecko. And beneath him stretched a 4 or 5 meter drop into empty air with a horde of zombies below, jaws gaping wide, waiting for him to fall so they could enjoy an extra serving. If I fall down here, there won't even be bone fragments left. Liang glanced down, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. But he had no choice. He began moving sideways toward the right bit by bit like a crab. The wounded spot on his left arm kept seeping blood from the strain, dyeing his entire left side red. Between the two dormitories there was a platform that held an air conditioning condenser unit secured to the wall below by several thick, triangular iron brackets. Phew. Liang let out a long breath. He carefully placed his right foot on the metal bracket of the condenser unit, tested its weight-bearing capacity, and only after confirming it was sturdy did he shift his full body weight onto it. Crouching beside the condenser unit, he paused to catch his breath for some 10 seconds. Then he swung his body across to the other side once more and finally grasped the edge of dormitory 2023's windowsill. "Give me your hand." The moment she saw Liang draw near, Han Shuang seized his right hand. Wang Xijia, who was beside her, hurried over as well and grabbed a fistful of fabric on Liang's other side. 1-2, pull. With the combined effort of the two girls, Liang pushed off the wall, with his feet finally clearing the windowsill and tumbling headlong onto the dormitory floor. Thud. Liang crashed heavily onto the floor, sprawled on his back with arms and legs splayed. He had escaped with his life. He could hear his own heart pounding like war drums and waves of dizziness washing through his mind. Just then a slightly pungent smell drifted lazily into his nostrils. The sour tang of fermented sweat, the stench of athletic shoes that had been suffocating in socks all day. That smell is a bit overwhelming. Liang frowned, thinking to himself that the dormitory of these physical education students truly lived up to its reputation. The air quality alone could send a person straight to the afterlife. He slowly opened his eyes. As his vision gradually came into focus, his entire body froze in an instant. What came into his line of sight was legs, several pairs of legs. He laboriously lifted his head and followed those legs upward. At this moment, in the not particularly spacious four-person girls' dormitory, 4 women were standing quietly in silence. He got bitten. One of the tall girls with short hair let out a scream, pointing a broom at Liang on the ground. He was bitten by a zombie. Look at his arm, those are bite marks. Be quiet. The other long-haired girl beside her shuddered at her roommate's deafening scream. Are you trying to die? Are you shouting to attract those zombies in the hallway outside? The short-haired girl huffed at the rebuke, but the broom remained firmly pointed at Liang's head with no intention of lowering it. Seeing the tense standoff, Liang let out a long sigh. Gritting his teeth, he supported himself against the iron-frame bed and slowly pushed himself up, looking down at his bleeding left arm. "Sigh, this is it. I'm done for." Liang forced a bitter smile in his heart. Based on his experience as a veteran zombie game player and hardcore horror movie enthusiast, the survival rate after being directly bitten by a zombie was basically 0. Although he didn't know how long the incubation period was, in reality, Liang knew his time was running out. Sever the limb to survive. Liang looked around. The dorm had no sharp weapons, only a pair of scissors on the desk. That thing would struggle to cut eyelids, let alone chop off an arm. Since death was certain either way, he might as well die with dignity like a real man. Liang took a deep breath and looked straight at Han Shuang. "Ying, I've liked you for 2 years." The words stunned all 4 girls. Confessing at a time like this. But Liang no longer cared about anyone's judgment. He felt these might be his last few minutes on Earth, and if he didn't say it now, this feeling would die with him among the zombies. "From the moment I first saw you on the sports field during freshman orientation, I fell for you. You were wearing white sportswear, holding a javelin. The run up, the throw, your form was absolutely stunning. In that instant I knew I was yours." Liang gave a self-mocking smile, regret flickering in his eyes. "I study photography and come across as talkative, but I'm actually a coward at heart. Over the years I secretly took countless photos of you, all stored in my encrypted folder. But I never had the courage to confess. I was afraid I wasn't good enough for you, and even more terrified that rejection would cost me the chance to watch you from afar on the track." He paused, glancing at his bleeding arm, and took a deep breath. "But now I guess I'm about to die. These words have been locked inside me for 2 years, and finally saying them out loud feels not bad." After speaking, Liang did not wait for Han Shuang's response. He turned resolutely toward the window, listening to the chilling growls and footsteps of the zombies below. 4 or 5 meters. That fall would likely break his leg, leaving him to be torn apart by those disgusting creatures below. This was hardly a dignified death, but for someone about to turn, it was his final choice. "I might become a zombie soon. I refuse to become one of those grotesque monsters, and I refuse to hurt you after I lose my sanity." He gazed deeply toward Han Shuang. "Saving you is worth everything. You must survive, find safety, and wait for rescue." With that, Liang pushed off his legs, preparing to vault over the low windowsill. "I'll just jump on my own." His words rang with heroic gravity. Liang felt his image had reached its zenith of greatness. Even if everyone on Earth turned to zombies tomorrow, the legend of Liang the pure-hearted warrior would endure forever. "Wait." Just as Liang stepped one leg onto the windowsill, Han Shuang's anxious voice rang out from behind. She rushed to his side in 3 quick strides and grabbed his uninjured right arm. Who told you to jump? Get down first. Inside the dorm, Wang Xijia, who had been hiding in the back, could no longer contain herself after hearing Liang's heartfelt and tragic final words. Already shattered from terror, she watched this boy, who had taken off his jacket to keep her warm and been bitten while saving her, prepare to jump to his death. Guilt flooded over her like a breaking dam. Woo woo woo. Wrapped in Liang's warm jacket, Wang Xijia wept bitterly, her shoulders shaking. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. It's all my fault. If you hadn't climbed up to help me, you never would have been bitten. The dream girl of the entire campus cried like a wronged child, her voice heavy with self-blame. You got hurt trying to save me. Don't jump, okay? We'll find a way. There has to be a way. Listening to Wang Xijia's sobs and seeing the desperation in Han Shuang's eyes, Liang's heroic resolve deflated by more than half. He didn't want to die either. Who the hell wanted to jump and feed the zombies? But wasn't this exactly how the movies played it out? The bitten person would ultimately sacrifice themselves heroically to protect their companions, bringing the audience to tears. He felt his performance had been flawlessly executed, every emotional beat perfectly placed. And right at this climactic, tear-jerking moment. The sudden noise instantly shattered Liang's carefully cultivated mood. All eyes turned in unison toward the source. On a desk by the wall, a phone tapped against the wooden surface. Shuang, the long-haired girl pointed at the phone. That's your phone. It's been ringing nonstop since the zombies were causing a commotion downstairs. I was too scared to answer. Gripping Liang's arm with her right hand, Han Shuang spoke in an almost pleading tone. Liang, don't do anything reckless. Let me check this call first, just one call. Before I finish this call, please, do not jump. Meeting Han Shuang's earnest gaze, Liang finally exhaled. Fine. You answer. I won't jump. Hearing his promise, Han Shuang loosened her grip slightly, but did not let go entirely. Pulling Liang along, she kept her guard up and moved to the desk, quickly snatching the still vibrating phone. When Han Shuang's eyes swept across the caller ID, her hands trembled with excitement. It's Xiaohu. It's my brother. The phone barely connected. Holy shit. Sister. Are you okay? There was no need to ask. Anyone possessing a voice so thunderous it could rival Zhang Fei at Changban Bridge could only be one person at Taiyang Media University, Han Saihu, the human Tyrannosaurus from the sports department. Hearing that familiar yet vigorous voice, Han Shuang finally felt her taut nerves ease slightly. Yeah. I'm fine, I'm back in the dorm now. Xiaohu, where are you? How's things on your end? On the other end of the line, Han Saihu let out a visibly long sigh of relief upon hearing his sister was unharmed. Oh, thank God. Sister, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. I'm at the teaching building area. Right now I'm holed up in a multimedia classroom on the 3rd floor. I'm fine. I've barricaded both the front and back doors with lecture stands and desks. How are you doing? Are you hurt? I couldn't reach you when I called earlier and nearly had a heart attack. I thought something happened to you and was about to grab something to fight my way back to the dorms to rescue you. This rough-edged fellow may appear brash and act without thinking, but when it comes to family and friends, he's utterly dependable. I'm not injured. Han Shuang glanced down at her clean sportswear and explained with lingering unease. I went to shower and left my phone on the dorm desk. That's why I didn't hear your calls. What? You went to the public bathhouse to shower? Then, how did you get back to the dorm from there? There are zombies everywhere outside. Han Saihu's words captured what the other 2 girls in the dorm were also thinking. They had been hiding in the dorm the entire time, too afraid to step outside, having no idea how dire the situation truly was. They only knew there were man-eating monsters in the corridor. Han Shuang turned her head and gave a long, meaningful glance at the boy whose left arm was still dripping blood. I ran into a junior student. His name is Liang. Tonight he saved us. If not for his desperate protection, Xijia and I could never have escaped the bathhouse alive. No way, Liang. The moment Han Shuang finished speaking, another male voice suddenly came through from the other end of the phone. Liang, who had been straddling the windowsill, shivered violently the instant he heard that voice. You bastard. Song Waning. You're at the teaching building too. Hearing Liang's curse Song Waning on the other and didn't get angry at all. He became unusually excited. Oh my God, Oldly. Oldly. It really is you, Oldly. Song Waning snatched Han Saihu's phone and shouted into the microphone in a hushed voice. I knew you were blessed with great fortune. You couldn't possibly die. Are you okay? You amazing bastard. Not only did you survive, you also played hero and rescued both the campus beauty and the goddess. Fucking impressive, my godfather. When we reunite, I'll definitely count out to you. Listening to Song Waning's thoughtless banter over the phone, Liang's previously stirred expression instantly dimmed. He glanced down at his left arm, already soaked through with blood, as a strange numbness began spreading from his arm up toward his shoulder. This brief joy of reunion was but a fleeting moment. This godfather of his would likely never live to see the day his son kowtowed to him. The corners of Liang's mouth curled upward into a bitterly sad smile. Sigh. A long sigh seemed to contain 1,000 unspoken words. Son, I can only be your father in the next life. The moment those words came out, Song Waning on the other end of the phone, who had been thrilled at Liang's survival, was suddenly throttled silent. All sound ceased abruptly. Both ends of the phone fell into silence, with only Wang Xijia's suppressed sobbing audible. Several seconds passed. Then Song Waning's voice finally came through the phone again. WH. What do you mean? Oldly, don't you dare make this kind of cruel joke. What do you mean be my father in the next life? Weren't you just cursing me out? What's wrong with you? Speak. In the dorm, watching Liang's desolate silhouette, Han Shuang felt as though a heavy boulder was pressing on her heart, making it nearly impossible to breathe. She knew Liang was settling his affairs, and she knew how immense the psychological burden he was bearing must be. Han Shuang's eyes turned completely red. She sniffled, fighting back her tears, and answered on Liang's behalf. To buy us time to climb onto the security window and escape. Liang was covering our rear downstairs and was bitten by a charging zombie. This news was like a bolt from the blue for Song Waning on the other end of the phone. How could this happen? How could this happen? The atmosphere in the dorm plummeted to freezing once more. Wang Xijia cried, even harder, while the other two girls silently bowed their heads, looking at the boy who was about to sacrifice his life to save others, their eyes filled with reverence and sorrow. Just as this tragic mood reached its climax, and everyone was about to mourn this pure-hearted warrior and send him off on his final journey. Wait! Han Saiyu suddenly spoke over the phone. Sister, don't cry yet. Was Liang bitten by a male zombie or a female zombie? Huh? When this question echoed clearly through the speaker in the 2023 girls' dorm, not only was Han Shuang bewildered, Wang Xijia was confused. The other two roommates were dumbfounded. Even Liang, half hanging outside the window, was completely lost. Male and female zombies. Did the virus in their teeth really distinguish by gender after turning into monsters? This wasn't like selecting crabs, where you choose males for their roe and females for their paste. Their major arteries had been torn open. Why would anyone still care about the gender of the zombie? Did a female zombie bite count as a work-related injury, while a male zombie bite counted as a personal grudge? Even Han Shuang was stumped by her cousin's peculiar line of thinking and didn't know how to respond for a moment. She stood frozen for a long time before stammering. I think it was a female zombie. The girls in the dormitory exchanged bewildered glances, each face plastered with enormous question marks. Xiaohu, what on earth are you rambling about? What do you mean being bitten by a female zombie is harmless? Does the zombie virus actually determine its toxicity based on the gender of the infected? In everyone's subconscious, once a monster like this breaks through your skin with its bite, even if the creature was once a goddess-tier idol girl group member in her former life, there is absolutely no escape from becoming a soulless walking corpse. On the other end of the phone, Han Saiyu cleared his throat, his tone shifting to one of earnest seriousness. Sis, don't panic yet. Let me explain everything slowly. Old Song and I sprinted like madmen and barricaded ourselves inside this multimedia classroom, but honestly, I'm still shaking in my boots. Old Song here had the bright idea. Since we can't count on the cops anytime soon, he immediately rang up this old squad leader of ours who's got the tightest bond with us from our military days. That brother's still serving in a military district down in the southwest. He told us things out there have devolved into total pandemonium. It's not just here. Riots and chaos have erupted across several major cities nationwide. The higher-ups have already dispatched the military to suppress everything. Upon hearing that armed forces had been deployed, the girls in the dormitory collectively exhaled in palpable relief. However, Han Sai's tone pivoted sharply. Although the authorities haven't yet pieced together the source of the outbreak or many other details based on intel relayed from the front lines, the transmission methods of this thing have been definitively confirmed. Confirmed what? Han Shuang pressed anxiously. Exactly like in those movies and games we've all watched and played. Infection spreads through biting blood and, well, chow pie, bodily fluids. But this standard mode of infection is limited exclusively to same-sex transmission. Limited to same-sex transmission. Han Shuang's grip on her phone trembled almost imperceptibly, and at this very moment the pure love war god Liang, upon hearing those 8 fateful words, limited to same-sex transmission, instantly grasped the implications. A man biting a man, infection. A woman biting a woman, infection. That monster that was clawing and biting him like a rabid animal in the corridor downstairs just now was unequivocally a she-zombie. Which means, a woman biting a man doesn't cause infection. Hold up. Liang's right leg, which had been dangling precariously outside the window, snapped back inside with a velocity that put lightning to shame. He stared at the phone, unable to contain his urgency. Spill the details. What's actually going on here? On the other end, Han Sayo hadn't even gotten the chance to continue his exposition when Song Weining, standing right beside him, could no longer hold back. Oh my god, Laoli, you absolute idiot. How have you not figured out something this simple yet? Think carefully. Do you still remember Li Tiantian? Liang froze for a beat, and Li Tiantian's image instantly materialized in his mind. That wild naked figure drenched in blood. Obviously, I remember, damn it. I paid for her with my New Year's money. Liang shot back, thoroughly annoyed. Exactly. Song Weining slapped his thigh triumphantly. Think about it. When she mutated, she was straddling me directly. Song Weining, the little bastard, seemed to have completely forgotten that several girls were listening on the other end of the line and began spouting without any filter. Her nose was squirting blood like crazy back then, spraying my whole damn face with bloody mist. And the most critical part. At that moment, my sword hadn't even left its sheath yet. We were at genuine negative distance contact. And look at me now, still kicking and perfectly fine, nothing wrong at all. Upon hearing Song Weining's utterly vulgar explanation, the girls in the dormitory instantly flushed crimson. The tall, short-haired girl holding the broom rolled her eyes dramatically and muttered a quiet pervert. Liang, meanwhile, suddenly slapped his own forehead. Right? Holy crap. Back when he had bumped into Song Weining at the school gate, the kid had been drenched in sweat, his clothes still stained with the nosebleed Li Tiantian had sprayed when she mutated. If the zombie virus truly spread indiscriminately between men and women, given the level of intimate contact those two had in the hotel, not to mention the blood splatter, Song Weining would have, without a shadow of a doubt, already turned into a zombie by now. But Song Weining not only managed to escape back to the school, he's now on the phone bragging with the lung capacity of a fully healthy man. This alone proves that the intel from that old squad leader is accurate beyond any doubt. I really was too caught up in the moment. Too panicked, only thought about fleeing for my life, completely failed to consider this critical detail that slipped through the cracks. Liang internally berated himself with furious self-recrimination. Han Saihu on the other end of the line picked up the thread again, cleared his throat, and continued. Also, that military buddy of mine shared some seriously wild gossip with me. Want to take a guess where this virus first broke out? Where? Han Shuang asked reflexively. Wuchuan Province, Panda City. That legendary gay capital, famous all across the internet. Word is when the virus first erupted there, it didn't even raise much alarm, because the first ones to fall were all a bunch of grown men. By the time the authorities caught on, it was already too late. Han Saihu let out a helpless sigh. There are way too many guys in that area who enjoy that sort of thing. Those men were getting pretty wild, spreading it like crazy through bodily fluids and blood, which caused the entire city's male infection rate to skyrocket. They all turned into zombies. So Lally, you can put your heart back where it belongs. Song Weining shouted comfortingly from the other end. That zombie that bit you was a woman, so it's basically like getting bitten hard by a rabid female dog. It's definitely gonna hurt, but as long as you disinfect and bandage it in time, you absolutely won't turn into one of those monsters. However, the moment Song Weining finished speaking, Han Sayo suddenly cut him off with grave seriousness. But before my buddy hung up, he gave me these emphatic warnings. Although this virus's normal transmission is limited to same-sex contact, under no circumstances should you die, whether you get bitten by a same-sex zombie or an opposite-sex one. Even if you just happen to slip on a banana peel and die on the street. The moment your vital signs cease, your corpse will absolutely, without question, rise back up and turn into a zombie. The heart Liang had just managed to settle instantly shot back up to his throat. He lowered his head to look at his own blood-soaked left arm. Although the virus carried in that female zombie's teeth wouldn't cause him to mutate, that blood-soaked maw had genuinely brutally torn through his flesh. In just this short while, he had already begun feeling dizzy and his limbs were turning cold. If the bleeding continued at this rate, he wouldn't even need the zombie virus to kick in. At most half an hour from now, he would go into hemorrhagic shock and die. And based on the ironclad rule Han Saihu had just stated, the moment he died, he would turn into a zombie with absolute certainty. Holy shit. So after all that, going through this whole damn roundabout, his situation was essentially a death sentence commuted to a suspended one. Holy crap. If that's the case, what the hell are you guys doing chatting about gossip, eh? Save me. Liang could no longer be bothered to maintain his tragically heroic persona. He clamped his hand over the wound and yelled into the phone. I'm bleeding like a goddamn fountain here. If you don't bandage me up soon, I'm about to meet King Yama and come back as your little zombie brother. Upon hearing Liang's desperate cry for help, Han Shuang, who had been standing beside her desk, snapped back to reality. She had been so absorbed in the intel from the phone call that she had completely forgotten about Liang's severe bleeding. Cindy, Han Shuang shouted at the long-haired girl, stop spacing out. Grab our dorm's medical kit quick. Hurry. Cindy nodded frantically and dashed to the storage cabinet by the door, rummaging desperately through a pile of miscellaneous items. In no time, she produced a small white medical box emblazoned with a red cross. Han Shuang set her phone, still on the call, down on the desk, then strode briskly to Liang. She gently took hold of his uninjured arm and guided him over to her study desk. Come here, sit down. She gazed at Liang's utterly ridiculous and bedraggled appearance, then recalled his earlier deathbed confession on the windowsill, sincere and tender, yet cut off in awkward fashion, and an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of her lips. At this moment Han Shuang's gaze softened with an almost uncharacteristic tenderness. She bent down slightly and met Liang's eyes at level. Thank goodness. You're going to be fine. Bear with the pain. Let me bandage your wound and stop the bleeding first. Beside the desk, a charming little table lamp cast a warm amber glow across the room. Liang sat obediently in his chair, while Han Shuang bent over at his side, her movements extraordinarily gentle and cautious as she tended to the horrifying bite wound on his left arm. This might sting a little. Bear with me. Han Shuang kept her head slightly lowered, a strand of hair falling along her cheek. She first used scissors to cut open his sleeve, then with tweezers gripping a medical cotton ball soaked in iodine, she carefully wiped away the blood and suspicious black mucus around the wound bit by bit. Hiss! The instant the iodine made contact with the exposed flesh, a searing pain shot through him. Liang could not help but draw a sharp breath, the muscles of his face twitching uncontrollably. Yet despite the agony, this self-proclaimed god of pure love was positively ecstatic within, wishing he could fire off a celebratory tune to mark the occasion. A blessing in disguise indeed, though he had suffered a vicious bite. What had it earned him? A personal one-on-one bandaging session administered by the goddess herself. Inhaling the faint, clean scent of shower gel lingering on Han Shuang, gazing at the focused profile of her face, Liang felt that so long as he did not turn into a monster, being bitten once, or even twice more, would still be a bargain he had every reason to accept. Just as Liang was drifting through this bittersweet cloud of bliss, Hensei's voice rang out once more. Sis, are you listening? There's still something I haven't told you. First, it's about how to save yourself after getting infected. Oh. At those words, Liang was instantly galvanized. A devoted scholar of zombie lore, he harbored an almost fanatic curiosity about the mechanisms of biochemical viruses. Han Shuang too wore an expression of astonishment and anticipation. If there truly was a way to prevent infection, did it not mean that humanity could be saved? Really? What's the method? Tell me quickly. Silence fell on the other end for some 10 seconds, as though the speaker were carefully weighing his words. After quite a while, the class monitor gave me a rough rundown. The explanation is incredibly complicated, full of technical jargon I can't possibly break down for you in just a couple of sentences. But sis, all you need to do is remember what I'm about to tell you. It concerns your very life. Han Shuang's expression sharpened. She immediately sat upright, terrified of missing a single crucial word. The others held their breath and leaned in closer. If you happen to be bitten by a female zombie or scratched and infected by the virus, you must within 20 minutes find a member of the opposite sex and immediately, without delay, have intercourse with them. The instant those words reached her ears, Han Shuang's eyes flew wide to their absolute limit. Was this truly something a brother should say to his sister? Standing nearby, Liang was for once utterly dumbfounded. Have intercourse? You call this a method of preventing infection? Isn't this the detox plotline from some adult film? Before the two of them could recover, Hensei's voice rang out once more. You only have 20 minutes of golden time. During those 20 minutes, you have to surrender completely. That's the only way to flush the virus out. Once you do, you'll be completely fine. Han Shuang's face was not merely flushed, as she felt as though wisps of white steam were rising from the top of her head. Surrender completely. Huh. Reacting with that bewildered, huh? Han Shuang did not seem to register that her brother on the other end remained entirely oblivious to her mortified state. You know it means. Climax. Sis, don't overthink it. Just remember what I said. This is a matter of life and death. Follow the method exactly, and you'll definitely survive. My phone's almost dead, but there's one last thing, and it's crucial. Sis, you don't have any enemies at school, do you? The question came unexpectedly. The hand holding the cotton ball paused slightly. Han Shuang lifted her head, a flicker of puzzlement in her eyes, and considered the matter in earnest. As the unattainable flower of the physical education department at Taihong University of Media and Communications, she spent her days either attending class or practicing javelin on the field. Though her beauty had earned her a line of suitors long enough to fill an entire reinforced company, she had always conducted herself with impeccable propriety. Never flirting, never engaging in petty rivalries or dramatic confrontations with other women. Han Shuang murmured, her brow slightly furrowed. I don't think so. At school, I either train or go back to the dorm. I barely participate in any clubs and have never had any conflicts with anyone. Why are you suddenly asking this? On the other end of the line, Han Saihu let out a long, weary sigh. It's good you have no enemies. Yes, that's truly fortunate. Han Saihu's voice carried a tone of profound relief. He then lowered his voice and continued, before my old squad leader hung up the last piece of intelligence he shared concerned the peculiar nature of these zombies. Once again, every gaze in the room turned toward the phone. The old squad leader said that although these things have degenerated into flesh-eating corpses, they're not quite like the brainless zombies we've seen in movies. Simply put, after they mutate, their primary target of attack is anyone who was their enemy in life. Enemies. Wang Xijia, wrapped in her coat nearby, murmured in disbelief. Exactly. Han Saihu confirmed with certainty. Research from above suggests that although most regions of these zombies' brains have necrotized, they seem to retain a certain degree of memories from their former lives, especially memories steeped in intense negative emotions. Han Saihu scratched his head, clearly vexed by the technical jargon he was trying to relay. The specific principles are way over my head. A sports major like me doesn't really get it. The old squad leader made it sound pretty mystical. But the gist of it is this: if a zombie absolutely despised you in life, then once it transforms into a monster, even amidst a sea of countless souls, it will single you out and devour you alive. Sis, you catch my drift, right? You need to think this over carefully and watch out for those people who always seem to have it in for you. Upon hearing this, a chill crept down the spines of every girl in the dormitory. Zombies that retain their memories and hold grudges. However, Liang, who had been sitting obediently in his chair, listened to these words with an uncanny gleam flickering in his eyes. So that's how it is. Liang slapped his thigh as if a celestial meridian within him had just been unblocked, enlightenment flooding his features in an instant. What's with all this? So that's how it is, eh? Why are you always jumping at shadows? Don't move around. Your wounds haven't been bandaged yet. Han Shuang was startled by his sudden outburst. Song Waning. Son, are you listening? I'm here. Your old man's ears aren't deaf yet, so spit it out already. Song Waning snapped irritably from the other end. Old Song, think carefully. In that private room at Buckingham, the first one to mutate was that girl in the black dress. Xiaowei, remember? Song Waning visibly paused on the other end of the line, then replied, obviously I remember. That blood-soaked mouth, the way she was ripped apart. I'll probably be having nightmares about it for the rest of my life. What about it? Why bring her up? That's seriously creepy. Liang drew a deep breath, transforming into Detective Conan himself, his gaze razor-sharp as he began his analysis. When Xiaowei first turned, her initial target was the young waiter who was closest to her. Why? Because that clueless waiter had foolishly approached her and even placed his hand on her shoulder. At that moment, the zombie's bloodthirsty instincts and hunger for living flesh overwhelmed everything else, so she launched her first attack immediately, tearing out the waiter's carotid artery. Listening to Liang's vivid description, the girls in the dormitory couldn't help but picture that gruesome scene in their minds, each one suppressing an involuntary shiver. But here's the crucial part. Liang emphasized his words. Now think carefully about what happened next. After Xiaowei killed that waiter, several security guards rushed into the room. Logically speaking, those guards were much closer to her and posed a far greater threat. But what did Xiaowei do? Song Waning, following Liang's line of reasoning on the other end of the line, suddenly drew a sharp breath. Holy shit! Song Waning blurted out. She completely ignored those guards. Like some giant spider, she scrambled across the coffee table and lunged straight at Yang Li Kai, who was lying on the sofa. Precisely correct. Liang snapped his fingers. Why would Xiaowei disregard all those living souls within arm's reach, choosing instead to traverse half the room just to get at Yang Li Kai? The case is now solved. Xiaowei died because that bastard Yang Li Kai kicked her ruthlessly, causing her head to smash against the marble corner of a table. Within the remnants of Xiaowei's zombified brain capacity, Yang Li Kai was her mortal enemy numero uno, the object of her undying hatred. So even after she had transformed into a monster, her primary objective was to charge at Yang Li Kai and deliver the most thorough castration and devouring imaginable. Liang's reasoning was impeccable, each point interlocking with such airtight logic that there was simply no room for rebuttal. Even Han Shuang, who was in the middle of bandaging his wounds, slowed her movements, captivated by his analysis. And that's not all. Old Song, think again about that campus belle who haunts your dreams, Li Tiantian. What about Li Tiantian now? Song Waning's voice carried a note of guilt. Back at that budget hotel, when you saw her bleeding from the nose and about to bite you, what did you do? You grabbed her by the neck without a shred of compassion and hurled her away, sending her crashing hard into the TV cabinet. Am I right? And after that, we were fleeing for our lives at the crossroads when we ran into Li Tiantian covered in blood. We split up, running in opposite directions, one to the left, one to the right. But Li Tiantian didn't even spare me a proper glance. She simply turned around, those long legs of hers carrying her as she chased after you with reckless abandon. Liang spread his hands. I was puzzled back then. A handsome young stud like me she wouldn't touch, yet she had to go gnaw on your swarthy tough hide. Turns out it's because before she turned, she held a grudge against you for throwing her down. In the remnants of her memory, you're the one who brutalized her. Who else would she chase if not you? The girls in the dormitory listened to this analysis and, despite finding the discussion somewhat absurd in the context of an apocalypse, finally grasped the bizarre behavioral logic governing these zombies. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Song Weining felt utterly wronged after hearing such airtight reasoning. Damn it, that's not my fault. She was the one baring her fangs and lunging at my throat. I was acting in self-defense, for crying out loud. Was I supposed to lie down obediently and let her have a bite? This woman has no sense of martial virtue whatsoever, turning into a zombie and then blaming me for excessive self-defense. Listening to Song Weining's endless litany of grievances, Li Ong couldn't help but curse through his laughter. Damn it, when did zombies ever care about your damn legal statutes? In her brain, whoever messed with her last becomes her sworn mortal enemy. It's called the hatred lock targeting mechanism. Get it? Hearing these two banter and educate each other over the phone, everyone's taut nerves miraculously relaxed considerably. The long-haired girl named Cindy even covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a series of knocks echoed from beyond the door of dormitory 2023. Knock, knock, knock. After a pause of a few seconds, 3 more knocks resounded. From the second-floor corridor of this girl's dormitory, a corridor that should have long since been overrun by zombies. Someone, or something, was knocking at the door. In an instant, the air fell utterly silent. Wang Xijia and her 2 roommates, who had been listening to the jokes on the phone, froze rigid at this sudden interruption. Instinctively, they slapped their hands over their mouths, forcibly swallowing the screams that had nearly escaped their throats, their terrified gazes fixed intently upon the tightly shut dormitory door. Even Han Shuang, usually the epitome of composure, shuddered visibly the moment those 3 knocks reached her ears. What on earth was happening? Do zombies even know how to knock? Could it be that their earlier phone conversation had been too loud, inadvertently attracting the wandering zombies in the corridor outside? But if those zombies had truly been drawn by the sound, they would have already started slamming against the door like mad dogs by now. How could they possibly knock with such measured rhythm? Liang lowered his gaze to his left arm, swathed tightly in white bandages. Could it be that the scent of his blood had seeped out through the door crack, luring the zombies here? Everyone instinctively held their breath. Just then the knocking outside ceased. A girl's voice, unnaturally slow and eerie, began seeping through the crack in the door, worming its way bit by bit into everyone's ears. Han Shu Ing. Beside the desk, Han Shuang's hands trembled uncontrollably. The other 3 girls in the dormitory were nearly scared out of their wits. Han Shu Ing. That terrifying female voice, brimming with endless malice and chilling coldness, drifted once more through the crack beneath the door into the dormitory. Each syllable dragged out in spine-tingling, trailing tone. This was not a sound made by a normal human. There were no pauses for breath. Beyond that scalp-priming damp chill, it seemed to carry a profound, unrelenting obsession. The smartphone on the desk, still on speaker, had fallen utterly silent. Clearly the person on the other end had heard that dreadfully eerie voice as vividly as they had. Li Ong sat frozen in his chair, every muscle in his body locked tight, having forgotten the pain from the wound on his arm. What the hell is that thing? Didn't zombies supposedly lack higher thinking? How could this one pinpoint names so precisely? Yet after slowly calling out Han Shuang's name, the entity outside did not go on a violent rampage against the door like in horror movies, nor did it roar to break in. Knock, knock. The thing tapped the door twice with remarkable politeness, as if making final confirmation. Then, scrape, scrape. A dragging, shuffling footstep sound arose. Accompanying those fading footsteps, that nightmare-like female voice continued to echo through the empty corridor. Han Shu Ing. Han Shu Ing. The voice grew fainter and fainter until it completely vanished into the darkness at the far end of the hall. A full half-minute passed with no further movement outside. Phew. Everyone in the room exhaled a collective breath of stale air. Holy crap. Liang wiped away cold sweats the size of soybeans from his forehead, his back completely soaked. He turned to Han Shuang, whose face was equally pallid, and broke the silence, first still trembling. What was that just now? Has Resident Evil gotten this competitive these days? Even after mutating, it still insists on roll call. The moment his words left his mouth, Han Saihu's stifled voice burst out of the phone on the desk. Sis. What's going on? What the hell is out there? Who would even know our names? Can this virus turn people into vengeful ghosts? It was clear the 2 men on the other end of the call had also been thoroughly frightened by the bizarre scene. After all, while they could swing fists at physical zombies, none of them felt confident facing something with such a supernatural edge. Han Shuang did not answer immediately. She raised her head slightly, her usually composed and beautiful face showing a rare trace of panic and uncertainty as she looked toward X and E in the corner and the tall girl holding a broom. Did you all hear that? Han Shuang's voice was extremely low, as though afraid that speaking louder might summon that creature back. Was that voice outside? Lu Yu. At the mention of Lu Yu's name, Xian, hiding in the corner, shuddered violently, her expression growing even worse. She hesitated, swallowed hard, then nodded vigorously, her voice quivering. I feel like it was really her. Although the voice sounded hoarse, that elongated intonation and the unsettling tone. It was so incredibly like her. After speaking, Xian turned to the tall girl beside her holding the plastic broom and asked, Xiaoyan, what do you think? Did it sound like her? Hearing Xian Yi's question, she too struggled to swallow, then nodded with a deathly pale face. It should definitely be her. Xiaoyan's voice carried obvious lingering terror. But I saw her WeChat moments post saying she hadn't seen her boyfriend all winter vacation and was going to make up for lost time tonight. The photos were taken at a hotel. How could she have become like that and come back to our dorm knocking on our door? Hearing this, everyone present drew a collective gasp. Someone who had been partying outside campus had transformed into a monster, yet somehow precisely made her way back to the second floor of the girls' dormitory and stopped directly in front of room 2023. What terrifying obsession was this? On the desk, Han Saihu had been listening quietly to the conversation from the phone. Lu Yu, that girl from your class who always dressed flashy and looked down her nose at everyone. The so-called Green Yu? Facing her cousin's question, Han Shuang did not deny it. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she softly murmured an affirmative hum. That explains it. On the phone, Han Saihu exclaimed, Sis, remember what I told you earlier? My former class monitor revealed that zombies will prioritially seek out enemies who carry strong negative emotions from their past lives. This Green Yu had long harbored deep hatred toward you in her heart. Now she's a zombie outside. Her pitiful intelligence has completely vanished, leaving only an obsessive drive to get revenge on you. That's why she made her way all the way back here straight to your dorm. This is literally a phantom seeking vengeance in real life. After hearing her cousin's words, Han Shuang wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and slowly rose to her feet. However, the instant she straightened her back, her vision went black. Dizziness struck her head, and she stumbled. One step off balance, her entire body fell backward uncontrollably. Careful! Liang reacted instantly, catching Han Shuang's slender, yet toned waist in his arms. Losing her balance, she naturally fell into Liang. Seeing this opportunity, Liang took no hesitation, wrapping his arms firmly around the goddess he had secretly adored for 2 full years, pulling her securely against his broad chest. A refreshing, subtle fragrance washed over him. Are you alright? Were you scared just now? Liang suppressed his racing heart as best he could, forcing his voice to sound calm and reassuring. It was understandable that she couldn't stand steady. Being called by name in a dark corridor by someone already dead was enough to make any normal person's legs give way, let alone faint outright. He lowered his head, looking at Han Shuang's still pale face in his arms, and gently patted her back twice in a comforting gesture, as if soothing a frightened little girl. Pressing against Liang's chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat, she felt something she had never experienced before, a profound sense of security and steadiness. She did not pull away, only shaking her head lightly and whispering, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. While savoring this rare embrace, Liang gazed at Han Shuang's beautiful face, mere inches from his own, and suddenly recalled the nickname Han Saihu had mentioned earlier. He lowered his head slightly, a hint of curiosity and gossip in his tone, and asked softly, Who is this Lu Yu? As Liang's words faded, a brief silence settled over the dormitory. Cradled tightly in his arms, Han Shuang unconsciously furrowed her brow upon hearing the name, Lu Yu. She drew in a long, deep breath, then slowly closed her eyes. A profound weariness and helplessness washed over her features, as though she was utterly unwilling to revisit the memory, or rather to engage in any drab discussion about that woman at such a life-or-death moment. And perhaps it was understandable. No matter how much she might resemble a female war goddess on ordinary days, the eerie knocking and that death-summoning call that named her directly had truly frightened her beyond measure. Now that she had finally caught her breath, who would want to rehash some tedious campus grudge? Liang, ever the gentleman, did not press further. Instead, he subtly adjusted the angle of his arm, so Han Shuang could lean more comfortably against him, all while silently praying that this embrace might last just a little longer. Just then, Cindy, who had been standing in the corner, stepped forward of her own accord. After all, this was a girls' dormitory, and no matter how many zombies roamed outside when gossip was at stake, the eternal flame of their melon-eating souls would never be extinguished. Moreover, this might just explain why that creature outside had set its sights on Han Shuang. Sai, how should I put this? Cindy exhaled, her tone tinged with lamentation. The conflict between this girl named Lu Yu and our Ying runs remarkably deep. Liang's brow creased in puzzlement. He glanced at Han Shuang resting with closed eyes in his arms, then turned to Cindy, asking in confusion, remarkably deep. But Wasn't it Ying herself who said on the phone earlier that she had no enemies at school and hadn't quarreled with anyone? Wasn't this a contradiction? Could it be that Han Shuang had deliberately concealed the truth just now? No, you've got it all wrong. Xiaoyan, standing nearby, immediately picked up the thread and spoke on Han Shuang's behalf. Han Shuang truly never went out of her way to provoke anyone. Besides classes, all she ever did was practice javelin on the field. When would she ever have the spare time for all that scheming and backbiting? Xiaoyan curled her lip, a flicker of contempt crossing her face. It wasn't Ying who stirred trouble. It was that Lu Yuyu who relied on her family's filthy money, dressing herself up like a peacock all day long, deliberately provoking Ying both openly and covertly, spreading rumors everywhere, making life difficult for her. Hearing this, Liang grew even more perplexed. With no prior grudge between them, why cling so stubbornly? Just how idle must one be? Cindy nodded and continued. Actually, if we're talking about some mortal vendetta between them, there isn't one. To put it bluntly, it's just that same tiresome university campus script. Lu Yuyu is extremely controlling, and her vanity knows no bounds. Back when she first enrolled as a freshman, she immediately took a liking to a boy in our class. The boy came from a decent family, was reasonably good-looking, something of a small heartthrob, you might say. Lu Yuyu convinced herself they were a perfect match, a couple blessed by fate. Pausing here, Cindy cast a rather helpless glance at Han Shuang. But as it turned out, that boy wasn't interested in any of Lu Yuyu's advances. His heart was set on only one person. Our Han Shuang. Not only did he like her, he fawned over her in every conceivable way, delivering water, meals, snacks, nearly laying his heart at her feet. And so, because of all this, Lu Yuyu bore a complete grudge against Han Shuang. Liang's eyes widened in astonishment at the mere beginning of this story. That's it. Liang nearly burst out laughing. He had assumed it was something like stealing a spot in graduate school or snatching a scholarship, some blood feud involving real interests. But after all that, it was over a man, and it was the boy's own unrequited devotion. What did that have to do with Han Shuang? This zombie's petty-mindedness in her former life must have been smaller than the eye of a needle. From the phone on the table came Song Weining's unbridled complaint. Damn, is this woman out of her mind? The guy doesn't like her, and instead of reflecting on herself, she goes and hates the one being admired. No wonder after becoming a zombie, she could still pull off that ghostly stunt of knocking on doors and calling out names. Cindy spread her hands and continued, so that's how it all started. Later, after half a semester of Lu Yuyu's relentless pursuit and various green tea manipulative tactics, she finally managed to win over that boy, and the two officially announced they were together. But Cindy's expression became extraordinarily animated at this point, as though she could not quite find the words to describe that boy's scumbag nature. You know how our Ying is, gorgeous, tall, and slender, with a figure that's beyond reproach. She's straightforward and generous by nature, never melodramatic, and keeps a very clean social circle. She never goes to those sleazy gatherings. So, Liang, having listened this far, could already faintly guess where the story was headed. His mouth twitched as he continued. That boy, even though he was with Lu Yuyu in his heart, still liked Han Shuang. This is the classic low-budget version of the moonlight of memory and the cinnabar mole of the heart. Or rather, the textbook case of what you cannot have always seems better, while those who are favored take it for granted. Cindy and Xiaoyan nodded emphatically, their expressions radiating absolute contempt for that boy. Like her, he was a hopeless simp who'd gone completely off the rails, the ultimate simp. Xiaoyan added through gritted teeth, simultaneously dropping a bombshell worthy of being recorded in the annals of Taihong Media University's gossip history. There was this one time, it happened to be Qixi Festival. Lu Yuyu splurged on an expensive gift, booked a high-end hotel outside the university district, and went out with this guy. She even reserved a king-size room in advance. From what we heard, the atmosphere in that room had already been built up to that point. To lock down the guy, Lu Yuyu had really gone all out. She had stripped down to nothing and was lying in bed waiting for him. Liang unconsciously swallowed hard at this. Though he was a devotee of pure love, the mental image was simply too vivid. A man and a woman alone, a luxury hotel stripped bare? Wasn't this the perfect setup for a steamy late-night encounter? How could anything possibly go wrong? So what happened? Han Sai-hu on the other end of the phone was utterly engrossed, his booming voice urging them on. Their pants are already off. Are you telling me they just sat down to play cards or something? Well then. Cindy slapped her thigh sharply. Just as that boy was about to undress, our Han Shuang, quite unfortunately, gave that boy a phone call. Han Shuang, who had been resting with her eyes closed in Liang's arms, felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. She raised a hand to her forehead, sighed softly, and offered a small defense. I really had no idea they were out doing. I was in charge of organizing the equipment room in the gymnasium. There were some particularly heavy discus and javelin racks I couldn't move alone, so I casually asked someone for help in the class group chat, and happened to call him. Han Shuang's explanation was feeble and hollow, yet no one present would blame her for it. After all, she didn't have X-ray vision. How could she have known they were about to get busy? You didn't know, but that boy knew. Xiaoyan picked up excitedly. Guess what? That boy gets the call, and here's Han Shuang wants him to come help her out in the classroom. Without a second word, he pulled up his pants right then and there, didn't even bother saying goodbye to Lu Yu, who was lying there stark naked in the hotel bed. Opened the door, went downstairs, and bolted straight to the university gymnasium. Silence. Throughout dormitory 2023, aside from a few breaths, not a single other sound could be heard. Even the two men on the other end of the phone were utterly struck dumb by this earth-shattering maneuver. After a good several seconds, Liang finally swallowed. As a man himself, though, he too acknowledged Han Shuang's boundless allure, being something of a #1 beauty devotee. But, at that critical explosive moment, facing a current girlfriend who had already stripped and was waiting, even the most chaste of men would have hesitated for at least 3 to 5 minutes, wouldn't they? And yet, to go act as a free laborer for his secret crush, he unhesitatingly chose the eunuch's escape, yanking up his pants and running off. This absolute bastard. Liang gaped in astonishment. After holding it in for what felt like an eternity, he finally squeezed out the most fitting assessment from between his teeth. What a fucking inhuman piece of work. Damn right. Song Weining had also caught on over the phone, unable to restrain himself from cursing. This is a disgrace to all of us men. Shameful. Absolutely shameful. If it were me, even if the King of Heaven himself showed up, I'd still finish what I started first. Naturally, Song Weining's heroic declaration immediately earned him a collective eye roll from the girls in the dormitory. Cindy surveyed everyone's stunned reactions, immensely satisfied with the effect her gossip had produced. She concluded in summary fashion, because of this incident, the boy left in such a hurry that he treated it as some glorious achievement to boast about in front of Han Shuang, and accidentally let it slip himself. Good news never leaves the door, bad news travels 1,000 miles. Within 2 days, the entire department knew about the earth-shattering scandal of Lu Yu being abandoned naked in a hotel by her boyfriend. Cindy spread her hands and gestured toward the door outside, her tone carrying a blend of pity and mockery. And so Lu Yu earned herself the nickname Green Hat. Liang lowered his head, glancing at Han Shuang, who was meekly nestled in as his mind raced to digest the earth-shattering scoop he had just heard. For a straight man like him, such matters would probably make him think that the guy is a complete weirdo and a moron, at most something to laugh at during the dormitory's after-lights-out chat. But try imagining it from another angle. If this affair were on a prideful, vanity-obsessed female student, the impact would be nuclear. She had already shed her clothes and lay bare under the covers when her boyfriend took a call from his crush, didn't even bother to offer a perfunctory excuse, pulled up his pants, and dashed off to play the role of a lackey. This was clearly throwing Lu Yu's dignity, charm, and nerve to the ground, and grinding them thoroughly under muddy boots 360 degrees. For a female college student, it is indeed a mortal feud. The social ecology of a girl's dormitory is already complex. 4 roommates usually end up with 5 different WeChat groups. Who is close to whom, who watches out for whom, the scheming is as dense as coal. When Lu Yu meets such an affront which threatens her social death, won't she tear Han Shuang to pieces? Do you think she is only spreading rumors behind people's backs and giving people a hard time? Xiao Yun, having not vented enough, lowered her voice, and with a look of lingering fear continued to reveal, this Lu Yu has an evil mind. She's like the vicious female supporting character from a TV drama stepping into reality. Liang pricked up his ears. Could there be a more explosive sequel? In the first half of their sophomore year, Ying trained at the stadium every day in high-intensity javelin practice to prepare for the provincial university games. The weather was especially hot, so Ying left her large water bottle on the bleacher steps. Guess what happened? That Lu Yu somehow learned Ying's schedule, and taking advantage of Ying throwing the javelin and not watching the stand, slipped over and dosed Ying's water cup with a large dose of laxative. What the? This was no longer a petty quarrel between girls, it was treading on the boundary of poisoning laws. During high-intensity training, if someone drinks laxatives, not only would the day's training be ruined, but severe dehydration or even shock could follow. This Lu Yu has a heart as cruel as it is shocking. Xiao Yun puckered her lips and said, Lu Yu hid behind the stands in the shadows, phone in hand, filming, waiting for Ying to drink and publicly embarrass her on the track, to capture such an indecent moment and post it on the school forum to ruin Ying's reputation. Liang broke out in a cold sweat. This tactic is so underhanded. If she succeeded, Han Shuang would likely never lift her head at Taihang Media University. And then, did Ying drink it? Wang Xijiao, listening intently wrapped in her coat, asked nervously. She did drink it, Xiao Yun said with a hint of pride on her face. The situation was urgent and the effect came on very quickly. Not long after Ying had finished half a cup of water, her stomach began to churn violently. But Xiao Yun gave a thumbs up, her tone filled with admiring awe. Fortunately, Ying trains incredibly hard, especially the squats. Her core strength is extraordinary. Huh, squats. How does that relate to laxatives? Liang asked blankly, not following Xiao Yun's leaps of mind. Xiao Yun rolled her eyes at him, lowered her voice, and seriously explained, "You wouldn't understand. Because Ying has trained squats for years, her core and lower body strength far surpass ordinary people so. Her anal sphincter is exceptionally strong." Uffed. Liang nearly choked on his own saliva. The anal sphincter. Exceptionally strong. Is that really what I'm hearing? Xiao Yun paid no heed to Liang's despairing expression and continued excitedly. Because the sphincter is strong enough, Ying, with her terrifying willpower and muscle control, held that primal force back with all her might. Then she sprinted off at 100-meter dash speed to the gym's restroom, where she promptly resolved the problem, avoiding any embarrassing moment on the track. Lu Yu hid behind the stands for more than half an hour, was bitten all over by mosquitoes, and didn't capture a single shot. She stormed off in anger, nearly tossing her phone. Hearing the ending, though the process was somewhat hard to bear, Liang breathed a long sigh of relief inwardly. Fortunately, the goddess's image was preserved, but in the future going through back doors with Han Shuang would no longer do. Xine added. Of course, Ying also noticed the smell in the water cup afterward, and a little inquiry told us who did it. But even knowing this, Ying did not go looking for Lu Yu to cause trouble. Xine looked at Han Shuang, who was resting in Liang's arms, with admiration. Ying thinks that arguing with that kind of person is a waste of time. With that time, she would rather train a few more throws. So this matter was left unresolved. Who would have thought that the lunatic would take this as Ying fearing her and only escalate it further? Wang Xijiao, wrapped in a bulky coat, sniffed and interjected, "This Lu Yu is really brain dead, isn't she?" Clearly the guy lacked backbone and was fickle, abandoning her in the hotel. She doesn't hate the scumbag. Instead, she targets Ying, who had no idea. This is pure female competition, thinking, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Wang Xijiao, though terrified tonight, always finds her fighting voice when denouncing the cad and the green tea girl. Indeed. Xiao Yun agreed with a nod. So after she became a zombie, her first thought wasn't to bite the abandoned man, but to come knocking on our dorm door. This woman alive is a disaster, dead a debt collector. This woman alive is a scourge, a dead a revenant of vengeance. Hearing this entire gossip, Liang finally understood the whole backstory of the green-eyed outsider outside the door. All right. Han Shuang took a deep breath, interrupting her roommate's momentum to continue blasting Lu Yu. No matter what she was like in life, now she has become a monster outside who only devours people. Past grudges are meaningless now. Han Shuang turned to look at the dorm's wooden door. Though outside there was no movement at the moment, no one could guarantee the monster would not return. Let's rest first. Xine, Xiao Yin, you two go check the door locks, and perhaps move a chair or table behind the door as a precaution. The group had spent the entire night dealing with it. Not only had their physical strength drained, but their nerves were taut, and now they were all utterly exhausted. No matter what the morning outside holds, we must conserve enough strength to face it. Hearing Han Shuang's plan, everyone nodded in agreement. Xine and Xiao Yun obediently laid down their weapons, moved to the door, carefully bolted 2 more locks, and together moved a heavy solid wood desk to prop behind the dorm door. Having done all this, the dorm, once filled with gossip and tension, finally grew quiet. However, when everyone prepared to rest as Han Shuang had directed, a very awkward question suddenly presented itself. The 2023 dorm is a standard 4-person girls' dorm. For women, 1 man. For beds, how on earth to split them? Sleep on the floor. Now it's February's cold snap, and Liang had just endured a heavy bleed, his body extremely weak. If he slept on the floor in this state, he might not last till dawn due to hypothermia and wound infection. Liang stood alone in the dorm's center, his hands wrapped around his shoulders, his teeth beginning to chatter uncontrollably. So, why not? You all sleep first. I can guard here on this chair all night and keep watch for you. I'm tough and I can handle the cold. He sneezed loudly just as he spoke. In truth, his heart was pounding. The chair was hard as a rock, and sleeping on it all night would likely leave him unable to stand by morning. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and gripped Liang's icy right hand. Liang froze for a moment, turning his head. Han Shuang stood beside him, her eyes fixed on him. Are you cold? Cold, Liang replied. Then sleep with me. Huh? Liang's jaw nearly dropped to the floor, his pupils widening in disbelief, wondering if he had hallucinated from blood loss. But before that, you must take a proper bath. Han Shuang pointed to the bloodstains on Liang's body. Liang looked at his body, which was completely covered in blood and mud. Indeed, crawling into his goddess's bed in this state would be rather unseemly. He turned around and cast his gaze toward the cramped private bathroom at the far end of the dormitory. Rubbing his hands together somewhat uneasily, a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. After all, he was currently inside an actual female dormitory. So, once I'm done washing, there's no way I can wear these bloody clothes again. Do you guys have any clothes I could borrow? I can't exactly walk out stark naked after my shower, can I? As these words left his mouth, a brief, heavy silence fell over the dormitory. Faced with Li Ang's reasonable yet incredibly awkward request, Wang Xijia, Xiaoyun, and Cinny reacted almost in unison. The three of them whipped their heads around, fixing their stares directly on Han Shuang, who was standing to the side. Stared at by her three roommates as if she were the hope of the entire village, Han Shuang's face flashed with a mixture of bewilderment and shock. Feeling a bit self-conscious, she gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Why are you all looking at me? Pulling her jacket tightly around herself, Wang Xijia replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Who else would we look at? Ying, look at the rest of us in this room. It's a no-brainer. Look at me, I'm barely over 1.6 meters tall, and usually wear size S. Cinny is slightly plumper than me, but she's not tall either. As for Xiaoyun, she might be tall, but she's thin as a rail, and all her clothes are tight petite sizes. Having analyzed her roommates, Wang Xijia turned and sized up Liang, who stood there like an imposing iron tower. Now look at Liang. She curled her lips. He's a towering 1.83 meters tall, and must weigh at least 80 kilograms, right? Look at how broad his shoulders are, and how thick his arms are. If we made him wear our clothes, the mental image. Wang Xijia could not help but picture it in her mind. A rugged, manly guy squeezing himself into a pink lace camisole nightgown. Because it was too small, the fabric would stretch into a crop top, paired with a pair of tight hot pants strangling his thighs until they turned red. Yuck! Wang Xijia shuddered, goosebumps erupting all over her skin. That sight would be too glorious to behold. If he actually walked out dressed like that, I bet even the zombies in the hallway would have their eyes scorched so badly they'd retreat on their own accord. Cinny nodded repeatedly in agreement, her eyes drifting over Han Shuang's statuesque height of over 1.75 meters and her athletic, well-toned physique from years of working out. You're the tallest, the largest, and your frame is broader than any of ours. So when all is said and done, you're the only one in this dorm whose clothes Liang might barely squeeze into. This flawless analysis had Liang nodding vigorously in his mind, while a rather shameless, mischievous thought flashed through his brain. Hearing her roommate's analysis, Han Shuang felt a bit odd, but upon reflection, she realized this was indeed the only feasible and logical solution. She sighed helplessly. Fine, that's true. We can't let him go naked. Bending down, she pulled out her oversized black suitcase from the gap beneath her desk. After rummaging through it for a moment, Han Shuang pulled out a pair of black and white athletic shorts. Take this for now. Once you're done showering, you can wear this as underwear. Liang was stunned, instinctively catching the lightweight shorts. Han Shuang glared at him and explained, exasperated, What do you mean, This is a girl's dormitory. Did you expect me to conjure up a brand new pair of men's boxers? These are large-sized athletic shorts I usually wear over everything during summer training. They're very loose and highly elastic. Just make do and use them as underwear. It's much better than going commando. Anyway, at this point Han Shuang's cheeks grew even redder and her voice softened to a whisper. Anyway, I can't exactly have you wear my intimate underwear. At those words, Wang Xijia almost snorted with laughter. Liang also realized the implication, picturing himself wearing women's lace panties. No, that's quite all right. These shorts are perfect. Absolutely perfect. It's as if they were custom made for me. Don't worry, Ying. I definitely don't have any cross-dressing fetishes or perverted habits. Even if I had to run around naked, I would never ruin your intimate garments. Seeing Liang's comical, solemn expression, the remaining awkwardness in Han Shuang's heart dissipated. She couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl upward. All right, cut the chatter. Take these shorts and go wash up in the bathroom first. I'll keep looking to see if there's anything suitable. It might take some time. Understood. Aye, Captain. Clutching the athletic shorts, which carried a faint sweet scent, tightly in his hand, Liang pushed open the bathroom door and strode inside. With a rough tug, he struggled to peel off his foul-smelling hoodie, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the corner of the bathroom. Liang filled a basin with water and summoned his courage. Splash! The freezing tap water instantly cascaded over him like a waterfall, drenching him from head to toe. Damn, this water is freezing. His teeth chattered violently, making a clicking sound, and he felt as though his heart had briefly stopped for half a second from the shock of the icy water. But at a time like this, staying healthy or taking care of his body was the last thing on his mind. Enduring the bone-chilling cold, his right hand fumbled blindly across the sink until he grabbed a bar of soap, belonging to who knows who, and without a second thought began lathering himself up frantically. Shivering uncontrollably, Liang scrubbed aggressively with his right hand, washing away the bloodstains on his chest, abdomen, and thighs. He held his left hand high in the air, trying his best to keep the wound from touching the cold water, terrified that the blood he had finally managed to stop would start flowing again. 10 minutes later, after a fierce scrubbing session akin to scraping bristles off a slaughtered pig, Liang finally felt the nauseating sensation on his skin completely vanish. He turned off the faucet and panted heavily. I'm alive. I finally feel like a human being again. Shaking the water droplets from his hair, Liang picked up the black and white athletic shorts Han Shuang had handed him. Huh. The waist is actually a pretty good fit. Cough. Though the crotch is a bit tight. Liang looked down and his face instantly flushed red. Although the sight was indeed somewhat overly magnificent, bordering on exaggerated and comical, he was in no position to be picky right now. He couldn't actually walk out naked, could he? There were 4 lovely female college students waiting outside. Forget it. As long as I'm not embarrassed, they will be the ones who are embarrassed. At worst, I'll just walk with my legs slightly squeezed together until I put on some pants. Comforting himself with these thoughts, Liang took a deep breath and pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door of the bathroom. Inside the dorm, the 4 girls were standing quietly in the center of the room. Hearing the sound of the bathroom door opening, they turned their heads, almost simultaneously casting their eyes upon the freshly showered Liang. Normally, this should have been a standard outfit change, complete, ready to put on a jacket transition. However, the moment Liang's figure was fully revealed under the warm yellow light of the small desk lamp, the air inside dorm 2023 instantly froze solid. The moment the girls got a clear look at Liang, their expressions locked into a uniform state of utter bewilderment. A full 5 seconds passed before Wang Xijia seemed to snap out of it. Trembling, she pointed a fair, slender finger at Liang, who stood there completely at a loss. What is that on your body? Stared down by the girls, Liang felt his skin crawl. Seeing Wang Xijia's terrified, ghost-seeing expression left him completely baffled. Confused, he glanced down at his arms, then at his chest, wondering if he hadn't washed properly and still had bits of zombie flesh stuck to him. What is it? Liang blinked, innocently asking back in confusion. Right there. Stamping her feet in frustration, Wang Xijia's face flushed crimson. She knit her brow, gritted her teeth, and pointed her trembling finger directly at Liang's crotch. Following Wang Xijia's finger, Liang looked down. There beneath the black and white shorts, a massive, impossible-to-ignore silhouette stretched the fabric aggressively. The sheer scale of it seemed to declare a form of absolute masculine dominance. Cough. Well, maybe these shorts shrunk in the wash. Dying of embarrassment, Liang instinctively hunched forward, his hands trying in vain to shield his impressive assets. But that massive presence was clearly not something 2 hands could easily hide. Right then, Cindy's expression underwent a dramatic roller coaster-like shift, moving from initial shock to deep confusion and finally to sudden realization as her brain worked at warp speed. She had just recalled a terrifying rumor that had circulated through the university town's female dormitories like an urban legend. Clap. Cindy clapped her hands together sharply. The sudden sharp sound startled the others, whose nerves were already stretched to their limits. Shoo. Han Shuang whipped her head around, almost reflexively pressing a finger to her lips in a silencing gesture, terrified that Cindy's excited outburst would attract the zombies that hadn't wandered far from the door. Looking thoroughly embarrassed, Cindy lowered her voice to a whisper. Pointing a trembling finger at Liang's nose, she stammered, "It's you. You're the one who became famous across all 4 neighboring universities on the confession wall. The Python of Taihong Media University." Liang awkwardly raised his right hand, stiffly scratching his messy hair. "Those are just baseless, exaggerated rumors spread by friends. Mere vanity. Not worth mentioning at all, really not worth mentioning." This Python incident, which had caused Liang such intense social death that he nearly bought a standing room ticket to flee the city overnight, had to be traced back to the biting, freezing winter of the previous semester. Back then in December, Taihong Media University was hit by a historic, bone-chilling cold wave unseen in decades. As luck would have it, the ancient boiler room in the male dormitory area, which had been in service for over a decade, chose this critical moment to disappointingly break down. Not only was there no heating, but the hot water supply for showers was also completely cut off. For a group of male college students overflowing with hormones, going a single day without a shower was unbearable, and after 3 days they could practically scrub rolls of dirt off their skin. Unable to bear the fermenting sour smell of sweat any longer, Liang grabbed his shower basket on a class-free afternoon and strolled out of the school gates alone, heading to a sizable public bathhouse on the commercial street of the university town. As everyone knows, the grand public bathhouses of the north are magical social arenas where privacy is utterly non-existent. Everyone arrives stark naked and leaves just the same. Under normal circumstances, guys in the bathhouse would mind their own business, at most helping each other scrub their backs. No one in their right mind would idly stare at someone else's lower body. That would just seem entirely perverted. However, That afternoon, the moment Liang pushed open the locker room door, walked to his locker, swiftly stripped off his heavy down jacket and sweater, and finally slid down his cotton boxers. The entire locker room, previously bustling with the rustle of clothes, the hum of hair dryers, and the noisy chatter of guys boasting and joking, was suddenly silenced, as if an invisible hand had pressed the pause button. Every single guy whose line of sight caught Liang at that moment, whether they were pulling on socks or drying their hair with a towel, froze as if under a binding spell, their movements halting midair. At that very second, a collective soul-deep wail of self-doubt echoed in the minds of every man present. For they had laid eyes on a terrifying existence that defied the very laws of human genetic evolution. It was a weapon of mass destruction, a source of pure despair. It lay there quietly, yet radiated a terrifying, domineering pressure that looked down upon the world and dwarfed all competition. The visual dimensionality reduction strike instantly inflicted a profound sense of inferiority and defeat upon every man present who had previously prided himself on his masculinity. What the fuck? Is that even humanly possible? Did this guy undergo some kind of mutation? This was the unanimous silent cry of every man in the locker room. Had the matter ended there, it would have merely left an indelible psychological scar on those dozen or so guys. But as ill luck would have it, near a locker not far behind, Liang, a student, whether driven by jealousy or sheer stupidity, secretly snapped a close-up photo of the area. Perhaps possessing some microscopic shred of morality, the voyeur at least used editing software to heavily pixelate Liang's face, rendering his features completely unrecognizable before posting it. Subsequently, the photo was uploaded directly to the Taihong Media University campus forum with the caption, "Holy shit, a human python spotted in the Commercial Street's male bathhouse." In less than 10 minutes, the thread was manually bumped to hot status on the campus forum. The replies beneath it were incredibly diverse and spectacular. 4-1 Holy shit. Is the OP sure this isn't a French baguette photoshopped in? If this thing goes into combat mode, wouldn't it literally pierce the heavens? 4-2. As a guy, after looking at this picture, I silently glanced down at my own enoki mushroom and burst into tears. This is so unfair. Did Manhwa just slap a whole lump of clay down there when she molded him? 4-3. Don't cry, brother, upstairs, stand tall. But seriously, this guy needs to be careful when looking for a girlfriend in the future. Who could possibly handle that? Floor 4 female avatar. Just asking quietly, even though his face is pixelated, judging by those abs and his height, he must be incredibly handsome, right? Does anyone know him? Can I get his WeChat? I'm not afraid of pain, I want to challenge my limits. Although the post was swiftly deleted within 20 minutes by the forum moderators for containing vulgar and suggestive content, and the poster's account was banned for 7 days. But still, those brief 20 minutes were more than enough for countless swift-handed onlookers to save the shocking photo and take screenshots of the thread. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The deletion of the post only fueled the public's frenzied curiosity, a classic demonstration of the famous Streisand effect. The pixelated Python photo and various screenshot versions began spreading like wildfire through private WeChat groups and QQ gossip chats across Taihong Media University and even the neighboring Normal University, Polytechnic University, and University of Science and Technology. By the time the rumors reached their peak, countless absurd versions of the story had emerged. Some claimed he was a newly arrived African foreign teacher from the international school whose skin had just turned white from the cold, while others rumored that this extraordinarily gifted guy had already been secretly kept by a wealthy woman for 100,000 yuan a month. Meanwhile, Liang, originally an obscure photography major who spent his days playing video games in a party with Song Waning, a true warrior of pure love, became entirely without his knowledge an absolute legend known to everyone throughout the entire university town. He even became the inevitable central topic of late-night pillow talk in countless female dormitories across the 4 surrounding universities after lights out. And that wasn't the end of it. By the end of the year, the campus confession wall and several gossip public accounts joint hosted a highly trivial, yet immensely popular unofficial poll, Top 10 Most Desirable Guys to Date in Taihong University Town of 2025. Typically, the nominees on this list were wealthy heirs with family minds, athletic campus heartthrobs who excelled at basketball, or melancholic artistic gods who played soulful guitar. For instance, the melancholy Prince, Zhao, and the sunny Senior, Qian, among the 4 major campus heartthrobs, were originally the favorites to win. Yet when the final results were released, everyone was dumbfounded. The 4 major heartthrobs who had exhausted every effort to solicit votes and spent their days sweating on the sports field to strike poses were completely and utterly crushed by a pixelated man whose name was unknown and whose face had never even been revealed, relying solely on that close-up photo whispered about among female circles and hailed as a golden legend. This mysterious man, known as the Taihong Python, swept all voting options with absolute dominance, claiming the crown of the most desirable guy to date in Taihang University town of 2025 by a landslide margin. A man who didn't even have a face to show had completely conquered the hearts of thousands of young women across 4 universities, relying solely on his hardcore physical prowess. When Liang stumbled upon this list in his dorm, he was so infuriated he almost smashed his phone. Looking at the ravenous, incredibly explicit comments from the girls below, he was on the verge of tears. He was clearly a warrior of pure love who yearned for a chaste platonic romance. His greatest dream was simply to walk hand in hand through campus with his beloved goddess Han Shuang and share a gentle fleeting first kiss on a snowy night. Yet now in the eyes of every girl in the university town, he had been reduced entirely to a high-output pile driver. If Han Shuang ever found out, she would surely spear him to death, as if he were some perverted creep. Consequently, from that day forward, Liang walked around campus with his legs tightly squeezed together. He resolutely avoided open partitionless urinals when using the restroom, terrified that someone might recognize him as the legendary #1 on the leaderboard. Liang had thought this dark history would gradually fade from memory over time, remaining forever sealed within that nameless pixelation. Yet, on this terrifying night of the zombie outbreak inside this cramped female dormitory cornered by several man-eating monsters outside the door, his disguise was completely stripped away, all because of Han Shuang's tight athletic shorts. End of flashback. Returning to dormitory 2023. At this very moment, Cindy, having uncovered this earth-shattering secret, had completely forgotten that she was in the midst of an apocalyptic crisis where death could strike at any second. Oh my god, it really is you. Wait a minute, just wait a minute. Muttering to herself, Cindy whipped out her phone, her fingertips scrolling rapidly through her photo album, even opening a password-protected hidden private folder. After searching for a few seconds, found it. Cindy thrust her phone screen directly in front of Liang's face. Displayed on the screen was indeed the pixelated Python photo that had been circulating around the university town for nearly half a year. As a seasoned gossip enthusiast who had repeatedly studied this photo late at night and even visualized the owner's appearance countless times in her mind, Cindy was ready to swear on her few remaining brain cells that the living, breathing man standing before her was undeniably the pixelated legend himself. Incredible, this is absolutely mind-blowing. To think that the legendary elusive champion who defeated the 4 major campus heartthrobs is actually standing right here in our dorm. And he's a junior from the photography department. Wang Xijia also drew closer, wrapping her coat tightly around herself. This normally aloof campus belle had clearly heard of this piece of gossip as well. Is it really him? Wang Xijia murmured softly, a rosy blush creeping onto her pale cheeks. She quickly averted her eyes from Liang's lower body, pretending to look elsewhere, though her peripheral vision couldn't help but steal glances back. Cindy had completely let herself go by now. She turned her head and said to Han Shuang, "Ying, look at this. Didn't we discuss this mysterious guy for ages during our late-night dorm chats?" Huh? Han Shuang, suddenly put on the spot, stiffened abruptly. As a goddess of the physical education department, she rarely paid attention to such gossip. However, in a female dormitory, even if you didn't want to listen, your roommates' loud discussions after lights out would inevitably force their way into your ears. Naturally, she had heard a thing or two about the legend of the human python, but she never in her wildest dreams imagined that the protagonist of this rumor would turn out to be the junior who had a crush on her. I don't know. I never took part in your discussions." Han Shuang stammered in denial, her voice faltering. "How could you not know?" Actively playing the gossip expert, eager to prove her memory, Cindy completely failed to notice Han Shuang's embarrassment and mercilessly exposed the goddess's facade. At that time, everyone looked at the photo and gasped, saying that an ordinary girl couldn't possibly handle it, and that dating him would practically cost someone half their life. We even said that only our Ying, a physical education warrior goddess who does squats year-round, possesses off-the-charts physical fitness and has top-tier sphincter and core strength. Only a man like him could tame you. Shoo. Han Shuang whipped her head around, making a frantic, deeply embarrassed, shushing gesture at Cindy. "Stop talking. Oh no, tonight the python sleeps with Ying. What if he can't control himself in the dead of night?" Several girls covered their mouths with mischievous grins. Han Shuang's face blushed all the way down to her neck. Ignoring her gossipy roommates, she burrowed into her blankets. The other girls also returned to their beds with amused smiles. "What are you just standing there for? If you don't come in, I'm going to sleep." Han Shuang popped her head out from under the covers, looking down at Liang, who was still standing below, gaping. The moment she finished speaking, Liang appeared beside Han Shuang in the blink of an eye, using the flying thunder god technique. Holy shit, that fast. The standard width of a single dormitory bed is usually only 90 centimeters. Normally one person could roll over comfortably on such a bed, but now 2 people of no small stature had squeezed in, especially the burly Liang at 1 meter 83. The space was compressed to barely enough room for a needle to pass through. As soon as Liang climbed under the covers, a warm fragrance unique to a girl's skin enveloped him entirely. Sensing the rigid warmth beside her, Han Shuiying, who had kept her eyes closed all along, felt the corners of her mouth lift slightly. She couldn't help but let out a soft giggle. Perhaps it was the sense of security Liang provided, but before long, she drifted into unguarded sleep. Listening to his steady breathing beside her, Liang's taut nerves gradually unknotted. Night deepened. Taihang Media University lay completely shrouded in silence and darkness. What had once been a bustling, lively campus now resembled a vast tomb. Only occasionally did unearthly shrieks echo from somewhere near the teaching buildings or the sports field, sounds that sent chills down one's spine. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the dormitory wall outside, like fingernails scraping against rough concrete. The sound was faint, masked by the howling night wind, utterly unable to rouse those deep in slumber. Snap! A pallid hand, its nails crammed with dark red flesh fragments, suddenly reached up from outside the window and clutched the windowsill of dormitory 2023. Immediately after, another equally ghostly hand gripped the ledge. Then a head, hair, disheveled face smeared with blood, slowly emerged from beyond the window. It was LVUU. This woman, whose chest had been filled with jealousy and resentment in life, now transformed into a zombie, had somehow, driven by that instinctual obsession carved into her very bones, climbed from the first-floor security bars all the way up to the second floor. At this moment, LVUU's appearance was terrifying beyond imagination. Her face, once adorned with careful makeup, was now a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Her left eye, whether gouged out before or after the mutation, had been torn from its socket, leaving only a bleeding cavity that oozed black fluid. Her remaining right eye was rolled back, completely white. Han Shuiying. Even as a zombie, she persisted in calling out that name. When Liang and the others had fled into the dormitory earlier, the old sliding window hadn't been fully locked. They had left it barely latched for easier access. LVUU's hands scrabbled desperately against the window frame and remarkably managed to wedge it open just enough for someone to squeeze through. A bone-chilling draft thick with the stench of decay flooded into the warm dormitory in an instant. LVUU slithered through like some boneless creature, contorting her body in ways impossible for any normal person, slipping silently through the narrow gap until one leg crossed onto the dorm floor. And fate, in its cruelest twist, chose that exact moment. Xiaoyun, who slept on the upper bunk nearest the window, suddenly furrowed her brow, even in sleep. After the terror of the evening and the tension that had kept her nerves raw before sleep, a sudden urgent need to urinate woke her abruptly. Hiss! So cold. Xiaoyun sat up groggily. With the window pushed open, a cold draft struck her back, sending her shivering. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she instinctively reached for her phone on the bedside table to light the way before getting down to attend to her needs. But the moment her fingers brushed the phone before her eyes had fully adjusted, she sensed something was wrong with the light in the room. Xiaoyun froze. She lowered her hand and forced her eyes open, peering through the pale moonlight filtering in from the window toward the center of the dorm. In the dim moonlight, less than half a meter from her bed, right by the windowsill, a woman stood motionless. A woman with wild, disheveled hair, her entire body splattered with dark crimson blood. When she turned her head, the moonlight caught her face, illuminating the empty socket where her left eye should have been. Ah! A scream erupted through dormitory 2023. LVUU, who had been standing frozen, immediately locked onto Xiaoyun on the upper bunk with her rolling white right eye. Before Xiaoyun could react, LVUU's pale hand shot out and grabbed her right arm, still braced against the edge of the bed. Let go. Help! Xiaoyun screamed in sheer terror, yanking desperately at her arm. But what could an ordinary college student's strength do against a zombie's supernatural power? A low growl rumbled from LVUU's throat as she yanked downward with terrifying force. Crash! Xiaoyun, over 1.7 meters tall, was ripped straight down from the 1-meter-high upper bunk. She flipped midair, her back slamming hard onto the cold, unforgiving tile floor of the dorm. The impact knocked the breath from her lungs in a painful grunt, her organs feeling as though they had shifted, robbing her of any ability to fight back. The sudden commotion, combined with Xiaoyun's blood-curdling scream, jolted everyone in the dorm awake. What happened? What's going on? Wang Xijia, who slept on the opposite upper bunk, was closest to the incident. Already on edge like a spooked bird, her sleep had been exceptionally light. Her eyes snapped open just in time to witness Xiaoyun being yanked from the upper bunk by a blood-soaked monster and hurled brutally to the ground. Tears sprang to her eyes instantly. Still dazed from the fall, Xiaoyun barely regained consciousness when she saw a massive bloody maw reeking of decay descend directly toward her neck. A column of blood sprayed from Xiaoyun's neck toward her bed. The incident happened too swiftly, and despite everyone waking up immediately, they were still unable to react in time. Ugly. Stay away from her. Wang Xijia, who was closest, didn't even care about her fear now. She couldn't stand by and watch her friend die helplessly before her eyes. She immediately jumped off her bed, stumbled, and then threw her arms around Liu Yu's neck from behind, pulling her backward with all her strength. The next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. Liu Yu's neck twisted a full 180 degrees. Then she bit down on Wang Xijia's shoulder. It hurts. Let go. Wang Xijia released her grip and frantically yanked at Liu Yu's hair. Just then Liang charged forward. Barefoot, he delivered a side kick. Bang! The enraged strike from a 200-pound man was certainly not to be underestimated. The immense force sent Liu Yu's horrifying head jerking sharply to the right. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Xijia, having barely escaped death, crawled and scrambled out from under the zombie, shrinking into the corner and coughing violently. But Liang knew that one kick would never be enough to handle such a painless monster. He sprang forward, reached out both hands, grabbed the shoulder of Liu Yu's sleepwear, and pulled backward with all his strength. Roar! Liu Yu, subdued by her prey, let out an enraged roar. Her arms, nails filled with shredded flesh, flailed wildly in the air, trying to claw at Liang's face. Liang leaned his body backward with all his might, using his weight advantage to hold back the crazed female zombie. The slick, icy touch and the overpowering stench made him nearly vomit his lunch. Ing. While dragging the frenzied zombie, Liang bellowed toward Han Shuang. Before his words had even finished falling, Han Shuang had already gracefully drawn the slender, athletic javelin she kept on the inside of her bed railing. Land, pivot, brace, aim. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, one fluid movement. Liang, tilt your head to the left. Liang didn't have time to think. His brain hadn't even issued a command before his henpecked husband instinct kicked in and his body reacted first. He twisted his neck and turned his head to the left as fast as possible. Whoosh! Thwack! Liang felt the tremendous resisting force in his hands vanish instantly, like a machine unplugged, completely disappearing. Liu Yu, who had been roaring wildly a moment ago, suddenly stiffened. Then, her stinking body went limp in Liang's arms, never moving again. Phew! Holy crap! Liang slowly righted his head and looked down at the thoroughly cold zombie in his embrace. The silver javelin thrown by Han Shuang had pierced straight through the bloody socket where Liu Yu's left eyeball used to be. The devastating, penetrating power drove the sharp metal tip completely through the creature's brain, exiting from the back of her skull and spraying forth a grotesque mass of dark red viscous fluid. That accuracy, that power, it was Olympic-level headshot precision. However, this was hardly the time to be starstruck. Holding a freshly decapitated zombie corpse was absolutely not a pleasant sensation. Need to get rid of this thing ASAP. It's so damn disgusting. Liang furrowed his brows, fighting back the urge to retch. He gripped Liu Yu under the armpits and half-dragged, half-carried the corpse over to the open sliding window. Eat lead. Thud splash. This green-faced zombie, who had persistently climbed up from the first-floor security bars seeking revenge against Han Shuang, had finally completed her sinful and tragic existence. Like a tattered sack, she landed in the dense privet bushes below. Phew! Watching the disgusting trouble get tossed out the window, Liang and Han Shuang quickly ran over to Wang Xijia and checked her over from head to toe. Bitten. Wang Xijia said, tears in her eyes, her voice weak and trembling. Will I die? Will I turn into a zombie? No. No. Xijia, don't panic. Han Shuang suddenly remembered what her younger brother had told her. If infected by a same-sex zombie, one must find an opposite-sex partner within 20 minutes. She turned her gaze toward Liang. He was the only male in this dorm room. Liang, quick. Save Xijia. Liang stood up and suddenly recalled what Xiaohu had said. If you died, there was a 100% chance you'd turn into a zombie. He immediately looked toward Xiaoyan's corpse. Need to dispose of it soon. Cindy, shrinking in the corner, asked tremblingly, what are you going to do? Liang sighed and looked out the window. We'll have to throw it out. He turned to Han Shuang, seeking her opinion. Han Shuang rose to her feet, her gaze sorrowfully fixed on Xiaoyan's corpse, then sharply turned her head away and closed her eyes. Throw it out. All right. Liang walked over, hoisted Xiaoyan's corpse onto his shoulder, and tossed it directly off the windowsill. With a crack, Xiaoyan's head hit the ground, first her neck folding completely. You guard the window, and make sure no other weirdos climb up. Han Shuang nodded and reluctantly moved to the window. Liang picked up Wang Xijia and laid her flat on the desk, spreading her legs apart, then tore away her pink underwear. Wang Xijia, due to blood loss and terror, was in a semi-conscious state. Liang patted her cheek. Xijia, wake up. He needed Wang Xijia to wake up, because if the person involved was completely unconscious during what came next, the difficulty would multiply exponentially. But it was completely useless. Wang Xijia's head swayed slightly, with Liang's patting, a meaningless murmur escaping her lips, and her eyes showed no sign of opening. Under the current circumstances, he couldn't proceed. The area was completely dry. Seeing Liang at a loss, Han Shuang immediately realized what was needed. Although she had no experience as a sports student, she understood human anatomy well, and sometimes she even secretly consoled herself. Han Shuang ran to her lower bunk drawer, searched through it, and threw a white bottle to Liang. Here, this should work. Liang caught it and looked. Holy crap. Sunscreen. This will actually work. Han Shuang frowned. Oh come on, conditions are limited, don't be picky. Just use it, hurry up. Liang didn't waste any more time. He popped open the sunscreen's plastic cap with his thumb, poured about half a small bottle onto himself, and gently tested the position. Even with the sunscreen's help, Liang's movements remained extremely careful. He dared not apply too much force, controlling his pressure as he advanced inch by inch. The sunscreen did help, but since it wasn't designed for this purpose, it began drying out quickly. Liang had only progressed a shallow distance. And at that exact moment of slight progress, Wang Sijia suddenly woke up. It hurts, Liang. Don't. It's okay. It won't hurt in a moment. If you don't hurry, you'll turn into a zombie. Wang Sijia's struggles ceased. Her gaze began to focus, clearly seeing Liang's face before her, and feeling the intense pain and numbing chill constantly radiating from her shoulder. She remembered what had just happened. Liu Yu's mouth covered in blood, and those teeth tearing into her shoulder. She had been bitten by a zombie. But, like this. Han Shuang said from the side, Sijia, trust us. Wang Sijia obediently nodded, stopped struggling, and instead of trying to close her legs, she parted them again, following Liang's guidance. Liang, I've never done this before. I definitely can't handle it. Please be gentle. Approximately 10 minutes later. Liang. Wang Sijia's voice now sounded somewhat airy and distant. She lay sprawled across the desk, gasping for breath in great gulps, her hands instinctively gripping the edge of the table. Under the onslaught of that force, Wang Sijia had now completely forgotten the pain. Cold sweat slid down from her forehead along her cheeks, and she felt as though her brain had turned into a lump of paste. Liang stood before the desk, panting heavily, his forehead also covered in sweat. He realized that his current posture was rather awkward and uncomfortable. The height of the desk was inherently awkward. With Wang Sijia lying face up on it, he found it difficult to concentrate his full strength. Yet this was a matter of saving a life. Every second counted. Liang paused his movements and patted Wang Sijia's leg. Turn over. Wang Sijia froze for a moment, seemingly not understanding the meaning of those words. Hurry and face away from me. I need to exert my strength. Liang urged her. Wang Sijia bit her lower lip, obediently rolled over, and pressed her upper body down against the desk surface. Liang pinned her hands behind her back, gripping them tightly within his palms. This was indeed far more manageable. He could now press his full body weight downward, and the speed had noticeably increased. But at the same time, he dared not use too much force, because after the earlier test, Wang Sijia's tolerance was only about a third of his own. Liang gave a bitter smile inwardly. He was afraid that if he failed to control his strength even slightly, he would end up injuring Wang Sijia directly. This girl was already experiencing her first time, and she still bore external wounds from a zombie's bite. If she sustained internal injuries as well, that would truly be adding frost to snow. Your buddy here is healing the wounded and rescuing the dying. He absolutely cannot become a brute who crushes the flower. Bear with it a little longer. I'm going to speed up. I have to force the toxin out. Liang cautioned softly into her ear. Wang Sijia lay there face down, able only to respond with soft nasal murmurs of mm. Liang drew a deep breath and began to regulate his rhythm. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Han Shuang, who was responsible for keeping watch by the window, was practically going mad. Her face flushed crimson as she fixed her gaze stubbornly on the outside, not daring to glance back even once. The desk behind her had been creaking continuously, and Wang Sijia's broken intermittent sounds seemed to have grown legs of their own, crawling relentlessly into her ears. She was an athlete by training, ordinarily bold and brash in personality, able to take any joke in stride. But that did not mean she could listen with a poker face to what was essentially a live broadcast happening right at her elbow. She could only force herself to concentrate all her attention on the scenery outside the window. Liu Yu's corpse still lay sprawled on the floor. But just then she suddenly sensed that the corpse seemed to twitch. Han Shuang had just been about to poke her head out for a look. At that very moment, a sound came from inside the dormitory. Wang Sijia crying out in what seemed like pain. Her voice carried an uncontrollable tremor. No more. I don't want any more. Liang. She tried to wrench free from Liang's grip, but he held her too tightly. Don't move. It's almost over. I'm forcing the virus out. Liang shouted, driving forward with his waist one final time. Wang Sijia's body arched sharply backward. A stream of clear liquid splashed onto the floor, leaving a wet stain roughly a meter in diameter. Liang immediately released Wang Sijia's hands, stepped back, and exhaled a long, slow breath. Wang Sijia collapsed onto the desk like a heap of soft mud, her entire body drenched through with sweat. Han Shuang, hearing the sound, immediately turned her head to look. Cindy also poked her head out from beside the door, her eyes wide with shock. Every gaze in the room converged upon that wet stain on the floor. The liquid was crystal clear, and right at its center lay a clump of black mucus. Huh. Liang exhaled a long breath. This emergency procedure had finally drawn its closing note within that race against the clock countdown. He carefully gathered Wang Xijia into his arms, then turned her over with extraordinary gentleness. Wang Xijia sat quietly on the edge of the desk. Her legs hung limply in the air, her hands rested naturally at her sides, and her eyes remained closed. But that face, which had been pale as paper now, after that violent detoxification, miraculously bore 2 faint blushes of color on her cheeks. Liang bent his knees and slowly crouched down before Wang Xijia. His line of sight happened to be level with the opening at the edge of the desk. Xijia, may I check? Although the virus had already been expelled onto the floor, it was still best to conduct an on-site inspection to confirm whether everything was truly clean. If any traces of the black toxic fluid remained, they would have to hurry and repeat the procedure immediately. Seated on the desk, Wang Xijia truly could not lift even a single finger now. Even parting her lips to speak a single word felt like an enormous effort. Upon hearing Liang's inquiry, she slowly nodded her head. Liang extended his right hand with great care, reaching toward the area that had just undergone detoxification. He probed around inside a couple of times, then withdrew his fingers. Only a slightly glistening transparent fluid tinged with traces of blood clung to his fingertips. None of that foul-smelling black mucus that reeked of decay. Seeing this result, Liang's heart, which had been lodged in his throat the entire time, finally settled steadily back into his stomach. This detoxification method, outrageous beyond all reason, had actually, within that 20-minute golden window of emergency rescue, forcibly exorcised every last trace of the zombie virus that had been attempting to invade her brain. Wang Xijia was saved. She would not have to become one of those mindless monsters that fed on human brains. Liang, out of pure instinct, sucked lightly on his finger. It's clean. There's nothing dirty left at all. Thank goodness. She made it. Han Shuang murmured to herself, a thin veil of mist suddenly gathering in her eyes. Watching Liang and Wang Xijia desperately detoxifying over there earlier had been sheer torment for Han Shuang, more excruciating than if she herself had been charging onto the battlefield. She had not only had to stay vigilant about conditions outside the window, but also had to watch Wang Xijia's state, with bated breath, terrified that she might suddenly mutate mid-procedure and sink her teeth into Liang's neck. Now the crisis had at last been temporarily resolved. Liang stood in place and began surveying the current devastation of Dormitory 2023. This girl's dormitory, once warm and tidy, now resembled nothing so much as a garbage dump. The floor was covered in drag marks, with scattered clothes and books strewn everywhere. Even more hair-raising were the horrifying bloodstains that stained the floor. Now, even if they merely wished to take a single step, they had to keep their eyes wide open, carefully searching for clean footing, terrified of stepping in those highly concentrated viral secretions. After all, although Liang was immune, the same could not be said for the others. This room is completely ruined. There is absolutely no way anyone can stay here. Once Xijia recovers even a little strength, we'll have to figure out a way to clean up all this blood on the floor. Otherwise, there won't even be a place to sit. Han Shuang nodded wearily. I still have a few unopened bottles of 84 disinfectant and some bleach powder under my bed. I'll pour them all out and mop the floor in a bit. For now, let's everyone catch their breath. Tie me. Just then Wang Xijia, who had kept her eyes tightly shut all this, while suddenly began to speak in a slow voice. Xijia, what did you say? Liang, assuming she wanted water or a change of clothes, asked softly. Han Shuang also straightened up, her gaze turning toward her with concern. Tie me up. Tie me. To the chair. The instant he heard that complete sentence, Liang understood immediately. Although Xiaohu had stated with such conviction over the phone the research findings of those 2 science geniuses. Although Liang had indeed given it his all and followed through just now. Although the final examination had indeed revealed none of that signature black viral fluid. All of this, however, rested upon nothing more than an absurd theory. Who could guarantee with absolute certainty that the virus had truly been expelled completely? Wang Xijia was afraid. She feared that Liang and Han Shuang, believing her to be safe, might let their guard down around her. If everyone exhausted from their ordeal fell asleep unguarded in the dormitory. And at that very moment the residual virus inside her suddenly erupted, and she transformed into a zombie that knew only how to devour people. Then Liang and Han Shuang, who had just risked their lives to save her, would inevitably become the first victims of her mutation. She did not want to hurt anyone. Therefore, while she was still conscious, while she could still control her own body, she had made this request. Liang looked at Wang Xijia sitting on the desk, and felt as though a wad of cotton had been stuffed down his throat. He turned his head and exchanged a glance with Han Shuang, who stood not far away. All right. Liang drew a deep breath, turned around, dragged over a high-back chair, and set it down on one of the slightly cleaner patches of empty space in the center of the dormitory. Then he walked over to the desk, gathered the weakened Wang Xijia into his arms once more, and set her down steadily onto that solid wooden chair. Ying, bring me a rope. Han Shuang sighed, walked silently to the wardrobe, retrieved a jump rope, and handed it to Liang. Although his heart ached, Liang's movements as he tied the knots showed no hesitation whatsoever. Every knot he tied was a dead knot pulled tight, so tight that even a grown man in a frenzy would have absolutely no hope of breaking free. When it was done, Wang Xijia was locked completely and utterly onto that wooden chair. She secured. Liang stood up and took 2 steps back. Wang Xijia sat quietly in the chair. She tried moving her wrists, confirmed that escape was utterly impossible, then the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, a frail, relieved smile. It's all right now. Wang Xijia murmured softly, then sank into a deep sleep. Liang and Han Shuang stood side by side before her. Neither of them spoke a word. They simply stood there in silence, watching this girl who had been bound hand and foot. Liang exhaled a long breath, planning to step over to the windowsill for a cigarette, while admiring the gruesome demise of that greenery he had personally thrown down from the building. However, the moment his gaze swept downward, the smile on Liang's face froze rigidly at the corners of his mouth. What the hell? Down below, there lay Lu Yiyu, the very same girl who had just been impaled through the eye by Han Shuang's javelin, the blade piercing through her entire brain before being discarded like refuse from the window by his own hands. At this moment, she was actually swaying unsteadily and standing up, despite the long athletic javelin still lodged in her skull, its opposite end protruding grotesquely from the back of her head by a considerable length. Although her gait had grown even more twisted from the 2-story fall, one leg clearly shattered, dragging uselessly along the ground. But this was undeniably a living body, one capable of free movement. This zombie, whose head had been thoroughly blown apart, had not obediently collapsed into a true corpse as portrayed in every zombie film and game. She was dragging that javelin embedded in her skull across the concrete below her, steps faltering as she slowly turned that mangled, blood-soaked face upward. With her sole remaining right eye rolled back to a ghastly white, she fixed her gaze upon the dormitory window of room 2023 on the 2nd floor. What's going on? Liang whipped his head around, looking toward Han Shuang standing not far behind him, his trembling finger pointing toward the area below the window. That bitch isn't dead. She's not dead. She goddamn stood back up. Hearing Liang's frantic cry, Han Shuang, who had only just allowed herself to relax, shuddered violently. How is that possible? I did it myself just now. I shot straight through her head. In all those zombie movies you watch, all those survival games you play, Han Shuang spoke while striding swiftly toward the window, don't they all say that destroying the brain, a headshot, is enough to kill them completely? She reached the windowsill and, following the direction of Liang's pointed finger, leaned half her body out to peer downward. Below, Lu Yiyu had not only risen to her feet, but her subsequent action left Liang and Han Shuang at the 2nd floor windowsill utterly dumbfounded. Lu Yiyu slowly raised her right hand, fumbling upward toward the crown of her head. Her fingers made contact with the javelin that had pierced through her entire brain. What is she doing? Liang swallowed hard. The next instant, Lu Yiyu provided her answer. Her fingers seized the metal shaft in a vice grip, then her arm exploded outward with violent force. Dark crimson viscous liquid erupted like a fountain from the bloodied cavern of her left eye, and the wound at the back of her skull, spattering across her entire face and head in rhythm with the javelin's extraction. But Lu Yiyu, as though incapable of feeling any pain whatsoever, wrenched the javelin free from her own skull with sheer brute force. Are you kidding me? Liang's hands gripped the edge of the windowsill. However, even more infuriating developments awaited. Lu Yiyu turned around, her one intact right eye once again locking onto Han Shuang on the 2nd floor. Immediately after, she spread her legs, one forward, one back, her center of gravity tilting slightly backward. Her right hand, clutching the javelin, was raised high above her head, her wrist folded back so that the spear's point aimed directly at room 2023's window. Simultaneously, her left arm extended straight forward, assuming a posture for maintaining balance and aiming. Though her movements appeared stiff and absurd due to rigor mortis, any sane observer could identify at a single glance precisely what stance this was. It was an absolutely textbook javelin-throwing preparatory stance. Holy fucking shit. Liang's eyes nearly launched themselves from their sockets at the sight. How was one supposed to fight this? There was no time for further deliberation. Watching Lu Yiyu below, already executing the forward motion of her throw, Liang's primal instinct instantly overpowered his reason. Moved, he seized Han Shuang, who remained frozen at the window in a daze, and with every ounce of strength in his body hauled her backward, sending both her and himself crashing toward the safety of the corner wall on one side of the dormitory. The two had just hit the floor. Whoosh, crash, clatterbang, smash. In the center of the dormitory, a javelin lay in stillness. A wisp of sickening dark crimson flesh still clung to the spearhead. What the fuck is even happening? Leon clambered to his feet in disarray, casting a glance at the javelin on the floor before looking back out the window. In his lifetime, he had played hundreds upon hundreds of zombie-themed games, watched countless post-apocalyptic survival films. Crawlers, tyrants, mutated hunters. What manner of monstrosity had he not laid eyes upon? But a zombie like this one, skull cracked, open, weapon extracted, then hurled right back along its original trajectory at you in a grotesque parody of borrowing arrows with straw boats, was unquestionably his absolute first encounter in all existence. However, even as his terror subsided, Liang's keen perception caught something subtly amiss. Summoning his courage, he cautiously inched toward the javelin and examined with care the section of floor where it had struck. Although the javelin had indeed flown inside and created quite a commotion, the sound was merely that of the weapon's own weight combined with its sliding impact. There was not even a single indentation on the floor, not a centimeter's worth of depth to be found. This indicated that that supposed throw possessed no genuine penetrative force or destructive power whatsoever. Rather than being thrown, it would be more accurate to say that Lu Yuyu, relying on nothing more than the rigid inertia of her body, had clumsily tossed it up here. Phew. Scared the living shit out of me. Liang released a long, shuddering breath and turned to look at Han Shuang, who had just climbed to her feet. She dusted off her clothes, drew a deep breath, and once more mustered her courage to tiptoe cautiously toward the window, leaning half her head out to peer down at the area below. The area below was now utterly empty. Gazing down the long, narrow, shadowy corridor, illuminated only by the faint pallor of moonlight, one could discern Lu Yuyu's twisted, rigid silhouette. She dragged a leg shattered during her fall, limping unevenly as she made her way toward the abyssal darkness on the far side of the dormitory building. It appeared that after hurling that spear, she had perhaps temporarily exhausted whatever lingering obsession she harbored toward the name Han Shuang. Alternatively, perhaps her shattered vessel could no longer sustain the execution of further complex actions, and she was now receding into the distance, governed solely by the wandering instinct of the undead. She's gone. Han Shuang withdrew her body, her back leaning against the windowsill before sliding weakly to the floor. Liang gazed at the javelin on the ground, still finding the entire affair utterly incomprehensible. What in the world is the principle behind this? Logically speaking, once a zombie suffers a headshot, its central nervous system should be completely severed. Even if this virus were impossibly overpowered, capable of coaxing the dead to their feet, how could a thoughtless monster execute such a technically complex action as javelin throwing? A movement requiring the coordinated exertion of muscles throughout the entire body. Upon hearing Liang's inquiry, Han Shuang contemplated the javelin on the floor, her most familiar companion in ordinary times, and after a brief silence slowly began to speak. Actually, Lu Yuyu was also an athlete. Huh. Liang blinked, casting a surprised glance at Han Shuang. She was a sports student too. Judging by that coquettish getup of hers, I really couldn't tell at all. Cindy interjected from the side. It's true. Although Lu Yuyu usually dresses like some socialite, she is indeed a student of our sports academy. And Cindy paused, her tone taking on a subtle note. Moreover, the event she originally specialized in was identical to Yingying's javelin. Upon hearing this, Liang instantly understood. So not only did these two have history in matters of the heart, but they were also textbook cases of professionals being each other's natural rivals. Within the same specialization, Han Shuang was prettier than her, and her professional results were certainly superior as well. With such accumulated old grudges and fresh resentments combined, no wonder this greenery had sought them out even after becoming a zombie. Han Shuang paid no heed to such gossip. Following this line of reasoning, she offered a relatively plausible hypothesis. Just as Xiao, who mentioned on the phone earlier, these mutations seemed capable of preserving certain memories or obsessions from their former lives that were exceptionally profound. For those of us who train in athletics, a movement repeated tens of thousands of times on the practice field has long since been carved into our very bones. Han Shuang gestured toward the javelin on the floor and continued her analysis. When she picked up the javelin just now and assumed that throwing stance, her brain likely never participated in the decision at all. It was probably nothing more than involuntary muscle memory. Countless throws throughout her lifetime had so deeply conditioned her muscles that the instant they made contact with the javelin, they instinctively responded. After hearing Han Shuang's explanation, Liang nodded thoughtfully. Although this explanation still carried faint overtones of the mystical in a post-apocalyptic world such as this one, where the dead roamed the streets in droves, it seemed to be the only logic that could possibly hold water. So let's hope that's all it is. If these monsters actually start retaining their intelligence and begin picking up weapons to wage ranged attrition or positional warfare against us, humanity might as well just raise the white flag and surrender. What's even the point of survival then? Liang offered up a silent prayer within his heart, hoping that Lu Yuyu's throw moments ago had truly been nothing more than a fluke of muscle memory, rather than signaling some new evolutionary direction for the undead. Han Shu picked up her phone from the table and tapped the screen awake. The digital display glowed with the time 0615. It's already past 6 in the morning. Han Shuang murmured softly. Without realizing it, they had somehow endured the longest hours of this hellish night. Outside the window, the sky had begun to lighten with the first faint glow of dawn. Han Shuang pressed the screen dark, then clutched the device tightly against her chest with both hands as if by instinct. Standing by the window, Liang caught sight of her subtle movement and the shift in her expression the moment he turned around. He let the roguish smirk fade from his face, furrowed his brow slightly, and with quiet footsteps drew closer to Han Shuang's side. "What's wrong?" At Liang's inquiry, Han Shuang lifted her head. She gave a small nod at first, but then her gaze drifted involuntarily toward the bunk bed by the window. It was Xiaoyun's bed. The blankets remained in a tangled heap with the pillow hanging half off the edge. Just hours ago, that girl had been sitting there alive and full of life. And now the owner of that bed was gone. Gazing at the empty bunk, Han Shuang's eyes instantly reddened. Liang knew Han Shuang all too well. On the surface, this girl appeared to be an invincible warrior goddess, straightforward in temperament, swift and decisive in action. But in truth, she carried an intense sense of responsibility and an overwhelming desire to protect, valuing the people around her above all else. Her silence and grief just now stemmed from more than mere worry over Han Saihu. This foolish girl was surely torturing herself, twisting the blame for Xiaoyun's tragic death entirely onto her own shoulders. She believed she had killed Xiaoyun. A dull ache pierced Liang's heart. His right hand reached out and came to rest gently upon Han Shuang's trembling shoulder. "Ying, look at me." Han Shuang lifted her head slightly, tears brimming in her eyes, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. "I know what you're thinking." Liang fixed his gaze upon hers and spoke with absolute seriousness. "But you need to understand exactly what kind of world we are living in right now. Monsters that devour people are everywhere out there. The entire world has fallen into chaos. In this apocalyptic atmosphere fraught with uncertainty and death, no one, not even God himself, can control every outcome, let alone ordinary people like us." Xiaoyun's death was a heartbreaking accident, a tragedy born from countless unfortunate coincidences stacking upon one another. If she hadn't been woken by the need to use the bathroom, if she hadn't sat up, if. But this world has no ifs. Liang's fingers tightened ever so slightly, squeezing Han Shuang's slender shoulder as he spoke each word with deliberate weight. "You cannot blame yourself. You absolutely cannot shoulder this burden. The ones who truly harmed her, who turned her into a monster, are that damned virus out there, and that twisted soul, LVU. Not you." Upon hearing Liang's comfort, the tears Han Shuang had been holding back finally broke free, sliding down her pale cheeks. She lowered her head in anguish. But LVU's target was me. If it weren't for me, if she hadn't come up here seeking revenge against me, she would never have climbed through the security bars into our room, 2023. If she hadn't climbed in, Xiaoyun wouldn't have been dragged from her bed, wouldn't have turned. In the end, Xiaoyun took the blow meant for me. I'm the one who killed her. This relentless chain of ifs was mercilessly carving away at Han Shuang's psychological defenses. In her logic, since LVUU had come for her, every catastrophe sparked by LVUU's vendetta made Han Shuang the unforgivable culprit who deserved 1,000 deaths. This textbook case of survivor's bias and targeted guilt could drive a perfectly rational person to the very brink of madness. Beside them, Wang Xijia, who had been listening in silence, stepped forward. She seized Han Shuang's hand in her own. "Ying, please don't. Liang is right. This isn't your fault at all. Who could have predicted that LVUU in that state of hers would climb through the window? We all did everything we could." She cradled Han Shuang's hands in her palms, gently rubbing them as if trying to channel some sliver of comfort. "If anyone should be blamed, blame this godforsaken world. You're the backbone of our little group. If you crumble, what are the rest of us supposed to do? Xiaoyun certainly wouldn't want to see you tormenting yourself like this over her." Gazing at Wang Xijia and Cinny, and feeling the broad, steady warmth of Liang's palm upon her shoulder, Han Shuang's heart finally felt a faint stirring of release. Yes, in this hellish world, simply staying alive already demanded everything one had. She closed her eyes, drew a long, deep breath, and forcibly pushed down the tide of negative emotions threatening to burst its banks. "Thank you all. I'm fine. I just..." spiraled for a moment. The pain was overwhelming. Seeing his goddess's emotions finally stabilize, Liang felt his suspended heart drop back into place. "That's more like it." Buzz, buzz. Just then the phone clutched tightly in Han Shuang's palm suddenly began to vibrate. The sudden vibration startled everyone in the otherwise silent dormitory. Han Shuang froze for a second, then quickly pulled her hand away and lowered her gaze to the screen. A green icon lit up on the display. The sender's name stood out in bold characters, Xiaohu. Han Shuang swiped across the screen and unlocked her phone. Sis, are you alright? Can you answer the phone? With a slightly trembling thumb, she hurriedly typed a single word on the keyboard, yes. The message had scarcely been sent, when without so much as a second's delay the screen suddenly changed, and Han Saihu's WeChat voice call request appeared. Hello? Xiaohu. Sis. Thank heavens. His familiar booming voice came through the phone. I'm fine. Our dorm is safe for now. We've blocked the door completely with the wardrobe. Han Shuang briefly explained her situation, then hurriedly asked, what about you two? How is the multimedia classroom? Nothing went wrong, did it? Oh, don't even get me started. We merely dozed against the wall for a while. We didn't dare fall into a deep sleep. After reporting his circumstances, Han Sai's tone suddenly became serious. Sis, I need to tell you something important. I just called my dad and your dad. By your dad, Han Saihu meant Han Shuang's biological father. At the mention of her family, Han Shuang's nerves tightened once more. She quickly pressed him for answers. How is everything at home? Has our hometown gone chaotic too? Are they all right? Don't worry, sis. I asked around and got the full picture. Han Saihu smacked his lips on the other end of the call. Things aren't great over there either. According to your dad, those biting monsters have also appeared in the old districts of our capital. The streets are in utter chaos and the sirens of police cars and ambulances have never stopped. But as soon as your dad and mine realized something was wrong, they immediately blocked the gates of the old family courtyard. Everyone in the family is now hiding inside. The elder generation in their family was deeply traditional and had never moved into a modern residential complex. Instead, they remained obstinately lodged in the large ancestral courtyard they had inherited from their forebears. The surrounding walls were at least 3 or 4 meters high and built from thick gray bricks. Along their tops ran coils of anti-theft wire. In this apocalypse overrun with zombies, that courtyard possessed formidable defenses. It was nothing short of a small steel fortress. As long as those inside did not go out and court death, the monsters beyond the walls could do nothing but stare helplessly. And I made sure to remind your dad and the others repeatedly. I told them that these are extraordinary times. If any monsters happen to be wandering nearby, a ringing phone could easily get us into serious trouble. That's why I told them not to call us or send videos without thinking twice. Even if they need to message us, they should send as few as possible. I told them that once we're completely safe here, or once we've found a route to relocate, we'll contact them ourselves. Your dad said he understood and told us to take good care of ourselves at school. All right, you did the right thing, Xiaohu. You've really grown up this time. You're handling things remarkably well. Han Shuang nodded repeatedly, offering her younger cousin lavish praise for his calm and capable conduct. She let out a long breath, feeling at last that the heaviest stone weighing upon her chest had been lifted. As long as everyone at home is safe, then even if we have to risk our lives over here, we'll still have something to hold on to. Liang, who had been standing beside her, suddenly froze. Damn it. How could I have forgotten to call home and ask how things were? What a beast. I'm an absolute beast. Is this the legendary case of forget one's mother after getting a wife? And this wife hasn't even married me yet. I've already cast my own parents to the back of my mind. If Comrade Laoli ever found out, he'd surely crawl through the internet and beat me around like a spinning top with his belt. Liang inwardly barracked himself with vicious self-condemnation for his unfilial conduct. He fumbled for his phone in a panic, opened WeChat, and found the chat labeled Her Imperial Majesty pinned at the top. Though his mind was as frantic as an ant on a hot griddle, he dared not initiate a voice call directly. If zombies happened to be near his parents, an unexpected ringtone could easily bring catastrophe upon them. He swallowed hard and carefully typed a few words. Mom, are you awake? Is everything all right at home? Reply as soon as you see this. Don't call, just text. He pressed send. A green message bubble appeared. Every second that followed felt like an entire century to Liang. He stared fixedly at the top of the screen, scarcely daring to blink for fear of missing even the slightest movement. Heaven protect us, heaven protect us. Jade Emperor Guanyin Bodhisattva Mary, please protect my parents. Don't let them go out to watch the excitement and see zombies biting people. They have to stay safe at home. Liang silently prayed to every deity he could think of. He was so anxious that he was nearly spinning in circles. At the very top of the screen where the contact name, Her Imperial Majesty, had been displayed, a small line suddenly appeared. The other party is typing. At the sight of those words, Liang nearly burst into tears on the spot. They're alive. They haven't mutated. They can still text. Less than 5 seconds later, a white text message popped up. Son, why are you awake so early? Everything's fine at home. It's just that police sirens have been blaring outside all night, and your dad just got up to make breakfast. Is everything all right with you? Don't go wandering around. If his parents could still go about making breakfast in peace, the danger had not yet reached their residential compound. Liang immediately pressed the WeChat voice call button. Beep. Beep. After 2 rings, the call was answered at once. Hello, Ong Ong. Why are you calling so early in the morning? Weren't you the one who said not to call? His mother's voice, tinged with both confusion and concern, came through the phone. In the background, he could also hear the scraping of a spatula against a metal pan. The sound struck a sudden ache in Liang's nose and his eyes reddened at once. Amidst that horrific night of blood and carnage, his mother's voice flowed like a warm current into his utterly exhausted heart. "Mom." Liang sniffled and forcibly suppressed the urge to cry, struggling to make his voice sound light and composed. "I'm fine. I just woke up and saw the news saying some strange kind of flu seems to have broken out everywhere. A lot of people are going mad and biting others, so I thought I'd check on you right away." Liang dared not tell them outright that the outside world had already become a zombie apocalypse, lest he frighten his elderly parents into some terrible state. Instead, he had to disguise it indirectly as a flu that made people lose their minds. "Oh, isn't it just awful?" His mother immediately launched into a volley of complaints. "Your father and I watched the news last night. They were calling it some new strain of rabies. Old Zhang downstairs in our neighborhood insisted on taking his dog out in the middle of the night. I heard he got bitten by some deranged drunk, and then the ambulances and police cars came flooding in. It was absolute chaos. Your father was muttering just now that the world has really gone mad. Mom, you and Dad have to listen to me very carefully." Liang's tone instantly became utterly grave. "Starting now, whether you need groceries or want to take a walk, neither of you is to set even 1 foot outside the house. Deadbolt the security door and close every window tightly. No matter who knocks from outside, even if it's the Jade Emperor himself, you must not open the door." His mother on the other end seemed startled by Liang's rare severity. All right. I understand Mom won't go out. We have enough rice flour and vegetable stock from the new year to last a whole month." His mother hurriedly agreed, then shifted the subject, her voice filled with concern. "What about you? How are things at your school? Don't go anywhere crowded to satisfy your curiosity. If things really get bad, stay hidden in the dormitory. If you run out of food, borrow some from your classmates. Don't worry, Mom. I'm completely safe here. The security door in our dormitory is sturdy, and I have plenty of food and drink. These are extraordinary times, so you mustn't worry about me. Just take care of yourselves. I only called to let you know I'm safe. Once this blows over, I'll go back to see you." There were 2 seconds of silence on the other end. Then his mother's slightly choked voice came through. She had evidently detected the urgency in Liang's words and knew that matters were nowhere near as easy as he claimed. "Oh no, you're all alone out there. You must be careful and protect yourself, do you hear me? Don't be reckless. If something happens, stay out of sight." His mother's voice carried deep concern and reluctance to part. Every word struck Liang's heart with tremendous weight. "I know, Mom. I'll be all right. I'll hang up now. My phone is almost out of power. Make sure you lock the doors and windows at home." Liang dared not say any more. He was afraid that if he listened for another moment, his tears would fall. He quickly found an excuse and ended the call in haste. Sigh. Setting down the phone, Liang raised his head and let out a long breath. He blinked hard, forcing back the prickling tears. For the time being, his family was safe. To him, that was the best news imaginable. It meant he no longer had any cause for concern back home and could devote himself wholly to surviving by any means possible in this brutal apocalypse. Liang turned and walked to the dormitory window. He reached out and slowly pulled the curtain that had blocked his view all night farther apart, opening a wider gap. By now the sky outside was completely bright. Yet this dawn, which should have symbolized hope and rebirth, had dispelled not even the slightest trace of terror and despair. For these survivors, the true struggle for survival had only just begun. Having confirmed that their families were safe for the time being, the last lingering worry weighing on Han Shuang and Liang's hearts finally dissolved like scattered mist. Yet while their spirits found renewed drive, the crisis of the flesh began to assert its presence with ruthless indifference. Grrrr. Ahem. Well, you see, after a whole night of high-intensity aerobic and anaerobic exercise plus substantial blood loss, my stomach has lodged a formal protest. Liang awkwardly rubbed his withered belly, a faint flush creeping across his face. Wang Xijia suddenly let out a soft laugh. Xijia, are you alright? Does your shoulder still hurt? Han Shuang asked with urgent concern. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's just that the lower part feels a bit sore now. As she spoke, she cast a glance toward Liang through eyes soft as silk. You have to take responsibility for me. Liang scratched his head in embarrassment, his gaze furtively drifting toward Han Shuang standing nearby. You? Why are you looking at me? You scumbag. Their nerves eased somewhat, and they proceeded to untie the ropes binding Wang Xijia. Several hours had already passed. Wang Xijia had shown no signs of mutation whatsoever. On the contrary, her mind had grown completely lucid. This confirmed that Han Sai's method had indeed proven effective. Han Shuang cast a glance at the sky outside, then turned to address the others. Since the area outside is now overrun with zombies, we definitely won't be able to leave anytime soon. Our top priority is to take stock of what supplies remain usable in our dormitory. Rule 1 of survival: within an enclosed space, the quantity of supplies directly determines the upper limit of how long you can survive. Upon hearing the call for inventory, Cindy and Wang Xijia immediately perked up. If there's anything our room won't be short of, it's probably medicine. As she spoke, Han Shuang pulled open the large drawer at the very bottom of her desk. In this dormitory, Han Shuang, Cindy, and Xiaoyan, who had tragically perished, were all bona fide physical education students. Athletes endure grueling daily training. Bumps, bruises, sprains, and strains are commonplace. Thus, each of them had developed the habit of stockpiling medicine in the dormitory. Crash. Han Shuang upended the contents of the drawer onto the desk's surface in one go. Liang leaned in for a look and immediately clicked his tongue in astonishment. Good Lord, this was no ordinary dormitory drawer. This was a bona fide miniature field medical station. Yunnan Baiyao aerosol spray, safflower oil, povidone iodine, generous rolls of medical gauze and bandages, adhesive bandages, ibuprofen, sustained release capsules, amoxicillin, anti-inflammatory tablets, even several boxes of medicinal plasters specifically for treating injuries from falls and contusions. The variety was truly comprehensive, the selection remarkably complete. These anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicines in our current circumstances are more precious than gold. Liang gazed at the bottles and jars, his eyes practically gleaming with avarice. In this post-apocalyptic world where hospitals are inaccessible should illness strike, a fever, a wound, infection, these medicines would constitute nothing less than a genuine second lease on life. We also have food. Han Shuang turned and directed her gaze towards several large suitcases piled in the corner beside the wardrobe. Because the Lantern Festival had only just concluded yesterday, and today marked the return to school day, these girls had all arrived back at campus just yesterday afternoon, hauling their suitcases all the way from home. Parents across the world share one universal affliction, the unshakable conviction that their children are perpetually underfed and underdressed at school. Therefore, with every semester breaks return to campus, beyond a few changes of clothing, the remaining space in their suitcases would invariably be crammed to bursting by their mothers and fathers with every conceivable local specialty and snack. Not a single gap left unoccupied, not even room enough for a pair of underwear. Hurry, open up all the suitcases and let's see. Cindy could hardly contain her eagerness. With deft efficiency, she dragged her own large pink suitcase to the center of the room, yanked open the zipper and, like opening a mystery blind box, casually pushed aside the clothes inside before beginning to extract the treasures hidden beneath. Han Shuang likewise opened her own black suitcase. Then their gazes simultaneously fell upon the blue hand luggage case resting against the wall. That was Xiaoyan's case. The atmosphere in the dormitory fell silent for a beat or two. Just a dozen or so hours earlier, Xiaoyan had walked into the dormitory with a beaming smile, pulling that very suitcase behind her, eager to share the homemade specialties she had brought from home. Yet now they were separated by the irrevocable gulf between the living and the dead, not even an intact body left behind. Open it. Han Shuang drew a deep breath. If Xiaoyan were still here, she would certainly want us to use these things to survive well. Cindy dabbed at the corner of her eye, gave a nod, and reached out to pull open that blue case. After more than 10 minutes of rummaging, the three of them had extracted from the depths of their respective suitcases a mountain of assorted foods piled into a small hill and stacked atop Han Shuang's spacious desk. Let me take a look at what hard currency we have here. Liang rubbed his hands together and began calling out the inventory item by item. A whole case of Lucky 108 instant noodles, 24 packs. A whole case of Talunsu pure milk, 24 boxes. An entire case of whole wheat bread, 2 jin per pack. More than 20 packs of Xiangbalo braised duck legs, plus a dozen or so vacuum-packed 5-spice braised pig trotters, alongside a miscellaneous assortment of potato chips, chocolate bars, beef jerky, and various small biscuits in indeterminate quantities. Gazing upon this mountain of food, Wang Xijiao and Cindy found their throats involuntarily producing repeated sounds of swallowing. Outside, a hellish landscape where zombies roamed every inch of ground and death lurked around every corner. Yet here, within the safety of their locked dormitory, they gazed upon this towering heap of food, exuding the fragrances of artificial flavorings and calories. The contrast was positively paradisiacal. This is wonderful. With so many delicious things, even if we had to hide here for a whole month, we wouldn't have to worry. At last, a heartfelt smile blossomed across Wang Xijia's beautiful face. However, unlike the girl's blissful optimism, Liang, surveying the pile of food on the desk, displayed no particular excitement. Instead, his brow gradually furrowed. Xijia, you're thinking too simply. Take a look at how many mouths we have to feed right now. We're under constant tension and panic every day, and from time to time we have to perform heavy labor, like we did last night, frantically hauling things to barricade the door. The caloric expenditure in this state is vastly greater than what we burn attending classes or strolling the streets. He picked up a pack of instant noodles, weighted in his hand, and continued his analysis. Even if we were to institute a strict rationing system from this moment forward, scrimping on every morsel to ensure only the bare minimum caloric intake needed to keep us from starving to death. This case of instant noodles divided evenly among us amounts to just 6 packs per person. 1.5 packs a day would last at most 4 days. That case of talunsu, 6 boxes per person, 1 per day, gone in 6 days. As for the whole wheat bread and the duck legs and pig trotters, even if we chopped them up fine and stretched them out with water, they absolutely couldn't last us a full week. Leong set the pack of instant noodles back down on the desk. We have no idea how long this damned apocalypse will last, when outside rescue will arrive, or even whether any rescue will come at all. Relying solely on this meager pile of food on the table with all external supply lines completely severed is absolutely insufficient to see us through the protracted battle ahead. The atmosphere in the dormitory grew heavy once more. Indeed, what would they do once the food ran out? What if the faucets stopped delivering water? In the midst of that despairing silence, the cell phone Han Shuang had placed in the corner of the desk suddenly blared, with Song Waining's voice thick with grievance and envy. Damn it, you guys are still complaining about having too little? I've been listening to you lot inventorying duck legs and pig trotters. My drool is practically dripping clean through the floor. Because the WeChat call had never been disconnected, Song Waining and Han Saihu in the multimedia classroom on the other end had heard every word of Dorm 2023's inventory announcement with crystalline clarity. Through the phone screen, Leong could almost visualize Song Waining's face darkened and twisted with envy. At least you people have meat to eat and talunsu to drink. Old Han and I have been chased on our tails by zombies all the way into this crappy multimedia classroom since last night, and we haven't even had a sip of water. We're starving to the point where our chests are practically glued to our spines. The only things in this room are chalk, dust, and a bunch of busted computers. Not even a damn fly in sight. Hearing Song Waining's woeful lament, Han Shuang felt a pang of anxiety. Although her cousin was temporarily safe over there, going hungry was no trivial matter. Under conditions of extreme hunger, physical strength drains away with alarming rapidity. Little who do you really not have a single scrap of supplies over there. A helpless sigh came from the other end of the phone, accompanied by what seemed to be the sound of him patting his empty, shrunken belly. Sis, isn't that question rather rhetorical? The outbreak last night came so suddenly that old Song and I nearly lost our shoes in the scramble. It was a desperate flight for our lives, pure panicked flight with no thought of direction. We were in no state of mind to lug food and drink along with us. Han Saihu paused at this point. But don't worry too much about us. Living people can't exactly die from holding their urine. Old Song and I just had a little chat. Since moving around in daylight makes us too conspicuous, we've decided. Tonight, under cover of darkness, we're going to slip out and scrounge up some food. What a... Upon hearing this, not only Han Shuang, but even Leong, standing nearby, snapped his eyes wide open. These two brazen fools actually intended to take the offensive at night to forage for supplies. Leong snatched up the phone from the desk and hurriedly spoke into it. Have you two lost your minds? The entire area out there is packed with zombies. Finding a safe spot to even stand is a struggle right now. Where exactly do you plan to forage? Song Waining on the other end picked up the thread, beginning to outline their assault route. The multimedia classroom we're hiding in is at the end of the second floor corridor. If we climb out through the window over here, we'll land on that little service road beneath the teaching building, the one normally used by garbage trucks. That road is exceptionally secluded and leads straight to the artificial lake scenic area behind the campus. Somewhere along the middle stretch of that road, tucked among the trees, isn't there a little convenience store? That rundown shack converted from an old newspaper kiosk, the shabby little shop that only dating couples used to frequent. Song Waining grew increasingly animated. The place is super remote. It never sees many people, even on a normal day. I'm guessing that during the zombie outbreak, there wouldn't have been any crowd gathering over there, so the number of zombies must be at its absolute minimum. As long as we two move quietly and slip over under cover of darkness, we can pry open the rolling shutter of that kiosk. The instant noodles, mineral water, and sausages inside should be more than enough to keep us comfortably fed for a week or so. Upon hearing this purportedly perfect infiltration plan from Song Waining, the expression on Li Ang's face did not relax in the slightest. If anything, his brow knit even more tightly. Damn, that's quite a distance. As a veteran of Taihong, Chuanmei Dashueong knew every inch of this campus like the back of his hand. From the multimedia classroom at the far end of the teaching building, he climbed out the window to the shabby newsstand beside the artificial lake, a straight line distance of no less than 500 or 600 meters. That 500 or 600 meters in ordinary times was just a post-dinner stroll to catch a glimpse of the junior girl's bare legs. But in this zombie-ridden apocalyptic hell, that distance was a one-way road to the gates of hell. Especially the middle green belt, thick with dense shrubs and tall ornamental trees, not only blocked the view, but at night there were no street lamps, as dark as a bottomless pit that could swallow a person. No one knew how many zombie Voldemorts lay hidden in that tangle of shadows drawn by the scent of the living. Liang stared at his phone, his voice heavy, as if wrung from water. Old Song and Xiaohu, you two are basically planning to enter a high-grade monster zone with bear gear. If in the middle you happen to snap a branch or startle a monster crouching in the grass, you two won't even find cover, and you would be eaten as late-night takeout. There was a moment of silence on the line. Several seconds passed. Han Sai-hu sighed, a note of helplessness in his tone. Oldly, we know all this, as well as Old Song. But there's no choice. The newsstand is the nearest, and the only point still likely to hold intact supplies. You think we don't want to hunker down in this multimedia classroom? We've already turned this room, and even the broken desks along the corridor outside, inside out. We've spent an entire winter break here. There is no one in the classroom hiding food in desk holes. Not even a full packet of instant noodles. Song and I turned those desks and drawers inside out, leaving not a scrap of wood, not even half a pack of expired spicy sticks, or a single pistachio shell. This place is nothing but chalk, dust, and rat droppings. We really can't stay. Exactly. If we stay hungry like this, I fear we won't be bitten by zombies, but will faint from hypoglycemia inside the classroom. When the zombies burst in, we would have no energy to run, and that would be truly damned frustrating. Faced with the choice between starving and a desperate gamble for life, the two hot-blooded young men clearly favor the latter. Han Shuang clenched the phone on the desk. As Liang's elder sister, how could she bear to see her cousin take such a life-and-death risk? Xiaohu. She pleaded into the phone mic with a hint of entreaty. Don't rush, don't act rashly. The area over there is far too dangerous at night, and you have no weapons on hand. This is the biggest hope in Xie and Wang Xijia's dorm room at the moment. To them, isn't this how it's always shown in movies? After the outbreak, as long as you hide somewhere safe and endure the first chaotic days, the heroic army would drive tanks and heavy machine guns, sweeping the monsters away like autumn leaves, and then escort the survivors to a safe refuge. However, Han Shuang's hopeful reassurance did not receive a response on the other end. Han Sai-hu's voice was low and deliberate. We can only save ourselves. The moment these words left his lips, Xie and Wang Xijia's faces froze. Even Liang, who had been calmly analyzing the situation, furrowed his brows. What does it mean to stop expecting rescue? Could the outside governments and armies' collapse be complete? Xiaohu, what do you mean by that? Facing Liang's question, Han Sai-hu on the other end seemed to be sorting his thoughts. After a few seconds, his voice rang again. Oldly sis, remember what I told you earlier on the phone? That kind of zombie seeks vengeance. Everyone immediately recalled Lu Yuyu, the zombie whose head was blown off by a spear, yet still fixating on the second-floor window downstairs. That memory was so vivid it seemed to carve itself into the bone. Han Sai-hu sighed and continued, just before I spoke to the old squad leader again on the phone. The old squad leader told me, the outside situation has completely spiraled out of control. Things are far more serious than we thought. You should know that everyone in this world more or less has someone they dislike or an offended foe. Rivals in business, a market Annie, who argued with you over a penny, even school love strife rivals. Military researchers via drones and frontline scouts have returned footage revealing a warped trait of these zombies. They have evolved to an almost inconceivable level to kill their own enemies. Not only are they incredibly strong and tireless, but when facing the person they most hated in life, they unleash an unprecedented fixation. They will climb through windows. They will tear at doors. They will use the scraps of memory remaining in their brains to track the scent and position of their enemies like hounds. They will spare no means to tear their enemies to pieces, shattered into countless pieces. Listening to Han Sai-hu's description, Liang felt a chill crawl up his scalp. That zombie Lu Yuyu, after banging on the corridor door, would rather abandon chasing easier prey than circle behind the dormitory and stubbornly crawl up to the second floor through the first-floor security bars. In Lu Yuyu's virus-ridden brain, the only thing left is hatred for Han Shuang. That hatred transcends the zombies' mere hunger for flesh. This isn't a bio-threat crisis, it's a nationwide, vengeful kill-or-die massacre. Han Sai-hu paused to take a deep breath. So the old squad leader told me to tell everyone to face reality. This is no longer the kind of crisis where stockpiling noodles and water and locking the doors will suffice to survive. Because this vengeance trait has fundamentally changed the distribution of zombies outside. They do not roam aimlessly in the streets after losing their target. Instead, they scatter in pockets rather than gather in the city center. If they cluster, the military would send a few bombers to carpet bomb them or push in with armored divisions to clear them. But now they are like time bombs scattered throughout every corner of the city. They are dispersed in every residential building, every office building, every dorm. They lie on windows, crowded doors, frenzied to kill the specific target inside. This dispersed interior civilian-laden distribution has rendered the army's heavy weapons utterly useless. Xie and Wang Xijia have gone completely pale. Liang feels a chill race up from his feet to the crown of his head. So do not expect the army to advance immediately to clear the streets. The entire city has fallen into a microscopic security paralysis. Each of us cannot harbor any more illusions of luck, because each of us may have to face one or several monsters that have locked onto you. Besides, my old squad leader told me not to assume the military is an absolutely impenetrable safe haven. In the mere dozen or so hours since the zombie outbreak began, even within the heavily armed military units, a highly severe infection crisis has already emerged. How is that possible? Liang's eyes widened, his face filled with utter disbelief. The military has guns and artillery, and they are all rigorously trained professional soldiers. Only think about the transmission mechanism of the virus we deduced earlier. What is the situation like in the military barracks? It is a place entirely packed with men bursting with so much masculine energy it could repel ghosts. Regardless of how it started, perhaps a visiting family member or a logistics soldier returning from a supply run. As long as a single male in the barracks is bitten by a male zombie or accidentally comes into contact with the virus, do you know what that means? Hearing this, everyone in Dorm 2023 immediately realized. Exactly, it is just as you think. In an almost completely sealed barracks with an extremely high density of males, once a same-sex source of infection appears, it is akin to throwing a lit match into a pile of dry gunpowder kegs. With just a single bite or a scratch on the skin, the infection will spread like a plague at a terrifying geometric rate. My old squad leader said that several combined arms battalions stationed in the suburbs, because they didn't understand the virus's twisted rule of same-sex repulsion, opposite-sex immunity, at first dispatched a group of men to clear out a horde of male zombies. Consequently, in their very first encounter, entire company structures were nearly wiped out, turning them all into those heartless monsters. This description, resembling a scroll painting of hell, left the three girls in the dormitory pale-faced, not even daring to breathe heavily. Later, the military high command finally realized having paid a devastating price to grasp this pattern. To prevent such catastrophic internal transmission from happening again, the military has now mandated mixed-gender teams for all clearing and rescue missions. When encountering a horde of male zombies, female soldiers take the lead, while male soldiers provide fire support from behind. When encountering female zombies, it is reversed. Male soldiers push forward, while female soldiers support from the rear. This is the so-called cross-immunity tactic. That sounds like a highly reasonable countermeasure. Liang stroked his chin and nodded thoughtfully. Reasonable as it may be, you know the actual situation of our military. Female soldiers are already a minority of the minority. Aside from the performing arts troops, medical companies, and communications battalions, female combat soldiers, who can actually be integrated into frontline units to engage in close-quarters combat with zombies, are scarcer than giant pandas. On one hand, there is an extreme shortage of female combat personnel, making tactical deployments impossible to scale. On the other hand, there are those targeted zombie bombs scattered across various residential and office buildings in the city due to the vengeance mechanism. Han Sai-hu combined these two fatal factors. With the zombies completely scattered, the military's forces are also forced to disperse due to gender constraints, all while carefully conducting urban warfare and indoor clearing operations. This has resulted in the military's current clearing and advancement efficiency slowing down to an atrocious rate. So stop dreaming about soldiers dropping from the sky and driving tanks to take you to a safe zone. We are just a bunch of ordinary college students, not nuclear physicists holding core national secrets, nor are we important leaders. At this critical juncture, when rescue forces are severely depleted and barely surviving themselves, why would the military bypass more important areas and risk driving armored vehicles into a school to save you? Indeed, Han Sai-hu was absolutely right. In this apocalyptic world where order has collapsed, the lives of ordinary people are as worthless as weeds. Until one demonstrates absolute survival value, no one will risk their lives for you. You can only rely on yourself. Only at this moment did everyone truly experience a profound realization, like clouds parting to reveal the sun. In this disaster, the hideous flesh-rotting zombies outside were not actually the most terrifying part. As long as one is brave enough and armed, ordinary people can still manage to contend with them. What is truly terrifying is the virus itself. It is this virus itself which completely overturns human understanding and possesses an outrageously high infectivity. Even more so, it is the twisted mechanism the virus bestows upon the zombies, enabling them to lock onto their enemies as if equipped with a Beidou navigation system, stopping at nothing to tear them to pieces. Under this mechanism, mutual suspicion among people is magnified infinitely. You never know which monster lurking in the shadows will climb through your window in the dead of night, just to exact revenge, because you accidentally stepped on its foot while lining up at the cafeteria yesterday. What you just described, we literally experienced it firsthand a few hours ago. Huh. On the other end of the line, Han Sai-hu and Song Weining uttered puzzled grunts simultaneously. Wang Sijia, still shaken, sniffled through her reddened nose and spoke into the phone with a trembling voice in the middle of the night. A zombie really climbed up here. It was the one you mentioned, Liu Yu, who was extremely jealous of Shuang when she was alive. Since she couldn't break the door down, she actually scaled the security grates outside like a giant spider and crawled into our second-floor dorm all to seek revenge on your sister. Really, it was exactly as you described, Xiao. That reckless obsession to kill the target is simply terrifying. What the hell? Hearing Wang Xijia's tearful description, Han Saihu on the other end of the line instantly lost his cool. Sis, are you okay? He had just finished a lengthy lecture on how twisted and relentless these vengeful zombies were, only to be told the next moment that such a monster had already sneaked into his own sister's bedroom hours ago. I'm fine, don't overreact. Han Shuang quickly replied into the microphone, attempting to calm her cousin, who was on the verge of losing his mind on the other end. I'm not hurt, not even a single strand of hair is missing. Thanks to Liang, he saved me. Subsequently, using language as concise and calm as possible, Han Shuang briefly recounted the thrilling dormitory defense battle that took place in the middle of the night to the two on the other end of the line. Hearing these events unfold one by one, Han Saihu and Song Weining felt their scalps go numb, their sharp intakes of breath echoing over the receiver. However, Han Shuang's eyes dimmed as she reached the end of her recount. Although I am fine, Sijia was bitten. Liang successfully saved her using the method you mentioned, but Xiaoyan is dead. A long exhale escaped from Han Saihu on the other end. In this apocalyptic world where human life is as cheap as dirt, grief could only be a fleeting luxury. As a son of the Han family, the only thing he cared about right now was his sister's safety. Oh, my dear sister, you really scared the life out of me. My heart was practically leaping into my throat just now. It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. As long as you are safe and sound, that is better than anything. As for Xiaoyan, that was her fate. Let's not blame ourselves too much. After sighing, Han Saihu suddenly changed the subject. His previously anxious tone instantly turned incredibly warm. Oldly, Liang, are you still listening nearby? I'm here. What's up, Xiao? Liang quickly leaned closer to the phone, wondering what had suddenly gotten into him. Oldly, you are a real man. A true hero. Oldly, haven't you always had a secret crush on my sister and liked her? Han Shuang, who was straightening her clothes, froze instantly. A visible blush rushed to her cheeks, turning her face crimson all the way to her ears. Both embarrassed and annoyed, she glared at the phone on the table, wishing she could crawl through the network cable to sew her cousin's mouth shut. Wang Xijia and Cindy covered their mouths, their eyes darting back and forth between Liang and Han Shuang. Even though it was the apocalypse, their innate love for drama still made their eyes sparkle with gossip. Before Liang could speak, Han Saihu on the other end of the line continued passionately, delivering his declaration of kinship. Oldly, even though you took down our school beauty right in front of my sister just based on your manly courage tonight, willing to get bitten yourself to fiercely protect my sister, I, Han Saihu, completely accept you as my brother-in-law today. You are so damn reliable. In times like these, when everyone fends for themselves in the face of disaster, meeting a man willing to trade his life for my sister's is a blessing you couldn't find even if you searched with a lantern. Don't you worry, Oldly. Growing more excited as he spoke, Han Saihu directly wrote a blank check that would make Liang smile in his sleep. As long as we survive and get through this, once it's all over, even if my sister loses her mind and refuses to marry you, I, Han Saihu, will tie her up like a pretzel and stuff her into the wedding car to deliver her to you in one piece. Mark my words, not even Jesus can stop me. Get lost. Wang Xijia, standing nearby, couldn't help but shout. Meanwhile, standing next to the phone, Liang felt as if he were walking on clouds upon hearing this touching declaration. He nodded, repeatedly bowing, so low his waist almost touched the floor, and responded into the microphone without hesitation, yes. No problem. It's a deal then, brother-in-law. Standing beside him, Han Shuang glared at Liang in annoyance, squeezing 3 words through her teeth. Like hell it is. Hey sis, my phone is about to die and shut down automatically. Han Saihu's voice was laced with a deep sense of helplessness. I was in such a panic when I fled that I didn't even have time to grab my charger. Let's leave it at this for now. To save this last 2% of battery, I need to switch to ultra power saving mode immediately. On the other end of the line, Han Shuang gripped her phone tightly. She knew exactly what a dead phone signified in this hellish reality where all social order had completely collapsed and man-eating monsters roamed everywhere outside. It meant a complete loss of contact. It meant that in this vast campus resembling a dark forest, her only relative was about to enter a Schrödinger-like state of existence, his life or death entirely unknown. If anything happens, or if we find a safe evacuation route, I'll find a way to contact you. Sis, you and Oldly must stay safe. Han Saihu made his final farewell on the other end, his tone carrying the resolute determination of someone who had burned his bridges. Xiao. Han Shuang parted her lips, tears welling up and spinning wildly in her eyes. Yet she stubbornly bit her lower lip, forcing them back. 1,000 words ultimately coalesced into a single deeply concerned warning. You You and Song Waning, you must be extremely careful. Yeah, don't worry, sis. After all, I used to be in the military, Han Saihu replied, feigning a light-hearted tone. Immediately afterward, a series of busy tones beeped from the speaker. The call disconnected. Liang stood to the side. Seeing his goddess looking so utterly distraught, an indescribable pang of sorrow tightened in his chest. Indeed. Though our situation is far from ideal, at least we have food and water, and the door is barricaded shut. Holding out for at least a week shouldn't be a problem. But as for those two, that is a genuine bona fide descent into hell mode difficulty. At the thought of his best friend and his brother-in-law to be trapped in a dilapidated classroom, filled with nothing but chalk dust and obsolete computers, and having to grope their way into night's pitch-black, terrifying darkness to search for supplies at the convenience store by the artificial lake hundreds of meters away, Liang felt a chill. This was no longer wilderness survival. This was a flat-out suicide mission. Liang walked over to Han Shuang's desk, picked up a wooden chair, and carried it to the windowsill. He plopped down, rummaged through his pockets for a long moment, and pulled out a half-crushed pack of cigarettes. Click. Inhale. Exhale. I hope that unlucky bastard old Song and my brother-in-law can make it back safely. Heavens protect them. Even if they do run into zombies, please let it be ones that run slowly or have terrible eyesight. Liang prayed with utmost sincerity in his heart. After smoking half a cigarette, he felt that just sitting idly was doing no good. He pulled his phone out of his pocket. The immediate priority was to gather as much external information as possible to see what kind of grotesque state this wretched world had devolved into, and whether the government or the military had issued any self-rescue guides or shelter locations. He lit up the screen. Though the signal indicator in the top right corner showed a pitiful 2 bars, the 4G icon next to it was as captivating as a divine smile at this moment. Thank heavens for the nation's robust infrastructure. Even at the end of the world, the base stations of the 3 major telecom operators were remarkably still standing strong. Liang eagerly opened several of his most frequently used social media apps and news clients. The moment he entered, good heavens, the screen was a chaotic cacophony of madness and despair. The trending search lists across all major platforms had long since collapsed entirely. Help! My neighbor has gone mad. He is biting his wife's neck. Someone please save me. Location: Shanghai XX community. The streets below are crawling with man-eating monsters. The emergency line is completely dead. Resident Evil is real. This is not a drill. Everyone lock your doors and windows, and absolutely do not let their blood splatter on you. The internet was flooded with a uniform wave of frantic pleas for help from netizens all across the nation. In addition, it was inundated with various horrific videos captured from the perspectives of bystanders. As Liang scrolled down the screen, he felt his heart suffocating under the sheer weight of this information. Suddenly his gaze locked onto a video with an exceptionally eye-catching title: First-Person POV. Trapped in the bathroom by my zombie ex-girlfriend. Guys, you have no idea, her strength is terrifying. Holy crap, this brother is a real savage. At a time like this, he still has the mind to film a video for clout. Liang complained wildly in his head, while tapping his thumb on the video out of sheer curiosity. However, the video had barely loaded for a second on a black screen when this video content is suspected of violating regulations containing bloody and violent elements and has been removed by the platform. Below that was a line of small text: let us build a clean online space together, starting with you and me. What the hell? Hanging a half-smoked cigarette from his mouth, Liang's eyes instantly widened into saucers. He froze by the windowsill, utterly dumbfounded. Refusing to believe his eyes, he exited and proceeded to click on several other videos containing keywords like bloody, man-eating, or zombie. Without exception, every single one of them displayed content censored or video under review. Incredible. Simply incredible. Liang couldn't help but mentally give a massive thumbs up to these content moderators wherever they might be. Which absolute paragon of professional dedication and corporate slavery is this? The outside is crawling with damn zombies, the world is ending, and humanity is practically an endangered species, yet this brother is still stubbornly sticking to his post, meticulously auditing survival videos. What immense dedication. Is he terrified that people will be scared to death by the gory footage before they even get bitten by zombies? After thoroughly roasting the moderation mechanisms of all the major platforms in his mind, Liang sighed. He exited those apps and opened the internal campus forum of Taihang Media University. Compared to those public platforms subject to nationwide censorship, this small school-hosted server forum lacked manual moderation, thus preserving the most authentic raw ecosystem of the apocalypse. Yet this raw state sent shivers down Liang's spine. The entire forum interface was refreshing frantically at a speed visible to the naked eye, with posts cascading down like a waterfall. Over and over they were all suffocating cries of despair. Help. I'm in the cold storage of the first canteen's kitchen. There are 5 middle-aged female zombies pounding on the door. Someone save me. Warning. The 3rd floor of male dormitory building 5 has completely fallen. Do not come here. Repeat, absolutely do not come here. Looking at these posts, Liang truly felt that this ivory tower once filled with laughter and joy had now completely transformed into a massive azure arena. Aside from these standard survival posts on the brink of mortal peril and the complete collapse of moral constraints, some people's minds would always undergo bizarre and wondrous twists. As Liang's finger scrolled down the screen, his gaze was suddenly arrested by a post bearing a little red flame icon labeled hot. Location: female dormitory building 3. Since we're all going to die anyway, looking for a handsome muscular guy over 180 centimeters tall for a quick hookup before the end. I've been single for 20 years and don't want to meet the king of hell with regrets. Come quick. Waiting online. Looking at this post, Liang was so utterly shocked that the cigarette between his fingers almost dropped onto his lap. He clicked into the post to take a look. Good grief, there actually were dozens of replies underneath. Some were furiously cursing the poster for being insane and shameless, but surprisingly a few guys were actually posting photos of their abs and height verifications, in all seriousness asking if they could risk their lives to provide home delivery service. What in the world? A hookup before dying. With lines of black exhaustion on his face, Liang exited the post. Still thinking about mating at a time like this, eh? Looking at these bizarre, absurd, and desperate posts, a profound sense of sorrow welled up in Liang's heart. Sigh. Is there truly any hope left for humanity? Just as Liang continued scrolling, he was suddenly drawn to a certain post. First to catch Liang's attention was the poster's ID. Lijidu. The avatar was unmistakably Ultraman Legend, one of the legendary 4 unknown Ultras in the Ultraman universe. This student still believes in the power of light. Liang watched the glowing Ultraman avatar, his lips twitching involuntarily. The title of this post read, "Is there anyone still alive in Girls' Dormitory Building 2? We're looking to trade for some medicine urgently. Girls' Dormitory Building 2. A slight stirring occurred within Liang's mind. Wasn't this the very building they currently occupied? He swiftly tapped the screen with his thumb and entered the desperate plea for help. We need cold medicine, antibiotics, or fever reducers. Any brand will do as long as they can bring down fevers and fight infections. In return, we can exchange for food. We have quite a stash of food in our dorm, including 3 unopened self-heating hot pots and spicy beef and tomato beef flavors, 2 cases of pure milk, some chocolate, and dried meat. As long as we can get medicine, you can pick whichever food you want. Location: first floor, dorm 1021. Waiting online, quite urgent, please. Piss, Ying. Liang pointed at the floor, then quickly walked over to Han Shuang and held out his phone screen to her. Is the room number downstairs from our neighboring room, 1021? Han Shuang glanced down at the post on the screen, and upon hearing Liang's question, she thought for a moment. Our dorm is 202, and the one next to it is 2021. Right downstairs from 2021 is the first floor dorm, 1021, right diagonally below our dorm. What's wrong? Diagonally below. Then it must be them. They want to trade for some medicine. Liang slapped his thigh, his expression instantly coming alive. At this moment, Cindy, having overheard the conversation between Liang and Han Shuang, curiously popped her head up. She also took out her phone and opened the Campus Forum app. After a few casual refreshes, the entire screen was filled with blood-red posts tagged with SOS, help, and urgent exchange. Oh, what's so surprising about this? Cindy tossed her phone onto the bed and said impatiently, these posts about exchanging supplies are everywhere on the school forum now. Some people are even trading designer bags and cosmetics for a bite to eat. We've only just managed to barricade the door, and this room is absolutely safe now. No matter how tempting those posts may seem, we absolutely cannot respond to them. They're on the first floor while we're on the second. Even if we agreed to trade, the corridors outside are overrun with zombies, and who knows how many monsters are lurking in the hallways below. How would we even get the medicine to them? How would we bring the food up? Opening the door to deliver it ourselves? That would be asking for death. Though Cindy's words sounded cold and selfish, they were absolutely the most rational approach. In the rules of apocalyptic survival, meddling in others' affairs often amounts to digging your own grave beforehand. I certainly know what you're saying. Liang sighed, his expression growing troubled. If some random stranger had posted this, he wouldn't have blinked an eye, not even if they offered a grand imperial feast in exchange. He would have simply swiped past it. After all, there's only one life, and who would risk near certain death just for a meal? But then Liang took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. He looked up at Han Shuang and Cindy, his tone heavy and serious. I know perfectly well that opening that door now would be signing my death warrant. If it were any other dorm, I'd never play the savior. But they saved my life. Moi. Hearing this, not only was Cindy stunned, but even Han Shuang, seated on the chair, showed surprise on her face. Han Shuang furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her clear eyes fixed intently on Liang, as she seemed to be straining to recall everything that had happened that evening. Saved your life? Han Shuang murmured to herself. Suddenly a spark of realization flashed through her mind. At that time Liang had been bitten on the left arm by a zombie while covering their retreat upstairs. Later, when he was severely wounded and about to be surrounded by several zombies, a mop handle had been extended from the dorm downstairs, helping Liang buy precious time. It was precisely those crucial seconds bought by the life-saving mop handle that gave Han Shuang above enough time to retrieve her javelin. That's right. Han Shuang suddenly rose to her feet. Even a small favor deserves to be repaid tenfold, and this was clearly a life-saving act. Liang waved the phone in his hand and pointed at the post on the screen, analyzing methodically. Look at the tone of this post. With 3 exclamation marks and words like please, it shows they're truly in urgent need right now. Cold medicine, antibiotics, or fever reducers. Liang's brows furrowed slightly. Someone in their dorm must have fallen ill, and not lightly, most likely running a high fever. Even a healthy person might not survive in this apocalypse, let alone someone with a high fever and plummeting immune system. Without fever reducers and antibiotics to bring the temperature down and let the illness progress, forget about whether pneumonia or shock would set in. Just the coughing and pain groans from being sick would definitely attract those zombies with keen hearing in this deathly quiet night. Falling ill at a time like this with no medicine available is essentially a death sentence. Liang turned, and his gaze swept across Han Shuang's spacious desk. On that desk, having just been searched and sorted through a small field medical kit, was neatly arranged. Ibuprofen, amoxicillin, cold granules, and various injury ointments, all present and accounted for. Dorm 2023 was filled with athletic students who always kept these essential medicines well stocked. What do you think? Liang took a deep breath, leaving the decision to the dorm's pillar of strength. Should we help them? We have more than enough medicine here anyway. Letting go of 1 or 2 boxes of fever reducers and antibiotics won't affect us at all. Besides, Liang rubbed his hands together somewhat embarrassedly, his Adam's apple bobbing. They said they can exchange self-heating hot pots and milk. Didn't we just do the math? With only that instant noodles and whole wheat bread, we couldn't last more than a few days. More food means better survival odds for us. This was a complex decision involving morality, gratitude, and survival interests. In the apocalypse, martyrs usually die the fastest. But if one refuses to help someone who had saved their life, what difference is there between them and the walking dead outside? Moreover, this trade was a genuine win-win situation. Cindy, who had been huddled on her bed, fell silent after hearing the full story of how the mop handle had saved his life. Though she was afraid and selfish, she was still a normal college girl with a higher education and basic conscience. The thought that without that stranger girl downstairs extending the mop handle, Liang might have died. And if Liang had died, Shiwang Sijia and Han Shuang would have surely been bitten to death by the mutated Xiaoyan in the dorm earlier, weighed heavily on her. With that reasoning, the people in dorm 1021 were indeed great benefactors to their entire dorm 2023. Cindy bit her lip and silently lowered her head, no longer raising objections. Han Shuang stood in place, hesitating only briefly. Yes, we can trade. We must help them. One must act with conscience. After all, they saved your life when things were most dangerous. Since they saved you, giving you the chance to come up and help us barricade the door and resolve the crisis, they effectively saved all of us in dorm 2023. In this apocalypse, even monsters know to seek revenge against their enemies. Han Shuang handed the medicine box to Liang, raised her eyebrows, and gave a spirited smile. As living humans, can we really not learn to repay kindness? All right. With his decision made, Liang didn't hesitate for a moment. He went straight to the help post and tapped on the avatar, glowing brightly. Ultraman Rageoder. Hello, do you need medicine? It had barely been 3 seconds since he sent that private message. The spot at the top of the screen where the other person's ID used to be instantly transformed into a pulsing line of gray text the other party is typing. Yes. Are you in the women's dormitory building too? Through the screen, Liang could almost feel the urgency in their words, as if they were grasping at the last lifeline in a desperate situation. Liang glanced at his screen, scrolled through his sticker collection, and cheekily sent over a ridiculous one of a Shiba Inu, enthusiastically nodding with the caption yes. Without missing a beat, he typed 4 more characters with genuine sincerity, thank you. Once the message went through, a brief silence fell between them. It was clear that the girl in room 1021 on the first floor had been completely caught off guard by Liang's unexpected gratitude. After a full 5 or 6 seconds passed, the other side finally responded with just a single lonely punctuation mark. Then another message immediately followed, thank us for what? Are you sure you have the right person? This is a legitimate help post. If you have medicine, we can trade it for you with self-heating hot pot and milk. The tone from the other side suggested they thought Liang was either a boring netizen trying to mess with them late at night or someone who had mistaken them for another person. Haha, I haven't mistaken you for anyone else. I'm genuinely thanking you. Liang chuckled softly, replaying the thrilling scene from earlier that day in his mind, while his fingers flew across the keyboard to explain. I'm that guy who was lying outside the security window on the first floor last night. Your dorm mate reached out a mop handle through the window and saved my life. This life-saving favor I've kept close to my heart. Do you remember? Click send. This time the response came even faster than before, a near-instant reply that brimmed with dawning realization and shock. Oh, it's you. Oh my god, so it was you. You're the person Saikai saved yesterday. Seeing these words pop up on the screen, Liang's gaze sharpened instantly. Saikai? That name. Why does it sound so familiar? Liang muttered to himself. Saikai sounded like an ordinary college student's name, but combined with that rage odor ID from earlier, this inexplicable familiarity was like someone tickling his brain with a feather. However, saving lives couldn't wait. Not the time to dwell on names. Yes, that's me. Since you saved my life, consider this medicine my way of repaying the favor. What kind of medicine do you need? For colds or fever? I have both and quite a bit of antibiotics too. To ease their concerns, Liang quickly relayed his exact location and trading plan. I'm completely safe now, and coincidentally, I'm right in the dorm next door to yours on the floor above. Room 2023. We're positioned diagonally from each other. Tell me what medicine you need, and I'll lower it down with a rope from the adjacent room. Just reach out from your security window to catch it. It's completely safe. In truth, this plan had been Liang's optimal solution after running through multiple simulations in his mind. Simply opening the door and heading downstairs to deliver medicine would be courting death, since there were likely countless green ones lurking in the corridors and stairwells outside. The best approach was to tie the medicine boxes securely to a sufficiently long rope and lower them from the second floor. Upon seeing Liang's offer of completely free medicine, the girl on the other end of the phone was clearly overcome with emotion. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nuya from our dorm is sick. She's had a high fever since midnight, and now her body is burning up. She's nearly delirious. We desperately need fever reducers and antibiotics to bring her temperature down. Then with proper consideration, the girl added, but we can't just take your medicine for nothing. One thing at a time. Even brothers keep clear accounts. The food we promised earlier still stands. We can tie self-heating hot pot and chocolate to a rope and send them back to you as a token of our gratitude. Nuya is sick. Damn. Liang couldn't hold it back. Rage odor. Noah. Saga. What kind of divine dorm is this? What an absurd coincidence. Or have female college students today started naming themselves so wildly? For girls in one dorm, and they've already collected Rage Odor, Noah, and Saga. Could the remaining girl who hasn't spoken yet be named King O Ultraman King? Is this the Land of Light's liaison office at Taihong Media University? Have all 4 mystery Ultramen arrived? Thinking about the Noah Ultraman downstairs burning with fever and the Saga Ultraman, who'd been poking zombies with a mop handle like it was the Plasma Spark Tower. Liang couldn't contain himself anymore, covering his mouth as giggles escaped. Han Shuang, seated beside him, watched his comically strained expression with a puzzled frown. Are you okay? Han Shuang extended her fair fingers, waving them in front of Liang's face, and asked in a hushed tone, why so jumpy? Did they refuse the exchange? No, nothing like that. Liang quickly waved his hands, took a couple of deep breaths, and forced down those images of Ultraman fighting zombies in his mind, striving to restore his expression to something serious and composed. I made a deal with them. There really is a girl in their dorm with a high fever who urgently needs fever medicine. And they're very principled. They insist on using self-heating hot pot and food as a token of gratitude. This trade is absolutely profitable for us. Han Shuang nodded, a hint of approval in her eyes. That's good. People who maintain their principles, even in times like this, are worth helping. However, Liang pointed toward the window and began explaining in detail the aerial rescue plan he'd just devised. Han Shuang's eyes lit up slightly. That's a good idea. It allows us to repay the favor and exchange supplies without risking our lives going outside. Very feasible. She turned and walked to her desk, yanking open the largest drawer in the middle with a swift motion. This drawer was practically a treasure chest. Besides the common medicines she'd just pulled out, it was packed with all sorts of sports training equipment. Han Shuang rummaged through a pile of knee pads and resistance bands, and soon her hand pulled hard outward. A bright orange professional jump rope emerged from the depths of the drawer. Designed for intense physical training, this jump rope featured extremely durable, wear-resistant material, and its length could be fully adjusted according to height, stretching to nearly 3 meters at its longest. With swift movements, she removed the weighted handles from both ends of the jump rope, leaving only the incredibly sturdy nylon cord in the middle. Then she wrapped the rope twice around her hand to test its elasticity. With a light snap, Han Shuang handed the nylon jump rope to Liang. Let's use this. This thing's perfect, sturdy, and plenty of length to boot. Liang tossed it up and down in his hands. For playing a little game of aerial courier, Between the second and first floors, it couldn't have been more fitting. With the tools of his trade firmly in hand, Liang turned his head toward Xing, who was still crouching beside the suitcase, and hurriedly relayed the specific needs of that Ultraman dormitory downstairs. That girl downstairs named Noya. She suddenly came down with a high fever in the middle of the night. Hurry and grab a few boxes of fever reducer ibuprofen or acetaminophen, either one will do. Then get some anti-inflammatory meds like amoxicillin and some cold medicine granules. Whatever you can spare, take a little of it all. Got it, leave it to me. Xine transformed into a professional pharmacy picker, her hands and feet remarkably deft. Ibuprofen extended release capsules. One whole unopened box taking that. Amoxicillin capsules, grab 2 blister packs. And this, wind heat cold granules, bring her 1 box of those too. Xine muttered to herself as she sorted through these precious life-saving medications 1 box at a time. After making her selections, Xine rummaged through the dorm room until she found a thick transparent plastic bag that was normally used for carrying fruit. She carefully arranged all the medicine boxes neatly into the plastic bag, then tied 2 tight knots at the opening, ensuring that the boxes inside absolutely would not fall out when the bag swayed midair. Here, all set. Liang reached out to take the plastic bag, then wrapped the jump rope twice around his right wrist. Everything was ready. Next, he was about to execute this insane contact-free apocalypse delivery mission. He had just placed his hand on the window frame, preparing to climb up. Wait! Han Shuang's voice suddenly came from behind him. Let me do it instead. There are no safety measures on the outside wall. The entire body's weight depends on the gripping strength of your arms and your core to keep yourself supported. That wound on your left arm is so deep, and we only just stopped the bleeding. Scabs haven't even started forming yet. If you hang on the outside and exert even a little force, or if you lose your balance, that wound will definitely tear right back open. It's better if I go deliver it to the next room instead. Listening to Han Shuang's barrage of concern and anxiety, a warm current instantly flowed through Liang's heart. He felt those few zombie bites were absolutely worth it. However, he absolutely couldn't let his goddess take this risk. No, this job can only be done by me. You absolutely cannot go. This is Taihong Communications University Female Dormitory Building 2. From the 1st floor to the 6th floor, every single resident is a bright, beautiful young college girl. That means any zombies that mutated inside this building are 99.9% guaranteed to be female zombies. None of us know what the situation is like in the neighboring room 2021 right now. If it's empty inside, or if the people there are still fine, then obviously everything's perfect. But Liang's gaze suddenly darkened. What if room 2021 next door isn't clean? What if one, or even several, already mutated female zombies are hiding in there right now, crouched by the window waiting for dinner? If you're the one going and a monster inside scratches or bites you while you're climbing through the window, since we're both girls, you'd be done for on the spot. At that point, I wouldn't even have a place to cry. But if I'm the one going, then the situation is completely different. Liang broke into a roguish yet incredibly reassuring grin. I'm a man with a golden ticket to immortality. So what if a claw suddenly reaches out from the window next door and scratches me, or a female zombie pokes her head out and takes a bite? At worst, I'll just bleed a little more and suffer some flesh wounds. I definitely won't mutate. In this building, I'm the only person who has the margin for error. So this risk absolutely has to be mine to take. This practically flawless chain of reasoning, combined with Liang's attitude of casting life and death aside purely to protect her, struck Han Shuang's tightly clenched heart like something heavy crashing into it. She gazed into Liang's bright eyes at that incomparably warm smile at the corner of his mouth. Han Shuang opened her lips. The entire arsenal of rebuttals she had prepared in her stomach. None of those words could come out at this moment. A faint blush rose on her delicate, beautiful face. She quietly bit down on her lower lip. Then you have to be extremely, extremely careful. If something feels wrong, retreat immediately. Your life is what matters most. Don't worry, I'm the type who values his life the most. Liang grinned. All right, stop making it sound like we're parting forever. I'm just going next door for a visit. Liang didn't waste any more words. He turned around, hooked both hands onto the edge of the window frame, planted his left foot on the inside of the windowsill, and with a powerful thrust from his right foot nimbly vaulted himself up onto the sill. The 2nd floor wasn't exactly high, but with no safety ropes whatsoever, the impact of a fall would still be considerable. What's more, a short distance away, several early rising zombies were wandering aimlessly about. Gulp. Liang swallowed hard. Let's do this. Assassin's Creed Taihong Communications University branch mission start. Liang silently psyched himself up. Then he leaned his body out the window, feeling with his feet along the wall, until he found the gaps between several protruding red bricks to use as footholds. Hiss. The instant the full weight of his body hung suspended on the outside of the wall, a heart-piercing bolt of agony shot through Liang's left arm. The freshly bandaged wound was being torn by his straining muscles. The pain was like hundreds of steel needles stabbing wildly through his flesh, all at once forcing him to sharply suck in a cold breath. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly beaded across his forehead. Hold it together, oldly. You're a goddamn warrior of pure love. How can you fall apart at a time like this? Leon gritted his teeth, forced himself to endure the searing pain in his left arm, lowered his center of gravity as much as possible, and pressed his entire body flat against the cold wall. He began inching his way toward the neighboring dorm room to the left, hands alternating, feet probing. Every movement of 10+ centimeters was a tremendous test of his stamina and willpower. Fortunately, the distance between the two dorm room windows wasn't all that far. He moved laterally for a little over 2 meters. Finally, Liang's toes touched something solid. It was the concrete platform and metal bracket between the two dorm balconies, typically used to hold an air conditioning unit. Phew. Made it. Liang's heart leaped with joy. He forcefully pushed off against the wall with both feet, swung his body to the left, and in a rather ungainly manner scrambled up onto that narrow platform, gasping for air in great heaving breaths. Just this short 2 to 3 meter climb had soaked the back of his down jacket through with cold sweat. At the edge of the bandage on his left arm, a piercing dark red hue was faintly seeping through. Damn it, after this job's done, I'd better well get a kiss from Ying as a reward. Leon leaned against the wall to rest for about 10 seconds. Once his breathing had steadied slightly and his heart was no longer pounding like a war drum, he turned his head to look at the window of room 2021, now within arm's reach. That window was less than half a meter away from the air conditioning platform where he stood. The curtains in room 2021 hadn't been drawn, only a thin semi-transparent gauze curtain fluttered gently in the wind. Worst of all, that glass sliding door was actually left open by a gap of nearly 20 centimeters wide. These girls really don't worry about anything, sleeping with the windows open in this freezing weather. Leon muttered to himself. He crouched on top of the air conditioning unit, his legs slightly bent, poised like a frog ready to leap. 1, 2, go. Leon silently counted to 3 in his head. Then his legs exploded with power, and his body leaped lightly toward the front right. Snap! His hands precisely caught the edge of room 2021's windowsill. His body swung once in midair, but he quickly steadied himself using his powerful core. Perfect landing. Liang's heart secretly rejoiced. Next, all he needed to do was use his arms to push his head through the window gap to take a look at the situation inside. If there was no danger, he could go in and then lower the rope directly. However, just as his nose crossed the bottom edge of the window frame, a violently piercing, overwhelmingly pungent smell gushed out from that 20-centimeter gap like a flood. The metallic sweetness of blood, the rust-like tang of iron, the stench of decay. Liang's body, which had just gathered its strength to push upward and look, and instantly froze mid-air, as if someone had hit the pause button. We're in deep shit. Room 2021 was absolutely not clean. Moreover, something absolutely horrific, a slaughter, had taken place in here. Leon held his breath, exerting force millimeter by millimeter with both arms. Slowly, he raised his eyes above the edge of the windowsill to look inside the dorm. Just that one glance. Liang's entire body instantly froze solid in the bitter wind outside the second floor. A female college student who should have been in the prime of her youth now hung limply halfway off the bed in a bizarre and grotesque posture. Her lower body was wedged against the metal railing of the bed frame, preventing her from crashing to the floor. Yet none of this was the focus. The true horror lay in her face. The flesh of the girl's face looked as though it had been violently gnawed away, exposing her entire facial structure. Her lips were completely gone, leaving 2 rows of ghastly white teeth exposed bare to the air, the crevices between them packed with dark red blood vessels and shredded flesh. Most horrifying of all, one of her eyeballs had slipped from its socket, dangling by only a thin strand of optic nerve. Like a macabre pendulum, it swayed gently in the cold draft blowing in from the window. Her entire head was nothing short of a skull, draped with a few remaining shreds of flesh. On the 2 beds closer to the dormitory door, the exact same tragedy was playing out. 2 girls clad in pajamas hung upside down from the iron bunk beds, suspended in the same headfirst posture, with their upper torsos dangling over the sides. Their bodies had been gnawed into mangled ruins. Copious amounts of blood dripped from their inverted hair onto the desks and floor below, long since coagulating into a sickening dark brown. This is a fucking one-sided massacre. Leon had initially thought that the mutation he experienced last night in Dorm 2023 was thrilling enough, but compared to Dorm 2021 next door, that place was practically a cozy game of playing house. Suppressing the violent churning in his stomach, Leon summoned every ounce of his courage and slowly extended his head fully past the windowsill, peering into the center of the dormitory. On the floor, littered with bloodstains and disheveled clothing, a figure lay quietly. It was a woman. She was extraordinarily obese, and it was a grotesque, disproportionate kind of fat. Though her limbs were thick and sturdy, the most eye-catching feature was her protruding, bloated belly. The belly was so spherical that her pure cotton pajamas, which should have been quite loose, were stretched to the point of tearing. Even the fabric over her belly button was strained to near transparency. Is she naturally this fat, or did she gorge herself to this point? Leon questioned his very soul, looking at the 3 mangled corpses of her roommates, and then at this woman with a belly that resembled a full-term pregnancy. Could this woman have devoured her 3 roommates like an all-you-can-eat buffet, in one sitting, literally stuffing herself to this extreme? At this moment, the bloated woman lay motionless in the pool of blood. Was she dead, or asleep, or perhaps digesting her massive feast? He dared not verify whether the colossus on the floor was a corpse or a zombie. Damn it, I can't do this job. Without hesitation, Leong began to back out in his mind. He slowly shifted his fingers, gripping the window frame, preparing to pull his head back and retreat to the air conditioner outdoor unit platform the way he came. Though he felt a twinge of guilt toward the girls downstairs waiting for the medicine in such a terrifying environment where his own survival was at stake, acting as a selfish deserter was undoubtedly humanity's most primal instinct. Yet despite his mind being set on retreat, an untimely memory flashed across his thoughts. It was last night when he was being hunted by zombies. At the very moment he thought death was certain, a mop handle had reached out through the gaps of the security window. They were the ones who saved you. The words Han Shuang had just spoken in the dorm echoed continuously in Liang's ears. In the dead of night, facing such terrifying zombies, those girls had dared to extend a mop handle to save a complete stranger like him. He, Liang, a full-grown man standing at 183 meters, had already braved the bitter cold and his injuries, crawling like Spider-Man all the way to this neighboring windowsill just to save the feverish Nia Aotman. The fever medicine was ready in his pocket, and the rope was tied around his wrist. He was just one step away. Now faced with a little danger and a bloated monster, was he really going to run away with his tail between his legs? Sigh, I really fucking owe you, Ultraman. I'm already hanging off the edge of a cliff. Oh, if I climb back now, wouldn't all that suffering have been for nothing? How about I just make it quick, throw the medicine to them, and get it over with? Leong reopened his eyes, the hesitation and fear in his gaze temporarily suppressed by a surge of sheer ruthlessness. He turned his head with utmost caution, scanning his surroundings like a thieving rat. At this moment, 3 or 4 zombies were dragging their feet, wandering aimlessly along the path below. Low guttural growls escaped their throats as if they were searching for some edible scraps. Fortunately, these zombies were currently lingering at the far end of the path. They hadn't looked up and remained completely oblivious to the living human clinging to the second-floor exterior wall. There is only one chance. It must be swift, precise, and ruthless. Leong adjusted his breathing, shifting his body's center of gravity as much as possible to the right. Because of his injured left arm, he absolutely could not put any weight on it. Trembling, he slid his left hand into the inner pocket of his down jacket, fumbled around, and pulled out his phone. He went straight to his private messages on the campus forum with Leiji Eduo. Open the window. Get ready to catch. I'm throwing the medicine down now. Almost the exact second it successfully sent, the other party replied instantly with 2 words, okay. Staring at those words on the screen, Leong took a deep breath and stuffed the phone back into his pocket. The original plan was for Leong to climb into this dormitory and lower the medicine down with a rope. But with a bloated monster and 3 corpses lying inside, he simply did not dare to enter. The best approach was to throw the medicine directly to them from here. Crucially, this mid-air smuggling handoff had to be swift, precise, and ruthless. This was because the girls in dorm 1021 on the first floor had to open their window and reach their hands out past the security bars to receive it, a highly perilous zone on the ground floor where zombies could pass by at any moment. If the girls downstairs kept their hands outside for too long, or if the handoff was clumsy and made any noise, it would be equivalent to suddenly tossing a piece of fresh bloody meat before a pack of wolves that had starved for 3 days. The wandering zombies at the other end of the path would undoubtedly be drawn to the noise in an instant. Should that happen, not only would the precious medicine be lost, but the girls downstairs would also be plunged into grave danger. Creak. Leong hurriedly lowered his head following the sound. He saw the glass sliding window of dorm 1021 downstairs, which had been carefully pushed open a crack from the inside. Then a pair of fair and delicate small hands emerged, trembling through the narrow gaps of the security window's metal bars. Now, Liang's gaze hardened. He took a deep breath and resolutely released the thick plastic bag filled with life-saving fever medicine. Thud. A barely audible sound of plastic meeting palms came through. Hit. The medicine bag fell precisely into the girl's hands. The girl below was clearly caught off guard by the precision of this improvised delivery from the second floor. She even froze in place for half a second. Only then did she snap back to reality, gripping the plastic bag tightly before swiftly retracting her hand along with the medicine bag back through the security window. Squeak. The first floor window was quietly and promptly closed and locked. Mission accomplished. This near-death aerial drop hadn't been in vain after all. As for their promised self-heating hot pot and chocolate, as thanks Liang had absolutely no intention of collecting them now. What was the point? There was a starving, biochemical glutton, lying in dorm 2021, hanging around like a swing in midair waiting for them to tie up food. What if the noise woke the monster inside? That would be courting death itself. Retreat, retreat. Better get back to 2023 and curl up with my wife. This wind is bitter enough to freeze a man's nose solid. Liang muttered to himself, his tense nerves easing considerably. But just as he turned to leave, his gaze happened to fall on the upper bunk closest to the window. That casual glance alone caused Liang's heart, still beating normally moments before, to freeze solid as though plunged into liquid nitrogen. The dead girl on the bed, her eye embedded between rotting flesh and bare bone previously fixed on the ceiling, suddenly shifted. Then the pupils in that eye contracted, sharply shrinking to a pinpoint. She was looking at him. A corpse with its head gnawed to a skull was staring straight at him with the hungry gaze of someone spotting a fast food feast. Fuck. Survival instinct flooded Liang's mind, clearing every stray thought. His right hand shoved hard against the aluminum window frame, while his legs drove against the wall, propelling himself away from that gateway to hell as fast as possible. Smack. A freezing cold hand shot through the narrow window gap, gripping Liang's left arm wrapped in thick white bandages. The agonizing pressure on his wound drew a sharp gasp from Liang. The strength behind that grip was simply incomprehensible. Turning in terror, he followed that thick arm back to the window. A massive face bulging with jowls was pressed against the glass, staring at him with fierce intensity. It was the fat woman from before, her swollen belly protruding like she'd been pregnant for 10 months, sprawled in her own blood. At some point, this massive figure that had been playing dead on the ground had silently risen, reached the windowsill, and seized Liang as he was about to make his escape. This female zombie's appearance was truly goddamn hideous. Her face was enormous, like a freshly baked flatbread, with layers upon layers of fat piling up on her chin and cheeks, distorting her already small features beyond recognition. Her eyes were slits, her nose flattened like garlic, and greasy strands of hair clung to her forehead, releasing a nauseating stench. What stunned Liang most was, apart from some bloodstains presumably from an unfortunate roommate, her face bore no bite marks or tears. Her skin was intact, not even a single scratch visible. This revealed a brutal truth. This woman hadn't been disfigured by mutations or monster attacks. This terrifying visage that could make Zhang Fei weep was entirely natural. She'd been this grotesque even in life. Lady, being ugly isn't your fault. That's genetics. But running around as a zombie to scare people, that's a character problem. Liang cursed loudly. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he'll pinch your brain with it. No, that's wrong. He opens a window instead. Though this zero on looks, her strength was maxed out. As Liang struggled desperately, trying to pull his left arm free, the female zombie let out a low growl from her throat like a wild boar guarding its food. Then her thick arm retracted violently, unleashing terrifying strength. That force was beyond Liang's ability to resist. He didn't even have a chance to grip the window frame as leverage. Like a light ragdoll, he was yanked by that monstrous power, crashing toward the narrow window gap, no more than 20 centimeters wide. Bang! Crash! Under the combined force of momentum and Liang's weight, the glass window, already cracked open, was forced completely off its track. Shards of glass rained down everywhere. Liang was dragged headfirst into dorm 2021 by that unreasonable force. Thud! Losing his balance as he cleared the windowsill, Liang spun halfway through the air before crashing face first onto the floor. Cough! Fuck! The violent impact left his head ringing, stars dancing before his eyes as dizziness washed over him. But this was no time to play dead on the floor. As Liang raised his head in terror, he saw the obese zombie leaping through the air like an out-of-control mountain of flesh coming straight down on his back. If she landed on him, he knew without a doubt he'd be flattened into a human pancake right then and there. With death hanging by a thread, ignoring the agony in his body and the dizziness in his head, his limbs scraped desperately across the blood-slicked floor as he crawled forward with everything he had, gaining nearly a meter. Boom! An earth-shattering crash echoed through dorm 2021. The obese female zombie missed her target and crashed down where Liang had just been. The dormitory floor shook violently from the impact. Having narrowly escaped death, Liang pushed himself up from the floor with adrenaline-fueled strength, though he was far from graceful in his scramble to his feet. Huff! Huff! Damn, that was close. Liang steadied himself against the wall, his eyes locked on the obese zombie rolling on the floor like a giant turtle, his mind racing through escape routes from this nightmare dorm. These zombies in the room were more bizarre than the last. Not only did they look grotesque, but their attack methods were equally unpredictable. However, as Liang found his footing and was still forming a plan, a horrifying scratching sound erupted. It wasn't coming from the fat female zombie on the ground. nor from the skull-faced girl by the window whose eyes were still shifting. It came from the far end of the dorm. Liang froze, his scalp prickling as he slowly turned his head. On the two iron frame beds near the security door, those two bodies, battered and bitten, their blood long since dried, suddenly moved. Then, thud, splash. The two girls, their organs exposed, fell straight down from the inverted beds. Shit. If not now, then when? For within this room lurked no fewer than 4 female zombies, freshly roused and seething with such murderous rage that they could tear a living person limb from limb. His sole chance of survival lay in bursting out of this dormitory that had devolved into a charnel house, fleeing into the corridor beyond, and then immediately doubling back to 2023 to rendezvous with Han Shuang and the others. That span of mere steps felt to Liang as though he had sprinted an Olympic record 100 meters. He slammed bodily into the dormitory's wooden door, pressed his right hand down upon the handle with all his might, and wrenched it downward in a desperate attempt to wrench it open. Yet the instant the gap widened by scarcely 3 centimeters, a guttural roar erupted from beyond, followed by a chorus of guttural rasping. The corridor outside was a churning sea of bobbing heads and ghastly pallid arms waving in the darkness. Holy fuck. If he were to fling that door open and charge out, he would not so much as take a single step before being instantly overwhelmed by that ravenous horde of monsters outside. Never mind making it back to 2023. Bang! The wooden door crashed back against its frame with an ear-splitting report. Liang did not dare pause for even an instant. With a trembling right hand moving at the speed cultivated by 2 decades of solitary living, he slammed the metal bolt of the lock firmly into place. Click! He drew in great heaving gulps of air, his back pressed flat against the door. By now those 4 zombies, each grotesque in her own fashion, had fully risen from the floor and the beds. They stood regarding him, the sole living creature in the room, with those hair-raising pallid pearl-white eyes. Damn it, stuck in this room the odds are at best 1 against 4. But the moment I throw open that door it becomes zombie Muzu. Who the hell knows how many I'd have to fight then? Weighing the options, holing up in this room offers at least the slimmest sliver of a chance of survival. Liang frantically consoled himself within, yet reality granted him neither respite nor time for thought. Roar! The colossal obese female zombie launched the first assault. She spread her thick trunk-like legs and hurled herself at Liang with the full weight of her bulk. If that impact landed squarely, Liang harbored no doubt whatsoever that he would be embedded into the wooden door behind him on the spot. Holy shit, you're pulling that move again. Liang's legs exploded with sudden force. Keeping flush against the door, he executed a scrambling yet remarkably effective pivot, sliding a step to the left. Bang! The obese zombie, her momentum far too great to arrest, crashed skull first into the wooden door. The force of that collision was nothing short of absurd. A web of hairline fractures instantly bloomed across the door's surface, with splinters scattering in all directions. Even the cement seams along the doorframe trembled, sending a cascade of dust sifting down from above. The entire door came within a hair's breadth of being smashed clean through by her iron skull. You goddamn sow. Fattened up like an actual pig. Staring at that teetering wooden door, Liang wiped a cold sweat from his brow, his heart still pounding, and burst into furious curses. You wretched fatso. Don't you know that after turning into a zombie, humans fear your kind the most? A tank monster with thick HP, high defense, and a goddamn charge attack. Though that obese zombie had cracked her skull against the door, zombies were creatures utterly ignorant of such a thing as concussion. She merely swayed her head slightly before preparing to pivot and resume her hunt for Liang. Liang would never grant her that opportunity. Since the path through the door was now sealed, his sole remaining lifeline was that very window through which he had climbed in. If he could clamber back onto the air conditioning unit's ledge and flee to the 2023 dormitory, he would be saved. The window. Right, take the window. Liang cursed as he sprinted with all his might. Yet when he was still less than 2 meters from that life-saving window, the grotesque girl whose upper body had been hanging upside down from the top bunk had at some unknown moment completely wrenched herself free of the bed frame's confines and now stood firmly upon the floor. She now blocked the path directly before the window, her posture twisted at a grotesque angle. Her face, a skull stripped of all flesh bearing nothing but 2 rows of ghastly white teeth, was turned toward the charging Liang as though mocking him for walking straight into her trap. A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of my way. When a person is driven to the brink of death, they often unleash a ferocity that terrifies even themselves. Liang stared at the skeletal zombie blocking his path, and the terror in his heart was swallowed by a wrathful surge of survival instinct. He clenched his jaw tight. His uninjured right arm snapped backward like a drawn bow, muscles coiling taut, his fist clenched so hard the knuckles cracked. He was prepared to pour every ounce of strength into a single blow aimed at the skeleton's seemingly fragile cervical vertebrae, carving out a path of survival by force. However, snap. A stiffened hand suddenly shot out from Liang's oblique rear, seizing the back of his collar. The forward momentum of his charge was instantly shattered by that backward yank. I'm screwed. He felt his upper body pitch backward utterly beyond his control. The heavy punch he had thrown whistled uselessly through empty air, robbed of all its force by his shattered balance. His legs scrambled frantically across the slick, blood-smeared floor, desperately clawing for purchase, but it was all in vain. Thud! Liang sprawled flat on his back against the cold floor. The back of his skull slammed into a hardbound book someone had carelessly left on the ground. His vision went dark and a maddening swarm of golden stars erupted and danced wildly through his mind. Hiss! Ow, ow, ow! Liang sucked in a sharp breath, but he dared not remain sprawled on the floor for even half a second. The moment he had regained his footing, he spun his head around. That single look nearly drew tears from him on the spot. Behind him, two zombies had silently closed in without his notice. They were none other than the two girls who had been disemboweled, their entrails trailing in the open air. After tumbling down from the iron-framed bed near the door earlier, they had not charged about wildly like that obese zombie. Instead, like a pair of venomous serpents, they had slithered along the floor in utter silence, creeping up behind Liang. The one who had just yanked him down was the female zombie clad in the floral print pajamas. Now these two disemboweled female zombies stood flanking him, one to his left, one to his right, at a distance of less than a single step. Directly before him stood the skeletal girl blocking the window, and further off the obese zombie who had rammed the door was now pivoting, her massive bulk reacquiring his position. This goddamn... Liang surveyed the hopeless tableau before him, and a cold sweat instantly drenched him from head to toe. A skeletal fiend blocking the way ahead, disemboweled wraiths flanking from behind, and a flesh-rendered siege engine glaring from the side. This two-pronged pincer was no laughing matter. Let any one of them so much as claw him once. Although he might be immune to the virus, that was still very real blood and very real flesh being torn away. To hell with it, fight. Since the window route was temporarily impassable, he would first have to deal with the floral pajama zombie, who had just yanked him down. He whirled sharply to face the two zombies behind him, his waist sinking into a slight crouch, bracing himself in a combat stance, prepared for a fight to the death. Just as Liang had settled into position. Crack! The leg of the skeletal head female zombie behind him suddenly snapped. Perhaps the bones of her legs had already been gravely damaged. Deprived of support, the zombie's upper body instantly lost its balance and toppled in the direction of Liang. And in the midst of her fall, her two blood-smeared hands, nails caked with grime, clawed reflexively at the empty air. With unerring precision, they snagged the waistband of his trousers and yanked downward in a single fluid motion. Ryup! Liang felt an icy chill lance across his loins as the fabric barrier that had protected the dignity of his lower half instantly surrendered its resistance. Holy SHD! Liang was yanked backward with violent force by the hands of the female zombie, gripping his waistband, his center of gravity instantly thrown into disarray. Instinctively, he tried to retreat a step backward to steady himself, but he forgot that his ankles were now bound by the pair of trousers that had been dragged down to his feet, as though shackled by a comical pair of cloth fetters. The step he retreated never found solid ground, and he fell backward in a stiff, rigid arc. Crack! Accompanied by Liang's massive 180 gene frame propelled by the gravitational acceleration of freefall, his buttocks struck the back of the female zombie's skull, like a heavy flesh bomb descending from the heavens. Like an overripe watermelon instantly pulverized by a massive iron hammer, the skull of that skeletal female zombie was crushed flat in an instant, embedding itself directly into the blood-soaked cracks between the floor tiles. Squelch! A massive torrent of dark crimson blood and mangled flesh burst outward in every direction from beneath Liang's crotch. Oh my dear, sweet, merciful ancestors! Liang was thoroughly revolted by the grotesque sensation and the uncanny feeling of something crunching beneath his backside. But now where could he possibly find the leisure to dwell on such concerns? Because at the very moment he sat down and crushed that zombie to death in such a shocking manner, the situation ahead had already deteriorated beyond all redemption. Roar! The fat zombie that had just crashed headfirst into the wooden door had now completely regained its senses. Then this 200-gene heavy biochemical tank began its charge, its thick elephantine legs striding through the blood and debris scattered across the floor, bearing down upon Liang on the ground. Beside the fat zombie, two other zombies also hurled themselves with maddened frenzy toward Liang's position. I'm done for. This is truly the end. He knew that escape was utterly impossible this time. Even though he was immune to the female zombie's virus, if these three monsters lunged at him together, each taking a single bite, they could chew him alive into nothing more than a skeletal specimen. Inging my wife in my next life, I swear I'll wear trousers with elastic drawstrings and a dead knot before coming to save you. Liang left behind these final words of lament in his heart, then closed his eyes awaiting the agony and death that were surely about to descend. Several seconds passed, yet the excruciating pain he had anticipated never arrived. Even the fetid gust of rotten breath rushing toward him like a tidal wave seemed to have stopped with eerie abruptness at a point very close by. What's going on? Could these ladies possibly be offering a pre-meal prayer before they die? Liang's heart hammered wildly against his ribcage like war drums. Overwhelming curiosity overcame his terror, compelling his trembling lashes to part with great difficulty, opening a narrow slit. At a point no more than a meter from where he lay sprawled the three female zombies, previously so ferociously aggressive, had halted in perfect synchronized unison. Their pallid, empty eye sockets stared in unison at Liang's crotch. The legendary serpent that once terrorized Taihong University town and drove countless girls wild in their late-night dormitory gossip sessions now lay quietly dormant in the cold wind. Though in a state of complete dormancy, its terrifying outlines still exuded an indomitable majesty that defied the gaze. And these three mutant female zombies, having utterly lost all human consciousness, now appeared as though their very minds had been completely stolen by this ancient divine artifact. They tilted their heads slightly downward, craning their necks forward in a stiff, unnatural posture, staring fixedly at that location. Liang watched in abject horror as the fat zombie and the female zombie, trailing her intestines, both began uncontrollably secreting copious amounts of black viscous fluid from their once grisly maws. The viscous fluid dribbled in glistening threads from their rotting lips, pattering down onto the floor. This was unmistakably the saliva that flows only when beholding an unparalleled delicacy. Wah! Liang felt as though his cerebral thrombosis might burst from witnessing such a sight. You? What are you trying to do? Upon hearing Liang's trembling voice, the female zombie in the center, the one trailing her intestines, gave an eerily uncanny up-and-down nod with her rigid head. She actually nodded. Immediately after this, female zombie slowly squeezed out a single hoarse syllable. Do your granny's leg. A surge of hot blood shot straight up to the crown of Liang's head. I'm fucking not asking you whether you want to do it or not. FCK your mother. You're goddamn zombies. Aren't your brains supposed to have been completely eaten away by the virus? How the hell can this damned virus still retain the perverted traits from when you were alive? He even began to suspect that perhaps his weapon was simply so earth-shatteringly magnificent that the phenomenal aura it emitted directly interfered with the viral commands within these female zombies' bodies, forcibly transforming their instinct to feed into some far more primal desire. Go to hell. Get lost. Overwhelmed by this ultimate blend of humiliation and absurdity, Liang violently raised both arms, attempting to cover his exposed lower half, while simultaneously engaging his core, intending to force himself up from the ground. But then, at the very instant his hands blocked the serpent from view, the three female zombies, previously frozen as though struck by a petrification spell, suddenly snapped into action like rabid dogs deprived of their most beloved toy. Roar! Their feral frenzy at losing their target was 100 times more savage than their earlier charge. Holy SHD! Liang was terrified out of his wits by this sudden eruption. Without a single thought passing through his mind, his hands shot outward to both sides like an electric shock, once again proudly presenting his magnificent asset without the slightest concealment. Ow wow! Ladies, ancestors, don't rush. I was wrong, I won't block it anymore on. Liang held both hands high in the air, executing a textbook French military salute, his voice trembling with a desperate sobbing quality. Once again the miracle unfolded. At the very instant Liang released his hands and allowed the nuclear weapon to see the light of day again, the three female zombies abruptly froze in place. Liang's mind was thrown into complete chaos. What the hell is going on here? Does the thing on my body actually come with a built-in crowd control skill? Just then Liang's gaze drifted toward the fat female zombie and noticed a bloody hole at her temple, oozing black viscous fluid. However, he had no time to concern himself with such things now. Seizing this precious window while the three zombies were forcibly held in a dazed state, Liang dared not make a single unnecessary move. Keeping his hands raised high and his knees slightly bent, he gingerly rose to his feet from atop the shattered corpse of the zombie, whose brains had been blown out. He glanced down at his lower half. It really is impressive. I used to be quite proud of it myself. But damn it, the things in front of me are zombies. Man-eating monsters with their intestines dragging on the ground, creatures that only know how to gnaw on living human brains. Yet they're actually interested in this thing. Does this make any sense? Is this scientific? Does it comply with the fundamental laws governing zombies? Liang felt the entire world had gone mad, or rather that this damned virus had undergone some incomprehensible and bizarre mutation after infecting women. But regardless of what scientific principles lay behind this, now was absolutely not the time to investigate them. Although these three monsters were forcibly held in check at present, no one knew how long this absurd, one glance and you're stunned, buff could last. If they grew tired of looking, or if the bloodthirsty instinct in their brains overcame this bizarre perverted attribute once more, he would still be hard-pressed to escape being torn apart and devoured. No matter what, survival had to be the priority right now. Liang forced himself to calm down, and his mind began spinning at breakneck speed. The window, yes, I must retreat to the window. But his current situation was extremely awkward. His trousers were still tangled around his ankles, making it impossible to take long strides. Furthermore, the earlier experiment had already proven that he absolutely could not use his hands to pull up his trousers, nor could he make any moves to cover his lower half. The moment this divine artifact slipped out of the three female zombies' line of sight, those frenzied monsters would surely tear him to shreds in less than a tenth of a second. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was maintain this utterly undignified convertible state, and like a hermit crab retreating from its shell, shuffle backward toward the window. Ladies, take your time, don't rush, we've got plenty of time. Liang spouted incoherent reassurances, his hands still held up in a posture of surrender, his body leaning slightly forward to ensure that his proud asset remained at the absolute center of the three zombies' visual focus. Then, with that cumbersome bundle of trousers dragging at his feet, he began shuffling toward the window in a comical yet laborious moonwalk, gradually reaching the windowsill. Liang held his hands high in a standard posture of surrender, his upper body leaning forward, slightly resembling a charlatan performing a devout sacrifice. Meanwhile, his lower half, his proud massive python, was exposed entirely to the biting cold wind, enduring a drop in temperature and a psychological ordeal unimaginable to ordinary men. Directly in front of him, the three female zombies who had previously possessed a world-conquering momentum were now taking eerie synchronized steps, slowly closing in on him step by step as he retreated. Gurgle, grunt, guttural swallowing sounds continuously emanated from their throats as turbid saliva mixed with black putrid blood dripped from the corners of their mangled mouths onto the floor. Though they salivated greedily, not a single zombie dared to cross the line, their eyes even betraying an utterly absurd sense of reverence. They maintained a safe viewing distance of about 1 meter from Liang, shadowing his every move. For every step Liang took backward, they nudged forward a step like puppets pulled by invisible strings. Damn it, if this scene gets filmed and posted online, I won't be able to show my face in society ever again. I might as well head into the deep mountains and become a monk. Feeling the gusts of chilly wind on his lower half, Liang felt a mixture of grief and indignation wash over him. The pile of pants bunched around his ankles had now become the greatest obstacle on his path to escape. He could only shuffle backward awkwardly across the floor covered in shattered glass and bloodstains, struggling to maintain his balance like a penguin suffering from a stroke. Just when Liang felt his thigh muscles were on the verge of cramping completely from this bizarre posture, a cold, hard sensation finally registered against his buttocks. I reached it. His buttocks finally pressed against the edge of the windowsill. Phew. Phew. Liang took 2 deep breaths. He knew that the very next second would determine whether he could return next door unscathed or be torn to pieces by these 3 monsters and served as their breakfast. For the moment, he turned to climb through the window. That physical cheat code of his, which carried a 100% stun and charm effect, would instantly vanish from the zombies' line of sight. Once they lost that visual control, the monsters would undoubtedly regain their bloodthirsty instincts within a tenth of a second and pounce on him directly. Here goes nothing. In that split second, Liang's hands, which had been raised high in the air, suddenly dropped, gripping the window frame behind him. Simultaneously, he bent his knees, his thigh muscles erupting with astonishing power as he hoisted his buttocks onto the windowsill. Immediately after, he leaned his upper body backward, swung his legs up, and executed a thrilling half-turn. And at the exact moment Liang's body turned, concealing his proud magical treasure. Roar. Arg. The 3 previously quiet female zombies simultaneously erupted into a hysterical, terrifying shriek from their throats. It felt as if 3 addicts were watching a mountain of drugs in front of them get instantly incinerated. Shit. The buff is gone. In the middle of his turn, Liang caught a clear glimpse from the corner of his eye. The face of the largest, fattest zombie, bloated with flabby flesh, had contorted instantly. Her drooling mouth gaped open wildly, revealing yellowed teeth as her massive 200-pound body lunged directly at him on the windowsill. Hinging. At the very moment his body was about to leave the windowsill of dormitory 2021, Liang strained his vocal cords and screamed toward the adjacent dormitory 2023. Whoosh. Almost the very second Liang cried out her name, Han Shuang's agile figure appeared at the window of 2023 like a divine warrior descending from the heavens. At this moment Han Shuang held a sharp silver athletic javelin in her right hand. One of her feet was planted on the windowsill with half of her body leaning out. Meanwhile, the fat female zombie's arm reached out of the window, clawing directly for Liang's left arm, which was still wrapped in bandages. Swish! With this throw, Han Shuang perfectly demonstrated her absolute prowess as the javelin goddess of the sports academy. The silver metal javelin flew with unerring precision toward the fleshy arm the fat zombie had extended out of the window. Splat! The sharp metal tip pierced precisely through the center of the fat zombie's bloated hand, tearing clean through her palm with a sharp sound. Roar! The powerful momentum yanked her arm violently backward, causing her massive frame to stumble heavily inside the window frame, nearly sending her sprawling backward onto the floor. Beautifully done. I love you so much, honey. Hanging outside the window, Liang witnessed this scene and was so thrilled he almost burst into tears. Seizing the precious second or two while the fat zombie's movements were halted, Liang swung his body forcefully to the right. Thud! His feet landed heavily on the rusted air conditioner outdoor unit platform situated between the two dormitories. Phew! I survived. Liang crouched on the platform, gasping for breath as cold sweat poured profusely down his forehead. Heh! 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 The fat zombie was furiously pulling at the javelin in her hand, while through the gaps beside her the other two female zombies squeezed their terrifying heads out of the window. With their mouths gaping to reveal sharp yellowed teeth, they extended claws covered in shredded flesh, clawing frantically at Liang on the outdoor unit, desperate to leap out and devour him alive. What are you looking at, you bunch of ignorant, ugly monsters? Spit! Liang accurately spat directly into the open mouth of one of the female zombies. He turned swiftly to face the windowsill of dormitory 2023 next door. With his knees slightly bent, he leaped gracefully through the air, crossing the final half-meter of open space. Seeing Liang successfully leap across, Han Shuang, standing inside, quickly tossed aside the spare half-javelin in her hand. She stepped forward to grab his arm and pull him inside. Don't touch me. Liang suddenly recoiled as if shocked by electricity, dodging Han Shuang's outstretched hands. His sudden resistance left Han Shuang stunned in place, her hands hovering mid-air, looking somewhat bewildered. What's wrong? Looking at the disgusting zombie bodily fluids on himself, Liang said, emphasizing every single word. I'll do it myself. I've got that fat sow's blood all over me. Liang's feet finally touched the floor of room 2023. He slumped into the corner beneath the windowsill, gasping for breath as he inhaled the clean air in great gulps. Huh. That was fucking intense. Hearing Liang's comment, Wang Xijia, who had been standing nearby, could no longer hold back her curiosity. She stared at Liang, who was slumped on the ground, her face filled with shock and disbelief. She had been lying on the bed the entire time, watching every moment unfold clearly. There were 3 zombies in the neighboring room, 2021. 3. And they were in an enclosed dorm room. How did you manage to escape intact when faced with 3 of those things? Just one zombie was enough to drive several able-bodied people into a desperate situation. Liang had been forcibly dragged inside by that fat zombie, yet against all odds he survived without even a single bite wound. At Wang Xijia's question, Han Shuang and Cindy beside her also turned their curious gazes toward him. Heh! Liang could only let out a helpless, bitter laugh. He slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. Click! Don't ask. I don't even know why myself. Inside that room, when that female zombie fell, she accidentally pulled my pants down to my ankles. And then, those 3 creatures who were about to devour me alive suddenly froze in place like they'd been hit with a paralysis spell the moment they saw my dick. The words hung in the air as room 2023 fell completely silent for a full 3 seconds. The 3 girls, Han Shuang, Wang Xijia, and Cindy, exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions ranging from shock to amusement to sheer disbelief. Not only did they stop moving, but they also kept a meter's distance from me, staring straight at it with drool dripping from their mouths. The more Liang spoke, the more indignant he became, taking a fierce drag from his cigarette. Every step I retreated, they followed. Who the hell knows if this damn virus destroyed their cerebellums or triggered some bizarre new instinct. Buffed. Hearing Liang's vivid account, Cindy, who had been so tense from the zombie crisis, couldn't hold it back anymore and burst out laughing, covering her mouth with her hand. This is absurd. Could it be that after turning into zombies, these monsters not only retained their instinct for vengeance, but also base desires intact? Oh, stop making things up. Liang rolled his eyes and spread his hands in exasperation. I'm guessing my particular endowment was simply too extraordinary for their meager zombie brains to comprehend, causing their systems to overload and crash. He stubbed out the remaining half of his cigarette in the crack of the windowsill, then slowly rose to his feet. All right, whatever the reason, I guess I got lucky and survived this time. I need to take another shower. Frowning, Liang grabbed the hem of his down jacket with both hands and quickly peeled off the thoroughly ruined coat. Without even glancing at it, he tossed the stinking garment through the window crack into the bushes below. Liang shivered, then turned his gaze toward Wang Xijia. Xijia, let me make a request. Ying's luggage probably has all the oversized clothes I wrecked. There won't be any suitable jacket I can borrow. That jacket you're wearing was my original battle gear, and now that the alarm's over, shouldn't you be giving it back? Wang Xijia felt her cheeks flush under Liang's steady gaze. She clutched the collar tightly, reluctant to let go. In this cold winter morning, without heating, the oversized men's jacket not only kept her warm, but also gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Seeing her hesitation, Liang nodded towards Cinny beside her. Give me the jacket, and wear Cinny's clothes instead. You two are about the same height and build, so hers should fit. You can't just watch your savior freeze to death here half-naked, can you? Hearing Liang say this, Wang Xijia felt a bit embarrassed too. Fine, I'll give it back. Wang Xijia muttered softly, obediently taking off the jacket that still carried Liang's warmth and handing it over. Then she turned to borrow clothes from Cinny. Liang took his jacket, draped it over a chair, and with his bare hairy legs exposed walked straight into the bathroom. After a while the water stopped. Liang dried himself with a towel, but then he faced a very serious problem. Because earlier in the neighboring room 2021, while wearing those last remaining sports shorts, he had sat down hard enough to crush a female zombie's head. The foul-smelling brain matter and dark blood had sprayed directly onto the fabric of his shorts without any barrier. In other words, Liang was now in a truly vacuum state. He had absolutely nothing left to wear. With a creak, the bathroom door was slowly pushed open a crack. Liang stuck out his half-wet head and called awkwardly to the outside. Ying, have you found any? Han Shuang, who was organizing things at her desk, heard the sound, turned around, and walked over holding a pair of dark gray pants. Found them. Han Shuang slipped the pants through the door, her gaze averting slightly. I've been searching for quite a while, and only managed to find this loose sweatpants I bought as a matching set with men's pajamas before. They're a bit old, but they should fit you well enough. As for the top, you already got your jacket back, so just wear that for now. Great, thanks. Liang took the pants as if they were a treasure and quickly retreated into the bathroom. 2 minutes later, the bathroom door swung fully open, and Liang strode out while drying his hair with a towel. However, all three girls in the dorm simultaneously gasped, their expressions instantly turning extremely strange. These sweatpants were indeed very loose, and the fabric was quite soft, but precisely because of how soft and form-fitting the material was, with no support or coverage underneath. This type of loose athletic pants not only failed to restrain Liang's figure, but instead, due to the cotton fabric's natural drape and friction, outlined a shocking massive silhouette that appeared even more vivid and three-dimensional with each step he took compared to when he was wearing shorts. The scene was beyond mere obvious. Ahem. Han Shuang's face instantly flushed crimson. She quickly turned her head away, pretending to look out at the night scenery, but her restless hands betrayed her inner panic. Wang Xijia and Cinny were even more embarrassed, wishing they could crawl into a hole. The two girls quickly lowered their heads, staring at their toes with their fingers tightly twisted together. At this moment, all three girls in room 2023 could only rely on tremendous willpower to keep their eyes from drifting downward. Even if their glances accidentally swept across, they would snap away as if shocked. Why has the atmosphere suddenly become so awkward? Liang thought to himself, wiping his hair, while watching the three girls look like they wanted to bury their heads in the floor tiles. But when he glanced down and saw his own unmistakable silhouette, his face turned red too, and he immediately understood. Ahem, well, since everything's fine, now let me check my phone. Liang quickly sat down on a chair, deliberately crossing his legs to use the shadow between his knee and thigh to barely conceal the awkward situation. He took out his phone from his jacket pocket, tapped the screen, and opened the Taiyang Media University campus forum. As soon as he entered the back-end message center, a red envelope icon in the upper right corner of the page displayed the number 5 in red. Liang opened the private message interface. All 5 unread messages came from Lei Jiedhua in room 1021 downstairs. The first one read, "Thank you for the medicine. Really, thank you so much." The second message asked, "Did something happen on your end? When I was getting the medicine at the window just now, I thought I heard glass breaking from upstairs." The third message asked with concern, "Are you okay? I thought I heard you shout for help. Are you injured?" The fourth message read, "Classmate, are you still there? The noise from upstairs was extremely loud, and it sounded like something crashed to the ground. Please don't let anything happen to you." Reading through this series of concerned and anxious messages, Liang thought for a moment. Then his fingers flew across the screen as he sent back a humorous meme featuring a Shiba Inu wearing sunglasses with a thumbs up and the caption, "No worries, steady as an old dog. Sorry to make you worry. I ran into a minor issue just now, but it's been resolved smoothly. I'm unharmed and perfectly safe. Make sure to lock your doors and windows and take good care of your sick companion." Less than 10 seconds after sending the message, the screen displayed the typing indicator. That's a relief, that's a relief. Seeing your reply puts my mind at ease. That noise earlier really scared us. We thought you were in danger. By the way, let me properly introduce myself. Thank you for that life-saving medicine. My name is Lei Jiedwa. Liang sat with his head lowered, an irrepressible smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he gazed at the screen, where a girl named Lei Jiedwa had just sent him a message of gratitude. His mind was flooded with whimsical associations about this so-called mysterious 4 Ultras dormitory, and his entire being had settled into a rare state of relaxation. Yet without warning, a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance drifted silently toward him from behind. The very next instant, Liang felt a warm and slightly damp breath brush past his right ear. Before his dulled senses could even register what was happening, a clear, icy feminine voice rose right against the root of his ear. What are you smiling so happily about? Which girl are you chatting with? Holy sh! Liang snapped his head around violently. The sight that met his eyes was the breathtakingly beautiful face of Han Shuang. She was bent slightly forward at the waist, her arms folded across her chest, and her clear, luminous eyes held a gaze that, for reasons Liang could not fathom, made his heart suddenly feel guilty. Ahem. Ahem ahem. Liang hurriedly and clumsily pressed the phone screen dark. Well, you know, how do you walk without making a single sound? You nearly scared me to death. I wasn't chatting with anyone. I just delivered the fever medicine and antibiotics downstairs. That's the girl who received the medicine I was talking to. She was thanking us. Upon hearing Li Eng's panicked explanation, Wang Xijia, standing to the side, gently pressed a hand over her mouth. Oh my, why does the air suddenly smell so sour? She deliberately drew out her words, winking mischievously at Cindy, who sat on the floor. Our dear Shuang came all the way over to inspect someone's phone. Could it be that she's jealous? Exactly. Cindy immediately fanned the flames beside her. Someone was just worrying about Liang's safety a moment ago, and now hearing that he's chatting enthusiastically with the girl downstairs, her face is about to drop to the floor. Looks like we'll get to witness firsthand today the classic scene of a life-saving grace repaid with a lifelong devotion. The two girls' alternating teasing pushed the dormitory's atmosphere to an utterly tantalizing crescendo. You two are talking nonsense. Exposed so mercilessly by her two best friends, Han Shuang's face, which had been striving to maintain its cool, composed, regal demeanor, instantly flushed as red as a ripe Fuji apple, crimson blooming all the way to the tips of her ears. Get lost. Who's jealous of him? I'm not. Xijiao, why are you egging her on? You're the one who jumped in first. Han Shuang stamped her foot in a flustered rage like a little girl whose sore spot had been stepped on, but suddenly realized she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. Humph. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. I was just worried he'd add random strangers online and accidentally leak our location to those with ill intentions. In this day and age, human hearts are more terrifying than zombies. To conceal the panic and embarrassment churning within, Han Shuang swiftly turned her back on her two roommates who were still snickering. She raised both hands and slapped her burning cheeks, forcefully drawing in 2 deep breaths of cold air, forcibly dragging her emotions back onto the track of composure and rationality. Ahem. Enough teasing. Let's get serious. When you delivered the medicine next door, just now, what exactly did you see in room 2021? What's the situation next door? Wang Xijia and Cindy immediately wiped the smiles from their faces, their expressions tightening with anxiety once more as they pricked up their ears waiting for Liang's answer. At this question, the smile vanished from Liang's face in an instant. The situation next door? There's a horrifying female zombie inside. She's incredibly fat. The size of her, fat as a pig about to be slaughtered. I'd conservatively estimate that woman weighs at least 250 caddies at the bottom, and saying she's 300 wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. The mere thought of that terrifying moment when her fleshy battle tank of a body nearly crushed internal injuries out of me with her backside still sends a chill running down my spine. And that thing's strength is terrifyingly immense. I had just climbed onto the windowsill when her arm, thick as a pillar, reached through the window gap and physically hauled me inside. But that's not the worst part. Inside that sealed dorm room, besides that fat zombie, the other 3 girls who had originally lived in room 2021 were all dead. No, more precisely, they had all turned into zombies. And the way they died was utterly beyond words. I couldn't even find adequate language to describe such gruesome carnage. 2 of those 3 girls were hanging upside down by their heads from the edge of the bed. Their bellies had been torn completely open. Intestines, organs, and dark red clots of blood covered the entire floor. There wasn't a single spot on the dormitory floor where one could step without landing in sticky, half-congealed blood plasma. And another girl suffered an even worse fate. Half her body hung over the bed's edge, the flesh of her face ripped away by something unknown, exposing the bone beneath. The bones of her entire face were laid bare, her eyeball even falling from its socket, swinging like a pendulum in the empty air. Room 2021 had become a sealed living slaughterhouse. Han Shuang's eyes narrowed slightly after hearing Liang's description. She turned her head and looked towards Cindy, whose face had gone ashen. The massive female zombie Liang just described. That fat girl. Was she Wang Meijia from room 2021? Probably. It was her. Cindy confirmed with absolute certainty. What about it? Liang glanced at Han Shuang in confusion, then at Cindy asking, "You guys know that fat girl next door? From the way you're talking it sounds like you're quite familiar with her." Cindy nodded. "It's not just us who know her. Most of the girls in this building have heard at least some of the gossip about their dormitory. Next door's room 2021 housed dance majors from the art school. They usually dressed themselves up all flashy and walked around like they owned the place. But that fat girl named Wang Meijia was an absolute anomaly. Imagine, a group of dance students who weigh themselves every day and wouldn't dare take a second bite of rice to preserve their figures, suddenly having a 300 catty fatty thrown into their midst. In their little circle this was simply an unforgivable sin. Because her extreme weight dragged down the dormitory's collective attractiveness and added to that Wang Meijia's thoroughly unlikable personality. Insecure, oversensitive, and reclusive. The most damning thing was, they say she snored at night loudly enough to sound like thunder, and because she was so fat she absolutely refused to bathe, always carrying an awful stench of sweat. So naturally enough Wang Meijia was completely ostracized by her three pretty roommates. It was genuine bona fide campus cold violence. They say those three girls not only refused to speak to her, they often sprayed perfume right in her face, and even casually threw her things into the trash. Wang Meijia's life in that dormitory was worse than a dog's. After hearing Cindy's lengthy account, the muscles on Liang's disbelief-stricken face twitched violently. Wait. He widened his eyes, his face an open expression of, "Are you fing kidding me? Sis, your story is touching and all, but the logic is completely broken. What did you say that Wang Meijia was again? A dance major? A 250 catty, possibly pushing 300 catty, super heavyweight fatty. Every step makes her fat jiggle all over her butt cheeks, could crush a zombie's skull. And you're telling me she's a dance student?" Liang felt his IQ had been grievously insulted. He spread his hands apart in exasperation. What kind of divine recruitment standards are these? Does the dance department at Taihan Communication University recruit by weight class? What dance does she perform? Heavy metal rock, paired with sumo ballet. The floors must be made of vibranium to withstand her abuse. This fat, and she still got into the dance department. The back door she walked through is way too brazen. Cindy looked at Liang's shattered worldview with a resigned shrug. You just don't get it. While Wang Meijia may be fat, she definitely didn't get in through the back door. She got in purely on merit, with the outrageous distinction of placing first nationwide in her arts entrance examination. Huh, first nationwide. Liang's jaw nearly hit the floor. Exactly. Cindy nodded with absolute certainty. Don't be fooled by her weight. As an art student, her written exam scores alone blew past our school's cutoff. So no matter how much those three roommates tried to isolate her, they couldn't touch her academic record. She took first place in her entire department every year, raked in national special scholarships hand over fist, and her advisor practically worshipped her like royalty. Those three roommates could only bully her in private through petty schemes. They had no real leverage over her at all. Liang stood by the windowsill, unable to collect himself for a long while. So that 300 catty little chubby girl was actually a king hidden beneath a bronze skin. Han Shuang, who had been listening silently all along, seemed to have connected all the threads in her mind. If things really played out this way, then the cause of that massacre next door is completely explained. Wang Meijia was chronically isolated and bullied by her three roommates in life. Her heart must have accumulated unimaginable resentment when the zombie virus erupted and she lost her rationality to become a monster. Those three pretty girls who had tormented her naturally became the first targets locked onto by her subconscious. The primary objects of hatred that simply had to be torn apart. It's likely that after Wang Meijia mutated, she unleashed all the grievances she'd bottled up, personally slaughtering her three isolating roommates right there inside the dorm. The mere thought of being bitten to death by roommates you lived alongside day after day, of having your intestines and face skin ripped out, was enough to shatter anyone's sanity at the slightest imagination. Cindy and Wang Meijia trembled uncontrollably. Yet upon hearing Han Shuang's deduction, Liang, standing by the window, gradually creased his brow into a tight knot. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Think about it. Room 2021 is right next door to us. Between our two dormitories, there's just this single thin brick wall. If Wang Meijia really went berserk after mutating and slaughtered her three roommates, wouldn't those three girls have struggled desperately? Wouldn't they have screamed themselves hoarse and cried for help? They were right next door, less than 3 meters from us. If something that violent truly happened, the earth-shattering commotion, why didn't we hear a single thing from inside this dorm? Even if Wang Meijia possessed tremendous strength after mutating, how could the victim remain completely silent during such a cruel and inhumane act of slaughter? If she had truly screamed, even for just a brief half-second, the utter silence of the girls' dormitory at night would have made it impossible for anyone in this room not to hear it. Yet throughout the entire night, yesterday dormitory 2021 next door was as silent as a grave. This defies all logic. Cindy clutched her arm, an involuntary shiver crawling across her skin as goosebumps rose all over her body. Could it be? Midnight. The moment the words left her mouth, everyone snapped their heads around in unison, their gazes locking onto the source. Wang Xijia. This is merely my speculation. I'll listen and judge whether it holds water. First, regarding the cause and timing of Wang Meijia's infection. Based on everything we have personally witnessed, especially the complete process of Xiao Yun's mutation, this type of infection transmitted through direct contact with bodily fluids or blood spreads with alarming speed. From initial exposure to full outbreak and complete loss of rationality takes no more than 15 minutes at most. But Wang Meijia was clearly not infected during the daytime, when everyone was awake, nor in the early evening. She had already been safely settled in that dormitory 2021 for a considerable amount of time before the mutation occurred. Think about it. If she had been infected elsewhere and then wandered back as a zombie, she would have been locked out of the dorm. She would have been frantically slamming against the door in the hallway, just like Lu Yu earlier. The commotion would have echoed throughout the entire floor. And if she had mutated suddenly, while everyone in the dorm was awake chatting and scrolling through their phones, how could the other 3 girls in the dorm have simply stood there and let themselves be slaughtered by such a massive, raging creature? They would have fought back, desperately screaming in terror for help. But we didn't hear a single thing all night long. Wang Xijia emphasized heavily. Then she added a crucial detail. Besides, Wang Meijia was an enormous woman weighing nearly 300 jin. With that build, no matter how much she wanted to imitate Spider-Man, she could never have climbed back through the first-floor security window. So she absolutely could not have mutated outside and then scaled the wall to enter dormitory 2021. From beginning to end, she was always inside that dorm. Since it couldn't have happened during the day or while she was awake and she never left the room, the only explanation is that her mutation occurred in the dead of night when everyone was fast asleep and completely defenseless. After hearing this painstakingly reasoned deduction, Liang and Han Shuai exchanged glances and simultaneously nodded vigorously. What the hell? Did this girl take some expired intelligence pill tonight? Liang stood by the windowsill gazing at Wang Xijia's astonishingly beautiful face and mentally ranted, when did she get so smart? Xijia, your analysis makes a lot of sense. Han Shuai followed the reasoning further, but her brow quickly furrowed again. But even in the middle of the night when everyone was asleep, how could Wang Meijia, who was sound asleep in her own bed, suddenly contract the virus and mutate? This brings me to my second hypothesis. Wang Xijia took a deep breath, her expression growing grave as she held up 2 fingers. As for why she would mutate so silently in the middle of the night, I suspect there are roughly 2 possibilities. The first possibility. Wang Xijia lowered 1 finger. This zombie virus may have an unusually long incubation period. Perhaps Wang Meijia inadvertently encountered trace amounts of the virus source while returning to campus yesterday afternoon. But the virus remained dormant within her at the time, only erupting fully during the night, when she was deeply asleep, completely overwhelming her consciousness. Liang nodded, having witnessed 2 living cases, Xiao Wei and Li Tiantian. But Wang Xijia's second hypothesis immediately sent the temperature in the entire dorm plunging to freezing. The second possibility. Wang Xijia's voice trembled slightly, as though even she was frightened by her own thoughts. Her gaze darted fearfully toward the balcony window. Latched, but offering no real sense of security, she may have been directly infected by an external zombie right there in the dormitory in the middle of the night. Just like Xiao Yun. Think about how Lu Yu climbed in. If in the dead of night a creature capable of scaling windows had silently crept through the second-floor balcony into dormitory 2021. At that moment, Wang Meijia was lying in bed fast asleep, snoring loudly. After the creature slipped inside, it launched a fatal surprise attack right on her bed. Because she was in a deep sleep with no defense and the creature's attack was likely swift and lethal, Wang Meijia never had a chance to scream or even cry out before being killed in her sleep. After dying, she rapidly transformed into a new zombie. As soon as Wang Xijia finished speaking, all 3 listeners in dormitory 2023, including Liang, felt a chill race up their spines and straight to their heads, their bodies breaking out in cold sweats. It was terrifying. Just imagining that, on a dark, windy night when everyone was in a deep sleep, a grotesque creature had somehow climbed outside your window, crouched silently at the foot of your bed, fixated you with its cloudy dead fish eyes, and then lunged directly at your vital spot. That was essentially the ring come to life, something enough to stop one's heart, If Lu Yu hadn't been discovered by Xiao Yun yesterday night, wouldn't their fate have been exactly the same as those next door? As everyone was being terrified by the horrific scene Wang Xijia had painted and began imagining their own ambush scenarios, a sudden ding resonated in Liang's mind. Wait, Xijia, your second hypothesis. He gestured wildly in the air, stammering, temple, bloodhole, fingers. Everyone was startled by Liang's sudden outburst. Han Shuang quickly asked, Liang, what are you trying to say? What temple? Liang slapped his forehead hard, forcing himself to steady his breathing, then began describing in detail a fatal detail he had overlooked in his panic while fleeing. I just remembered. Right at this spot, the left temple, there was a wound oozing black blood. Liang pressed two fingers together, tracing a circle roughly the size of a coin. That wound was the exact size, as if someone had jammed two fingers straight into her temple. Snap! Upon hearing this description, Wang Xijia clapped her hands in excitement. Bingo! The truth has been completely revealed. My second guess was entirely correct. Yesterday in the middle of the night, while all of us were asleep, there must have been an abnormally eerie, agile zombie capable of climbing security windows that silently crept through the gap in the second-floor balcony into the neighboring dormitory, 2021. After infiltrating, that zombie immediately targeted Wang Meijia, who was sleeping soundly with the loudest snores. Wang Xijia pointed to her own temple, recreating the terrifying scene as if she were there. It extended its fingers and violently plunged them into Wang Meijia's temple as she slept. After her brain was pierced by those carrying high-concentration virus, Wang Meijia underwent mutation within an extremely short time. As she spoke, Wang Xijia's voice grew low. After mutating, Wang Meijia killed all three roommates in their sleep, then systematically mutilated their corpses in a despicably brutal manner, gnawing on their faces and pulling out their intestines. Late at night, a lithe, agile zombie silently slipped into the neighboring dorm 2021 and with a single silent movement pierced Wang Meijia's temple with a finger, mutating the innocent plump, triggering a one-sided bloody slaughter in the adjacent dorm. That logic is airtight and flawless. Yet the question remains, from where did the window-climbing zombie, the so-called source of all evil, emerge? Where did it go after stabbing Wang Meijia to death? Liang, chin in hand, rifled through his mind, feverishly searching zombie films for any assassin-type mutant. Xin Yi, who had been huddled in a corner, suddenly raised her hand timidly. That, do you think it could be Lu Yuyue? Huh. Liang stared in astonishment. Xin Yi drew in a breath and, mustering more courage, added, the female zombie who climbed into their dorm. Could it be that Lu Yuyu, who slipped into our dorm in the early hours, is the culprit? The moment this was said, the people in the room all widened their eyes. Wang Xijia wore a puzzled look. Lu Yu came to seek Shuang's revenge. Why would she go to dorm 2021 next door to kill Wang Meijia? She's likely not thinking clearly. She's a zombie driven only by vengeance. In the middle of the night, she crept to the first floor, intending to climb through the anti-theft window to find Ying, but after all, she is an IQ-less monster. Xin Yi grew more animated. Is there a possibility that Lu Yuyu, this woman, climbed into the wrong window and directly slipped into dorm 2021 next door? After she went in because the room was dark and the lights off, she assumed this was Ying's bed. When she drew closer, she found a bed with a snoring, thunderously loud 150-kilogram Wang Meijia lying there. Realizing she had picked the wrong target, perhaps out of anger or simply the killing instinct of a zombie, she extended her claws and gouged a hole in Wang Meijia's temple. Having slain Wang Meijia, Lu Yuyu realized the target wasn't here, so she crawled back out through the window. She moved horizontally 2 meters to the side and finally touched our dorm 2023's windowsill. What the? Liang stared dumbfounded at Xin Yi, his mouth wide enough to fit a light bulb. Not to mention Xin Yi's theory of misnavigation and wandering into the wrong dorm, as absurd as it sounds, actually makes some sense when examined closely. So those 3 innocent dancers next door and that 150-kilogram Wang Meijia all died at Lu Yuyu's hands. That death is unbelievably unjust. Han Shuang's brows knitted as she listened to such a deduction. That the neighboring dorm was wiped out due to one basic mistake was cruel, but in a zombie irrational world it carried a grain of credibility. Wait a moment, this guess is actually easy to verify. Liang's mind flashed. He slapped his thigh and pulled out his phone. The people in dorm 2021 next door are dead, but the ones in dorm 1021 below are still alive. If Lu Yu really crawled along that line, the 1021 anti-theft window would surely have shown movement. Liang, while talking, quickly unlocked his phone and opened the campus forum's private messages. Lei Jiedwa, this is urgent. Could I ask you something? Did your dorm last night at around midnight hear any strange noises outside? For example, something crawling up the first floor anti-theft window. Within seconds, the typing indicator popped up. Soon Lei Jiedwa's reply appeared on the screen. There is something. We did hear noises outside. Liang's heart jolted. Xinyi's guess was likely right 8 or 9 times out of 10. But we completely did not pay attention to the exterior anti-theft window at the time. Huh. Liang looked at the screen, his face dark, and replied with a big question mark. What do you mean by completely not paying attention? In the dead of night, a man-eating monster climbs your dorm's anti-theft window with a clacking sound. That noise can't be tiny. How could you all have not noticed? Is your heart really that big? The other side seemed to sense Liang's tone and sent a long explanation. Not that our hearts are big, but because last night, in the face of something more terrifying, we simply couldn't spare energy to monitor the window outside. Liang read the message and understood at once. It seemed the girls in dorm 1021 also faced their own exclusive nemesis knocking at their door in the middle of the night. What happened to your dorm? Liang typed quickly. Lei Jiedwa replied with a sigh emoji. It's Noah's family matter. Noah's family situation is more complex. After her parents divorced, they restructured their families. Noah has a maternal half-sister. Normally, she envies Noah's beauty and academic excellence, and the two are in a very tense relationship, quarreling frequently. Her sister's name is Chaji. Chaji. As a seasoned Ultraman enthusiast who grew up on the show, Liang was intimately familiar with the name Chaji. That's the Dark Zaki, the Dark Destroyer, the ultimate bioweapon modeled after Noah Ultraman, the arch-villain of Nexus. No wonder this sister's relationship with Noah is so strained. Once that name is spoken, it's a fate-bound kinship that demands a deadly confrontation. Is it that? Dark Zaki? Liang whispered, his fingers trembling as he typed. Lei Jiedwa. What dark? But she truly is tan-skinned, as she likes to tan. How do you know? Do you know her? Liang could hardly hold himself together. Got a tan-loving, dark-skinned girl. Never mind, it's a coincidence. Please continue. Liang hurriedly typed to cover up, fearing the topic would drift into the realm of the Light Nation. The conversation continued with last night's terrifying events. That Chaji doesn't know what happened outside. She turned into a biting zombie, and in the middle of the night, she reached the door of our first-floor dorm. She stood outside the door, banging it crazily, and in that terrifying voice kept shouting Noah's name. Noah was already frightened, being blocked at the door by her transforming sister. She trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down. That fright pushed Noah into a mental breakdown. In the dead of night, she ran a high fever, leaving her delirious. Liang nodded to himself. Noah's fever wasn't from a chill, it was an acute stress reaction and a drop in immunity triggered by extreme fear. In this apocalypse, often what defeats people isn't the virus, but the psychological defenses crushed by fear. Lei Jiedwa sent the final message. Because Chaji kept banging the door, the remaining of our dorm pressed against the door, fearing she'd break in. So our attention at the time was entirely on the door. We didn't pay attention to the window. It was around 3 o'clock in the morning. I vaguely heard the metallic clacking of the anti-theft window outside. I turned to look and saw a huge shadow lying outside the window. But that shadow didn't try to break our window, it simply crawled up along the railing. The shadow quickly disappeared. Liang slowly shifted his gaze away from the screen of his phone. He looked up at the 3 girls who were staring at him expectantly and recounted to Han Shuiying and the others in precise detail the intelligence he had just exchanged with Lei Jiedwa in their private messages, along with that seamlessly matching timeline. 3 in the morning, security windows, dark shadow. Case closed, everyone. This timeline and path of movement aligned perfectly. That 300-pound Wang Meijia next door actually took the fall for us. That blind zombie who climbed into the wrong window was without a doubt that wench Liu Yu. Hearing Liang's recount, the 3 girls in dormitory 2023 exchanged bewildered glances, the expressions on their faces turning incredibly complex. The sensation was utterly surreal. On one hand, it brought a profound sense of sorrow that an entire neighboring dorm was wiped out due to such a foolish mistake. On the other hand, had Liu Yu not climbed into the wrong window and slipped into dormitory 2023, instead the one silently decapitated in her sleep last night could very well have been one of them. Sigh. Wang Xijia pulled her jacket tighter around herself, a lingering dread flashing in her eyes as she let out a soft sigh. I hope nothing else goes wrong next door. Liu Yu was truly something else. Malicious while alive and still a directionally challenged menace even after turning into a monster. Tonight we must be absolutely vigilant no matter what. Who knows if there are other window-climbing monsters out there? Cindy nodded repeatedly in agreement, or just the thought of the balcony window sent a chilling draft down the back of her neck. Yawn. Just as they were discussing how to reinforce their defenses for the night, Liang suddenly let out a massive yawn. Well, about that. My fellow heroines, we've forced ourselves through a grueling all-nighter, not to mention all those physical extremes just now. My stamina bar and battery are completely depleted, and I'm about to undergo a forced shutdown. How about this? Liang pointed to the sky outside. It's broad daylight now, and visibility is good. I'll go catch some sleep first to recharge. When night falls, and it becomes pitch black, that's when it's most dangerous. I'll take the night watch and you girls can get a good night's rest. How does that sound? This was a highly reasonable and necessary shift system. In an apocalyptic world, having everyone stay up all night was a surefire path to death. Someone had to remain alert and fully energized at all times. Hearing Liang's proposal, a flicker of worry crossed Han Shuang's eyes. She knitted her delicate brows slightly, her gaze falling upon Liang's left arm, which was wrapped in thick bandages. You've sustained such a severe injury and lost so much blood, yet you still want to stay up alone for the night watch. Can your body even handle it? How about the rest of us take turns on watch so you can sleep more? Yeah, I can keep you company. Wang Sijia, her face blushing slightly, raised her hand to chime in. The scent of this giant python was truly mesmerizing. Having tasted it just once, this timid school beauty whom all the boys dreamed of actively requested to accompany him. Huh, that's nothing. Faced with the concern of two goddesses, Liang felt his nearly depleted energy instantly replenished by a bar. He patted his chest, adopting the nonchalant posture of a tough guy, and said with a smile, "Ying Sijia, you're seriously underestimating me. Back in the day, I was known as the all-nighter prince of our boys' dorm. When Resident Evil 9 was released, I played for dozens of hours straight, without even blinking. What is a little fatigue like this? Just a night watch. My liver can definitely handle it." With that, Liang did not wait for the girls to insist further. He turned around, and with practiced ease climbed onto Han Shuang's bottom bunk, which wafted with a faint, delicate fragrance. Having endured last night's life and death, escaped the agonizing pain of his bitten left arm, and that intense battle with Wang Sijia, Liang's nerves had been stretched to their absolute limit. Now there was plenty of food and water in the room, and most importantly, he was beside Han Shuang, the goddess who brought him immense peace of mind. Every sense of crisis was briefly stripped away at this moment. As Liang's exhausted body sank into Han Shuang's soft bedding, inhaling the comforting faint aroma unique to the goddess from her pillow, he closed his eyes and plunged into a deep sleep almost instantly. Seeing Liang fall asleep in seconds, the three girls in the dorm exchanged glances and instinctively softened their breathing. Even their steps became as light as a cat's, terrified of waking the hero of the day. Liang let out a muffled grunt, slowly opening his eyes, which felt somewhat dry and strained from sleeping for so long. He instinctively stretched. The moment his left arm moved, a sharp, throbbing pain shot through his nerves straight to his brain, instantly jolting him wide awake. "Damn, this arm really hurts," Liang hissed, drawing in a sharp breath, not daring to move it again. He turned his head and discovered that the window, which should have been filtering in pale sunlight, was now pitch black. Night had reclaimed this campus, reeking of death at some unknown point. Just how long did I sleep? Startled, Liang quickly fumbled around the bed with his right hand to find his phone. He lit up the screen to check the time. Exactly 7:00 p.m. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he realized that in the blink of an eye he had actually slept for over 10 hours. This was lazier than a pig. He tossed aside the blanket and sat up, aided by the dim, warm yellow glow of a small desk lamp in the dorm. The other three girls were still in the room, but their current state didn't look much better than the zombies outside. Wang Sijia and Cindy were leaning listlessly against the opposite bunk, their hair messy as birds' nests with massive dark circles hanging under their eyes. Their gazes were hollow and vacant. Clearly they hadn't dared to close their eyes all day, forcing themselves to endure until now in this cramped, oppressive room. The dual torment of mind and body made these two girls, who were in the prime of their youth, look as though they had aged a decade. All right, stop forcing yourselves." Liang hopped out of bed, stretched his stiff neck, and strode over to them, giving a decisive command. "You girls go wash up quickly and get to bed. You've been on edge all day. If you keep pushing, you're going to drop dead from exhaustion. Leave tonight's security to me. Put your worries to rest. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up." "Liang, thank you for your hard work. We really can't hold on any longer." Wang Sijia's voice was so weak she sounded as though she hadn't eaten in days. Lacking even the strength to wash up, she collapsed onto her bed and pulled the blanket over her head. In less than half a minute, her even breathing filled the air. Cindy was the same. Lacking the energy for even polite pleasantries, she climbed onto her bunk and fell asleep immediately. For them, even in this crisis-ridden apocalypse, being able to close their eyes and sleep was the greatest blessing of all. Liang smiled helplessly at the two fast-asleep girls. Then he turned his head and directed his gaze toward the desk on the inner side of the dorm. Han Shuang sat alone on a wooden stool. The small desk lamp in front of her cast a faint warm glow upon her exquisite yet weary profile, outlining a soft silhouette. Unlike the other two girls, Han Shuang had not gone to bed. Instead, she sat with her hands folded on the desk, her chin resting gently on the back of her hands, eyes closed, as if dozing or perhaps lost in deep thought. Her brow was slightly furrowed, refusing to completely relax even in this quiet moment. Liang softened his steps and silently walked over to her side. Seeing the goddess in such an exhausted state, a surge of tender affection welled up uncontrollably in Liang's heart. He reached out his right hand and gently placed it on Han Shuang's shoulder. Ying, go rest on the bed for a while. You haven't closed your eyes all day. Even a body made of iron can't withstand this kind of strain. Go sleep, I'll keep watch tonight. Feeling the warm touch on her shoulder, Han Shuang's eyelashes fluttered slightly. I'm not tired. Looking at her stubborn front, Liang couldn't help but sigh softly. He pulled up a nearby chair and sat down beside Han Shuang. Stop lying. Your dark circles are practically hanging down to your chin. I know what you're thinking. You're worried about Xiaohu and Song Weining, aren't you? Ever since that phone call was disconnected during the day, she hadn't received any further news from her cousin. Xiaohu and Lao Song. Those two guys planned to risk their lives under the cover of tonight's darkness to search for supplies at the convenience store near the artificial lake. In this pitch-black night with monsters roaming the campus, whether these two unarmed boys could make it to the store alive and whether they could return safely to the multimedia classroom with food remained entirely unknown. As his older sister, how could she possibly lie in bed and sleep peacefully? Looking at Han Shuang's worry-laden profile, Liang couldn't help but let out a long sigh as well. He tilted his head back, staring at the dim ceiling of the dorm as the dark, honest, boastful face of Song Weining and his nearly 200-pound massive frame flashed through his mind. Sigh. Liang gave a bitter laugh, his tone carrying a hint of banter, yet masking a deep underlying concern. How could I not worry about that troublesome, rebellious son of mine? Lao Song is usually useless at everything except eating like a champion. Now he's out there playing hide-and-seek with tireless zombies. My heart is practically in my throat. Liang reached up to rub his temples. Though he called Song Weining a rebellious son, in this unpredictable apocalypse that was a sworn brother who had gamed with him, fled with him, and shared a bond forged in life and death stakes. If Song Weining really met with an accident out there and got chewed up by zombies, Liang would never forgive himself for not being by his side. I can only pray that these two fools have some crazy stroke of luck tonight and don't run into any tough customers. Liang prayed silently in his heart. Meanwhile, in the teaching building area of Taiyang Media University, several hundred meters away from girls' dormitory building 2, a loud grumble echoed from someone's stomach. Clutching his severely deflated stomach, Song Weining slumped on the floor next to the podium like a puddle of mud, his eyes practically glowing green in the darkness. Starving. Laohan, I feel like I could swallow a whole elephant raw. Song Weining muttered weakly. In all his life, he had never experienced a hunger so deep that his stomach clung to his spine. Hansai, who standing by the window, was in no better shape. Licking his chapped, peeling lips, he turned his head, his eyes glinting with a desperate ferocity and ruthlessness born of being pushed to the brink. Stop whining. The more you whine, the hungrier you get. Hansai, who cursed in a low voice. Then he crouched down and began checking his pre-battle preparations. Around both of his forearms, he had used wide tape found in the classroom to bind several thick English postgraduate entrance exam prep books, serving as makeshift bite-proof arm guards. In his hand, he tightly gripped a metal chair leg that had been forcefully ripped from a chair, its broken end jagged and sharp. Time's almost up, Lao Song. Hansai's voice was extremely low as he handed another chair leg to Song Weining. Looking out at the dark night where countless monsters lurked, he gritted his teeth and said, if we wait any longer, we won't even have the strength to run. Let's go out and fight for it. Grab the supplies, and we live, stay here and wait, and we're just waiting to die. Hearing Hansai's words, Song Weining knew the final moment had arrived. He snatched the heavy chair leg and sprang up from the ground. Laohan, are we doing this? Let's go, here we go. As a veteran scout from a field army unit, Hansai displayed his tactical prowess to the absolute fullest at this critical juncture. Above the door of the multimedia classroom was a rectangular ventilation window, normally used for airflow. Holding his breath, Hansai leaned his head close to the ventilation window. Squinting through the dust on the glass, he scanned the corridor outside as meticulously as a human radar. A deathly silence hung over the corridor, and all the motion sensor lights had gone out. The darkness outside was absolute, severely obstructing his vision, leaving only the vague, blurry outlines of a few classroom doors barely visible. I can't see a thing. Hansai muttered inwardly, his brow furrowing deeply. Meanwhile, Song Weining, standing behind the door, was not idle either. Pressing his ear against the door panel, he strained to catch any minute sound that might be lingering outside. 10 seconds passed. Aside from the symphonic rising and falling rumbles of his own empty stomach, the hallway outside was as silent as a vacuum-sealed tomb. Old Han, there doesn't seem to be any movement outside. How about we just open the door and slip down the corridor? No, absolutely not. Hansai landed soundlessly, decisively rejecting Song Weining's proposal. Do you even know what the calm before the storm means? When I spoke to my sister on the phone earlier, she said these monsters have already evolved the habit of camping in ambush for revenge. The quieter the corridor is, the more hair-raising it feels. Who knows if there is a row of zombies standing like wooden stakes just around the dark corner waiting for us to pull the door open so they can give us a warm welcome with a point-blank jump scare. Han Saihu's words instantly made Song Waning recall the infamous door jump scare scenes from certain horror games. Shuddering involuntarily with fear, any thought of exiting through the front door evaporated in an instant. Han Saihu turned around and quickly walked to the other side of the classroom towards the row of windows facing the back of the academic building away from the corridor. Carefully lifting a corner of the curtain, he peered out into the night. By the faint pale moonlight, Han Saihu scanned the ground below meticulously. He was absolutely certain that the secluded tree-lined path directly underneath, which led straight to the artificial lake, was completely empty without a single soul in sight. Heaven always leaves a path. Han Saihu's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned his head and gestured urgently to Song Waning. "Old Song, get over here. I say we just go down through this window. This is the 3rd floor. I estimate it's less than 7 meters down, not too high, and the path below is perfectly safe right now." Song Waning leaned over the window sill, poked his large head out to take a look, and said in a low voice, "All right." Having reached an agreement, the two immediately sprang into action. Han Saihu turned around, his gaze locking onto the heavy blackout curtains on either side of the classroom, used to block out light for the projector. To ensure absolute darkness, these curtains were made of a material that was not only thick, but also exceptionally tough and wear-resistant. Rip. Exerting the grappling arm strength he had forged in the military, Han Saihu gripped the edges of the curtains with both hands and violently ripped the two massive blackout drapes right off their tracks. Then with swift and nimble movements, he folded the two large canvas curtains in half, twisting them tightly together like a dough twist to form a sufficiently sturdy cloth rope. With the rope ready, the next step was securing it. Han Saihu looked around, his eyes locking onto the desk by the window that held the multimedia console. To prevent students from stealing the computer tower, all 4 legs of this desk were anchored deep into the concrete floor tiles with thick expansion bolts, making it as stable as a load-bearing wall. His hands flew, his fingers moving like butterflies weaving through flowers as he swiftly tied a clove hitch. He tugged at it forcefully twice, ensuring that even an ox could not pull the knot loose. "Done. Old Song, you go first. I'll cover you from up here with my gun, while keeping an eye on our surroundings. Once you hit the ground and confirm it's safe, signal me immediately, and I'll follow right after." Han Saihu assumed a defensive stance, ready for close-quarters combat at a moment's notice. Song Waning nodded, stepped to the windowsill, and grabbed the coarse makeshift rope. Both of them had undergone rappelling training in the military, so this feat was child's play to them. "I'm heading down now. Keep a sharp eye out up there." Song Waning muttered in a low voice, then took a deep breath and nimbly vaulted over the windowsill. Creak. The makeshift rope groaned under the sudden strain, instantly snapping taut and pulling straight. Even the metal desk anchored to the ground with expansion bolts let out a faint scraping sound. Han Saihu's heart leaped into his throat. Gripping his weapon with both hands, he leaned half of his body out of the window, tensely tracking Song Waning's descent, while keeping a vigilant watch for any dark figures that might emerge from either end of the path below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The entire descent took less than 5 seconds. Song Waning landed steadily on the soft, muddy lawn beside the path below. He crouched on the ground in a defensive posture, panting heavily as he scanned his surroundings. Just as Han Saihu had observed from above, this secluded path, usually devoid of people, remained completely dead silent. "We're golden. As long as we sneak along this path to the convenience store, instant noodles and ham sausages are practically ours for the taking." The immense hope of survival and the desperate craving for food brought an uncontrollable, joyful smile to Song Waning's face. He stood up straight and brushed the dust off his hands. Then Song Waning turned around, preparing to wave to Han Saihu, who was leaning out of the 3rd-floor window, to give him the victorious, "All clear, come on down" signal. But the moment Song Waning turned around, his entire body froze dead in its tracks. An indescribable chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head, because at the very instant he turned, under the paper-pale moonlight casting down from the sky, Song Waning saw, with absolute clarity, less than 2 meters from where he stood inside the 1st-floor classroom, directly facing him behind the glass window, there stood a woman, completely still. She was entirely naked, without a single thread of clothing on her body. The moonlight poured over her, illuminating every detail of her strikingly fair and shapely figure. Yet her entire body, from her once pale skin to her long disheveled hair, was completely drenched in massive splatters of dark red blood. At the same time, the corners of her mouth, smeared with shredded flesh, tore open and curled upward in a frenzied grin. With a bizarre and terrifying smile plastered across her face, she stared directly at Song Waning. "Found you. At last." Waning Gidge. If this were ordinary times, hearing such a tender, lilting call of Gidge from a stunning beauty would probably turn Song Waning, a 20-year-old lifelong bachelor, and hopelessly fat shut-in. But now, at this very moment, along with that exquisite voice is the face behind the window glass, pale as paper and crisscrossed with blue-black veins. She wore a staring fixedly at Song Waning. Li Tiantian. Song Waning felt his heart stop beating in that instant. Damn you, you old bastard. Meanwhile, on the second-floor windowsill, Han Saihu had half his body out the window watching Song Waning land safely below, just letting out a relieved breath and waiting for him to signal that it was safe to come down. But then Song Waning turned, and the man froze as if turned to stone. Damn, nothing happened right. Han Saihu frowned, cursing under his breath, frantically gesturing to retreat. Old Song. Hurry up. Quick. This anxious hiss instantly jolted Song Waning from his stiffness. Oh my god. He suddenly whirled around, gripping the curtain-twisted rope, his feet stamping against the wall as he tried to climb back up the three-story window along the rope. But, bang, crash. The first-floor window shattered into pieces. Among the fluttering shards, Li Tiantian's naked body pounced out from inside the window. Ugh. Accompanied by a scream, Li Tiantian's clawed hands sharp as blades gripped Song Waning's thigh, where it hung on the rope. Damn you. Song Waning felt a tightening on his thigh, followed by a crushing surge of downward force. His 200 gene of weight plus Li Tiantian's terrifying strength caused the two canvas curtains twisted into a rope to groan under the load. Song Waning couldn't hold the rope, his hands scraped red-hot pain on the rough canvas, and Li Tiantian forcibly yanked him down from midair. Thud. Song Waning crashed heavily onto the muddy ground and lawn, sprawling in a tangle. Before he could catch his breath, Li Tiantian's naked body, smeared with glass shards and fresh blood, pressed down on him like a sticky mass of toffee. That face, once the beauty that made countless boys' hearts ache, was now inches from his own. But in that wide mouth, the sharp yellowed teeth exuded a nauseating stench of rotten flesh, and without hesitation they sank into the carotid artery on Song Waning's neck. Get away, you crazy woman. Song Waning's left hand, like an iron clamp, seized Li Tiantian's hair, blood-streaked and knotted. With a powerful yank, he tore Li Tiantian's head away from his neck and pulled her backward. Ooh! Li Tiantian's head tilted back, emitting a furious hiss as her teeth snapped within less than 3 centimeters of Song Waning's throat, saliva dripping onto his face. Eat this, you old hammer. Song Waning's right hand slammed into a fist the size of a sandbag, his hips snapping forward with force aimed at Li Tiantian's upturned face. Pow! Pow! 2 heavy punches landed with solid impact. Li Tiantian's nasal bones collapsed under the force, black-red blood spurting and staining her face even more grotesquely. Yet zombies have no pain receptors. These 2 blows that would stun an ordinary person in an instant landed on Li Tiantian's face as if striking a numb piece of rubber. She not only did not loosen her grip, but the attack seemed to awaken an even more savage, bloodthirsty instinct. Roar! Li Tiantian abandoned biting the neck, and her 2 iron hook arms surged forward, sharp nails ripping through Song Waning's clothes and digging into the flesh on his back. Arg! 5 deep wounds, bone visible, suddenly appeared on Song Waning's back. A hot burning pain like sulfuric acid ripped through him, and Song Waning let out a heart-wrenching scream, tears burning in his eyes. Old Song, hold on. I'm coming. Han Saihu on the second-floor windowsill watched as his buddy beneath was pressed under the naked zombie, clawing furiously, and he sprang into action. At this moment he paid no mind to surroundings and leapt down from the third-floor windowsill without hesitation. SSSS. The rough canvas scraped hotly across Han Saihu's palm, tearing skin, yet he didn't even flinch. The moment he landed, he saw Li Tiantian crouched on Song Waning's back, ready to deliver another fatal bite. Let go. You monster. Han Saihu roared, and charged Li Tiantian from the side. With no clothes to grab on Li Tiantian, he seized the 2 most prominent vulnerable masses of flesh on her chest. Han Saihu hardened his resolve, gripping Li Tiantian's chest with both hands, as if gripping 2 sizable buns. Get off me. Then, using Li Tiantian's chest as the fulcrum, he yanked backward with his arms, twisting his waist and concentrating all his strength there. Whoosh! Li Tiantian's body, weighing around 110 gene, was forcibly ripped free from Song Waning and hurled into a nearby shrub that rose about half a man tall. Cough, cough. Damn, this hurts like hell. Song Waning struggled to his feet, clutching his blood-soaked back, grimacing in pain and panting hard. But the real disaster had only just begun. The earlier crash of glass, Song Waning's screams, and the furious roars during their struggle echoed across the silent Taiyang Media University campus as if a flare had exploded on a plane. Almost the moment Li Tiantian was thrown into the shrubs. Roar! Hoo hoo hoo! Those zombies that had wandered aimlessly around the campus dormant were instantly awakened by the deafening roar and the coppery scent of living human blood in the air. Under the pale moonlight, Han Saihu clearly saw at several forks in the paths within their line of sight distorted shadows moving with feverish steps toward their location. So many that it made the scalp tingle. This is bad. Old Song. Hansai's face drained paler than a corpse. He yanked the still sputtering Song Waning to his feet. The noise is too loud. We've completely exposed ourselves. There are at least dozens of monsters surrounding us. Song Waning, hearing this, ignored his back pain and turned to look at the zombies surging from the darkness. If they got boxed in, they would leave nothing but bone shards. What are you waiting for? Run. Song Waning's adrenaline surged again, completely suppressing the pain in his back. Take the side path. To the convenience store. Hansai reacted swiftly, pointing to the narrow, dim path toward the artificial lake. Without hesitation, the two bolted, adopting the 5-kilometer cross-country sprint stance they once used in the army, and charged madly toward the artificial lake direction of the convenience store. Huff, puff, huff. The 5 bone-deep bloody gashes on Song Waning's back screamed their agonizing presence in the biting wind. Sweat trickled down his neck and seeped into the wounds, triggering a searing pain akin to salt being rubbed into raw flesh, causing his facial muscles to twitch violently. Yet even so, this 200-pound giant of a man still sprinted at a speed rivaling Usain Bolt's 100-meter dash. Small wonder. With a horde of ravenous bio-mutated predators hot on his heels, a clawed back was the least of his worries. Even if his legs were shattered, he would have dragged himself forward with his bare hands to win a Paralympic gold. Beside him, Hansai pushed himself even harder, summoning the relentless pace of his former reconnaissance company's forced marches. The two bolted forward at breakneck speed, not daring to steal a single glance backward. We're here. Right ahead. Screeching to a sudden halt, the pair stopped dead in front of the convenience store's tightly shut iron rolling shutter. Damn it, we finally made it. I'm kicking this open. Hansai, his eyes glinting with desperate hunger, took a half step back, preparing to use brute force to demolish the shutter. Hey. Holy crap, stop. Song Waning lunged forward and grabbed Hansai's leg, forcefully halting his strike mid-motion. Are you out of your mind, brother? You kick this down and sure, the door opens, but the lock is history. If we can't shut it again, what are we going to use to block the zombies? Your handsome face. When the horde surges in, we'll be sitting in a pile of instant noodles eating pickled cabbage while watching ourselves get gnawed down to skeletal frames by those monsters. Hearing this, Hansai felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his feverish brain, snapping him back to reality. Indeed, the convenience store's layout was far too simple. Aside from this rolling shutter, there was absolutely no other defensible cover. Once the door was violently broken beyond repair, this place would cease to be a sanctuary and become a morgue instead. During the mere seconds, they stood there hesitating. Arg. Gasp. Wheeze. A series of hair-raising, blood-curdling screeches and low growls echoed from the dark path they had just fled. The sounds grew closer by the second, even more terrifyingly. Amidst the chaotic growls of the zombie horde, a chillingly beautiful voice drifted through, sending a shiver straight down Song Waning's spine. Giggle, giggle. Way. Ning. Bro. There. That sweet, delicate laughter echoing in the dead of the freezing night was 100 times more sinister than the background score of any Japanese horror film. Damn it, that relentless bitch. They exchanged a tense glance. Staying in this rundown convenience store was out of the question. If they got trapped inside, they would be like rats in a cage. Old Han, we can't stop. We have to keep running. Turning around, Song Waning pointed to a wider tree-lined path behind the store and urged frantically, run another 300 to 400 meters down this path, and we'll reach the school's mechanical engineering building. Why there? What if there are zombies in the academic building too? Hansai furrowed his brow. Impossible. Song Waning shook his head with absolute certainty. The student count in that department is pitifully small to begin with. Plus, school hasn't officially started yet. The chances of anyone being there are even lower than in this building. All right, I'm with you. Let's do it. Hansai was a man of swift action. Now that they had a more viable target, he did not hesitate for even half a second. The two took off, once more sprinting for their lives toward the mechanical engineering building. The snarls behind them clung to them like a shadow, snapping at their heels less than 50 meters away. Li Tiantian's eerie laughter needled their frayed nerves from time to time, as if goading them to run even faster. Fueled by a desperate burst of adrenaline in this life-or-death race, they crossed the few hundred meters in less than a minute. Finally, a square red brick building loomed ahead, suddenly coming into view. We're here. We're here. Song Waning was so overwhelmed he nearly burst into tears. He bounded up the marble steps of the building's entrance, grabbed the door handles with both hands, and yanked outward with all his might. Clang. The door didn't budge an inch. Damn it. It's locked. Song Waning's heart sank. Refusing to believe his luck, he yanked hard twice more, but the door remained stubbornly shut. Pressing his face against the glass door, he squinted into the lobby. Wrapped around the inner handles of the double glass doors was a thick, heavy-duty iron chain secured with a massive brass padlock. Son of a bitch. What kind of brainless security guard did this? The door is locked, and it's locked from the inside. This means there's someone inside. The door was locked from the inside, which meant that regardless of whether the person inside was alive or dead human or ghost, their plan to seek refuge through the main entrance was completely ruined. Old song. Forget the door. There's no time. Standing at the bottom of the steps, Han Saihu caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of a dark, writhing mass of silhouettes emerging from a nearby corner. The zombie horde had caught up to them completely. The ones leading the charge were so close that their glazed dead fish eyes were clearly visible. Panic-stricken like ants on a hot pan, the two frantically scanned the entrance area, searching for another way in. Suddenly, Han Sai's sharp scout's eyes locked onto a row of windows to the left of the main entrance, about 1.5 meters off the ground. They belonged to a first-floor lecture hall. Old song. To the windows. Han Saihu roared, leaping down from the steps and sprinting to the window in a few swift strides. Extending his hands, he pushed hard against the sliding glass window. Rattle, rattle. The window shook slightly but refused to open. The crescent lock of the window was fastened from the inside. Damn it. Hearing the zombie snarls drawing closer behind them, Han Saihu's eyes instantly turned bloodshot with desperation. Stripping off his jacket, he wrapped it hastily around his right fist. Crash. A deafening shatter echoed through the air. Han Saihu's massive fist smashed squarely through the closed glass window, shattering a gaping hole large enough for an adult to crawl through. Reaching inside quickly, Han Saihu flipped open the crescent lock and slid the shattered window open as far as it would go. Old song. Over here. Get up here quick, quick, quick. Just as Song Waning squeezed most of his body through the window frame, with his lower half still dangling outside. Growl. A hand slick with black blood lunged from behind. The zombies had already reached the base of the window. The classroom inside was pitch black. Under the faint moonlight filtering through the window, rows of neat, tiered desks and chairs were barely visible. Outside, the zombies, enraged by the escape of their prey, had descended into a complete frenzy. Thud. Crash. Several zombies slammed directly into the broken window. Jagged shards of glass sliced through their flesh, instantly staining the windowsill with dark reddish-black blood. The stark naked Li Tiantian led the charge. Gripping the window frame with both hands, she had already thrust half of her body into the classroom, her horrific smiling face radiating a sickening chill in the darkness. The two dared not linger for a single second. They scrambled and crawled through the aisles between the desks, their knees and elbows slamming against the hard wooden furniture. Despite grimacing in agonizing pain, they couldn't even spare a moment to rub their bruises. In less than 5 seconds, they swept like a whirlwind from the back of the classroom to the wooden door leading to the corridor. Han Saihu pushed down the handle, throwing the door open with a sharp creak, and they burst into the building's spacious corridor. Close the door. The moment they crossed the threshold, Han Saihu pivoted sharply on his heel. Song Waning understood instantly. Their movements were as perfectly synchronized as if they had rehearsed this 1,000 times. Each grabbing a side of the double doors, they slammed the thick wooden classroom doors shut with a loud crash. Find a lock. Find a lock. Here's one. Old Song, hold the handles. The classroom's U-lock was hanging right on the door handle. Han Saihu moved with lightning speed. Click. The lock shackle snapped firmly into place. In the very next second. Bang. 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 The zombies that had breached the classroom had already reached the other side of the door. They slammed frantically against the wood, the violent impacts causing the entire door to shudder violently. The U-lock groaned under the strain, but fortunately its sturdy build held fast, keeping the handles locked tight, without any sign of giving way. Through the wooden barrier, Song Waning and Han Saihu could smell the pungent stench of decay wafting through the cracks. Go ahead and slam, you bastards. Slam yourselves to death, you brainless monsters. Song Waning slumped against the wall, panting heavily. Don't celebrate too early. Han Saihu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The academic building was eerily quiet. Aside from the thudding on the door beside them, the entire first-floor corridor was pitched in total darkness. No one knew what other dangers might be lurking deep within this long, shadowy hallway. Furthermore, the main entrance being chained from the inside meant there was definitely someone else in this building. Whether they were alive or dead, human or monster, remained entirely unknown. This door won't hold them for long. There are too many of them. The door frame will eventually give way. Han Saihu took a deep breath, slipped his jacket back on, and stared resolutely at the emergency exit sign at the far end of the corridor. Let's go. Han Saihu patted Song Waning on the shoulder. We're going upstairs. We need to find a safe spot first. The two dared not linger in this perilous first-floor hallway. Swallowing hard, they suppressed their terror and hurried along the wall toward the stairwell leading upstairs, never looking back. Holy SHD. Run. Song Waning cursed the ancestors of the zombie horde downstairs, 18 generations deep in his mind, while his thick elephant-like legs carried him in a frenzy up the staircase alongside Han Saihu. Two stray dogs with their tails stepped on, sprinting desperately upward. Taking 2 steps at a time, it was an utterly desperate life-or-death dash. The anti-theft door of the teaching building was secured with a padlock, but the ordinary glass windows were nothing short of a joke against the overwhelming numbers of the undead. Han Saiyu understood perfectly that the first floor was no longer tenable. The shattered window had become a gaping wound, a breach through which the zombies outside would inevitably pour in endlessly. They forced their way up to the fourth floor in one desperate breath. Song Waining's knees buckled, nearly sending him crashing to his knees on the stair landing. Stop. Stop for a moment. This floor will do. Han Saiyu was drenched in sweat. Though his scout's training served him well, even that foundation couldn't withstand such sustained high-intensity flight for survival. He gasped for air in great heaving gulps, reaching out to seize Song Waining just as he was about to collapse onto the ground. Don't sit on the floor. Get up. After that kind of intense exertion, sitting down immediately. You want your heart to give out. Han Saiyu hissed through gritted teeth, his voice low but urgent. Without hesitation, he hauled Song Waining back to his feet with firm, unyielding force. Song Waining's face contorted in agony as he let his broad back slowly lean against the wall on the right. The fourth-floor corridor was shrouded in absolute darkness, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of light. Compared to the chaos on the first floor, an eerie, unnatural stillness hung over this place. Han Saiyu braced his hands on his knees, regulating his breathing while sweeping his gaze vigilantly across the surroundings. Let's search this corridor first, see if there's any classroom with its door ajar. We need to find a place to settle down, catch our breath, and recover some stamina before we do anything else. Song Waining swallowed hard, about to nod in agreement, when in that very instant the ear pressed flush against the wall twitched almost imperceptibly. Lao Han, hold on a second. What is it? You hear zombies coming up the stairs. Han Sai's heart clenched. He clenched his fists, instantly snapping into combat readiness. Not zombies coming up. Song Waining raised a thick finger pointing toward the depths of the wall he was leaning against and stammered, come here. Press your ear against this wall, listen carefully. This sound. Something's off about it. Han Saiyu furrowed his brow, his face etched with suspicion, and walked over. He pressed his ear against the wall, closed his eyes, banished all stray thoughts, and pushed his hearing to its absolute limit. At first, all he could hear was the heavy pounding of his own heart. But after several seconds, a tenuous, almost imperceptible sound traveled through the solid wall and crept into his ear. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It sounded like one of those high-powered clippers from a barbershop, or perhaps some sort of toy that adults secretly used under the covers at night. And within that continuous buzzing there was an oddly bewildering sound interwoven, low guttural snarls from a female zombie. Yet despite its hoarseness, the rising and falling inflection of her voice carried an indescribable pleasure, like the kind of ecstatic, otherworldly moan. Oh, wrenched forcibly from the back of a throat. Holy SHD. Han Saiyu turned his head to look at Song Waining, who wore an equally dumbfounded expression. The two men stared at each other in bewildered silence. Lao Song, what the hell is that sound? Did I just hallucinate? Why does it sound like a female zombie in there, pleasuring herself with some electric device, and moaning like she's actually enjoying it? Song Waining's face had gone completely dark, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. You ask me, who am I supposed to ask? What the hell is wrong with these mutated monsters? They've actually evolved desires now. Does this virus come with a feature that preserves the host's particular kinks from their former life? Two strapping, hot-blooded men were rendered utterly speechless in the darkened corridor by this sudden bizarre sound. Whatever the hell it is, this sound is way too freaky, but the fact that it's making a mechanical noise means there's definitely electricity in there or some kind of battery-powered device. Han Saiyu swiftly pulled himself out of those absurd associations, his mind snapping back to clarity. His gaze sharpened as he said in a low, grave voice, and zombies can't operate a motor by themselves. That means that room most likely has another living person inside besides the monster. The two men immediately wiped the ridiculous expressions off their faces, hunched their backs, lightened their footsteps, and followed the sound source, that persistent buzzing and strange moaning, as they crept slowly down the corridor. After walking roughly 10 meters, they stopped in front of a tightly shut wooden door. That strange sound was emanating from behind this very door, and now it was even clearer, like a live broadcast playing right next to their ears. Using the faint, barely there light, Han Saiyu squinted and leaned in toward the small nameplate above the wooden door. Chemistry lab. In the dead of night, in the fourth-floor chemistry lab of all places, engaging in activities accompanied by a motorized buzzing. The very image was unsettling, no matter how one imagined it. Han Saiyu turned his head, raised his right hand, and gestured toward the firmly shut chemistry lab door, a signal for a direct breach to kick it down and storm inside. In this get-up apocalypse, knocking politely was a pure waste of life. Whether it was human or ghost inside, male or female engaged in some unspeakable act, kick the door open first, rush in, and secure the tactical advantage. Song Waining caught his drift instantly. God damn it, I'm gonna see for myself just who the hell is throwing a party in the middle of a zombie horde. Then his massive 200-pound frame abruptly stepped back half a pace. His thigh muscles tensed instantly, and he drove a fierce kick directly at the lock area of the deceptively flimsy-looking wooden door. Bam! Half. The next instant a pig-like shriek of agony was wrenched from Song Waining's throat. Holy SHD. Is this door made of vibranium? Han Sai-hu was equally dumbfounded by the unexpected turn of events. What kind of bullshit was this? Were all those movie scenes where special forces kick doors open nothing but lies? Just as the two men were still reeling in shock and agony before this bulletproof armor-like wooden door, the buzzing mechanical vibration and strange cries from inside the door suddenly ceased. The entire chemistry lab plunged into approximately 3 seconds of dead silence. Immediately after, a man's voice, tinged with unmistakable panic, filtered through the thick door. Who's outside? Living people. There really were living people in there. Han Sai-hu's spirits lifted instantly. He stepped forward at once, pressed his face near the door crack, and responded in as steady a voice as he could manage. Buddy, don't be nervous. We're students from Taihong Media University itself. The whole first floor is swarming with those biting monsters. We were chased all the way up and have nowhere to hide. We mean no harm. We're just looking for a place to take shelter. Silence again inside the door. Song Waining, sitting on the ground and enduring the searing pain in his foot, crawled on hands and knees to the door. He pressed his ear directly against the door panel, held his breath, and strained to eavesdrop on the movements inside. What's the situation? Han Sai-hu asked in a hushed voice. Song Waining waved at him, signaling him to stay quiet. In his ears, faintly, he could hear whispered deliberation from beyond the door. By the sound of it, they really might be living people, and they even know we're from the same school. This was a male voice that sounded rather young, carrying a naive, untainted innocence. So what if they're alive? It's chaos out there now. How do we know if they're good or bad? What if they've been bitten and are carrying the virus? This was the same man who had spoken loudly earlier, his tone markedly cautious. But there are so many monsters out there. If we don't open the door, won't they die out there? We're all from the same school. We can't just stand by and watch them die, can we? How about we just open the door a crack and take a look? If they really haven't been bitten, let's let them in. We've got enough supplies to last a few more days. Upon hearing this, compendium of naive innocence from inside Song Waining's face took on an expression that was impossible to label. Half laugh, half cry. He turned his head and reported to Han Sai-hu in a breathy whisper, "There's more than one person in there, and from the sound of it, they're total newbies who've never had reality smack them down. They're debating whether to play saint and open the door for us." Creak. The instant Song Waining finished speaking, from within that rock-solid wooden door came the sound of the latch being slowly drawn back. Upon hearing this, Han Sai-hu's face, far from showing any relief or joy, changed drastically. Holy SHD. They're opening the door that easily. In these chaotic times where even your own mother might mutate and bite you, two complete strangers come kicking your door in the middle of the night. Any sane person's reaction would be to barricade the door, stand behind it with a blade, or even play dead and stay silent. But these people inside, all they heard was a couple of lines of introduction through the door, didn't even verify anything, and they immediately slid the latch open. Is their guard pathetically low, or is this a deadly trap designed to lure survivors inside? Han Sai-hu had every reason to be on high alert. At the threshold of life and death, excessive caution was always better than blind trust. Watch for a trap. Move back. Both men reacted instantly, stepping back at once to avoid the direct arc of the opening door. At the same time, Han Sai-hu dropped into a slight crouch, his right leg pulled back, fists raised defensively before his chest, assuming a textbook, highly aggressive Special Forces close quarters indoor combat stance. Creak. The wooden door of the chemistry lab was slowly pulled open from the inside, leaving a narrow gap of about 10 centimeters. A single eye, framed by black-rimmed glasses and looking somewhat timid, darted quickly through the gap to scan the pitch-black corridor outside. When that eye saw that there were indeed two panting, very much alive men standing in the corridor and no zombies trailing behind them, the person behind the door seemed to let out a long breath of relief. Immediately after, the wooden door was pushed wide open. A somewhat slender young man in a white lab coat stood at the doorway, an iron wrench, torn from who knows where, gripped tightly in his hand, though there was little hostility in his gaze. He looked at Han Sai-hu and Song Waining, who remained in their combat stances, swiftly sidestepped to clear a path, and said hurriedly, "Come in quick." The atmosphere in the corridor froze at this moment. To go in meant potentially facing a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, yet to hesitate would give the zombie horde downstairs no time to deliberate. In the mere 2 seconds Han Sai-hu and Song Waining spent hesitating warily outside the door, a tremendous crashing sound echoed up from the stairwell on the first floor. Damn it! Han Sai-hu's face turned deathly pale in an instant. The thick double doors battered by the unceasing impacts and the weight of piling zombies had finally reached their breaking point and collapsed entirely. Roar! Immediately after, frenzied howls and chaotic dense footsteps surged up through the stairwell passage. What are you still hesitating for? Get in. Song Waning shoved Hansaya's back, and the two scrambled headlong into the chemistry lab. The boy wearing a white lab coat proved remarkably quick to react in the very instant the two stumbled into the room. He not only shut the wooden door, but skillfully slid a hefty iron bolt across it and casually looped a length of iron chain, salvaged from God knows where, around the handle. Huff! Huff! Song Waning braced his hands on his knees, gasping for air in great gulps. Hansayu, drenched in sweat, leaned back against the sturdy door, listening to the faint zombie footsteps echoing down the corridor outside, and finally allowed himself a momentary breath of relief. Thanks, brother. If you hadn't opened the door, we'd have been done for out there today. Hansayu steadied his breathing, then lifted his head to formally thank the boy who had let them in. But when Hansayu raised his head, his gaze swept past the boy and took in the full scene within the chemistry laboratory. The polite words he had not yet spoken lodged forever in his throat. And it was not only Hansayu. Song Waning, who had just caught his breath, slowly turned his head as well. Upon clearly beholding the object placed at the very center of the classroom, every expression on Song Waning's face froze in an instant. The chemistry laboratory was quite spacious. Along the walls stood numerous glass cabinets filled with chemical reagents, while the air carried a faint mingled scent of formaldehyde and alcohol. Every window had been sealed shut with thick black cloth, and only a few LED camping lanterns, temporarily powered by storage batteries, cast a pallid, ghostly glow. At the very center of this illumination stood a metal chair of peculiar design. It was unmistakably a modified gynecological examination chair. But that was hardly the most outrageous sight. What truly sent Hansayu's and Song Waning's minds into overdrive was the person bound to that metal examination chair. More precisely, it was a female zombie. The female zombie wore a bloodstained JK uniform. Her once likely pretty face was now laced with bluish-black veins, and her eyes had rolled back into that vacant, mindlessly clouded state. Her four limbs were fastened to the chair's frame with thick ropes, rendering her utterly immobile. Her legs were forcibly propped open on the chair's side rests, splayed shamelessly wide, in an utterly degrading posture, brazenly exposed to the air. If it were merely a matter of a captive female zombie, it might simply suggest the survivors here possessed extraordinary courage and some indescribable skill at subduing the undead. However, the true visual detonation lay in the contraption directly in front of the female zombie. Before the zombie woman's exposed lower half, an assemblage of various iron stands from the lab had been cobbled together into a wildly shaped mechanical beast. The motor hummed in a low, steady drone. That mechanical beast, operating at a frequency so rapid it dazzled the eye, pistoned tirelessly in and out of the bound female zombie's body. The female zombie, strapped to the chair, shuddered uncontrollably. From her fong-filled mouth came a string of broken, guttural, otherworldly cries. Song Waning, trembling, extended a single finger toward the frantically operating machine at the center, then pointed at the wailing female zombie on the chair and turned to look at the slender boy who had shut the door. Dude, you guys, are you comforting a zombie? Just then a fit of coughing drifted out from a shadowy corner at the very front of the laboratory. Hansayu and Song Waning started violently and immediately looked toward the sound. Only then did they notice another boy standing atop the tall multimedia podium at the front of the chemistry room. This boy also wore a white lab coat, though his was spattered with stains of every conceivable chemical hue, along with some suspiciously dark bloodstains. With his hands tucked into his lab coat pockets, he cast Song Waning a glance dripping with disdain for the uncultured yokel, then raised a single finger to arrogantly push up the black-framed glasses that had slid down his nose. Allow me to correct a grave misconception on your part, classmate. This isn't called comforting. We are conducting a profoundly serious, magnificent research endeavor with the fate of all humanity hanging in the balance. Research. At those two words, Hansayu's gaze darted repeatedly between the mad scholar on the podium and the wildly operating machine in the center of the lab. Even he, a battle-hardened veteran of broad experience, could not help but laugh in disbelief. You call this research? In the dead of night, while thousands upon thousands of monsters outside are devouring people, you two are in this pitch-dark chemistry lab with a bound female zombie running a motor-driven machine at full blast. What exactly are you researching? Whether zombies can orgasm. In response to Hansayu's accusations, the scholar on the podium showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, a cold, lofty smile, the kind that proclaimed how sparrows could never comprehend the ambitions of swans, curled across his lips. At this moment, the slender boy who had been standing by the door slowly walked over. My friend, your imagination is impressive, but your vision remains far too narrow. What we are presently engaged in is the study of this zombie virus's mechanisms through high-intensity stimulation. Baffled by this torrent of incomprehensible pseudo-scientific jargon, Song Waning and Han Saihu exchanged dumbfounded glances, question marks practically hovering over their brows. Hearing hooliganism dressed up in such flowery, lofty language was truly an eye-opener for them. The slender boy, observing their still dazed expressions, sighed. Allow me to properly introduce myself. In this apocalypse, meeting each other is a kind of fate. My name is Liu Yisin. The slender boy gestured at himself, a hint of scholarly confidence in his tone. I'm a third-year student at Taihong University of Media and Communications, majoring in materials science and engineering. To build things with my own hands, I've also taken courses in the neighboring mechanical engineering program. He patted the rapidly operating machine beside him, adding with evident pride, this testing apparatus right here. I assembled and welded it myself in 3 hours using scrap motors and materials from the lab. Then Liu Yisin turned and gestured toward the podium. And this one here is the core of our grand project. His name is Ziwen, a second-year genius majoring in chemical engineering. My name is Han Saihu, and his is Song Waning. Hearing their introductions, the slender young man, named Liu Yisin, gave a calm, slight nod. His expression was like that of a mentor in a laboratory welcoming 2 new auditing students, neither overly warm nor dismissive. Pleasure to meet you, he said with a soft cough. You two please step back immediately. It is starting. The moment the words left his mouth, Liu Yisin clicked the motor's power dial straight to the highest setting. Buzz. Whir. The object attached to the end of the piston instantly accelerated its rapid back-and-forth motion, blurring into an afterimage nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Within those brief 2 seconds, as the machine reached its peak power, the female zombie strapped to the chair suddenly began to react violently, her entire body thrashing. Ugh. Ah. Immediately following, a thick, dark jet of liquid erupted violently from the fully exposed lower half of the female zombie, spraying outward in a wild stream. Splashed. The angle and trajectory of the spraying liquid had clearly been meticulously calculated as a parabola by these 2 science madmen, landing with absolute precision into a device prepared directly beneath the examination chair. It was a highly sophisticated collection system, the topmost layer lined with what appeared to be specialized, oversized laboratory filter paper. The dark liquid splashed onto the paper and trickled down through a massive glass funnel below, dripping steadily into a large glass test tube secured to an iron stand. Perfect, Liu Yisin murmured as he stood by the machine. Watching the dark liquid steadily accumulate in the test tube, a look of gratification surfaced on his face. With practiced ease, he dialed the motor's power knob back to 0, shutting down the frantic machine. As the machine ground to a halt, the female zombie on the chair went completely limp, collapsing as if her batteries had been entirely drained. Clack, clack, clack. Just then Ziwen, who had been standing by the podium all this time, finally made a move. Pacing forward unhurriedly, he reached out with a hand clad in a medical latex glove and carefully removed the glass test tube, which was now nearly half filled with the dark liquid. Slightly tilting his chin, he held the test tube up to eye level. With absolute concentration, he began to inspect the gently swirling dark fluid inside, as though appreciating a bottle of 1982 Romanicani. In the corner, Song Waning tremblingly raised a hand to rub his eyes. He turned his head, looking first at Ziwen examining the test tube on the podium, and then at Liu Yisin, who was busy recording data. Brothers, what in the actual hell are you guys doing? Just now, what the hell did I just witness? You two didn't sleep in the middle of the night just to strap a female zombie to a chair and run a motor, all to watch her spray liquid? Is there anything more twisted than this in the entire world? Confronted by Song Waning's existential breakdown, Liu Yisin, who was scribbling in his notebook, paused his pen. He turned around, casting a look of pity, as if viewing a piece of rotten wood that could not be carved, at Song Waning. My friend from the sports academy, please watch your language. I corrected you earlier. We are not engaging in some pointless twisted act. The process we just completed was the extraction of a raw virus specimen. Liu Yisin patted the now-cooled motor beside him. Through a full day and night of dissections and live subject research, Ziwen and I have uncovered a vital secret regarding this novel zombie virus. He pointed a finger toward the lower abdomen of the female zombie strapped to the chair. We discovered that regardless of whether the host is male or female, once infected and mutated into a zombie, the virus rapidly seizes control of the central nervous system, while simultaneously replicating and multiplying on a massive scale throughout the body. However, he emphasized, his tone stressing, the most densely concentrated reservoir for this virus is not in the brain, nor is it in the heart or the bloodstream. Instead, it is stored in massive quantities right here, deep within the host's urogenital system. Therefore, to obtain the highest concentration of live raw virus for our research, we had no choice but to apply this high-intensity stimulation, forcing the host's neural reflex arc to its threshold and causing the stored viral fluid to erupt. Holy crap! Han Saiho muttered, genuinely amused by the sheer absurdity of it all. I've truly seen it all today. Are you two telling me that this world-ending zombie virus didn't settle in the brain or the blood, but instead made its home in their lower halves, eh? Tell me, does that make any damn sense? Ziwen, who had remained silent until now, carefully placed the test tube filled with the raw virus onto the rack. He turned around, leaning his hands on the podium as he quietly looked down at Han Saiho. My friend, your common sense indeed tells you that this is highly illogical. From a biological perspective, it is indeed highly irrational. But the frontier of science is often just this, wondrous and surreal. The reality is that this virus's storage mechanism defies all conventional logic. Ziwen pulled a clean cloth from the pocket of his lab coat and unhurriedly wiped his glasses. Then he dropped a bombshell that sent Han Saiho and Song Waining's hearts racing. However, it is precisely due to this anomaly that after a sleepless day and night of research, Eason and I have completely mapped out the survival and transmission mechanisms of this virus. What a... Hearing this, Song Waining, who had just been slumped on the floor questioning his life choices, sprang up instantly, as if launched by a coil spring. You guys are that brilliant. Tell me more, spit it out already. Haha. A female zombie opened her mouth, its teeth yellowed and long, and she seemed poised to unleash a lurid suggest. Lu Eason, his face expressionless, extended his left hand and pinched the zombie's chin, forcing her mouth open as wide as possible. Then his right hand closed around a rubber stopper and rammed it straight down the zombie's throat. The rubber stopper filled the zombie's mouth, sealing it tight. Song Waning stood to one side, watching Lu Eason's smooth, almost effortless movements, and then the exquisitely manipulated zombie before them swallowing hard. I'm telling you, buddy. And isn't this a little too subtle? Ziwen pushed up his glasses. This building has brought in quite a number of zombies. Though they have lost their target, their hearing remains keen. If she makes too loud a noise again, those monsters will surely come pounding through the doors. Indeed, those brainless man-eaters outside are no joke. For safety, we should change to a different place to talk. Ziwen glanced at the door and beckoned to a few of them. Thus the four burly men moved as quietly as thieves, tiptoeing to crouch in a corner at the innermost part of the classroom, hidden completely behind a row of tall chemical reagent glass cabinets. All right, now we can get to the main topic. Ziwen crouched on the floor, casually picking up a chalk nub from who knows where, and drawing a simple schematic on the gleaming floor. As for the characteristics of this new type zombie virus, after extensive live subject observations and analyses of bodily fluids, we found that once the virus enters the human body, it does not, like ordinary rabies or influenza viruses, blindly replicate. On the contrary, it is incredibly clever, adapting through varying degrees of directed mutation and evolution at the very moment it enters the host's body, depending on the host's sex. Ziwen drew on the floor a symbol for male and another for female, continuing the explanation. The virus entering a male body to adapt to the male chromosomes and hormonal milieu mutates into a specific form. We'll call it virus A. Entering a female body, it mutates into another entirely different form, which we call virus B. Ziwen raised his head, looked at the two, and delivered what he believed to be a truly earth-shattering conclusion. And these two mutated viruses, because of their incompatible internal structures, will never cross-infect across sexes. That is to say, a male zombie biting a woman or a female zombie biting a man will not cause the other to acquire the mutation. Hearing Ziwen's lengthy academic announcement, Han Saiho and Song Waning did not show any sign of shock or sudden comprehension. Instead, they nodded with unfazed calm. Oh, cross-sex immunity, is that it? I know that, Han Saiho said, his expression unreadable. That remark left Ziwen, who was crouched opposite them, utterly speechless. You should know this earth-shattering secret of cross-sex immunity was only reached after Lu Eason and I risked our lives, dissecting several corpses in this pitch-black laboratory and conducting a full day and night of live subject observation, barely arriving at the core conclusion. That hulking athlete over there, where did he obtain such top-secret information? Song Waning, watching Ziwen's crestfallen face, felt a sly thrill stirring in him. He waved his broad hand, impatient. Yes. This virus is Tongxing Xiangqi Yixing Miani setting. I've long learned it clearly through internal military channels. Not only do we know it, we've even tested it ourselves. Ziwen and Lu Eason exchanged astonished glances. They clearly hadn't expected that these two seemingly haggard gym heirs who were running for their lives would also command internal military connections. It seems Taihong Media University is indeed a breeding ground for hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Since the bluff had failed, Ziwen stopped beating around the bush. Very well. Since you two have mastered even the most basic logic of cross-sex immunity, explaining what comes next will be much easier. This zombie virus, after entering the body, does not, as films often depict, immediately race to the brain along the bloodstream to wreck the nervous system. Instead, it behaves like parasites seeking fertile soil, traveling along the circulatory system, rapidly gathering in the lower body, drawn by the urinary tract. In short, Liu Yixin continued explaining, the urinary system, the internal structure, temperature, pH, and the activity of mucosal cells, forms a tailor-made 5-star bed for this zombie virus. Thus, after a person is successfully infected by a same-sex zombie, these viruses do not hurry to assault the brain. They swiftly converge in the urinary system, establish a vast viral mother nest there, and leveraging that unique environment multiply at a terrifying geometric rate. When they have proliferated to a sufficiently colossal force within the urinary system, they form an unstoppable viral army. This army will then surge along the circulatory and nervous systems, launching a grand final assault. It will gradually spread through the body, ultimately taking over the host's brain and completing humanity's final transformation into a zombie. Let's take a male-infected individual as an example. Liu Yixin continued, once the A virus enters a male body, the bulk of its forces will immediately rush toward the lower regions, establishing their headquarters within the core areas of the urogenital system, the bladder and prostate. There they begin to divide and proliferate. However, Liu Yixin suddenly intensified her tone. You must remember an absolute ironclad rule of biology. Any virus, bacteria, or even parasite, their ultimate purpose for existing in this world is reproduction and transmission. This new strain of zombie virus is naturally no exception. Since they have chosen the urogenital system as their initial breeding ground, it means they are attempting to exploit humanity's most primal instinct for reproduction in order to accomplish cross-individual transmission. Precisely because of this, these viruses clustered in the lower half of the body display an extraordinarily heightened sensitivity to the hormones secreted by the host's endocrine system, especially those sex hormones produced alongside the urge to reproduce. Song Waning squatted on the ground, his mouth agape, listening in a daze to theories that rivaled the most outlandish sci-fi ethics films. Beside him, Han Sai, who wore an equally bewildered expression. Liu Yixin appeared quite pleased with the expressions of these two. This gives rise to a rather fascinating mechanism. If during the initial phase, when the virus is massing in great numbers, the host body is awakened by some external force and experiences an intense reproductive urge. Upon detecting this high-concentration hormonal signal, those viral armies will instantly fall into a state of revelry. They will interpret that the host is about to engage in reproductive activity. In order to successfully hitch a ride on this free pass and spread to the next new host, all the viruses will temporarily halt their march of spreading throughout the entire body. Instead, like madmen, they will all converge at the foremost exit of the urinary system, standing at the ready. At this moment, provided the stimulation is intense enough to reach the critical threshold, the human body can leverage this floodgate-like mechanism. In the instant of release, it will expel the entire viral army massed at the exit, along with bodily fluids, all at once completely outside the body. Wait a moment. Song Waning raised one hand. He felt as though his language comprehension had deteriorated to kindergarten level. Buddy, you just said the viruses get expelled. Fine, they get expelled. But isn't whoever receives this batch of viruses completely screwed? Isn't this the textbook definition of harming others for personal gain, biting the hand that feeds you, eh? Facing Song Waning's question, Ziwen, beside them, lifted his head coldly. Hey Jock, is your memory that of a goldfish? Cross. Gender. Immunity. I just said moments ago that the A virus is absolutely incapable of infecting females, and the B virus is absolutely incapable of infecting males. Therefore, if a male infected with the A virus expels all the virus through reproductive activity in a timely manner, before it has spread throughout the body and to the brain, then no viral residue will remain in his body. He will be completely saved and will absolutely not mutate into a zombie. At the same time, because the person engaging in this activity with him is female, and because the absolute barrier of cross-gender immunity exists, those viruses expelled into the female body upon encountering female chromosomes and the internal environment will not only fail to infect her, but will instead be treated as ordinary protein waste by her immune system, rapidly dissolved and destroyed. Ziwen spread his hands and struck a perfect concluding pose. This way the man is saved and the woman is fine. Everyone walks away happy. This perfectly circumvents the possibility of mutation at the root. Of course, the reverse is also true. If a female is infected with the B virus, as long as she engages with a male in time, she can likewise use this mechanism to save herself. Holy shit! Song Waning and Han Sayo nearly cried out in unison, hastily covering their mouths with their hands. Although they had already known how to detoxify after infection beforehand, upon truly understanding the natural laws hidden within the two, were still utterly astounded. Looking at their stunned expressions, jaws nearly dropping to the floor tiles, Liu Yixin smiled. However, after repeated calculations and comparisons with live experimental data by myself and Ziwen, there are two absolute prerequisites for self-rescue through this method. The first point time. Once this virus establishes its foothold in the urinary system, its reproduction rate is terrifyingly rapid. Like a snowball, it grows geometrically. Once their numbers reach a certain threshold, and they begin charging toward the brain through the bloodstream, then no matter how intense the desire, it's impossible to gather back the viruses that have already dispersed. You must be fast. You must lock them down in the lower body with intense reproductive desire before their main force is left, and then wipe them all out in one strike. Song Waning swallowed hard. We actually did know that. What's the second point? The second point. Lu Yisin's gaze turned somewhat peculiar as though carefully choosing her words. The partner assisting in your self-rescue must be a human of the opposite sex who emits genuine hormonal scent. As we mentioned earlier, this virus is remarkably clever. The command for them to gather is triggered by detecting genuine opposite-sex hormones and pheromone scent. In other words, Lu Yisin looked at the two of them, mercilessly shattering the last unrealistic fantasies of certain forever alone souls. Don't you dare imagine that after being bitten you can just find an empty corner, pull up those treasured study materials on your phone, and rely on your traditional craft, Miss Hand, to flush out the virus. That is completely useless. Without a real member of the opposite sex present, without the mutual attraction and chemical reaction of genuine hormones between both parties, those viruses simply won't fall for it. Far from gathering toward the exit, they will actually take advantage of your accelerated heartbeat and blood circulation to rush into your brain even faster. Similarly, any silicone dolls, electronic toys, or props sold on the market are all useless because those objects have no vital signs and cannot provide the pheromone signals required to trigger viral clustering. Only the real deal can perfectly trigger this survival mechanism. After laying out all their discoveries and limitations in one breath, both Lu Yisin and Ziwen let out long sighs of relief, as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. As science students, they had pushed their research to the absolute limit. As for how anti-human or how difficult to execute this theory might be, that was not a concern they needed to consider. Crouching opposite them, Song Waning had at this point completely transformed into a clay statue. 20 minutes. No manual methods allowed. Must be a real person of the opposite sex. He slowly turned his head to look at Han Sai-hu crouching beside him. Buddy, did you understand all those technical terms those two gentlemen just said? So that's how it is. Han Sai-hu absently stroked the stubble bristling along his jaw with one hand. No wonder. I was puzzled about this before. My old squad leader mentioned it briefly over the phone. He said that in the early stages of this full-blown zombie outbreak, the infection in Panda City in the southwest spread at a ridiculously unreasonable speed, collapsing completely in almost a single night. Turns out this damn virus went straight for zeros. Ahem, and under those circumstances one's window was definitely more than 20 minutes. The golden period for self-rescue had long passed. Most critically, virus never encountered the female immune barrier. Instead of being eliminated, it completed cross-individual transmission, which is why both of them ended up infected and mutated. The moment this analysis landed, Lu Yisin and Z, when crouching across from him, froze in unison. Then, brilliant. Veteran brother, your logical profiling is absolutely flawless. However, Ziwen cleared his throat and continued, Veteran brother, there's something I feel it's absolutely necessary to tell you in advance. Huh, what is it? Han Sai-hu froze, turning his head with phone in hand, his face a picture of bewildered confusion as he looked at Z1. Song Waning pricked up those big ears of his, as well terrified of missing some critical condition. Everything we just discussed was about self-rescue after a male is infected with virus A. But if a woman is accidentally bitten by a female zombie and infected with virus B, because of the physiological differences between men and women, when a woman faces that kind of reproductive urge, the threshold required to reach that critical release point is far higher than a man's. In other words, if a woman is infected with virus B, then the man responsible for assisting her self-rescue, helping her flush the virus out, has to be extraordinarily formidable. Endurance, explosive power, physical fitness. Every aspect has to reach a level far beyond ordinary. Because if during the process the man fails to provide intense enough sustained stimulation, and the woman never reaches that critical threshold required to trigger the release mechanism, Ziwen spread his hands, then the virus be lurking deep within the urogenital system will absolutely not come out. Not only won't it come out, but the accelerated heartbeat and blood circulation will breach the defenses entirely and rush straight toward the brain. When that happens, the woman won't just fail to be saved. The rate at which she turns into a zombie will accelerate. An infected female survivor has only 20 minutes of golden rescue time. And within those 20 minutes, the man assisting her must perform with the terrifying intensity of a pile driver, forcibly driving her to that life-saving threshold. If he's even slightly lacking a so-called 3-minute man, wouldn't that make him the very teammate killer who sends her to her doom? Han Sai-hu stood rooted to the spot after hearing this added condition. Who could guarantee that his sister Han Shuang would never ever be scratched or bitten by a female zombie in the future? Given his sister's physique, if she were one day accidentally infected with virus B, then according to this genius scholar's theory, she would need a man of freakishly abnormal capability to assist her self-rescue. In Han Saihu's mind, the image of Liang's scrawny arms and legs instantly surfaced. Scrawny, that is, compared to the two of them. Liang, that guy. If that day really comes, and we're counting on Liang to turn the tide and push my sister over that threshold, wouldn't that be the equivalent of watching my sister turn into a monster right before my eyes? However, Song Waning, who had been crouching beside him the whole time, reacted in a completely different way. Brother, stop being all melancholy and dramatic here. Put your heart back snugly into your stomach. This matter, if it happened to anyone else, would absolutely be a hopeless dead-end problem. But for your family, for your sister, that damn thing isn't even a problem. It's nothing. Huh? Han Saihu was completely thrown off by Song Waning's sudden bizarre reaction. He slowly turned his head, his face full of incomprehension, and asked, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean it's nothing? Didn't you hear what this scientist said? The demands are outrageously high. My sister isn't like ordinary girls. There's no way a regular guy could ever make her." Release. Song Waning scooted closer to Han Saihu, lowered his voice, and dropped a name that struck terror throughout the entire Taihong University district. "Do you know? The Taihong Python." Taihong Python. Han Saihu froze, then rolled his eyes dramatically. Obviously, anyone with internet access in our university district knows that, for crying out loud. Although Han Saihu had never seen the legendary figure in person, the Python, essentially a human-shaped walking weapon, was as famous to him as thunder. In fact, during the post-lights-out pillow talks in their boys' dormitory, they had all unanimously agreed that whichever girl ended up with that guy would most certainly be bedridden for 3 whole days, unable to get up. Why are you bringing up that mystery man now? You're not saying you can actually summon that python to serve as my sister's backup antidote, are you? Watching Han Saihu still looking so utterly clueless, Song Waning finally could not hold it in any longer. "Brother, that python who reigns supreme over our university district is actually your brother-in-law." Han Saihu held his head tilted at the angle for whispering his entire body as though it had just been drenched from head to toe in a bucket of liquid nitrogen. "The Taihong python is my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law is Liang. Liang. Is that nuclear weapon? Liang. Holy sh. With a crisp clatter, the phone that had just charged to 3% slipped directly from his fingertips. Then, if my sister really runs into this situation, she won't die, will she? Liang. His mind instantly conjured his own sister, flesh and blood, yes, but whose physical fitness was absolutely exceptional. Then, if my sister really runs into this, she won't die, will she? Bro, do you have any chargers in this lab? The USB-C port is shot. Lu Yisun nodded at once. Yes, we the midnight oil in the lab during experiments, and we have charging cables for all sorts of interfaces. Moment. He turned and strode toward a nearby cluttered work table piled with electronic components and chemical reagents. He rummaged through them, pulling out a black USB-C charging cable from a pile of discarded motor windings and casually plugged it into a high-powered power bank. "Here you go." Lu Yisun handed over the power bank and the cable. "Thanks, bro." Han Saihu took the charging device, deftly plugging his phone back in, which had already shut down from lack of power. "Now that it's safe, I must hurry to tell my sister I'm alright." In the dorm in 2023, that dim little desk lamp still glowed with a faint halo. Xine and Wang Zijiao were already asleep. Meanwhile, Han Shuang, seated at the desk, had reached the limit of her stamina. She propped her chin with one hand elbow on the desk, her eyelids felt as heavy as if 2 weights were hanging from them, unable to lift, and her head began to drop uncontrollably bit by bit. With every sudden nod of her head, she would jolt awake for half a second, then strain to open her eyes wide, but soon sank again into that half-dreaming, hazy stupor. Liang, standing a short distance away by the wall, folded his arms and watched Han Shuang's exhausted, yet bashful look, a pang of tenderness rising in his chest. He was about to walk over and softly urge the goddess to lie on his bed for a while so he could watch over her when... Buzz! The phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. Han Shuang jolted awake, sleepiness wiped away in that moment. She quickly reached out and grabbed the phone. When she saw on the lock screen the glowing, unread WeChat notification labeled Xiaohu, her heart leaped. Han Shuang's face lit with excitement as she instantly sharpened her senses. "What happened? Xiaohu has messaged." Seeing Han Shuang's reaction, Liang also brightened instantly. She nodded and quickly opened the WeChat chat window. "Xiaohu's sister, are you okay?" "Han Shuang, I'm fine. Our dorm is safe now. How are you? We haven't heard from you for ages." I was almost dying of worry. Not even 2 seconds after sending, the typing indicator popped up. This rapid response put Liang and Han Shuang at ease. "Xiaohu, no problem, sister. We're now in the mechanical engineering department's teaching building. Liang frowned slightly at these words. The mechanical engineering building. That's not nearby. What are you doing there in the middle of the night? Before Liang could finish, Han Saihu's next long message popped up. Xiaohu, we were cursed with 8 lifetimes of bad luck. We climbed out of the window of the multimedia classroom planning to hit the artificial lake snack shop for something to eat, but as soon as we went downstairs we ran into Li Tiantian. Seeing the words Li Tiantian pop up, Li Ang's mouth twitched. What the hell? Li Tiantian. Is that girl equipped with a GPS satellite locator? From the off-campus shopping street, they had chased all the way to the teaching building, and now they'd chased to the mechanical engineering building too. Xiaohu, that dead woman kept chasing after us like crazy, but don't worry, we're safe now. We've locked the door with a heavy iron lock and are hiding in a classroom on the 4th floor. Hearing the words, we're safe, Han Shuang's heart that had hung in her throat finally settled back into her chest. She patted her chest softly and exhaled a long breath. Yet Han Saihu's next message took on an eerie turn. Xiaohu, and fortune comes from misfortune's sister. In this very classroom, we met 2 genius classmates from the STEM fields. These 2 guys are amazing. They're using zombies as live subjects, and they've actually worked out the mechanism of this virus. Oh. Liang read the message, and his spirits lifted. Truly masters among the people. Even in times like these, they still have the mind to do research in a classroom. The science students of Taihong Media University truly live up to their reputation. Han Shuang was about to continue sending a message when Xiaohu's next message came. Xiaohu sis. You and Liang. You must be very careful, take precautions. Don't worry about us. You 2 lock the doors securely, we can't talk now, there's something happening over here. Huh? Han Shuang looked blank, completely not understanding what you must be very careful meant. No matter how many question marks she sent, there was no reply from the other side, as if the signal had been cut off. Xiaohu. Han Shuang held the phone staring at the still screen, the blush on her cheeks drained, replaced by a layer of deep worry. Any situation. Li Ang's brows knitted. He knew Song Waning and Han Saihu. If there wasn't some emergency, they wouldn't drop off like this. Could the zombies have found them? But hadn't Xiaohu just said the door was locked with a heavy iron lock? Liang mused inwardly, a foreboding feeling slowly spreading within. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters from the girls' dormitory in the mechanical engineering department's 4th-floor chemistry laboratory were Han Saihu, Song Waning, Lu Yisin, and Ziwen. The 4 men at this moment stood like 4 frozen statues pressed against the wall in a corner in front of a row of glass cabinets filled with chemical reagents, not daring to breathe. Directly in front of them, only a few meters away, stood the thick, heavy door that Song Waning had kicked earlier, nearly breaking. The door was bolted from the inside with sturdy iron bolts and a security chain. Its defenses were top-notch. But this seemingly impregnable door could not block the soul-tingling voice seeping through from outside. Creak, creak. It was the sound of sharp nails slowly scratching the door. Along with that chilling scraping outside the chemistry room, a pale, wailing, and oddly melodic female voice drifted in. Waning. The voice dragged out the tail, coquettish as if wheedling, yet also a desperate call from the abyss. Go. Gee. You. Where are you? Xiaohu. Han Shuang pressed her phone tightly against her chest, praying that her younger brother would be safe. Sigh. Liang, standing nearby, let out a long breath of his own. Lao Song, Xiaohu, you 2 had better not pull a disappearing act on me. He patted his pocket, and his fingers brushed against that flat, crumpled cigarette pack. Ying, don't jump to the worst conclusion yet. They've both served in the military. Their counter-reconnaissance and survival skills are far beyond ours. Even if something went wrong, they should be able to protect themselves. Maybe their phones just ran out of battery. Keep your mind at ease. Don't scare yourself. Han Shuang opened her eyes and managed a smile that looked more like crying, giving a slight nod. Seeing this, Liang knew better than to press the matter further. Let me have a cigarette to calm down and think more about that surrender thing Xiaohu mentioned. He just had a bent cigarette between his lips and was reaching for his lighter when bzzzt. Just then his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. The hell? Who's calling at this hour? Could it be Lao Song and Xiaohu? Liang's heart skipped a beat. He quickly pulled out his phone and tapped his thumb against the fingerprint sensor. The screen lit up. But instead of a WeChat message from Song Waning or Han Saihu, it was a private message notification from the campus forum app. The sender was Lei Jiedwa from downstairs. Liang paused. Those 3 Ultramen weren't supposed to be sleeping at this hour. Shouldn't they be tending to the sick roommate? Why was she messaging him now? Was she running low on fever medicine and wanted more anti-inflammatories? With a mix of confusion, he opened the message. On the screen, Lei Jiedwa's message was only 2 short lines, but the urgency and terror radiating from every word made his scalp tingle. Hey, are you asleep? I heard something moving outside the security bars next door. Something seems to be climbing up the wall. Wake up. Shit. The moment Liang read those words, the unlit cigarette fell from between his lips. Something moving outside the security bars. Lei Jiedhua and the others were in dorm 1021, and directly above 1021's neighbor. Wasn't that the outside of their own dorm 2023? Liang's neck slowly rose as he gazed toward the window in front of him. Tap. A hand reached up from the outside of the windowsill, and a half-formed neck pale gray crept up bit by bit from below the window frame. As more of the neck emerged, the head, which should have been attached straight above it, finally came into Liang's view. But the head resting on the windowsill was folded at a sharp 90-degree angle pressed against its own right shoulder. Long tangled hair hung, like seaweed, partially concealing one half of the face. Blood trickled drop by drop through the strands, splattering onto the windowsill. Holy shit. It's Xiaoyan. Liang's entire body tensed. Could it be? Because I was the one who threw her down, she's climbed back up specifically to come after me. Wait, that's wrong. Xiaoyan had been killed by LVUU. Logically, if she'd become a zombie, shouldn't she be going after that woman instead? Just then he noticed something else didn't add up. Xiaoyan's pupils weren't locked onto him, standing by the window. They were fixed on Han Shuang, who sat at the desk with her hands clasped, still praying for her brother. Could it be that back then LVUU had climbed through the security bars into dorm 2023, specifically seeking revenge on Han Shuang? What was Xiaoyan thinking in her final moments? Why did LVUU target Han Shuang, but it was me who got infected? She's the one who deserved to die. Why am I the one who suffered? It's not fair. I hate her. I hate LVUU, and I hate Han Shuang even more. Liang felt a cold shiver race down his spine. Xiaoyan had been an innocent victim. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet she'd been dragged in simply by sharing the same dorm. In her dying moments, all her resentment and bitterness must have coalesced entirely onto Han Shuang. And that extreme deathbed hatred, the darkest impulse of a dying human, perfectly matched some eerie mechanism of the zombie virus. The virus acted like an amplifier, locking onto that hatred completely. Damn it. Putting it all together, Liang moved, immediately charging towards Xiaoyan on the windowsill. He planned to yank open the sliding window while half her body was still outside and smash that fractured skull back down into the mud below. But before he could even reach the window, boom, a deafening explosion echoed from outside the door of dorm 2023. The sudden thunderous impact instantly jolted everyone in the dormitory wide awake. What the hell was that? Han Shuang, who had been seated at her desk, shot to her feet, in an instant, her hand reaching for the javelin resting at the desk's edge. Is the door about to be broken in? Wang Xijiao was terrified out of her wits. She instinctively turned her head, seeking a sliver of reassurance from Liang, who stood by the windowsill. But when Wang Xijiao's gaze trailed along Liang's body and followed his line of sight out the window, an icy dread seized her very soul, as though she had plunged into a frozen abyss. Is that Xiaoyan? That ghastly visage, that dramatic entrance, more horrifying than Kayako crawling up the stairs in those Japanese horror films. Bang, 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 bang. The battering against the door grew more frenzied. Xiaoyan from behind, Lu Yuyu from the front. Did these bitches actually coordinate a goddamn pincer attack on us? Standing by the windowsill, Liang's eardrums throbbed from the violent pounding behind him. In that brief second or two of stunned hesitation, half of Xiaoyan's body had already climbed up onto the sill. You want in? Not a chance. Liang felt his chakra surging within him. No, wait, it was his adrenaline exploding through the roof. His legs exploded with sudden force, his entire body blurring into an afterimage as he once again unleashed the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. Last time he'd used it to leap onto a goddess's boudoir. In a flash step displacement, Liang had already crossed the 1-meter gap, arriving directly in front of the windowsill. He seized the edge of the sliding window and wrenched it sideways with all his might. The entire vista of the windowsill opened up completely, no longer obstructed by any pane of glass. Sorry about this, Xiaoyan. Liang silently recited a prayer in his heart, then launched a fist the size of a clay pot straight at her face. Crack, snap. Xiaoyan's cervical spine, already dislocated to a grotesque 90-degree angle, suffered an even more exaggerated backward hyperextension under the explosive force of Liang's straight punch. Her head spun like a completely broken rattle drum, twisting an eerie half-circle through the air. Propelled by the tremendous backward momentum, Xiaoyan's hands, still hooked onto the window frame's track, went limp and released their grip. Her body plummeted stiffly downward into the boundless darkness and mud below the second floor. Thud. A few seconds later, the sound of impact echoed from below. Bang, 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 bang. The battering against the dormitory door from outside suddenly intensified into a torrential downpour of blows. The 3 massive wardrobes used to barricade the door trembled violently. Liang, the door won't hold much longer. Han Shuang gripped her javelin with both hands, her gaze burning like torches as she fixed it upon the wooden door that warped and buckled with every strike. Once that door was breached, the zombies outside would surge in like a tidal wave. In this cramped dormitory, the few of them wouldn't even have room to flee. They would be torn apart and devoured in an instant. I'm coming. Liang wheeled around, breaking into a sprint toward the wardrobes, ready to throw his body against them as reinforcement. But the very instant he turned, Wang Sijia screamed, "Watch out behind you." What a... Liang's charging stride froze mid-stride. He spun back around, his gaze refocusing upon the windowsill. There another head had silently emerged. It was a woman's face, hair wildly disheveled, face smeared with blood, her left eye reduced to nothing but a horrifying empty socket. It's Lu Yuyu. How the hell did she climb up from the window too? Liang felt as though the very blood clot in his brain was about to be shocked free by the sight before him. Could it be that down below Lu Yuyu was actually hiding right beneath Xiaoyan this whole time? She used Xiaoyan's body as cover, climbing up together along the first floor security window. And then she just lay in wait in that blind spot beneath the windowsill, seizing that flawless opening when I knocked Xiaoyan away and my attention got completely stolen by the pounding at the door. The more Liang thought about it, the more his scalp tingled with dread. If mutated zombies were truly capable of this kind of coordinated assault, then these monsters' IQ was higher than those useless teammates who AFK in internet cafes all day long. Wait a second. Liang's thoughts suddenly pivoted to an even more terrifying possibility. If both Lu Yuyu and Xiaoyan are out there climbing the window, then what the fuck? Is the one currently banging on the door? Do we have other enemies in our dorm? Yet in this death-trapped dormitory where every second meant life or death, there was simply no time for Liang to think it through. Because Lu Yuyu, sprawled upon the windowsill, had already begun to move. Her one remaining eye completely disregarded the man who had once thrown her off the building, instead locking onto Han Shuang's back. Whoosh! The instant Lu Yuyu's feet touched the ground before her body had even fully straightened, she hunched low, moving on all fours with grotesquely swift and uncanny agility, hugging the floor as she charged straight toward Han Shuang. Han Shuang was utterly focused on the external threat that could breach the door at any moment. The deafening pounding outside perfectly masked the movement behind her. She had no idea that death had silently arrived at her back. In that critical, hair-splitting instant, Liang threw himself sideways, placing his frame directly in the path of Lu Yuyu's frenzied charge. Accompanied by the tremendous crash of tables and chairs being overturned, Liang and Yuyu became entangled with each other. Although this woman clearly possessed a mere 100-gene skeletal frame, the force she unleashed in this moment was so tremendous that even Liang struggled to withstand it. Gala! Yuyu's mouth was less than 20 centimeters from the tip of Liang's nose, her sharp yellowed teeth snapping open and shut in wild frenzy. Damn! Drenched in designer perfume while alive, and now that she's dead, this halitosis could send a person straight to the afterlife. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. His left arm was utterly useless, contributing not even a fraction of strength. A complete liability. I'll have to make do with one hand. Liang clenched his teeth tightly. With his right hand, he lunged forward and clamped down upon Yuyu's throat. The muscles of his right arm bulged instantaneously as he summoned every ounce of strength within that single limb, single-handedly holding back the frenzied, descending weight of Yuyu's body. This was the unassailable truth that an inch of additional reach was worth an inch of power. Though Yuyu possessed monstrous strength, her hands clawing and scratching wildly in the air, her neck was held at bay by Liang's long arm. That gaping maw dripping with black blood along with those two razor-sharp claws remained, regardless of how desperately she reached, a crucial dozen centimeters away from Liang's face and chest. Quick! Ying, take her out! Liang bellowed at the top of his lungs while bracing himself against the zombie. Han Shuang, standing off to the side, had long since leveled her spear tip at Yuyu's wildly thrashing head. If one thrust won't finish you off, then I'll thoroughly obliterate your brain matter. Crack, crackle. But before this thrust could be delivered, to the absolute horror of everyone present, that very door was smashed inward from its center by a monstrous force utterly inhuman in nature. A basketball-sized breach torn through the wood. Wooden splinters sprayed outward like scattered shot, pelting the wardrobe pressed against the door with a relentless pitter-patter. A hand reached through that breach. That hand was as grotesquely thick as an over-fermented white radish. Its back was heaped with layer upon layer of fat, and the once fair skin now exhibited a nauseating blue-purple hue corrupted by ischemia and viral infection. There was no need to guess. This arm, resembling a pig's trotter, undoubtedly belonged to the heavyweight tank zombie next door, tipping the scales at a minimum of 250 gene. Wang Meijia. Though Liang was locked in his struggle with LVU, he caught sight of the terrifying spectacle at the door through his peripheral vision. A solid wood door, smashed through with a single palm strike. Is this the Terminator or the Hulk? But what truly sent shivers down the spines of both Liang and Han Shuang was not merely the terrifying strength of that bloated hand. It was the action that this hand subsequently performed. Its 5 fingers began methodically groping up and down around the interior metal lock of the door panel with deliberate purpose, their tips brushing against the edge of the bolt. This corpulent zombie wasn't merely battering the door, she was attempting to slide open its bolt. Liang discerned the intent behind that bloated hand and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If this 300-gene meat tank managed to slide the bolt free, coupled with the pressure of the zombie horde beyond, those wardrobes would be toppled in an instant. When that moment came, not a single soul within this room would survive. We have to deal with the one in front of us right now. Liang's eyes had turned crimson. He understood that Han Shuang must now confront the lethal threat at the door, while his own fate rested entirely upon his ability to break free from LVUU's grasp. Get the hell away from me. He raised his right leg, channeling every ounce of explosive power within his body into the sole of his sneaker. Boom. This kick landed solidly against LVUU's lower abdomen. Liang had expected that at most this strike might send the monster flying several meters backward. After all, zombies possessed no sense of pain, no concept of fear. But the instant this kick connected with her lower abdomen, LVUU, whose blood-gaping maw had been roaring in frenzy a moment ago, suddenly convulsed violently, as though struck by a bolt of electricity. Uhea. The claws she had been flailing in the air clutched at her own lower abdomen as she hunched over, stumbling backward several staggering steps. An expression of unmistakable agony twisted across her face. Holy shit. What the hell? Liang remained frozen mid-kick, utterly dumbfounded by what he was witnessing. Pain. This brainless monster can actually feel pain. Liang could scarcely believe his own eyes. One must remember that Han Shuang had previously driven her spear clean through her entire skull, leaving brain matter pooled upon the floor, and this woman hadn't made so much as a peep, yanking out the spear and continuing to fight as though nothing had happened. How was it that now, after a single kick to her lower abdomen from me, the reaction was so extreme? In that fleeting lightning-quick interval, Liang suddenly recalled that Han Saihu seemed to have mentioned the term urinary system in his message. Lower abdomen. Urogenital system. Could it be that? The true weakness of these zombies isn't the head like in the movies, but their lower abdomen. Meanwhile, Han Shuang wielded her spear like a short-range thrusting lance. She lunged forward in a single powerful stride, driving the weapon brutally toward that bloated palm. PSSSD. The sharp metallic spearhead plunged directly through the center of Wang Meijia's hand, embedding itself into the door panel. This decisive strike effectively neutralized the immediate threat of the door being breached. Liang tightened his fist, preparing to rush forward and deliver a flurry of strikes to this monster's lower abdomen. But the virus's capacity for self-repair and adaptation far exceeded anything human imagination could conjure. The agony and recoil triggered by that devastating blow to her lower abdomen did not linger long upon LVUU's frame. In the span of merely 2 or 3 seconds, the hands clutching her abdomen slowly released their grip, and her body straightened itself up bit by bit. Meanwhile, at the edge of the windowsill, that head bent at a 90-degree break emerged once again. From the direction of the door, Han Shuang had pinned her arm to the door panel with a javelin, yet the massive beast outside continued to struggle and roar frantically, battering the gaping wooden door until it teetered on the verge of collapse. Han Shuang had to hold that position and could not break away to provide support. Directly in front of Liang, LVUU, who had been briefly repelled earlier when he kicked her beaker, had now fully recovered. Worse still, Xiao Yun had also crawled in through the windowsill. Liang glanced at his left arm, still wrapped in bandages, and felt a wave of bitterness rise within him. Damn it, I'm half crippled right now. Struggling against one of them with one hand is already a nightmare. 2. This is practically forcing me to start over from scratch. No choice. An image instantly flashed through his mind. That absolutely surreal masterpiece hanging in the adjacent dormitory, 2021. I'll risk it. Better to try that ultimate move than to lie here and die. Let's see if it still works. Watching LVUU drop into a low stance, preparing for another deadly pounce, Liang took a deep breath and grabbed the hem of his sweatpants. Have a taste of this. Swish. Since his sweat-stained zombie brain-smeared compression shorts had been tossed aside during his bathroom wash earlier, the new long pants Han Shuang had fetched for him were quite literally unpackaged. And so, in the instant the long pants fell away, LVUU, who had been all set to tear Liang to shreds, her body hit an invisible wall of air and came to an abrupt frozen halt mid-leap. And it wasn't just LVUU. Xiao Yun, who had just crept through the window, also froze completely on the sill. Phew. It actually worked. Holy crap. I messed up. She's entered sage mode. He had assumed this nuclear-level deterrent would buy them enough time to retreat like before, but he never calculated that LVUU was simply far too driven by base desire. Summary of censored content. Due to the overwhelming potency of the male lead's move, LVU was rendered temporarily immune to the technique after experiencing intense satisfaction. Meanwhile, with Liang's vision obstructed, Xiao Yun seized the opportunity to attack him. At the critical moment, Han Shuang withdrew the javelin from the door and impaled Xiao Yun through the lower abdomen, eliminating her permanently. But greater trouble still awaited outside the door. With the javelin removed, Wang Meijia's arm reached once more for the door bolt. Just then, "Hey, ugly!" A girl's voice suddenly rang out from the dormitory corridor. The voice was crystal clear, even laced with a hint of provocation. Liang froze. Han Shuang froze as well. Ugly. To whom was she referring? The zombies? Liang lay on the ground, a string of question marks forming in his mind. At a moment like this, someone was shouting so loudly outside. Weren't they worried the zombies couldn't find her? But after that cry, the sounds outside shifted. The bone-chilling battering against the door stopped dead. The hallway's guttural growls, along with a flurry of chaotic footsteps, veered toward the nearby staircase. Those growls and pounding steps turned a corner at the stairwell and gradually faded away, clearly chasing downward. Liang exhaled a long breath. Though he didn't know who this chivalrous heroine outside was, that single shout had genuinely saved every life in their dormitory. Otherwise, the moment the door gave way, their ragtag group of the aged, the weak, and the injured would never have stood a chance against that zombie outside. The external crisis was temporarily neutralized. LVUU, still straddling Liang, suddenly stiffened. She immediately sprang up and retreated swiftly toward the window. Her movements were quick and deliberate. She kept her face turned toward the dormitory interior the entire time, backing step by step until her spine pressed against the windowsill's edge. This wraith had witnessed Xiao Yun's death by javelin, seen the zombies lured away, and now found herself utterly alone. She was running. "Ying!" Liang shouted to Han Shuang, who stood a short distance away. Chasing her now was impossible. His only hope was that Han Shuang could intercept her. Hearing Liang's call, Han Shuang turned her head and glanced at LVUU on the windowsill. She lowered her gaze and looked at her own hands. Empty on both sides. "I'm out of javelins." Liang realized. True enough. Han Shuang's hands were indeed bare. The only remaining javelin was still embedded in Xiao Yun's back, its tip protruding from the bladder area. The two could only watch helplessly as LVUU deftly scaled the windowsill and leaped away right before their eyes, vanishing without a trace. Damn it! Liang rose to his feet and cursed vehemently. He rushed to the windowsill and looked down. The creature rolled once on the lawn, after landing, scrambled up and sprinted out of sight. Liang slumped exhaustedly into the chair. He felt his phone vibrating in his pants pocket and pulled it out to check. On the Taihong Media University forum, a small red dot glowed on the private message icon in the upper right corner of the page. Someone had sent him a message. It was Lei Jiedhua. The message had just been sent. He opened the chat box. Only 2 short sentences appeared on the screen. "Did you get out?" Sai Jiao went up. Sai Jiao went up. What the hell? Liang's eyes widened suddenly. At that moment, Wang Meijia, the obese zombie king from the neighboring room, 2021, weighing nearly 300 jin, was blocking the wooden door of their dorm, the one with a hole smashed through it. Her fat claws had already reached inside, trying to pull out the door bolt. That was their most dangerous moment. The door could be broken down at any time. Just at that critical juncture, a girl's voice suddenly rang out in the corridor. "Hey, ugly!" That shout directly diverted the attention of all the zombies outside the door. Wang Meijiao withdrew her claw, followed the sound, and ran after it, pulling them back from the brink of death. Liang had been puzzled back then. In the middle of the night, where would some immortal heroine come from shouting loudly in a corridor infested with zombies? Now, looking at the message on his phone screen, the answer was obvious. The girl who had just drawn away the zombies with her voice at the door, relieving room 2023's desperate situation, was none other than Sai Jiao, a roommate from the first floor mysterious 4 dorm. Liang felt his heart beating uncontrollably faster. He quickly used his thumb to fly across the virtual keyboard. "We're fine here, the crisis has passed." Sai Jiao came up just now. The one who yelled ugly in the corridor. She's that awesome. The entire corridor outside is full of zombies, and she's just a girl. How did she dare to run up alone? Liang was truly stunned. After all, what was the situation in this girl's dormitory building? The corridors outside were pitch black and monsters roamed everywhere. They were hiding in the room, not even daring to breathe loudly. This girl named Sai Jia actually dared to charge up to the 2nd floor all by herself. This kind of courage and boldness. She simply didn't care about life or death. After the message was sent, the prompt, "The other party is typing," immediately appeared at the top of the screen. Very soon, Lei Jiedhua's reply popped up. "The commotion upstairs was far too loud. You were shouting and banging on the door. That noise attracted all the zombies on our 1st floor as well. They all climbed toward the 2nd floor along the stairs, so our 1st floor corridor became eerily empty with no monsters around." Liang read this message and silently nodded. That racket they'd been making in the room, fighting and crashing around. really was comparable to a demolition crew. Moreover, that Chai-ji Nuaya's mutated younger sister, she kept blocking the security window at the back of our dorm, frantically clawing at the rear window. She didn't come to the front corridor, so the area outside our dorm door was safe. Sai-jia heard that clattering noise from your floor, and guessed something was wrong. Without saying a word, she grabbed a mop handle, opened the door, and charged straight up. Liang read through that lengthy passage on the screen, his heart pounding with fear. With just a wooden mop handle, she dared to rush up to the second floor, crawling with zombies. Facing that 300-gene obese zombie who could smash through a door panel, she dared to taunt it openly, and still escaped unscathed. Liang swallowed hard. Sai-jia downstairs didn't sound like someone trained in combat from her name. Was this woman seriously that reckless? Her courage and decisiveness rivaled Han Shuang back home. How could college girls these days be so fierce, each one more formidable than the last? Liang composed himself and typed on the screen, "Please thank her well for me. If it weren't for that shout of hers, just now our door probably would have been torn apart by that fat zombie. She saved all our lives. I'll remember this favor." A few seconds later, Lei Jiedua's reply came again. "No need to thank me. Sai-jia and Nuoya are very close. They're like sisters. During the day, Nuoya's fever was almost killing her, and with monsters everywhere outside, we had no idea what to do. You guys risked everything to bring down life-saving antipyretics and antibiotics from upstairs. Nuoya took the medicine, her fever has broken now, and her life is saved. So when Sai-jia heard that you were in danger upstairs, she immediately grabbed the mop handle and ran out. She said you risked your lives to bring us medicine to save Nuoya's life, and now that you're in trouble, she absolutely couldn't sit in the dorm playing dead. She said she had to go help even if she could only draw away a single zombie." Looking at these words on the phone screen, Liang sat frozen on that hard wooden chair, completely stunned. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, those girls downstairs, merely because of the kindness of a few boxes of medicine, dared to risk their own lives, dared to charge out from among a horde of zombies to save others. The corners of Liang's mouth turned up involuntarily. This fucking world didn't seem entirely hopeless after all. He suddenly remembered that tokusatsu movie he had watched before, Ultraman Saga. In that film, when despair shrouded the entire Earth and humanity faced terrifying monsters beyond its power, driven to the brink of extinction. The powers of Ultraman Zero, Cosmos, and Dyna fused together, giving birth to a super warrior endowed with miraculous power. And that warrior's name was Ultraman Saga. Liang stared at his phone screen, recalling Sai-jia's fearless shout echoing through the corridor. In an instant, he remembered the description of Ultraman Saga's arrival, hope born from despair. Give my sincere thanks to her. If not for Sai-jia's shout tonight, the security door of our dorm would have been completely torn apart by that fat guy. I will remember this favor. The hallway outside is full of monsters wandering aimlessly. When Sai-jia charged out to draw away the zombies, and had to run all the way back to the first floor, that must have been incredibly perilous, right? Is she okay? After the message was sent, Liang placed his phone on the desk, picked up a half-drunk bottle of mineral water beside him, unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and gulped down 2 large swigs. Less than 2 seconds later, a crisp ding echoed, and Lei Jiedua's reply popped up on the screen. She's fine. She runs particularly fast, and those zombies are slow-witted. They can't catch her. It's just that when she was luring that fat zombie away in the corridor, she got a bit too close. She might have accidentally brushed against the doorframe or grazed by that fat zombie's claws. Her arm was scratched, a small tear in the skin with some bleeding. But we've already disinfected it with iodine, and she's sitting on the bed, catching her breath now. Should be fine, right? Cough, cough, cough. The mouthful of mineral water Liang had just swallowed turned into a high-pressure mist the moment he saw those 7 bold characters, a small tear in the skin. It sprayed uncontrollably all over the desk in front of him. What the hell? She got scratched? This the hell is called should be fine. In the eyes of ordinary female college students who had never received any biochemical education, a small scratch on the arm with a bit of blood was no different from tripping on the stairs or getting scratched by a pet cat. Just disinfect it and slap on a band-aid, and you're done. But this was absolutely not a mere small scratch. This was a death warrant stamped with the seal of King Yin himself. The commotion on Liang's end immediately shattered the fragile peace that had settled in dormitory 2023. Han Shuang, who was standing on the other side, checking the window latches, felt her heart skip a beat. What's wrong? What happened? She quickened her pace and walked over to Liang, her eyes filled with wariness. Having just endured the successive mental bombardment from Xiao Yun and Lu Yu, Han Shuang's nerves were now razor-sharp. Any whisper of wind or rustle of leaves could send her into combat mode. Ying, look for yourself. Something big has happened downstairs. Han Shuang took the phone and bowed her head, meticulously reading every word of the conversation without missing a single detail. When Han Shuang's gaze finally landed on the words, "A small tear in the skin should be fine," She bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes carrying an unprecedented gravity and solemnity. That wasn't fine. That was a countdown. A countdown to death. Liang, since she got hurt while helping us draw away the zombies, we absolutely cannot be ungrateful cowards hiding behind our walls. We must help them. Han Shuang shoved the phone back into Liang's hand and urged him at breakneck speed. Sai Jia is definitely infected now. You need to immediately explain the true nature of this virus and its infection mechanism to them via message. You must crush their foolish notion that a bit of iodine disinfection will see them through and make them understand the severity of the situation. Facing Han Shuang's thunderous directive, Liang also nodded heavily. I know. Liang held the phone with both hands, his thumb moving so fast across the virtual keyboard that it seemed to leave after images. Lei Jiedwa, listen to me. As long as you're scratched by one of those zombies outside, even if it's just a trivial little cut, you are 100% infected with the biochemical virus. Iodine and band-aids won't do a damn thing. Sai Jia is already infected. Her body is now filled with that virus from those monsters. After sending this earth-shattering verdict, I have definitive military and intelligence sources. If she wants to survive, Sai Jia must within 20 minutes of being scratched find a male and immediately right now have sex with him. At this very moment, Liang could even imagine that across the thin floor slabs inside dormitory 1021 downstairs, the girl named Lei Jiedwa, in the instant she read these words, would experience an earthquake of cataclysmic proportions in her mind. My friend got scratched and is going to turn into a zombie, and the only antidote is to find a man and have sex with him within 20 minutes. If not for Liang's generous gift of life-saving medicine, the other side would likely have directly labeled him a lunatic with his head stuck in a door and blocked him without hesitation. As expected, barely 3 seconds had passed since the messages were sent. Immediately after, Lei Jiedwa on the other end was clearly in a complete panic. Her fingers frantically struck the keyboard, and one incoherent message after another erupted like a violent storm. Then what should we do? 20 minutes. Are you kidding me with some international joke? Bro, this is Taihong University of Media's female dormitory building. This entire building from the first floor to the 6th is exclusively occupied by females. In the middle of the night, where the hell are we supposed to find a living male for Sai Jia? Watching this long string of desperate pleas from Lei Jiedwa, Liang stood beside the wooden chair and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He thoroughly understood the despairing state of the girls downstairs at this moment, but there was simply no time to give them that lengthy and complicated biology lesson. 20 minutes sounded like a long time, but in this panicked and terrified environment, it was just enough time to zone out, and then it was gone. To rescue this fragile shoot of hope born from despair, Liang knew that at this very moment, he had to adopt the firmest possible stance. Don't ask so many questions, and don't waste my time with nonsense. Explaining this is extremely complicated. You don't need to know why right now. Just do it. It's the only way to save her life. Our dorm already successfully verified this once, just now. After sending this message, Liang looked up at Han Shuang, who was staring intently at him. Their gazes met in the air. In this dormitory building filled entirely with females, on this isolated island cut off from the world. Having sent the final message, Liang tossed his phone onto the desk beside him and began to pace back and forth frantically. Clack, clack, clack. His brow was furrowed into a tight knot, his hands clawing relentlessly at his disheveled hair. From the moment Sai Jia drew Wang Meijiao away in the corridor and was scratched, the 20-minute countdown, like a relentless death knell, had already begun to tick away mercilessly. Factoring in the precious minutes wasted typing explanations on his phone and exchanging mutual shock, the golden window of opportunity for an on-site rescue had likely shrunk to less than 15 minutes. Once that 20-minute threshold of life and death was crossed, even if a great golden immortal descended from the heavens, they could never purge the biochemical virus that had already breached the cerebral cortex. When that time came, Sai Jia, the righteous girl who had bravely stepped forward to save them, would inevitably transform into a mindless, flesh-devouring monster, suffering the same tragic fate as those in the neighboring rooms. What should I do? What on earth can I do? Liang frantically calculated the route in his mind. The first path before him, and the most conventional one, was to open the door of dorm 2023, charge into the corridor, fight his way down the stairs to the first floor, and then knock on the door of dorm 1021 to rescue her. Yet the moment this thought surfaced, Liang ruthlessly snuffed it out. That would be pure suicide, flirting with death itself. Whether the wandering zombies in the second-floor corridor had cleared out remained entirely unknown. Even if the second floor were temporarily safe, the real crux of the problem lay in the stairwell and the first-floor corridor. Earlier, when Sai Jia had shouted at the top of her lungs in the stairwell, while wielding the mop handle, she had drawn all the zombies down there. Taking the stairs is a definite dead end, gets completely impossible. Suddenly, Liang's steps halted. His gaze locked onto the glass window of the balcony. He had, after all, personally attempted an aerial medicine delivery once before. Furthermore, the exterior of all the first-floor windows was reinforced with incredibly sturdy, welded metal security grates. The gaps between the steel bars of those grates were at most 12 to 13 centimeters wide, more than sufficient to keep out any thief. Security grates. The window. Looking in that direction, an absurd rescue plan, one outrageous enough to shatter any normal person's worldview, sprouted in Li Ang's mind like a wild weed, instantly consuming his entire brain. Seeing Li Ang suddenly freeze like a log, his eyes staring blankly out the window, Han Shuang and Wang Xijia both keenly perceived the shift in his demeanor. What's wrong? Did you think of a way to get down, eh? Faced with the hopeful gazes of the two girls, Li Ang did not answer immediately. His Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty, and he rubbed his hands against his trousers in slight embarrassment. Away. Well, there's one. It's just, this method, when executed, the scene might be slightly unseemly. What does decency matter at a time like this? Han Shuang grew anxious the moment she heard there was a way. Saving a life is an absolute emergency. Speak up, how do you plan on getting down? Liang gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and laid out the crazy plan. Taking the stairs is definitely out of the question, so what if? What if I use the security grates? Huh? Han Shuang and Wang Xijia uttered in unison, their voices filled with confusion. The two girls were clearly bewildered, failing to grasp the hidden implication of his words at first. Frowning slightly, Han Shuang followed the direction of his finger and looked out the window, analyzing the situation seriously. Down through the security grates. You mean just like when we delivered the medicine earlier, climbing down the wall from our second floor to the outside of their first floor dorm window? But that won't work. Han Shuang rejected the idea without hesitation. The windows on the first floor are completely sealed with welded iron security bars. Even if you climb down, you'll be blocked outside by those bars, unable to squeeze into dorm 1021 at all. Without getting inside, how are you going to administer the antidote to Xijia? Wang Xijia nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, Liang, the gaps in those security grates can't even fit a head. You can't possibly bend the iron bars with your bare hands, can you? The conditions simply don't allow for this method. Oh, for goodness sake. Liang slapped his thigh in frustration, his face flushing crimson. He gestured wildly in the air, forcing himself to explain. I didn't say I was going to squeeze inside. My point is, well, I will hang onto the security grates outside their first floor window. As Liang spoke, he mimicked the action of grasping iron bars with his hands. Then have Xijia open the window from inside dorm 1021. She can find a taller desk or bedstand on it, and turn her back to the window. And bend over. Han Shuang stood frozen, her eyes widening millimeter by millimeter, her gaze filled with an unspeakable, tumultuous shock. Meanwhile, Wang Xijia's small cherry-like mouth parted slightly, revealing the soft pink tip of her tongue, her entire soul seemingly jolted out of her body by this explanation. This time the two exceptionally clever girls finally and completely understood what kind of mind-boggling operation Li Ang's so-called security grate plan actually entailed. A grown man in the freezing wind of a bitter February night, naked from the waist down, hanging like a giant gecko outside the cold metal security grates of the first floor. And inside the dorm, separated only by a window, a female college student who had just been scratched by a zombie, standing on a desk with her back to the iron bars outside. Then through the 12 to 13 centimeter gap of the metal grates, the two would engage in an act of ultimate intimacy, transcending the barrier of the iron bars. The sheer imagery, just simulating it in their minds, made their scalps crawl. You. Han Shuang pointed at Liang somewhat incoherently, but the words died in her throat, and she forced herself to swallow them back. For she knew all too well that in this desperate, monster-infested corner they were backed into, this seemingly preposterous and utterly bizarre method was indeed the only viable rescue plan. Yet while logically plausible, the visual and physical constraints still made the plan seem like an absolute pipe dream. How is that even possible? Just as Han Shuang was too embarrassed to find her words, Wang Xijia suddenly murmured in a low voice. The gaps between the bars of those first-floor security grates are probably only about 15 centimeters or so. Under normal circumstances. With such thick iron bars in between and factoring in the lost distance from both bodies pressing against the grates without being able to get fully closed, trying to achieve that kind of substantial rescue. An average length could never span the thickness of the iron bars and the gap. They wouldn't even touch. It's impossible to succeed. Hearing Wang Xijia's doubts, Liang did not feel offended at all. Instead, a flicker of immense pride and smugness flashed across his face. Rather than offering an immediate rebuttal, he straightened his posture and cleared his throat. Wang Xijia's gaze lingered on Liang for a moment, and her mind suddenly buzzed as a memory flashed of her being taken by him from behind on the desk. Oh, right. Wang Xijia gasped in sudden realization. Length. Length is actually not an issue. Given that size of yours, even factoring in the 10-centimeter loss from the thickness of the security grates. Even if only a third of it penetrates through the gap in the window, it is absolutely more than enough. Hearing this, 1/3 is enough, verdict certified by the glamorous school beauty herself, Liang felt an intense rush of ecstasy. This was after all a genuine first-hand empirical endorsement from a top-tier beauty. Since both the theory and the actual length are fine, let's not delay. Time is running out. Liang's gaze turned resolutely firm, and he clapped his hands together. We'll do it this way. He pulled his phone, its screen still glowing, straight out of his pocket, and tapped open his private chat with Lei Jiehua on the first floor. Listen to me. Forget the corridor, I'm scaling the outside wall. Have Sai Jia go to the window with the security grates in your dorm right now. Find a sturdy desk for her to stand on facing away from the window. Open the window, and wait for me to climb down from the second floor grates to find you. Ding dong. Lei Jiehua's reply came quickly. Wang Xijia leaned in with curiosity, reading it aloud syllable by syllable. The burglar-proof window. No. Your plan is fetched. Can you manage it? What the hell? Liang's eyes widened in an instant. As a hot-blooded 20-year-old male college student, you may question his IQ, his footwork, even whether he has money to buy instant noodles in his pocket, but you must never doubt his ability in this crucial realm. I can't do it. This is heaven-defying. How dare you doubt the hardcore strength of this war god? You bunch of sheltered little girls who have never seen the world know nothing of true power. Wait, I'll crawl down along the wall and make this Sai Jia take off on the spot, guaranteed to wipe her out. Although the bravado has been spoken, Liang's rational mind tells him this is no time for talk. Every second passing ruthlessly gnaws away at Sai Jia's lifeline downstairs. There is no time to waste, I must descend quickly. He turned, pressed his hands on the window frame, and leaned out half his body, planning a route from the second floor down to the first floor burglar-proof window. But outside the dorm 1021's burglar-proof window, the area is not a safe, empty zone. Liang could clearly see outside the window behind dorm 1021, a strange figure in black sleepwear with disheveled hair standing there. Boom, boom, boom. She, with a head covered in bluish-black veins, slammed against the metal bars again and again. Damn it, forget this. How on earth do we get down? Han Shuang, hearing the noise, turned around and seized the spear lying on the ground beside her. That spear had just been torn from the mutated Xiao Yun's body. The cold metal tip still bore dark red bloodstains and some nauseating chunks of flesh. This spear is also the dorm's only weapon capable of delivering remote lethal force. Han Shuang gripped the spear with both hands, strode to the window, her tone cold and decisive. Since she blocks the way, there is no other option but to kill her directly. Liang swallowed hard at Han Shuang's murderous look. The true stronghold of this virus isn't in the brain, but deep within the lower body's intricate urinary and reproductive system. Only one chance. Liang's face grew grave as he looked at Han Shuang, pointing to the downstairs figure, still wildly banging the burglar-proof window, lowering his voice. This monster's weak point is the lower abdomen. We've confirmed that, but given her current position, shall we try it? This is a hellishly difficult challenge. Han Shuang narrowed her eyes, her gaze like a radar crosshair locked onto Cha Ji downstairs, as her brain raced through tactical trajectories. The position is too tricky. She points at the zombie below and says Cha Ji's body is facing directly the glass window of dorm 1021. Her upper body and abdomen cling to the bars of the burglar-proof window. And we are now on the second floor balcony exactly above her side. To achieve a one-shot kill and completely destroy the virus nest inside her, I must throw this spear and pierce precisely from the side of the pelvis. Moreover, the spear's entry angle must be absolutely perfect, slanting downward through the gaps of the pelvis, so we can accurately strike at the virus base located deep in her lower abdomen. This is almost an impossible task. The upward arc, the side-angled penetration point. This is not a test of throwing technique, it's a test of divine luck. If you miss, not only will you fail to kill Cha Ji, but you'll provoke her, and even risk the spear getting lodged in the dorm. Then Liang's rescue plan would be completely aborted. Hearing Han Shuang's clear, yet despairing analysis, Xian, standing behind, musters her courage and steps forward 2 paces. She looks at everyone's worried faces and with caution offers what she thinks is a clever suggestion. Since the side approach is difficult and easily blocked by the bars, why not create some noise upstairs to draw her attention? For example, throw a basin or a cup down to attract her attention. As long as she hears the sound, she will turn her head to look up at us. Then her front would be fully exposed to our view, and she would be away from the burglar bars. In that case, stabbing her lower abdomen from the front would be much easier, wouldn't it? This proposal indeed sounds tempting, seemingly solving both the angle and obstacle problems. However, before Xian's smile could fully bloom, no. Wang Xijia, standing nearby, suddenly spoke with firm resolve, shaking her delicate head. XINE, you've underestimated these monsters. Didn't you forget the intel Xiao who explained on the phone? The scariest thing about these zombies is that they retain their extreme revenge psychology from life. Cha-Ji's sole obsession now is to kill her sister Nuaya who hides in dorm 1021. This obsession is carved into her virus nerves like a steel seal. If you only throw a water cup from upstairs creating a small distraction, Cha-Ji, in her vendetta state, won't even look back. But what if you deliberately create an extremely loud noise to draw her turn? Wang Xijia's gaze swept over Liang and Han Shuai. Once we create a loud enough noise to overpower her revenge obsession, Cha-Ji might turn around, but we might draw dozens of meters, even hundreds of meters of zombies. If downstairs a large crowd gathers, then even if Ying succeeds in stabbing Cha-Ji, Liang won't be able to go down either. If he dares to cling to the burglar-proof window, he'll be ripped apart by the swarming corpses. Hearing Wang Xijia's meticulous deduction, Xine's previously good idea turned pale. She quickly closed her mouth, retreated to the corner, and no longer dares to voice ideas. Indeed, we cannot make loud noises, cannot alert other monsters, and we must finish off this demon while it's turned away with half its body pressed against the iron bars in a single strike. Besides that near impossible god-tier throw, we have no other way out. The 20-minute countdown of life is draining away at a suffocating pace. Liang turned his head, looking at the athletic female warrior beside him, who still clutched the spear, sweat beading on her brow. Baby, it's up to you now. Huh? Han Shuai stood on the edge of the window ledge and drew in a deep breath of the chilling wind. This position is indeed quite problematic. But she did not shrink back. As the Javelin Queen of Taihang University of Media and Communications, if she could not maintain such precision, all the certificates and gold medals covering her wall would have been utterly worthless. Without hesitation, Han Shuai lifted one leg and stepped onto the narrow cement window ledge, leaning her upper body out while assuming a perfectly standard half-body javelin throw stance. Throw with everything you've got. I've got your back. Liang gripped Han Shuai's other hand, tightly stabilizing her balance. Feeling the warm, steady pressure against her wrist, a barely perceptible flush flashed across Han Shuai's cheeks. All right. She clenched the javelin in her right hand, and her mind transformed into a hyper-precise ballistic computer in that instant. Wind speed, gravitational acceleration, the exact entry angle at the side of Zhaji's pelvis. All the data converged in a single second into a perfect parabolic arc. Han Shuai arched her waist backward, and the terrifying power accumulated at her core surged along her spine upward, ultimately concentrating entirely into the palm of her right hand. Zinc. A silver bolt of lightning shrieked downward from the second-floor window ledge. The razor-sharp metal spearhead struck precisely through the gap at Zhaji's pelvic side, slicing diagonally downward and shattering the viral mother nest buried deep within her urogenital system. Then with a sharp hiss, it burst out from the root of her opposite thigh, trailing a spray of dark crimson blood. Zhaji, who had been frantically battering the window, froze rigid. Her clouded deadfish eyes locked straight onto the silver javelin protruding from her side, as if wondering where this gleaming rod had come from. But with the viral mother nest utterly destroyed, this broken shell, forcibly driven by the virus, finally received its release. Plop! Zhaji never even managed a single roar before collapsing like a pile of sludge onto the muddy ground outside dorm 1021, utterly motionless and dead. Yeah. Seeing her target eliminated in one strike, Han Shuai on the window ledge bounced excitedly in the air, flashing an utterly adorable V-sign victory gesture like a little girl who had just won gold at a track meet. Holy crap, that's insane. What precision, what power. Liang spared no praise, his eyes full of amazement as he looked at Han Shuai. You truly are my goddess. Put you on an ancient battlefield and you'd definitely be a legendary general capable of piercing willow leaves at 100 paces. Han Shuai brushed some dust off her hands, somewhat embarrassed, and shot Liang an annoyed glance. Enough nonsense. The obstacle is cleared. Now it's your turn. On it. Liang instantly wiped the grin from his face. He knew very well that Han Shuai's breathtaking throw had only cleared the first obstacle for him. The real trial of life and death had just begun. Of the 20-minute golden detox window, precious little remained for him now. Liang took a deep breath and once again thrust half his head out the window, scanning up, down, left, and right like a human radar. Good, no zombies nearby. No time to waste. I need to get down now. He hooked both hands onto the windowsill of 2023, swung himself out onto the ledge, and clung tightly to the frame while his feet searched the wall, quickly finding the air conditioner platform between the two dormitories. Here we go. Liang twisted his waist and arced through the air with practiced ease, landing deftly on the windowsill of the neighboring dorm 2021. From the second-floor window ledge to the top of the security bars on the first-floor dorm 1021 window was roughly a meter of vertical drop. Landing directly on flat ground would certainly numb both legs. But grabbing those welded-shut security iron bars mid-air required inhuman upper body strength. I've used zombie heads as cushions. What's a lousy security window? Liang psyched himself up internally. Then he gritted his teeth and let go. Thud. A second later his hands locked firmly onto the topmost bar of Dorm 1021 security cage. The injured left arm, straining from the impact, began seeping a strand of alarming dark red from the edges of its white bandage. But through sheer will he hung suspended from the security bars using only his arms. Perfect landing. He dared not rest for a moment. His feet searched the wall and found the horizontal bar beneath the security cage. Distributing his weight across all four limbs, he finally relieved the explosive ache in his arms. Once secure, Liang lowered his head and peered through the glass window of Dorm 1021. It was pitch dark inside, veiled by thin curtains. Nothing clear could be made out. Just as he was about to reach out and tap the glass creak, the sliding window was carefully drawn open from the inside by a narrow gap of about 30 centimeters. A gentle breeze carrying faint warmth and the distinctive scent of a girl's dorm drifted out. Liang focused his gaze and saw behind the narrow opening a slightly pale, yet delicately pretty and cute face. It was a petite girl wrapped in a fluffy pink pajama set. She tilted her head up and stared at this figure hanging outside her window, as though he were some kind of alien. Are you Lei Jiedwa? Liang lowered his voice and asked tentatively. The petite girl nodded eagerly. Yes, I'm Lei Jiedwa. Her voice was as soft and sticky as freshly steamed rice cakes, carrying the gentle lilt characteristic of a southern Chinese girl. Her hands clutched the window frame tightly, her wide eyes beseeching as she asked with evident helplessness and urgency. You're finally here. Saijia. She's shaking all over. What do we do? Liang drew in a sharp breath. Through the gap in the security bars, he quickly measured the spacing between the rails and estimated his height at this position. Then his gaze swept past Lei Jiedwa to take in the interior of the dorm. Directly below the windowsill sat a wooden study desk, standard issue for girls' dormitories. Don't panic. We still have time. Liang spoke with grave seriousness, gesturing with his eyes toward the desk inside. Tell Saijia to come over right now and stand on that table facing away from the bars outside. Have her stick her hips out. This spot is perfect. But Lei Jiedwa, already completely disoriented from sheer terror, stood rooted to the spot, utterly stupefied. But shouldn't we? What's there to be good or bad about it? It's the apocalypse, don't you get it? Liang, hanging outside the security window, felt his blood pressure soaring from this indecisive girl's agonizing hesitation. His current position was quite painful. Stop dilly-dallying. Hurry up. We're running out of time. The 20-minute golden detox window. It had been at least 10 minutes since she was clawed in the hallway. If she keeps stalling, once the zombie virus travels through her bloodstream and reaches her brain, past that 20-minute critical threshold, she'll be completely gone. By then she'll have turned into a mindless eating monster, and everyone locked in this dorm will die with her. Get her over here now. True enough, reputation and chastity meant nothing when facing such a ravenous monster. Jiedwa, move aside. A voice weakened, yet remarkably steady, cut through the chaos. Then, a girl with a neat shoulder-length bob and a fitted black hoodie emerged slowly from the shadows. Liang squinted, studying her through the security bars. This was the fierce girl who distracted the horde in the hallway and saved his life before. Saijia had to admit she had a striking appearance. Her features were sharp and refined, skin porcelain pale, yet there was a rare masculine boldness between her brows. Combined with her practical short hair, she radiated a unique charm somewhere between beautiful and handsome. In modern slang, she was that type of cool girl with a rebellious edge who could turn heads wherever she walked. But right now her face was ashen white, beads of cold sweat covering her forehead. On her left arm, a bloody gash marked where zombie claws had torn through. From that wound, several alarming blue-black veins were spreading like living vipers along her skin's grain, racing toward her shoulder and chest. The virus was launching its final assault through her body. Saijia stepped to the window and glanced at Liang hanging outside. Thanks for coming to save me. Then, without another word, she swiftly climbed onto the desk pressed against the window. Standing elevated, her eyes now aligned level with Liang, suspended outside the security window. The two of them faced each other across thin glass and cold metal bars, staring wide-eyed at one another. Then what? Though brave, Saijia was still inexperienced and completely clueless about what came next. She obediently turned around, facing away from Liang outside the window, and bent over into an awkward position. Then she glanced back and asked something so foolish it nearly made Liang spit blood. Is this enough? Liang gripped the iron bars tightly, staring at her huddled form wrapped up so completely beneath her clothes. Fuck, take off your pants. Are you trying to punch through a mountain, or what? You think I'm some armor-piercing round? There's this security window between us plus your fleece-lined sweatpants. I'm not some superhuman that can squeeze through. Do you have any common sense or experience? I've never dated. How would I have experience? Jia mumbled, looking rather wronged. You haven't eaten pork, but you've seen pigs run, right? It's the 21st century. No combat experience, but you've surely watched those mature films at least once or twice, whether Japanese or Western, right? Faced with Li Ang's soul-piercing interrogation, a surprisingly serious expression flashed across Jia's cheeky face. I never watched that kind of stuff. I only watch Ultraman. At that moment, hanging in the cold wind outside the window, Liang felt as though 10,000 crows were cawing overhead. He was completely defeated. Only watching Ultraman, no wonder you charged a 300-pound zombie's face with a broken mop handle. Did you really think you were the Ultra Warrior Saga from the Land of Light? All right, Grandma, I'm done. Liang took a deep breath, his tone weary and resigned. Time really is running out. Just take off your pants, okay? Oh, okay. Jia nodded meekly, no longer questioning. Her hands found the elastic waistband and pulled down her black sweatpants along with her underwear to her knees. Liang watched this unfold, his Adam's apple bobbing. But he had no mind to appreciate any view. A very serious practical problem lay before him. This is so dry. Jia was completely inexperienced, a total rookie. Her body was undoubtedly in a state of extreme tension and dryness. And himself, he was currently hanging in midair outside the security window. To complete the connection through this 15-centimeter metal gap, without any leverage point, he would need external assistance. Lei Jidwa, do you have anything in the dorm that could be used as lubrication? Liang asked urgently, his eyes darting around the room. Something like body wash, soapy water, Vaseline, or hand cream. Any liquid that can lubricate the skin. Hurry and find something. Lei Jidwa immediately understood. Oh, we have it. She quickly turned around and frantically searched through her pink makeup organizer. Seconds later, Lei Jidwa returned, holding a white pump bottle. Will this work? She asked, holding up the container. This is my winter body lotion, especially moisturizing, with a high glycerin content. Liang glanced at the body lotion through the window. It was far better than nothing. Perfect. That's it. He threaded his injured left arm through the gap between two bars. Come on. Squeeze more onto my hand. Quick. Squirt, squirt, squirt. A large dollop of body lotion with a rich peach fragrance landed in Liang's palm. Enough. Liang reached out toward Jia, standing on the desk, his hand finding the target area with precise accuracy. Then he evenly spread the lotion around. Ouch. What are you doing? Jia turned her head slightly, her face flushing red as she managed to say, that's my delicate area. What the hell? Hearing this soul-striking question, Liang, who was hanging outside the security window, had his breath completely frozen for 2 full seconds. Could this girl really be so clueless about the most basic physiological common sense between men and women? Isn't she a bit too innocent? No. Liang widened his eyes. Peering through the bars, he suppressed his impatience and asked in a tentative tone, didn't you understand the message I sent to Lei Jidwa earlier in the dorm? Do you really not know what having relations actually means? Jia looked at Liang's bewildered expression, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She shook her head with complete candor. I don't know. Liang let out a sigh filled with utter helplessness. All right, I've truly met an extraordinary specimen today. But now time did not permit him to educate this beauty on basic physiology. The virus's countdown was reaching its end. If they didn't trigger the detoxification mechanism immediately, this girl would completely lose her human consciousness within minutes, turning into a monster that only knew how to feast on her roommate's flesh. There's no time to explain. Liang's expression instantly became incredibly solemn. Listen carefully. Next, no matter what I do to you, and no matter what happens, you must grit your teeth. Don't speak, don't move. Whatever you feel, whether it's pain or anything else, you must endure it at all costs. You absolutely cannot struggle, and under no circumstances should you fall off the desk. If you don't cooperate, not only will you die, but you'll also turn into one of those monsters outside. When that happens, your friends will all be bitten to death by your own hands. Liang pointed a finger at the helpless Lei Jidwa standing nearby, then pointed deep into the dormitory. Think about Nuya, think about Lei Jidwa, who has always been by your side. If you mutate, none of them will survive. For this short-haired girl who had dared to single-handedly wield a mop handle into the hallway to luring the zombies away, protecting her roommates was her ultimate obsession at this moment. Hearing Liang mention Nuya, and Lei Jidwa, Jia took a deep breath. Her body, which had been trembling slightly, miraculously calmed down. She nodded heavily and said in a low voice, I understand. For their sake, I will maintain this posture and absolutely will not move. Very well. Liang nodded in satisfaction. Then he withdrew his gaze and focused all of his attention on the hands-on operation before him. With a faint rustling of fabric, the loose sweatpants along with the athletic shorts underneath were slowly pulled down by Liang. At that very instant Lei Jiedwa, standing beside the desk, froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Her pupils dilated infinitely in a split second, her mind racing as if 10,000 marmots were stampeding wildly. As a pure-hearted college girl who always attended classes diligently and had never even been in a relationship. Although Lei Jiedwa rarely participated in those unfiltered late-night dormitory chats, how could she not have heard of the most widespread and legendary campus rumors circulating among the 4 universities surrounding Taihong Media University? The mysterious pixelated photo that countless girls had frantically shared in private group chats, which had even topped the annual list of most desired gods to date. At this moment, that rumored golden legend had actually appeared in the flesh right outside the window of their dorm 1021. What's more, he was less than a meter away from her. Lei Jiedwa felt as though her breathing was about to stop. Her cheeks flushed bright red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even her neck turned a deep crimson. Slowly lowering her hands from her eyes, her mouth agape, she pointed a trembling fair finger at Liang outside the window. "Oh my God! You couldn't be the legendary Gi giant." Sai Jia's somewhat airhead mind began to race. A giant. The giant of light. Upon hearing this, Lei Jiedwa, who was already in a state of shock, nearly tripped and fell face first onto the floor. Yes. Exactly, the giant of light. Liang tightly gripped the iron bars of the security window with both hands, adjusting his breathing as his gaze locked onto the 15-centimeter wide metal gap. Bear with it might hurt a bit. The giant of light is coming in. The moment the words fell, Liang gave Sai Jia no more time to think or ask questions. Using the bars for leverage, he thrust his hips forward with a sudden surge of power. Through that layer of finger-thick, freezing metal bars, and across the narrow 15-centimeter wide gap. With her back to the window, Sai Jia's body suddenly went rigid. An agonizing, terrifying pain, as if her entire body was being torn in half, surged instantly from her lower body straight to her head. Sai Jia let out an uncontrollable, piercing shriek. Yet the very instant the scream escaped her lips, she suddenly recalled Liang's warning from earlier: "Don't speak, don't move, or your roommates will all die." She quickly raised her right hand to cover her mouth, forcing the rest of her scream back down her throat. The intense pain caused Sai Jia's entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Large beads of cold sweat mingled with tears slid down her heroic face, dripping onto the wooden desk below. Biting her lip fiercely, she endured the agony of being forced open by a blunt blade. With tear-filled eyes, she looked back over her shoulder at Liang outside the window, her voice trembling with a heavy sob and a hint of childlike terror as she asked haltingly, "It hurts. It hurts so much. Will I still be able to pee in the future?" Hanging outside the security window, Liang was panting heavily. The difficulty of this mid-air operation was simply beyond imagination. The freezing metal bars pressed painfully against the base of his thighs, while the sub-zero wind violently drained his body heat. The crushing pressure from ahead, which felt as if it would sever him completely, made every movement feel nearly impossible. Looking at the short-haired girl before him, who was weeping from the pain, yet still strictly keeping her promise to remain absolutely still, Liang gritted his teeth, sweat from his forehead dripping down his cheeks as he gasped out, "Don't worry, I'm just transmitting light to you." Hiss. "Why you slower?" Sai Jia, the fierce and spirited tiger girl, now wore a face completely suffused with an enticing crimson blush. She bit down hard on her lower lip, forcibly enduring the unprecedented violent surge of sensation, while physiological tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. "I feel so strange. The power of light is about to overflow." At this moment, Liang's entire body resembled an oversized gecko. His fingers clawed at the metal crossbar above the security window, blood already seeping from beneath his fingernails. Meanwhile, his toes could only barely find purchase on the narrow connecting ledge below him, a mere 2 or 3 centimeters wide. Furthermore, in order to complete this transmission of light, his waist had to maintain an utterly unnatural forward-leaning posture of exertion. Liang gasped for breath in great heaving gulps. He felt as though both his arms were on the verge of losing all sensation. Even if Sai Jia were genuinely cooperative, now standing as still as a saint nailed to a crucifix, this bizarre position, suspended in midair, blocked by railings and forced to work against gravity, consumed stamina at a simply astronomical rate. Meanwhile, 3 meters directly above them on the second floor, Han Shuang leaned half her body out the window, her gaze fixed on the situation below with the piercing intensity of a hawk. She understood perfectly well that Liang was currently in a completely defenseless state. At this moment, if a zombie were to suddenly dart out from either side of the narrow path, even the slowest, most lumbering, lame-legged zombie, he would have absolutely no capacity to resist. There absolutely cannot be any mishap, absolutely not. "CJ, are you done over there?" In the center of the dormitory room, behind Han Shuang. Wang Xijia sat cross-legged on the cold floor. Before her lay an old-fashioned wooden broom she had fished out from the corner of the dormitory balcony. The broom had seen better days, but its wooden handle was quite thick and sturdy. And in Wang Xijia's delicate fair right hand, she gripped a small box cutter normally used for opening packages. Almost there, almost there. Stop rushing me. The wood is way too hard, my hands are about to blister. Wang Xijia was drenched in sweat, a damp strand of hair plastered to her forehead. To craft a makeshift javelin for Han Shuang's long-range throwing purposes, this campus beauty was truly risking life and limb. SHHK. SHHK. Wood shavings flew through the air. Along the edge of Wang Xijia's thumb, still adorned with pretty nail polish, the rough wooden handle had already worn a vivid red groove into her skin. Yet she paid the pain no heed, stubbornly whittling the flat-headed broomstick down into a lethally sharp conical spear point. Although this thing's penetrating power certainly couldn't compare to a metal javelin when bolstered by Han Shuang's terrifying monstrous strength and hurled downward from the second floor into a zombie's eye socket or abdomen, it would absolutely deliver a fatal blow. Upstairs the wood shavings continued to fly. Downstairs the battle of transmitting the power of light had also entered its most critical white-hot phase. Just at this critical moment, from the shadows at the far end of the narrow path, a dark silhouette suddenly emerged, swaying unsteadily as it walked. It was a human figure, but its gait was definitely not one belonging to any normal person. The shadow's shoulders sat at uneven heights, and its legs dragged forward like the unwieldy legs of a pair of compasses. With every step, its body pitched forward dramatically, as though it might lose its balance at any moment and crash headlong to the ground. A zombie. A cold sweat instantly broke out across Han Shuang's palms. The zombie had just turned the corner of the path, roughly 30 meters in a straight line from where Liang was hanging. At this very moment, the zombie remained in a state of aimless wandering. Its virus-eroded brain clearly had not yet fully locked onto a target. Its head hung limp, and it moved forward purely on instinct, temporarily oblivious to Liang pressed against the wall. However, at the zombie's current shuffling pace, no matter how slowly it walked, it would take no more than 2 minutes before it wandered completely into the area where Liang was positioned. Once it drew any closer, the moment the distance closed to within 10 meters, the zombie's perverted sensitivity to the scent of living humans and their hormones would instantly detect that prey with its lower half exposed. What do I do? What do I do? Fine beads of sweat seeped across Han Shuang's forehead. Her first instinct was to open her mouth and loudly warn Liang below to immediately cease his activity and climb back up to the second floor for safety. But at the very last second, reason clamped a hand over her mouth. The zombie was merely wandering now without a definite target in mind. If she suddenly created a disturbance from the second floor, she would instantly draw the zombie's complete attention. What's more, she might even attract other zombies hidden in nearby corners. Physical salvation was the only option. She had to take down the zombie with a weapon before it discovered Liang. Xijia, are you done yet? She whipped her head around, urging Wang Xijia, who was still whittling behind her. Done. It's sharpened. Startled by Han Shuang's voracious expression, Wang Xijia scrambled up from the floor in a frenzy and thrust the freshly crafted javelin into Han Shuang's hands with both palms. The instant the weapon was in her grasp, Han Shuang drew in a deep, steadying breath, forcing herself to calm down. One foot braced against the inner edge of the windowsill, she raised the wooden spear high above her head, its tip aimed at the zombie, steadily closing in 30 meters away. Distance 30 meters, negligible wind. Lighter wooden shaft requires increased parabolic arc and initial velocity. Han Shuang's brain transformed instantly into the most precise fire control computer, rapidly performing tactical ballistic analysis. However, just at the very instant she prepared to hurl the spear, bearing the hopes of their entire group, Han Shuang's eyes froze abruptly, and the hands gripping the wooden shaft began to tremble ever so slightly beyond her control. Because behind that first zombie, swaying unsteadily as it walked. 1, 2, 3. Damn it, there are 3 of them in total. The 3 zombies were walking in close formation along that secluded path, heading straight toward the security window of dormitory 1021. Han Shuang gripped the broom handle in her hands, the cold sweat from her palms completely soaking into the coarse grain of the rough wood. If there were only one zombie, she was fully confident that with the advantage of higher ground and the explosive power she had honed through athletic training, she could pierce straight through its eye socket or abdomen in a single silent strike, completing a clean kill without a sound. But now the target had become 3, and in her hands she held only a single makeshift wooden spear hastily fashioned from the broom handle. Once she hurled it outward, even if she could precisely impale the zombie walking at the very front, it would undoubtedly draw the undivided attention of the other 2 zombies behind it in an instant. What do I do? What on earth do I do? Meanwhile, Liang, who was hanging outside the security window, felt his arms burning with an ache so severe they had nearly gone numb. The icy iron railings were grinding into his thighs with a pain that felt as though his flesh might split apart. Huff, huff. Liang heaved great ragged gasps for air. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans seeped from his forehead, sliding down his brows and trickling directly into his eyes. Instinctively, he squeezed his eyes shut and gave his head a violent shake. It was in that fleeting moment of turning his head that Liang's peripheral vision swept across the path to his left. Holy shit! He saw it with perfect clarity. About 30 meters to his left, 3 staggering dark silhouettes were lurching forward with a gait that sent shivers down his spine, closing in on his position. Run. He had to run immediately. That was his very first thought. But just at the instant, Liang's body shifted backward by barely half an inch. No. He recalled the virus mechanism Xiao who had described over the phone. Saijia had been scratched. How much time had already passed since then? Even if it hadn't been 20 minutes, yet it had certainly crept dangerously close to that life and death red line. If he yanked himself free and fled without triggering Saijia's detoxification mechanism, then Saijia would transform into a mindless, terrifying monster within a single second. Fuck. The heavens truly want me dead. Liang was drenched in cold sweat from sheer panic. The battle had to end this instant without a second's delay. Lei Jiedwa. Liang dropped his voice low and called out toward the inside. Lei Jiedwa stammered nervously, what is it? Liang, do you need more body lotion? Help me now. Huh. Upon hearing those 2 words, Lei Jiedwa was utterly frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. Help. Her mind went blank, her brain crashing into a severe state of shutdown. How on earth was she supposed to help? She was a good girl who had never even been in a relationship, one whose daily life consisted only of binge-watching dramas and reading books. What on earth could she possibly do to help? Was she supposed to stand on the side and cheer him on? Seeing Lei Jiedwa standing there like a fool struck by lightning, Liang felt an almost overwhelming urge to bash his head against the security window. Ingdi, quick, go knock on Ingdi. Upon hearing that word, the color drained from Lei Jiedwa's fair and pretty little face in an instant, only to then flood back a deep, visible crimson. Yet suddenly, she realized that Liang outside the window was not looking at her at all. His face, glistening with cold sweat, was twisted with a terror so profound it seemed to pierce the soul. He was clenching his teeth, desperately holding his body in place, while frantically and desperately jerking his head toward his left. The anxiety and despair in his eyes could never have been feigned. Though timid by nature, Lei Jiedwa was certainly no fool. She grasped the gravity of the situation from his abnormal battle-ready behavior in an instant. Something had gone terribly wrong outside. She knew that if she did not do exactly as Liang instructed right now, Saijia would mutate, Liang would die, and in the end, every single person in this dormitory would turn into monsters. Time no longer permitted her to fuss over a young girl's sense of shame or moral boundaries. Lei Jiedwa bit down hard on her lower lip and walked quickly toward the wooden desk positioned near the window. Within this dormitory, Lei Jiedwa belonged to the most petite category in terms of height, just a little over 160 centimeters tall. Meanwhile, in order to cooperate with Liang's midair rescue, Saijia was now standing on top of that roughly 70 to 80 centimeter tall wooden desk, bent forward at the waist, her back turned toward the window. This arrangement created a nearly perfect height differential. Standing on the floor beside the desk, Lei Jiedwa's line of sight and the height of her upper body aligned precisely with Saijia's waist level as Saijia stood atop the desk. In other words, the spot where Lei Jiedwa was currently standing aligned perfectly with the precise point of transfer between the two of them through the iron-barred window. This position was practically tailor-made for the task she was about to perform, so perfect that she did not even need to rise on her tiptoes or bend down. Saijia was still clutching her own knees, her body trembling ceaselessly from the pain and that strange, unsettling sensation, her face streaked with tears. She had absolutely no idea what Lei Jiedwa intended to do behind her. Standing beside the desk, Lei Jiedwa gazed at the slight tremor running through Saijia's body, then cast a glance at Liang outside the window, who was frantic enough to burst into flames. She drew in a deep breath, forcing herself to cast aside every distracting thought from her mind, and slowly extended her hand. Duo, what are you do? When Lei Jiedwa's icy, trembling fingers brushed against that most private of places, Saijia felt as though 100,000 volts of electricity had surged through her in an instant. She sucked in a sharp breath, her body instinctively trying to recoil and escape. But just as she had begun to turn her head, Liang's earlier decree, a death warning as binding as a military order, screamed through her mind, "Don't speak. Don't move. Swallow every sensation. If you make a sound, our entire dorm will die." For Lei Jiedwa, and for that steadfast flame of faith she guarded within her heart, she forced herself to endure. Saijia forcibly swallowed the latter half of her words. All her confusion and humiliation collapsed into a single pained groan. Meanwhile, outside the security grill, Liang's situation was far from comfortable. Damn it, hold steady. You have to. His peripheral vision tracked the desolate path to the left. 3 shambling corpses, shoulders rolling at uneven heights, moved with an unsettling rhythm, each step drawing closer to his position. They were closing in. At this critical moment, Liang had slowed every movement to a crawl, not even daring to draw breath. Of course, with the dead so close in the dead silence of early morning when not even birds dared sing, any sound would be catastrophic. If he made any sudden movements like before, even slightly larger, the thick metal bars would clang and rattle loudly enough to betray his position. Worse still, heavy breathing from exertion at this proximity would be like ringing a dinner gong right beside their rotting ears. Now Liang had lost all initiative. The only hope was that Sai Jia's subtle movements and Lei Jiedua's clumsy efforts would end this countdown before it was too late. Inside the dorm, separated by merely a window pane, Lei Jiedua desperately searched her memory for passages from those romance novels she had secretly read in the dead of night. She had no idea what she was doing, could only rely on vague impressions from those written scenes. Blushing furiously and gritting her teeth, she proceeded with blind determination. But for Sai Jia, whose nerve endings were now hypersensitive and whose body was riddled with multiplying viruses, that clumsy touch was like dropping a blazing torch on a gasoline-soaked kindling. Finally, Liang felt a violent pulsing contraction from below, an unnatural, almost unreasonable force, as though determined to crush anything that dared intrude. At the same moment, Sai Jia, who had been biting her lip, suddenly convulsed uncontrollably. No, I can't hold back anymore. And just as she spoke, the sound of a dam breaking. Virulent energy that had accumulated within her body was finally expelled, rushing outward like floodwaters breaching a levee. Success. After this miraculous purge, all strength and vitality seemed to drain from Sai Jia's body in an instant. Her long legs, which had been standing straight upon the desk, suddenly went limp, collapsing like wax. Her body lurched forward, lost all balance, and crashed straight down from the wooden desk, merely 70 or 80 centimeters high. Lei Jiedu was still attempting her task, saw darkness flash before her eyes. Before she could react, Sai Jia's unconscious heavy body slammed down onto her. Bang! Clang! The commotion was enormous. Outside the window, the 3 zombies, now less than 10 meters from Liang's position, froze mid-stride at the sound of the crash, their aimless wandering halted in an instant. All 3 heads, veined with blue-black corruption, snapped toward the noise. Roar, gurgle, hiss, fuck your ancestors. Hanging from the iron bars, Liang felt his scalp tingle as though his skin had split apart. Fortunately, when Sai Jia had fallen, he had already freed himself from that vice-like grip. Now completely free, he had only one thought: run, run, run. His arms, numb and aching from dangling in empty air, somehow found new strength. Fingers gripping the horizontal bars, feet kicking off the lower rails, he scrambled upward with blinding speed, limbs moving in a dizzying blur as he raced up the cold metal security window like a man possessed. The instant his feet left the middle section of the grill, bang, 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 3 thunderous impacts erupted from below. The 3 charging zombies crashed hard against the sturdy metal bars. Claws caked in filth and torn flesh scraped frantically against the iron, screeching like nails on glass, trying to reach Liang's bare legs. But their speed could never match his desperate will to survive. Liang had reached the very top of the first-floor security window in one breathless push, putting nearly a full meter of safe distance between himself and those grasping claws below. And inside the dorm, Lei Jiedu, pinned beneath Sai Jia's weight, had been dazed from the fall. But the moment she heard the zombies' terrifying roars and the crashes against the window, survival instinct snapped her awake. She scrabbled out from under Sai Jia's body, grabbed the sliding window frame with both hands, and threw every ounce of strength into slamming it shut. Click! The deafening roars and suffocating stench of death were sealed forever outside the glass. Hanging at the very peak of the security window, Liang looked down at the 3 zombies, still tirelessly clawing at the iron bars, then glanced back at the securely closed window behind him. He felt as though he had walked right through the gates of hell and back, his very soul nearly leaving his body. Fuck this. I'm never doing shit like this again. Whoosh. Liang finally landed, narrowly escaping disaster, on the air conditioner condenser platform wedged between the 2 dormitory rooms. Holy mother of all that is sacred. Less than a meter beneath the soles of his shoes, right below the security window, 3 zombies that had lost their target had spiraled into utter frenzy. Like 3 starving wild beasts gone mad, they stretched their blood-flecked maws dripping with black viscous fluid skyward, their soiled, deathly pale arms straining to rake at the empty air. Watching the 3 creatures clawing frantically at the wind, Liang felt a creeping chill crawling up his spine. That was close. Far too damn close. Had his movements lagged by even half a second, those claws below would have given him a complimentary castration. Even if he managed to keep his life, losing his core masculine assets in this battle would be far worse than leaping down and letting the zombies gnaw him into a family-sized bucket meal. Liang wiped the sweat from his brow. After confirming that his tools of the trade down below had safely returned to base intact and fully operational, he turned around and vaulted over the windowsill with practiced ease. Liang. Han Shuang flung open her arms and threw herself into an embrace. You're finally back. I was watching you from up there dangling outside, and those zombies nearly grabbed you. I really thought you were going to. He felt the faint trembling of that warm, supple body pressed against his chest, and caught the intoxicating fragrance that curled into his nostrils. Liang stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. His hands hovered awkwardly in midair, utterly at a loss as to where they ought to rest. The CPU in his brain flat out crashed. Every trace of fear, exhaustion, and sardonic commentary was wiped clean in that single second, leaving behind only an ethereal giddiness, as though he were walking on clouds. My God! Ying actually initiated a hug with me. Fireworks exploded in Liang's heart as he slowly lowered his hands, tentatively wrapping them around Han Shuang's slender, yet powerfully toned waist. It's alright. I'm fine, aren't I? A few brainless monsters couldn't even touch a single hair on my legs. Just as Liang was preparing to lower his head for a tender kiss. Ahem. A conspicuously deliberate cough suddenly rang out from beside him, its volume pitched to absolute perfection. At the sound of that cough, Han Shuang's brain, which had been briefly hijacked by emotion, instantly snapped back to lucidity. She realized with a jolt that they were far from alone in this room. She abruptly wrenched herself from Liang's embrace and clumsily fussed with her disheveled hair in the hem of her clothes. As long as you're not hurt, I'll just go check whether the door's properly barricaded. Han Shuang's eyes darted away as she stammered out some flimsy excuse. Embarrassed, she quickly turned around and retreated to a corner of the room, pretending to inspect the wardrobe doors that hadn't moved an inch. Watching his goddess flee in such adorable disarray, Liang was filled with regret, grinding his teeth internally. Which blind fool dared to interrupt my moment of glory? He followed the sound and saw that the source of the cough was none other than Wang Xijia. Yet what Liang never could have anticipated. After witnessing Han Shuang retreat in embarrassment, Wang Xijia showed not the slightest hint of remorse for interrupting their tender moment. Instead, a glint of mischief flashed through her eyes. Then she launched those long, pale, perfectly sculpted legs into motion and light as a butterfly bounded directly over to Liang. Liang, Wang Xijia called out in a voice as soft as marshmallow and cloying as honey. And then, in a stunning display, the universally recognized campus beauty herself threw open her arms and without a shred of hesitation embraced him. I was terrified. When you were hanging out there, my heart nearly leapt out of my chest. Wang Xijia pressed her exquisitely lovely face against Liang's shoulder, her hands gripping tightly at the back of his shirt. She tilted her head upward, gazing at him with eyes that seemed capable of melting the entire world, and said in a voice brimming with admiration and dependence, "You're absolutely incredible. You're practically a superhero. Without you, we truly wouldn't have known what to do." A sweetness entirely different from Han Shuang's flooded Liang's senses. And that unobstructed skin-on-skin contact sent Liang's brain into a complete momentary short circuit. He. His hands remained awkwardly suspended in midair as the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably upward, stretching nearly to the back of his skull, like the foolish son of some wealthy landlord who had just been handed 2 gold ingots. Never in his wildest dreams had he dared to imagine that one day he would, within the span of a single minute, be blessed with loving embraces from 2 goddesses of campus legend status. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. It's simply what any upright young man should do. Liang laughed foolishly, feeling that he had reached the absolute pinnacle of his existence. Meanwhile, in the not-so-distant corner, Han Shuang, who had just been pretending to examine the wardrobe, caught every detail from the corner of her eye: Wang Xijia's deliberate act of throwing herself into his arms, and Liang's lecherous grin stretching across his silly face. A flash of vexation crossed her gaze, so fleeting that even she failed to notice it. She gently bit into her row of pearly white teeth, her elegant brows knitting together unconsciously, as she shot a venomous glance at Wang Xijia, who was currently nuzzling up to Liang. Scheming little minx. This seemingly delicate campus beauty had a mind as sharp as a tack. That cough just now had been deliberate as hell. The girl had accurately predicted that Han Shuang with her thin skin would withdraw on her own, and then seize the opportunity to cozy up to Liang. However, this was hardly the time to stage a legend of Zhan Huan in the dormitory. Though Liang was loath to leave this haven of tenderness, he knew that business came first. The detoxification progress in room 1021 downstairs remained the most critical matter at hand. Ahem, alright, CGI, I've safely landed. Liang made a valiant effort to rein in his lovesick grin. Acting the perfect gentleman, he patted Wang Xijia lightly on the back, motioning for her to release him. Wang Xijia, ever tactful, loosened her hold with practiced grace, took half a step back, and rewarded Liang with a sweet smile. Liang walked over to his chair and sat down. Reaching into his pocket, he fished out his phone. Its screen cracked at one corner, and opened the private message interface of the campus forum's backend. Duodua, how's the situation over there? Was the detoxification successful? The reply from Lei Jiedua came almost instantly, no more than 5 seconds later. However, rather than typing out a response, Lei Jiedua had sent over a high-resolution photo taken in dim lighting. Liang tapped on the image. The background of the photo was a wooden desk typical of any girl's dormitory room. Spread across the desk surface was unmistakably a large splatter-shaped stain of liquid. Most striking of all was what lay smack in the middle of that stain, a clump of dark viscous mucus roughly the size of half a fist lying there in eerie stillness. Staring at that revolting blob in the photo, Liang felt not a trace of nausea. Instead, he breathed out a long, relieved sigh. Bingo. He turned his head toward Han Shuang, and Wang Xijia, who had been watching him intently, flashed them an OK hand sign, and said in a relaxed tone, that black mass of virus has been expelled. Sai Jia's life is finally out of danger. At this welcome news, both Han Shuang and Wang Xijia exhaled in collective relief. Wang Xijia in particular, as someone who had personally endured that purification ritual not long ago, knew exactly what this sweet relief felt like. Liang lowered his gaze and continued typing on his phone. Seeing that thing means we're in the clear. How's Sai Jia doing now? A lengthy reply came back almost immediately. She seems completely drained right now. She's lying on the bed like a limp rag doll, doesn't even have the strength to speak, and her breathing's very rapid. But her complexion looks really flushed. Liang thought it over and typed back. A flushed complexion is a normal physiological reaction, don't worry about it. However, just to be safe, stick your hand in and have a careful look around. Check thoroughly to see if there's any of that black mucus still left inside. After the message was sent, a long moment passed before Lei Jiedua's reply popped up on the screen. Huh. That doesn't seem quite right, does it? How could I possibly check that area with my bare hands? Watching Lei Jiedua's frantic protests pour in across the screen, Liang rolled his eyes. Ugh, what are you being so squeamish about? You just did the most outrageous thing ever on the table, and now you're getting shy about a simple check. This is a matter of life and death. It's whether she turns or not. We need to confirm that 100% of the virus is out. Stop dragging your feet. Just to be safe, go check already. The other side fell silent once more. An intense internal struggle seemed to be unfolding. About 10 seconds passed. Finally, a short reply dripping with resignation appeared on the screen. WL. Okay. Time slipped away second by second. Ding dong. After what felt like an eternity of 2 or 3 minutes, a crisp notification finally echoed through the silent dormitory. Liang's spirit lifted instantly, and he hurriedly tapped open the screen. Lei Jiedua had not sent any text, but rather a freshly taken high-definition photograph. Liang opened the image and zoomed in. The backdrop remained that familiar wooden desk. Dead center in the frame were Lei Jiedua's 2 slender, fair-skinned fingers. On the fingertips of those 2 digits there clung a viscous liquid of some description. Mingled within that transparent secretion were several strikingly vivid threads of fresh blood. Considering that this was Sai Jia's very first time, and given that their earlier forced breakthrough through the security window had been conducted without any foreplay whatsoever, the appearance of bloodstreak discharge was entirely within the realm of reason, a perfectly normal occurrence. Liang enlarged the photograph to its maximum magnification, scrutinizing every minute detail with painstaking care. On those 2 fingers beyond the transparent fluid and crimson threads, there was nothing else to be found. Not even the faintest trace of that black putrid secretion that signified the virus. Phew. It's done. Completely purged. Liang turned his head and snapped his fingers at Han Shuang and Wang Xijia, who had been standing nearby in perpetual anxiety. At last a relaxed smile spread across his face. No more black blood. This girl's life is safe now. The 2 girls also exhaled in visible relief. Wang Xijia even patted her own chest, her eyes glistening with a faint flush of redness. After all, they were all girls themselves. Witnessing another person survive such an impossible ordeal stirred an empathy so profound that the joy could hardly be concealed. Just then a new message from Lei Jiedua popped up on the phone screen. Liang, I checked very carefully. There's really none of that black stuff inside anymore. Does that mean everything's okay now? Gazing at those words still tinged with uncertainty and worry, Liang's fingers began flying across the keyboard. Alright, no black secretion means the viral army has been completely wiped out. She's fine now. Tell her to rest well and stop putting herself through more hell. After sending that message, Liang immediately turned off the screen. I'm utterly exhausted. He lifted his head and cast a glance at the sky beyond the dormitory window. By now the sky outside had brightened completely. From being chased by zombies in the dead of night yesterday and fleeing into this dormitory until this very moment, an entire long and terrifying night had unfolded. During that night he had first dueled the vengeful Lu Yu single-handedly, then personally thrown the mutated Xiaoyun from the building, and finally, braving the bitter cold of sub-zero temperatures, had clung to the security bars on the first floor to complete a trans-window detoxification operation that pushed both his physical endurance and willpower to their absolute limits. Another goddamn sleepless night of madness. Right now Liang could feel nothing but a searing, burning pain on the inner sides of his thighs caused by the prolonged compression of the security bars. Not to mention the zombie bite wound on his left arm, which still throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. No more. I can't hold on. I need to lie down for a bit. Muttering under his breath, Liang braced his hands against his knees and hauled himself up from the chair with tremendous effort. Without hesitation, he burrowed straight into Han Shuang's bed, which still carried the faint, fresh scent of laundry detergent. Less than 10 seconds later, a soft, rhythmic snoring began to echo throughout dormitory 2023. Han Shuang stood beside the bed, quietly gazing for a moment at Liang's face heavily shadowed with dark circles. Then with infinite gentleness, she tucked the blanket's edge around him, covering his exposed shoulder. Rest well. You've earned it. An unknown span of time passed. Liang slowly opened his eyes. The dormitory was pitch black. The curtains had been drawn tightly shut, with only the occasional wisp of feeble light seeping in from the corridor outside, barely enough to make out the outlines of the room. Has night fallen already? Liang's heart jolted. Propping himself up against the bedboard, he groggily sat up from beneath the covers. He stretched his body, though still somewhat sore, that on the verge of collapse sensation had finally vanished. The wound on his left arm showed no signs of inflammation or fever. It seemed that as long as no mutation had taken hold, the recuperative powers of youth remained remarkably impressive. He fumbled for his phone from the bedside table and lit up the screen. 1900. 7 o'clock in the evening sharp. Liang drew a sharp intake of breath. Good Lord. One blink of his eyes, and he had slept for a solid 12 hours. The world outside had once again descended into that perilous night belonging to the monsters. He leaned back against the headboard, phone in hand, preparing to check the latest updates on the campus forum, to see whether any news of aid had emerged from the outside world during the day. But, just as he had unlocked his phone and entered the forum backend, that red, unread notification icon in the message center lit up once again. Another private message. Liang knitted his brows. His first thought was that Lei Jiedhua had sent it. Had something gone wrong again over at dormitory 1021? He hurriedly tapped open the private message list. However, the most recent message at the very top was not from that familiar Lei Jiedhua. Liang focused his gaze, and there it was. This person's avatar was without a doubt an Ultraman Tiga striking a combat pose. He glanced again at their forum ID. For bold characters stood formally written, their Herald of Light. Upon seeing that avatar and ID, Liang's just awakened mind snapped to instant clarity. Who else could it possibly be? There was no need to ask and no need to guess. This girl's online handle really is as true to herself as ever. Laments aside, Liang extended his thumb and tapped open that private message. On the screen appeared 3 utterly simple characters. Thank you. Liang deliberated for a moment, then his fingers began tapping across the virtual keyboard. No problem. You helped us, so I'd naturally give you everything I've got too. We all need to look out for each other if we want to survive. After hitting send, he prepared to switch off his phone. But, at the very top of the screen, the prompt, "The other party is typing," lit up instantly. Moreover, that prompt remained lit for an extraordinarily long time. Flashing, pausing, flashing again, pausing once more. Sai Jia on the other end seemed to be deliberating over words of extraordinary complexity, or perhaps wrestling with some fierce internal struggle. Liang simply held his phone aloft, patiently waiting for a full minute or more. Finally, with a soft ding, a lengthy message popped out from the account of that Herald of Light on the opposite side. On the screen, that short-haired tigress named Sai Jia, with an earnest, deliberative tone, sent the following message. Earlier today, even though it hurt a lot, I think I kind of like that feeling. When you get the chance, could you transmit some of your light to me again? Liang jumped off the bed, and Han Shuang and Wang Xijia were sitting on the. Han Shuang hadn't slept full day and night, and she was dozing off. Upon hearing Li down from the bed, Han Shuang immediately woke up. So did you rest well? Liang nodded, then walked to the window and lit a cigarette as last night's events began to replay in his mind. Since meeting Lu Yu, these zombies and these events, which had seemed independent nevertheless, seemed bound by a hidden thread that linked them all. What is this thread exactly? First Lu Yu. Second Wang Meijia. Third Xiao Yun. Liang thought for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Ying. Damn it. Han Shuang turned around, seeing Liang's face full of excitement, her delicate brows knitted tightly. What is your name? She folded her arms and fixed Liang with a warning gaze. Didn't you just finish dealing with Sai Jia? And now you want to mess with me again? In Han Shuang's view, that damn is clearly being used as a verb. Liang heard this and froze on the spot. He looked at Han Shuang's cold face and only then realized how ambiguous his words had been. And no. You've misunderstood. I absolutely didn't mean that. Then what are you so shocked about? Han Shuang asked. Liang took a deep breath and steadied himself. He pointed to the dorm floor, then toward the direction of the neighboring room. It's the zombies that attacked our dorm last night. The ones Xiao Yun and Wang Meijia next door. Have you noticed they share a common point? Han Shuang followed Liang's words and began to think. The common point between Xiao Yun and Wang Meijia. Xiao Yun is their roommate, usually quite cheerful. Wang Meijia is in the next dorm, a 150-kilogram woman ostracized by others. These two hardly ever interacted, not even exchanging a few words. What commonality could they have? Are they all female? Han Shuang tentatively offered. In this girl's dorm, that commonality indeed holds. Liang rolled his eyes at that answer. He quickly shook his head. No. The common point is that they all died at Lu Yuyu's hands. Han Shuang, upon hearing Liang's conclusion, stared blankly. She frowned slightly, folding her arms and thoughtfully replaying what Liang had just said. Do you mean? These people infected by Lu Yuyu were under her leadership, launching an attack on us together. Liang nodded gravely, his face serious and not joking. Or what else? Or is there another explanation? Lu Yuyu infected Xiao Yun. The Wang Meijia next door was also killed by Lu Yuyu, who crawled in through the window. Then the front door was being smashed by the nearly 150-kilogram Wang Meijia, drawing all our attention there. From the back window, Xiao Yun and Lu Yuyu charged in together. At the front, one heavily armored brute to breach and draw fire. At the rear window, two assassins to strike from behind. Why are we suddenly under a two-pronged attack? Is this a coincidence? I don't buy it. I think this is a premeditated encirclement tactic. Han Shuang listened to Liang's analysis, her brows knitting tighter. If this had happened before, anyone telling her zombies could be tactical would have thought him crazy. But what happened that night was right before their eyes. And you've seen Lu Yuyu's behavior as well. Liang stood up, stepping in front of Han Shuang. Xiao Yun was pierced by a spear, Wang Meijia outside the door was lured away by Sai Jia shouting downstairs, and our danger was a little relieved. At that moment, Lu Yu didn't continue to fight us to the death. She decisively chose to retreat, jumping out the window and running away. Why would she run? First, because she knew the help outside was gone, Xiao Yun inside was dead, and she would be outmatched if she stayed. Second, because she knew we had discovered her weakness. Liang pointed at his own belly, the lower abdomen. I kicked her in the lower belly. She clearly felt the pain clutching her belly and retreating, and Xiao Yun had also been pierced through the lower abdomen by a spear and died. She knew we had grasped her fatal weakness, and continuing to press would gain her nothing, so she chose to retreat. Liang spread his hands, looking at Han Shuang with a face full of absurdity. Knowing how to judge the situation, knowing when to run when you can't win, and knowing how to protect your own weakness. Is this the kind of intelligence a zombie should have? Obviously not. Han Shuang, after hearing this, fell into thought. Liang's words, though sensational, were entirely logical. Lu Yuyu's every move indeed showed an intellect beyond the ordinary. If she could truly control those infected by her, the nature of this matter would change entirely. It would no longer be a simple survival game, but an organized, disciplined assassination. Han Shuang was silent for a long time. She turned to Liang and said slowly, what you say makes a lot of sense. If she really has the ability to command those she infects and the corresponding intelligence, the consequences would be unimaginable. Han Shuang, following Liang's line of thought, deduced a terrifying scenario. Just think about it. Lu Yu may have run, but she's still inside the campus. If she were to run around the campus and attack other survivors, what then? If she keeps biting people, infecting others, she could turn them all into her subordinates. She could raise her own zombie army. If she brings dozens, even hundreds of infected zombies back to this building, gathering them all to besiege our dorm, then even if we block the door as tightly as possible, we would not be able to hold out. Our dorm would be finished. Liang drew a breath of cold air. This was basically a snowball effect. Lu Yuyu was a mobile zombie hive. Given time, she could assemble an army. And the sole aim of this army would be to breach Dorm 2023 and kill Han Shuang. That bitch in life was a schemer. Dead, she still schemes these things. Liang clenched his teeth and swore. Han Shuang paid no heed to Liang's taunt. She lowered her head, seemingly contemplating a deeper question. Suddenly a flash of fear flickered in her eyes. There's something even more terrifying. What else? Liang asked. The reason our dorm has stood out for so long, the reason we have repeatedly turned danger into safety, is because of you, Han Shuang said to Liang. Liang, upon hearing this, instinctively puffed his chest. Although the situation is tense, receiving the goddess's direct affirmation filled him with a trace of pride. That's right, Liang smiled. I'm the main damage output and the shield. Xiao told me on the phone that this virus is transmitted among the same gender and immune to the opposite sex. You're male, so the virus among the female zombies won't affect you. If you're bitten, you won't mutate. Han Shuang took a deep breath, her cadence speeding up. Lu Yuyu has clashed with you. She has intelligence and the capacity to think. She must have noticed this, realized she can't infect you, and that you've been blocking in front of me to protect me. Since she knows the female zombie virus does not affect you. Han Shuang paused, then said slowly, so will Lu Yuyu choose to leave this girl's dormitory, go outside, and target several male classmates to bite to death? Liang's smile instantly stiffened on his face. She goes to infect a few boys, turning them into male zombies. Then she leads these male zombies to attack our dorm. Liang's eyes widened slowly after hearing these words. He looked at Han Shuang, feeling his brain short-circuit for a moment. Male zombies. Specifically targeting male zombies to fight him. If male zombies really came, his get-out-of-jail-free card would be completely invalid. Just a scratch from a male zombie, and he would mutate instantly. What the hell? Liang stared at Han Shuang. You mean she might deploy targeted strategies? Damn it, say that. There really could be such a possibility. Liang's face changed at once, and the cigarette in his hand nearly dropped to the ground in fright. If Lu Yu really does this, what in our dorm could possibly stop that woman now? He pointed at the door wedged open by 3 wardrobes bearing a large hole, and then at the wooden stick Han Shuang held. Our security door is nearly worn out, and the only weapon we have is that improvised sharpened wooden broom handle in your hand. With just a broom handle to face a horde of zombies commanded by Lu Yu. This isn't some wartime epic. But the deadliest issue isn't the weapon. It is Liang, the dorm's sole meat shield, who is facing the risk of being laid off. Xiao had explained on the phone in clear terms, if a male zombie comes, just scratch a patch of skin on me and let him take a small bite. Liang jabbed a finger at his nose, his voice grave as he declared, within 20 minutes, I will become a zombie who only gnaws at your necks. Wang Xijia, who had been crouched in the corner of the bed, now wore a frightened look, arms folded across her chest. What you said, I won't dare sleep tonight either. She gazed at the pitch-black night outside the window, as if every leaf's shadow hid a monster ready to pounce. What if she comes tonight? What if she's downstairs right now leading a group of male zombies? Fear is contagious. Wang Xijia said this, and Han Shuang and Liang's hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. We can't sit and wait for death. I must see what lies outside. Liang grit his teeth and quickly opened his phone. In this school, the only source of any external information left is the campus intranet forum that lacks human moderation. Yet as soon as he refreshed the forum, Liang's fingers froze. At the very top of the latest post, he glimpsed a post that sent a chill down his spine. The author was a male student, judging by the avatar and ID, he was evidently a survivor from another dorm. The post time shows it was 10 minutes ago. The post includes a directly uploaded short video. The caption reads, "Is anyone on the 2nd floor of Boys Dormitory Building 6? There's a monster outside lurking." The Boys Dormitory Building 6 lies not far from their current Girls Dormitory Building 2, separated by a sizable artificial lake and an abandoned newsstand. The straight-line distance was no more than 500 meters. 10 minutes ago, a monster appeared outside the boys' dormitory, less than 500 meters away. No way. Is this woman's efficiency really this strong? Liang's finger trembled slightly as he tapped to play the video. Shot at night, with dim light, the view appears to be from behind a window in a building across from Boys Dormitory 6, the distant lens pulled in. The frame wobbled, the image was grainy, yet the main subject remained discernible. Outside the tightly shut window of Boys Dormitory Building 6, there was a dark silhouette, a giant contorted gecko-like form, its limbs gripping the exterior pipes and air conditioner brackets, slowly crawling upward. Below, several silhouettes trailed after her. The monster moved with a strange stiffness. With every inch upward, its body stiffened and writhed unnaturally. The cameraman appeared to strain to identify the creature, pushing the phone's lens to maximum zoom. In that moment, the lens reached its limit. The crawling monster seemed to sense something, or perhaps due to a rigid neck, its head suddenly jerked backward. Under the dim, flickering streetlight outside the dormitory, that turned face lay bare in the footage. It was a woman's face smeared with dark crimson blood and dirt, and across her head one could faintly discern a wound that ran the length of her skull. That was the indelible mark left by a spear thrust earlier. The video lasts only a few seconds before the frame trembles violently, the filmer apparently frightened by the turning ghastly face, and he discards the phone, ending the recording. Yet those mere seconds were enough to speak volumes. The zombie's bearing and features clearly identified Lu Yu. Damn. Liang strode to the desk, handing the phone to Han Shuang and Wang Xijia. You two, look at this. Posted just 10 minutes ago. Han Shuang and Wang Xijia, seeing Li Ang's alarmed, almost battle-ready expression, crowded closer, fixating their gaze on the small screen. The video began to play, as the creature's head turned, exposing the black hollow left eye socket. Wang Xijia gasped, her hands flying to cover her mouth to prevent a scream. Han Shuang's face turned pale. It's her. It's really her. That left eye scar and that outfit. There's no mistake. But why would she run to the boys' dorm? Liang tucked the phone away. His usually steady face had darkened into a grim, almost dripping expression. In this cruel post-apocalyptic world, every sliver of luck was crushed. The truth stood plain before them, admitting no illusions. Lu Yu, her mind warped by the virus, had not wholly surrendered her logic. She not only remembered hatred, but also learned to wield tactics, to seek weapons that could counter their dorm's defenses. She truly went to infect male survivors. If she succeeds, Liang will lose his immunity to the virus, and this dorm will not withstand Lu Yu's onslaught. What do we do? Ying. Cindy's voice shattered the silence. She pressed herself against the corner of the wall, both hands clutching her hair, her voice trembling so badly that she could hardly form coherent sentences. Moments ago, everyone had been feeling relieved. As long as they stayed hidden indoors, relying on Liang, the human shield, immune to female zombies, they believed they could put up a fight even if Lu Yuyao came knocking again. But now that damn monster had apparently learned to call for backup, and not just any backup, but male zombies. Once she led a horde of male zombies back to dormitory building 2 for girls, Liang's cross-gender immunity advantage would vanish in an instant. In that case, what were they, a handful of people unarmed and defenseless, supposed to use to resist? Han Shuang did not respond immediately. Her brows knitted tightly. She glanced away from her phone screen, scanning the cracked wooden door of the dorm room, then looked out at the pitch-black night beyond the window. Finally, she braced both hands against the desk, swept her gaze across everyone in the dorm, and said in a voice that was unusually calm, yet carries undeniable weight, "We need to run." Huh. The moment those words left her, Wang Xijia, Cindy, and Liang all froze. Run. Run where? Cindy burst into tears outright, waving her hands frantically. There are zombies everywhere outside. At least in here we've still got this door to keep them out. Going outside would just be walking into their mouths on a silver platter. Wang Xijia nodded wildly in agreement. Exactly, Ying, it's far too dangerous. We don't even have a decent weapon. If we go out now, even if we don't run into Lu Yoyao, we'll just get devoured by other zombies. To them, the door to their dorm, though battered, at least formed an enclosed space. Leaving this safe haven and stepping into the dark night, filled with unknowns and growls, went completely against human survival instinct. Though Liang said nothing, his expression was painted with hesitation. Having played so many survival games, he knew better than anyone that blindly charging out of a safe zone without scouting the route and lacking proper weapons was the gravest mistake. Han Shuang watched the three of them and did not grow angry at their opposition. She raised one finger and tapped the tabletop, lightly forcing everyone to calm down and listen to her analysis. I know going out is dangerous, but if we don't leave here and Lu Yuyao comes with her followers, we're dead for certain. Han Shuang pointed at the dormitory door, her tone turning harsh. Look at that door. A single fat zombie nearly smashed right through it just now. If Lu Yuyao brings a dozen, or dozens, of male zombies, how long do you think these broken wardrobes can hold them? A minute? Half a minute? Staying here makes us turtles in a jar. With nowhere to fight back, we can only close our eyes and wait to die. But there are so many zombies outside. We can't possibly get far. Cindy was still making her final protest. Han Shuang shook her head. Not necessarily. Liang, do you still remember that military intelligence Xiao who told us over the phone? Liang paused for a moment, and instantly the sound of Han Sai's voice on the phone surfaced in his mind. You mean the zombies' revenge mechanism? Exactly. Han Shuang nodded firmly. Since zombies have this vengeful trait, they lock onto the people they hated most in life. Han Shuang walked to the window and pointed at several dormitory buildings outside. Think about it. After mutating, these zombies only have their enemies in mind. They won't roam aimlessly down the streets like in movies. They're probably all like Lu Yuyao right now, desperately guarding the door of some enemy's dorm, furiously pounding at it. Which means the main roads and smaller paths shouldn't have too many zombies wandering around. The moment this bold deduction landed, Liang's eyes lit up instantly. Right. The logic was impeccable. If zombies came with built-in navigation capabilities, then they would all be clustering together in the hallways of each floor, blocking the doors of those poor survivors. This meant that the open areas outside, on the other hand, would actually have the lowest density of zombies. It was exactly like the aggro drawing mechanic in games. The monster's hostility was all concentrated on specific NPCs, leaving the wilderness map nearly cleared out. Watching everyone's eyes gradually brighten, Han Shuang continued laying out her tactics. We'll climb down from the windowsill. The path below is very secluded. As long as we move quietly and follow that path out, we have an absolute chance of avoiding large zombie groups. The plan sounded reasonable, and even the timid Cindy began to waver. After all, staying in the room and facing Lu Yuyao returning with an army of male zombies was undeniably a hopeless situation with no survival. Climbing out the window to escape was dangerous, but at least there was a glimmer of hope. Wang Xijia swallowed hard. Though her heart steadied somewhat, she still felt uncertain, and she said tremulously, "But where are we supposed to run to?" In the middle of the night, leaving the dorm required a destination. They couldn't just run around campus like headless flies. The cafeteria, the supermarket, those places were almost certainly disaster zones. Faced with this question, Han Shuang showed no hesitation at all. It was clear that before proposing this plan, she had already thought through every possible contingency. Han Shuang walked to the window, extended her pale fingers, and pointed toward the southern direction of the school. The gymnasium. The gym. Li Ong followed the direction she pointed. Since the night was too dark, he could only vaguely make out the outlines of a few large buildings. Why go there? Cindy asked, puzzled. Han Shuang turned around and explained her choice to everyone in an orderly manner. Think carefully about the timing of when the zombie crisis broke out. The zombie crisis erupted on campus move-in day. There were no classes, and most students were either in their dorms packing or heading to the commercial street to eat and socialize. This means the gymnasium and teaching buildings have the fewest people. This analysis made Li Ong nod repeatedly. Indeed, on the first night of the semester, who would be so crazy as to go to the gymnasium to exercise? That would just be bored out of their mind. Fewer people meant fewer zombies. That place would absolutely be a natural shelter. Han Shuang then threw out her second reason. That place should be relatively safe. And there are student clubs. The first floor and basement of the gymnasium are used by various club activity spaces. There are storage rooms for the martial arts club and baseball club where we can find weapons. The moment she mentioned weapons, Li Ong instantly felt his back straighten. In this world overrun by monsters, holding a fruit knife in your hand versus wielding a katana were two entirely different psychological states. If he had proper weapons on hand, what was there to fear from male zombies? Han Shuang looked down at her own hands. In the equipment room of the gymnasium, there's my dedicated training locker. All of my javelins are stored there. The moment she mentioned javelins, even Wang Xijia and Cindy's eyes lit up. They had personally witnessed Han Shuang's javelin-throwing power. It was basically a sniper rifle, accurate to the point, hitting wherever she aimed. As long as Han Shuang had her javelin in hand, their sense of security would skyrocket exponentially. A safe hiding place, defensive weapons, and a clear route. This relocation plan was nearly flawless. After listening to Han Shuang's description, Li Ong did not speak immediately. He walked to his desk, picked up his phone, and glanced once more at the video post on the screen. His mind rapidly weighed the pros and cons. On one side was a battered wooden door about to be overrun by mutated enemies bringing an army. On the other side was a dark night path and an empty gymnasium with ample supplies and weapons. Even a fool would know which to choose. Li Ong thought for a while, then nodded heavily. I think it'll work. Since we already know this place has been targeted and the other side has made full preparations, staying here would be nothing short of sheer stupidity. Lu Yoyao's video post was published 10 minutes ago. Male dormitory building 6 is neither particularly close nor far from this building. But if she really succeeded in wiping out everyone in that dorm and turning them all into her subordinates, even if she immediately leads her forces this way, it will still take some time. This time gap is our golden window to escape. Li Ong turned around, tucked his phone into his pocket, and swept his gaze across the three girls in the dorm. Pack your things. Bring only the most essential necessities. Leave the rest behind. We're moving out immediately while it's still dark. Move fast. Only grab what keeps you alive. Li Ong whispered urgently. Han Shuang nodded and immediately turned toward her desk. She pulled open the drawer and swiftly sorted through the small pile of battlefield medical kits she had assembled earlier. Ibuprofen, amoxicillin, iodine, and several rolls of medical gauze. Supplies that in a world where hospitals were no longer accessible were worth their weight in a second life. She packed them methodically into a lightweight black sports backpack. Elsewhere in the room, Li Ong, Cindy, and Wang Xijia had launched their own scavenging operation. Xijia, why are you grabbing all those bottles and jars? Toss them. Liang's sharp eyes caught her just in time, pressing down on the large bottle of antifreeze cream Wang Xijia had been about to stuff into her bag. Skip the chips. They take up too much space, crumble easily, and leave you thirsty afterward. Stock up on high-calorie stuff like chocolate and beef jerky. Cindy, drawing on her athlete's instinct for caloric management, sorted and packed the supplies with brisk efficiency. Before long, the four of them had assembled 4 compact backpacks. Each person carried one, enough to cover basic survival needs without the burden weighing them down and compromising their agility when fleeing. Prepared and ready. Liang moved to the window and cautiously poked half his head out, peering down through the veil of night. During the day, 3 zombies had been wandering aimlessly along this small path. Liang pulled his head back and turned to look at the 3 girls standing at the ready and gave a firm nod. The zombies that were patrolling the path below during the day seemed to have drifted off somewhere else. The area beneath us is empty now. Move, move, move. No time to waste, let's go. He secured his backpack across his chest, swung his right leg over the windowsill, and slipped out with practiced ease. Thanks to the countless times he had shuffled back and forth outside this window before, the route was now second nature to him. In just a few moments, he landed safely on the muddy grass below. Crouching low, Liang swept a wary gaze across his surroundings. Only after confirming that no monsters were about to lunge from the darkness did he rise to his feet and wave toward the second-floor windowsill. Wang Xijia was the second to climb onto the windowsill, and Liang caught her gently as she dropped. Cindy went third. It had to be said, there was a fundamental difference between a sports student and an art student. Though Cindy looked slightly plump, her movements were surprisingly crisp and clean. Using the security grill as footholds, she slid down to the ground in a few swift motions, landing with a professionally executed knee bend to absorb the impact. Left alone on the second-floor dormitory was Han Shuai. She fished her phone from her pocket. She wondered how Xiao Hu and Song Weining were faring in the multimedia classroom. After a moment's hesitation, Han Shuai quickly tapped open Han Sai's WeChat chat, and her fingers flew across the keyboard. We're relocating to the gymnasium. She slipped the phone back into her pocket, then planted both hands on the windowsill. With movements even more agile than Cindy's, she vaulted over with a clean flip and landed nimbly beside Liang via the security grill. Everyone's here. Han Shuai dusted off her hands. Move out. Liang wasted no words, gesturing for the group to advance. Hunched low, they used the shadows cast by the tall, ornamental trees scattered across campus as cover, groping their way through the darkness. With painstaking care, they began their stealthy trek along the secluded path toward the gymnasium on the south side of the school. Meanwhile, in the mechanical engineering building inside the chemistry laboratory, Han Saihu and Song Weining stood with their backs pressed flat against the glass reagent cabinet, their bodies rigid as stones. Just beyond the door in the corridor outside, that woman Li Tiantian, like a ghost that refused to stay buried, seemed utterly convinced that Song Weining and the others were hiding somewhere in this very building. She wasn't wandering aimlessly like the other zombies. Instead, she paced relentlessly back and forth along the hallway. Those heavy, dragging footsteps would pause outside the chemistry lab door at unpredictable intervals. Wei, Ning, Ji. That sweetly coy, grotesque voice drifted into the laboratory in broken fragments. Damn it. Is this wretched woman part bloodhound, or what? How's her nose this sharp? Song Weining's hushed voice trembled uncontrollably. The two of them were scared out of their wits, hearts pounding violently when, in the dim center of the laboratory, a science fanatic named Lu Yixin was exhibiting a state of mind utterly at odds with the surrounding horror. He stood beside the gynecological examination chair, notebook in hand. His head was tilted in so close it nearly touched the face of the female zombie, bound hand and foot to the chair. Illuminated by the feeble glow of a battery-powered desk lamp, Lu Yixin's eyes, hidden behind the glare of his reflective lenses, were fixed in an unblinking stare at the female zombie's body. He looked like a pervert who had just stumbled upon a priceless treasure, his gaze brimming with fervent obsession and a chilling, spine-tingling intensity. Catching a glimpse of this from the corner of his eye, Song Weining's stomach churned with nausea. Does this bastard actually have some kind of sick fetish? At a time like this, he's in there staring at a bound zombie, like it's the most fascinating thing in the world. Is every science major's brain wired this backward? Just as Song Weining was beginning to wonder if Lu Yixin had completely lost his mind, Lu Yixin, who had been staring intently at the female zombie, suddenly went rigid. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, the fervor draining from his face in an instant replaced by a look of stunned disbelief, as though he had just uncovered some earth-shattering secret. He hurriedly beckoned Ziwen behind him. What's going on? Song Weining swallowed hard. Although the lethal ex-girlfriend outside the door was terrifying, human curiosity had a bizarre way of triumphing over fear at moments like this. Moreover, being stuck with two science majors whose minds operated on an entirely different wavelength made him feel even more unsettled without knowing what they were up to. Song Weining and Han Sai leaned in curiously, instantly struck by how inexplicably eerie and absurd the scene was. At the center of the faint glow, 4 rugged men stood gathered around a bound female zombie, her body contorted into an M shape. It looked exactly like a scene from some obscure niche subculture. I say, big brothers, it's the dead of night. Staring at her endlessly like this. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to the deceased? Lu Yixin completely ignored Song Weining's banter. His entire focus was currently locked onto the female zombie's face. Do you see the black markings on her face? Have they faded a bit? Hearing Lu Yisin's observation, Han Saihu and Song Weining instantly cast aside their playful demeanor. The two exchanged a glance and instinctively took half a step forward, craning their necks. For men, 8 eyes stared intently, scanning the female zombie's face back and forth. Huh, indeed it is, Ziwen muttered, stroking his chin. Previously, the black lines on the female zombie's face had run all the way from her chin to her eyes, standing out with stark prominence. Those dark veins and markings, indicative of the viral infection, resembled a terrifying black spiderweb creeping and sprawling across her skin. Back then, the color had been incredibly dark, almost pitch black, looking exceptionally ghastly. Yet looking at her now, those black lines, which had once seemed to claw menacingly across her face, were visibly receding. The markings now reached only her cheeks, and their hue had indeed lightened significantly, with some areas on the verge of returning to normal skin tone. What on earth is happening? Han Saihu furrowed his brows, turning to look at the two science majors. How can the viral markings on a zombie's face fade on their own? Could this thing actually be healing itself? Ziwen's eyes narrowed slightly as he plunged into deep thought. He turned around, taking steady steps toward the nearby multimedia podium. Resting quietly on the podium's test tube rack was the glass tube containing more than half a tube of black mucus. This was the raw viral fluid they had just forcibly extracted from the female zombie's body. Ziwen reached out with his gloved hand, picked up the test tube, and held it up in the air, examining it closely against the light. Could it be that a portion of the virus was expelled from her body, reducing the overall viral load and causing the markings on her face to fade? Hearing this hypothesis, Lu Yisin froze for a moment. You know, that actually sounds plausible. The two science majors, as if grasping a glimmer of truth in the dark, began to debate the idea. However, Song Weining chimed in from the side. Plausible, my foot. Didn't you guys say this virus can replicate inside the body? Even if some was expelled, wouldn't it just divide and replenish itself? The more he spoke, the more convinced he became of his own logic. He even stood with hands on his hips before spreading them wide, assuming an air of absolute righteousness. This thing keeps dividing and replicating in her gut. How could expelling just a tiny bit cause the markings all over her body to fade? This makes no sense at all. Although Song Weining's words were blunt, his logic seemed to hold water without any major flaws. Listening from the side, Han Saihu felt that Song Weining had actually brought his brain along this time and nodded in rare agreement. If it were indeed an army of self-replicating viruses, losing a small portion of their forces should just mean they'd breed more. How could they recede so easily? Faced with this rapid-fire interrogation from the two sports majors, Ziwen held the test tube and calmly stepped down from the podium, returning once more to the side of the gynecological examination chair. He looked up quietly, keeping his eyes on Song Weining as he spoke. As I said before, everything on this planet must conform to the law of conservation of mass. This girl hasn't eaten since she was infected. Perhaps the virus in her body has run out of energy sources and has temporarily ceased replication. The two athletic boys stared at each other in disbelief, their minds still struggling to process the bizarre reaction between high school physics and the zombie virus. Meanwhile, the science fanatic Lu Yisin, crouching on the other side, had eyes that, hidden behind his reflective lenses, already gleamed with an almost maniacal light. Highly likely. Nodding as he spoke, he pushed up the glasses perched on his nose. Ziwen's casual remarks from earlier had been like a key, instantly unlocking a new world's door that had remained tightly shut in his mind. In Lu Yisin's view, since zombies were still carbon-based organisms, they absolutely could not generate energy out of nothing. They did not perform photosynthesis, and if they went without consuming living flesh for protein and calories for an extended period, the viral army within their bodies would inevitably face a severe shortage after a massive flood discharge. Once troop numbers dropped, the most direct manifestation would be that the black marks on the zombie's skin, symbols of high concentration viral infection, would begin to fade. If this hypothesis holds, it means this virus is not an unbeatable bottomless pit. Lu Yisin quickly calculated in his mind. He suddenly stood up, his movements swift and almost impatiently hasty. He paid no attention to Ziwen on the podium, nor to Han Saihu and Song Weining, still squatting on the ground. Instead, he simply raised both hands and waved them vaguely at those around him, signaling everyone to move aside. Make way, please step aside. Lu Yisin strode across the open space of the laboratory and headed straight for the experimental table in the corner. Then, under Song Weining's horrified gaze, Lu Yisin unabashedly pushed that indescribable mechanical beast out from the corner once again. The wheels rolled across the floor tiles, emitting a dull gulu-gulu sound. In the quiet laboratory, it sounded almost like a death knell. The moment Song Weining spotted this pile driver, his scalp went numb. Bro, what on earth are you trying to do in the middle of the night? Lu Yisin halted and shoved the mechanical beast back to the gynecological examination chair. He bent down, carefully inspecting the rubber cylinder attached to the motor piston, then turned to face Song Weining, whose expression was filled with panic. I plan to let her expel more virus and observe whether the black marks on her body decrease again. Upon hearing this, both Song Waning and Han Saiyu simultaneously sucked in a sharp breath. This kid was a complete madman. To verify an off-the-cuff academic hypothesis, he actually intended to treat that female zombie like a milk-producing machine and squeeze her 2, maybe even 3 times over. It should be noted that conditions outside were extremely precarious at the moment. Han Saiyu darted forward in one step and grabbed the hand that Lu Yisin was about to reach for the power switch. Have you lost your mind? Do you think there's a variety show happening outside? How many of those monsters are lurking in the hallway? And that relentlessly haunting Li Tian is currently prowling somewhere on this floor, ears tuned searching for us. He shook Lu Yisin's arm vigorously, attempting to rouse the man whose head had been addled by academic fervor. This thing is already loud. That buzzing noise was audible through the walls earlier. If we started up again, wouldn't it be like sounding an assembly call for the zombies? And Han Saiyu glanced at the female zombie on the chair, her eyes rolling back, and his frown deepened. Don't let this woman make any more strange noises. Recalling the bizarre suggestive sounds that had emerged from the zombie's throat under the machine's stimulation, Han Saiyu felt an unsettling sourness at the base of his teeth. With this noise combined with the motor's vibration, we'd attract every living nightmare outside. How many of those things could this door of ours hold? By then we'll all be finished right here in this lab. What will you use to conduct your experiments then? Your own skeleton to test your theories. Han Saiyu's words were undeniably pragmatic. In the face of survival, any great academic pursuit must take a back seat. If you're dead, what difference does it make whether you know if the black marks on zombies fade? Faced with Han Saiyu's forceful interception and scathing reprimand, Lu Yisin showed no anger or retreat whatsoever. On the contrary, a martyr-like determination appeared upon his scholarly lean face. Bro, I know this is risky, but don't you understand what this discovery means for all of humanity? Han Saiyu paused, his brows knitting together as he countered. What does it mean? Does it mean you'll publish a journal paper on zombie research? No, far beyond that. Lu Yisin shook his head and extended his free hand, the one not being held, to point at the female zombie seated in the chair whose black marks had already receded to her cheeks. You all just witnessed it as she expelled a large amount of virus. Her physical signs diminished. This indicates that with fewer viruses in her body, she is gradually recovering some of her original human physiological traits. If the experiment succeeds, theoretically, we could reduce the virus content within her to just those remaining in a dormant state within the urinary system. As long as we can use the machine to continuously deplete the viral army within her body, forcing those viruses spread throughout her brain and bloodstream to retreat and be emptied out. Ultimately, we confine the virus solely to that core nest located at the lowest part of her body. At that point, her brain would reclaim control of her body. Lu Yisin looked at Han Saiyu and Song Waning and firmly delivered his final words. Then, based on our previous theory, we transform her back into a human. With these words, the air in the chemistry laboratory instantly solidified. Even Song Waning, who had been about to rush forward and pin Lu Yisin down, froze like a wooden post where he stood. Holy crap! Han Saiyu immediately furrowed his brows. He instinctively loosened his grip on Lu Yisin's hand, transforming a zombie that only knew how to gnaw on living human brains and sported fangs back into a human. Even the deranged Umbrella Corporation in science fiction movies wouldn't dare film something like that. If they could truly turn zombies back into humans, it would be nothing short of a divine miracle on the level of creation itself. Turn back into a human. How exactly? Han Saiyu asked word by word. He needed a reasonable explanation, one that could convince him this crazy theory was not only far-fetched, but also possessed genuinely operational scientific steps. It was not only Han Saiyu. Nearby Song Waning also perked up his ears and barely dared to breathe. On the podium, Ziwen adjusted his glasses and remained silent, clearly endorsing Lu Yisin's claims and leaving the explanation to his companion. Lu Yisin turned around, glanced at the cold machine, then at the female zombie bound to the chair, and continued, through this machine, we can force out most of the free-floating virus in her body. When the virus content within her body is reduced by our machine to that final critical threshold, we can then employ the ultimate mechanism we discussed earlier. It's that detoxification method everyone here is familiar with. What? Song Waning was utterly bewildered. He looked between Lu Yisin and the zombie woman bound to the chair. Despite the fading marks from expelled virus, she still resembled a green-faced fang-bearing monster. You mean using this device to lower the virus in her body to a critical threshold, and then one of us having relations with this zombie woman to turn her humanoid? The air in the chemistry laboratory came to an absolute standstill after Lu Yisin flung out his utterly outrageous theory of detoxification to revert into a human. What? I didn't hear that right, did I? Song Waning stuck out 2 fingers and vigorously dug at his ears, as though suspecting his auditory system had sustained irreversible damage from the roar of that machine a moment ago. He turned his head looking at Lu Yisin, who had pushed up his glasses with an expression of perfect composure. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Doing a zombie? You actually came up with that? That's a corpse you're talking about. A monster that eats the flesh of the living. And you want a few grown men to go over there and to do that thing with her. Faced with Song Waning's spit-flecked interrogation, Lu Yisin showed neither embarrassment nor the slightest inclination to retreat. On the contrary, the science fanatic straightened his white lab coat, his expression growing even more solemn than when he was discussing quantum mechanics. My friend, I implore you to set aside your worldly prejudice and examine this matter through the lens of pure science. What we are deliberating is no question of morality or ethics. It is the ultimate scheme to save all of humanity. He turned and pointed at the viral stock solutions arranged on the test tube rack, speaking at a measured pace with impeccable logic. You have all seen the experimental data from earlier. With the expulsion of the pathogen, the necrotic signs on her face are subsiding. If this hypothesis holds, that zombies can revert to humans, then would this nationwide biocrisis not be resolved? Once we verify this theory, we can announce to the entire world that this damned virus has a cure, and that cure is humanity itself. Would this not be a magnificent achievement worthy of inscription in the annals of human history? For such a noble objective, what is a small measure of physical sacrifice? These words were delivered with such righteous grandeur that they carried an almost irrefutable radiance of absolute truth. Song Waning was left utterly speechless by this line of reasoning. He opened his mouth, yet for a long while failed to squeeze out a single retort. His swarthy face flushed crimson as he stood rooted to the spot, glaring in mute frustration. Han Saihu, who had been standing off to the side, now found his brows knit tightly together. As a retired reconnaissance soldier, his manner of thinking had always been overwhelmingly results-oriented. Although the method sounded somewhat antithetical to human decency, if a zombie could truly be reverted into a living person without costing any lives, then the value of such intelligence would be absolutely incalculable. You've got a point. He gave a nod, and to a certain extent actually endorsed Lu Yisin's deranged plan. However, Han Saihu's tone suddenly shifted, and his gaze swept across the other 3 men present. But here's the problem. Who's going to do it? The moment those 4 words fell, the laboratory, which moments ago had been crackling with the fervor of academic debate, plunged into an eerie and absolute silence. The atmosphere instantly transformed from a scientific symposium to save the world into a mutual scapegoating disaster zone. The gazes of the 4 men, as if by unspoken consensus, followed the trajectory of Han Saihu's words and slowly converged upon the frigid gynecological examination chair at the center of the laboratory. The men stared at the female zombie, trembling all over. Her eyes had now rolled back entirely, and her mouth hung slightly agape. Judging by her expression and reactions, she appeared to be enjoying it. One had to admit, setting aside her tattered blood-stained JK uniform and her pallid ash-gray skin. From the configuration of her features alone, this female zombie possessed an exceptional foundation. In life, she must have been quite a beauty. But no matter how beautiful, she was still goddamn a zombie. What flowed beneath that flesh was the black blood capable of transforming people into monsters, and what issued from that mouth was the noxious virus-laden viscous fluid. If one lost control for even a heartbeat and she raked you with her claws, or if mid-act she suddenly reverted to her bloodthirsty instincts and took a bite, well, that would be one hell of a way to go. Who would dare risk their life to serve as this so-called cure? Song Waning stood closest to the female zombie. He swallowed hard, then mustered enough courage to shuffle forward half a step. Extending a finger, he tentatively brushed it against the female zombie's thigh. At that single touch, Song Waning felt as though he had made contact with a slab of thousand-year glacial ice. His entire body shuddered violently, and he hastily waved his hands and scrambled back to the side. I can't do it. My little brother expands and contracts, and cold does nothing for him. Seeing Song Waning's decisive forfeiture, Lu Yisin's gaze naturally settled upon Han Saihu, who had just expressed his concurrence. Brother Han, since you find merit in this theory, perhaps. Lu Yisin ventured tentatively. But before Lu Yisin could finish his sentence, Han Saihu had already retreated to the side as well. Well, you know, you guys are the researchers. I can't possibly interrupt while you're conducting an experiment. My job is security. If I went off to do that, and the monsters outside broke through the door, what then? Someone has to conserve their strength to be ready to fight at any moment. Everyone has their specialty. This sort of core scientific operation, it's something you two need to handle yourselves. Well, wasn't that clever? A single, everyone has their specialty, and the ball was kicked squarely back to the 2 science students without alteration. 2 of the 4 men had now explicitly declared their refusal. That left only the architect of this mad scheme, Lu Yisin, and Ziwen, who had been standing atop the lectern serving as the brain trust all along. Lu Yisin adjusted the glasses that had slipped down the bridge of his nose. He glanced at Song Weining, then at Han Saiho, understanding perfectly that the two jocks were absolutely useless to count on. Thus he turned and cast a gaze filled with appeal and anticipation upon his most trusted companion. Ziwen had been standing nearby, throughout, having witnessed the entire spectacle of mutual evasion. He raised one hand and gently patted Lu Yisin on the shoulder. The gesture carried profound gravity, imbued with the deep and silent understanding that exists only between true brothers. Lu Yisin turned back, looking at Ziwen with a flicker of emotion welling in his eyes. He parted his lips, preparing to offer a few words of encouragement and gratitude. However, Ziwen cleared his throat. "You understand, my good friend. I have long been betrothed to my childhood sweetheart. Although I love science, I must also remain faithful to love. I cannot commit an act of betrayal against her. Therefore, this glorious honor of seeking the cure for humanity can only be entrusted to you." The moment these words left his mouth, Lu Yisin froze in place. He gazed dumbly at Ziwen, withdrawing his hand and retreating to the side, then looked over at Han Saihu and Song Weining, standing on the opposite side, with expressions of pure spectatorship. Finally, his gaze settled upon the frigid female zombie, still bound to the chair with eyes rolled back, and he said slowly, "Does this mean? It's got to be me. Obviously. Whoever proposes it gets to prove it." Han Saihu stood to the side and declared. With his arms crossed over his chest, he drove the dagger home, without the slightest hint of shame. "My friend, think about it. The law of conservation of mass and this entire theory of detoxification transformation, all of it was derived single-handedly by you. This is your academic achievement." Han Saihu spread his hands wide and continued with unwavering conviction. "The scientific world values rigor above all else. Whoever proposes a hypothesis bears the responsibility of verifying it. If you handed this task over to us, and suppose we failed to control the force properly during the procedure, or got the frequency wrong, causing your experiment to fail, who would shoulder that blame? We simply cannot bear such an enormous academic responsibility. Therefore, for the sake of all humanity's future, and to ensure your research data remains accurate beyond the shadow of a doubt, this task belongs to none other than you." Just as his words fell silent, the female zombie's body suddenly arched forward on the metal chair at the center of the laboratory. Her pallid gray frame tensed sharply upward, her limbs straining briefly against the restraints. Immediately afterward, another gush of black viral fluid sprayed forth. The liquid streamed down along the edges and dripped into the glass vessel below. Ziwen adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Let her rest for a while. We'll observe the situation shortly." He watched as the female zombie gradually relaxed and slumped back into the chair, then picked up his pen and swiftly jotted down several data points in his notebook before stepping aside, assuming the air of a detached bystander, entirely unconcerned with the matter. At this moment, among the 4 men present, 3 had explicitly declared their refusal to participate. Only Lu Yisin, the one who had proposed the theory, remained standing alone at the very front. Song Weining walked over to Lu Yisin and said, "Buddy, are you perhaps lacking in experience?" He threw an arm around Lu Yisin's slender shoulders and drew him closer. Lu Yisin was utterly bewildered by this sudden question. As a quintessential science and engineering hermit who had spent years immersed in the laboratory and had never even held a girl's hand, where on earth would he have acquired any such experience? All of his theoretical knowledge remained confined to biology textbooks and hidden folders on his computer hard drive. Lu Yisin nodded. Upon seeing Lu Yisin's admission, Song Weining's expression instantly became rich with meaning. He sighed, and adopting the tone of a man who had seen the world launched into his ideological tutoring session. "Look at how chaotic the world has become. No one can guarantee they'll still be alive the next second. You can't just shuffle off this mortal coil without ever having experienced a woman's warmth, can you?" Song Weining extended his other hand and pointed toward the sealed door. "Listen to what's happening outside. The entire corridor is swarming with man-eating monsters. They could break through the door at any moment. Whether the 4 of us can walk out of this building alive tonight remains a complete unknown. Who knows? At dawn we might become those creatures' breakfast. Brother, do you know what life's greatest tragedy is? Dying before you've spent your money. In our current situation, it would be dying without ever having touched a woman. You've toiled over your studies for over a decade. Can you bear to meet the king of hell still wrapped in your protective shell? How utterly miserable that would be." This doomsday survival rendition of seize the day philosophy somehow carried a perverse, sort of twisted logic. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the female zombie, paused briefly, and said, "Well, alright, she's not exactly warm either, but you get my meaning." Song Weining gazed at the pallid gray corpse on the chair and coughed awkwardly. He had originally intended to entice Lu Yisin with the notion of a warm embrace, But upon recalling that the thing's temperature was probably about the same as frozen meat from an icebox, he could only awkwardly steer the conversation back on course. Temperature isn't important. What matters is experiencing the process itself. This is a rare opportunity. Normally back at school, if you wanted to find a girl to date, you'd have to treat her to meals, take her to movies, and still try to guess what's on her mind. But right now there's one ready-made for you, bound up nice and tight. She won't argue with you, and she won't ask you to buy her a bag. Just think of it as physical training, and a chance to verify your academic theories. What's not to love about that? Lu Yisin listened to Song Waining's arguments, his mind buzzing with confusion. He looked at Song Waining, then at the female zombie, rolling her vacant white eyes, and stammered, "What you're saying might make sense, but shouldn't the other party at least be human? Look at the state she's in, her entire body covered in black veins, that slime dripping from her mouth. How could I possibly bring myself to do it?" Hearing Lu Yisin's resistant objections, Han Saihu, who had been standing nearby, felt the timing was just right. It was time to add the final piece of kindling to the fire. He waved his hand grandly. As long as she's got a human shape, that's good enough. Look at this lady. She must have been quite a looker before she turned into a zombie. Han Saihu walked over to the gynecological examination chair and pointed at the female zombie's face, still revealing its underlying bone structure despite being smeared with grime and laced with pallid gray veins. Take a closer look. Sure, she looks a bit tragic now, but her facial proportions are remarkably standard. She was absolutely a beauty in life. And just look at that tattered uniform, those legs, that waistline. Under normal circumstances, she'd be the type to attract plenty of guys. Brother, try looking at it from a different angle. What you're doing isn't something depraved. You're saving her. Han Saihu reached out and patted Lu Yisin's chest as though bestowing upon him an honorary medal. Think about the theory you yourself proposed just now. If you succeed, she'll be able to expel all the virus from her body. When that happens, her brain will reclaim control over her consciousness. You turn her into... Wait, no. Transform her back into a human, and she might even be grateful enough to offer herself to you in gratitude. That's a double blessing right there. A girl and research results. What more could you possibly ask for? Just picture the scene. When she regains her human sanity and opens her eyes. She'll know it was you who, in this desperate apocalypse, risked your life, defied the prejudices of the world, and used your magnificent physique and academic theories to pull her back from the depths of hell. Han Saihu clapped his hands together and struck an extraordinarily exaggerated pose. You are her savior. You are her second parents. In a situation like ours, how does one repay a life-saving debt? There's only one way. She must devote herself to you, body and soul. When that day comes, you won't merely have completed a monumental scientific feat worthy of inscription in the annals of human history. You'll have also gained a beautiful girlfriend, utterly devoted and obedient to you. Brother, run the numbers on this deal. It's a guaranteed profit with zero risk. All you sacrifice is a bit of physical effort, and what you reap is a double harvest of love and career success. An opportunity like this, you couldn't find it even if you searched with a lantern. If it weren't out of respect for your scientific achievements, old Song would have rushed in there long ago. Would you even get a turn? Song Waining, standing nearby and hearing Han Saihu drag him into the conversation, immediately nodded in perfect coordination, striking a pose of one who had missed a golden opportunity, his face contorted with heart-wrenching regret as he sighed repeatedly. Meanwhile, Ziwen, standing at the podium, also played along perfectly by adjusting his glasses. Though he spoke no words, his gaze, brimming with encouragement and unwavering trust, conveyed one unmistakable message: go forth, for the future of science rests in your hands. Under the relentless bombardment of all three men's combined assault, threats, bribery, and forced brainwashing, Lu Yisin's psychological defenses began to show serious signs of crumbling. He looked at the deadpan Han Saihu, then at the utterly regretful Song Waining, and finally cast his gaze toward the female zombie, still bound hand and foot on the chair, lying unconscious as she awaited her salvation. Saving her. Science. Girlfriend. Lu Yisin muttered these words silently under his breath. A fierce battle between heaven and conscience raged within his mind. After deliberating for a long while, he finally nodded. All right, let's do it. Liang and the others made their way along the shadowy path behind the girls' dormitory building, each step tentative and uneven. The narrow trail, devoid of streetlights, was shrouded in absolute darkness. This nerve-shredding tension, like dancing on a razor's edge, sent each of them hearts hammering frantically against their ribs. After about 4 or 5 minutes of navigating through the pitch-black, Liang and the three girls finally reached the far end of the long rectangular dormitory building, shaken but unharmed. One more step forward, and they would leave the shelter of the dormitory behind, entering the open common areas of the campus. Liang halted, turned, and flashed a hand signal to Han Shuang and the others, signaling them to hold position in the shadows. He then crouched low, pressing his body against the corner wall, and carefully poked half his head around, glancing toward the main road beyond. Indeed, there were some shambling figures drifting aimlessly along the main road. But as Han Shuang had surmised earlier, their numbers were not large. Scanning the few hundred meters of roadway, no more than 10 zombies could be counted in total, scattered at irregular intervals. Some were bent over, gnawing at some unidentifiable remains on the ground, while others dragged their mangled bodies in blind circles under the cold wind. This counts as good news. Liang weighed his options in silence. The gymnasium lay slightly further south beyond the teaching building area. From their current position at the edge of the girls' dormitory zone to the gymnasium's main entrance, the straight-line distance was well over 500 meters. 500 meters. During a normal school sports day 1,000-meter run, it was barely a lap and a half, easily covered in just over a minute at a brisk pace. But now in this apocalyptic free-for-all crawling with zombies, those 500 meters equated to a grueling marathon of life and death. One mistaken movement, one zombie startled into action, triggering a chain reaction, and their defenseless group of 4 would be encircled and devoured in an instant. Yet heaven never seals off all exits. Liang carefully studied the terrain leading south and discovered that for landscaping purposes the school had planted a sprawling stretch of continuous small woods and waist-high ornamental shrubs along the route. These green belts, usually serving as secluded spots for couples to steal away together, were now a tailor-made natural cover designed specifically for them. If they stayed crouched and moved stealthily through the shadows of the shrubbery, they had a very real chance of avoiding the line of sight of the wandering zombies on the main road. Once his plan was set, Liang withdrew his head and slipped back into the shadows. He looked at the 3 girls behind him and gestured for them to follow. The dark silhouettes immediately bent low and crawled into the dense grass and shrubbery lining the path, creeping forward with extreme caution. Dry grass blades scraped against their pant legs, producing faint rustling sounds. Though barely audible, each whisper of noise seemed magnified to deafening proportions in their ears. As they delved deeper into the shrubbery, the girls' dormitory behind them slowly receded into the distance. Meanwhile, the pressure bearing down on Liang, who led the way, began to climb steeply, because he understood all too well a critical problem. Once they exited this zone, once they formally stepped into the school's mixed public areas beyond the women's dormitory, everything would change. Inside the girls' dormitory, Liang had been a VIP player with a built-in advantage. Thanks to the virus's same-sex repulsion property, he could stride through with impunity. Even if bitten 100 times by female zombies, he would suffer only minor scratches and bleeding never turning. But now the situation had completely shifted. Moving forward, if a zombie suddenly emerged from the adjacent woods or the main road, there was no telling whether it would be male or female. The mere thought of potentially losing his immunity aura and becoming an ordinary player, one careless move away from transformation, sent chills racing down Liang's spine. We must be extraordinarily careful. Under no circumstances can we engage any monsters head-on. They crawled and scrambled through the shrubbery for nearly 20 minutes. Though nerve-wracking throughout, at one point coming within merely 10 meters of a zombie on the main road, they ultimately escaped thanks to the shrubbery's concealment and their controlled breathing. It was a narrow escape every step of the way. Ahead lay a crossroads leading toward the teaching building area. Once they crossed this junction and slipped into the small woods across the way, the gymnasium would be even closer. Just as the group reached the junction leading to the teaching building, preparing to scout the conditions before making a dash across, Liang, leading from the front, froze suddenly. His reflexes were instantaneous. He dropped flat to the muddy ground and whirled around, waving his arm frantically at the girls behind him. Wang Xijia and Xine, already on edge, had no time to process what was happening. Seeing Liang's panicked gesture, their legs buckled, and they collapsed into the shrubbery without hesitation. Han Shuang, bringing up the rear, immediately crouched and slowly raised her head, peering forward through gaps in the foliage along the direction Liang had indicated. In the darkness ahead, faint light from the intersection revealed several human-shaped heads emerging. A pack of zombies. But these were unlike the aimless headless flies wandering the main road that they had encountered earlier. They lurched forward in a deliberately eerie gait, advancing steadily along the path on the outer edge of the very shrubbery where the group had taken cover. Their direction was unmistakable. They were heading straight for the girls' dormitory area. From his position at the very front, close enough to make out details, Liang took in the full picture. Mixed male and female among them, the zombies moved tightly packed like a military unit bound by some silent order. Their steps were stiff, yet their direction was remarkably unified. Cold sweat instantly drenched Liang's entire body. This formation, this organization, this discipline. Damn it. Could this be LVUU leading a gathered force back? Get down. Quick, get down. The 3 girls behind him reacted in an instant, and the group immediately dropped their bodies low to the ground. Liang's face pressed tightly against the earth, his heart pounding wildly within his chest like an overloaded engine. The thunderous boom 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 echoed with alarming clarity through the stillness of the night, and he feared the sound itself might betray their presence to the creatures lurking outside. The very instant the group finished pressing themselves flat, their bodies fully swallowed by the shadows of the shrubs, a dense rhythm of footsteps drifted slowly over from the narrow path beside them. Shoo! Tap tap! Liang held his breath and parted his eyelids, just a sliver peering furtively outward through the narrow gap beneath the tangled brush. That single glance made his scalp prickle with dread. The horde of corpses had now staggered to the very edge of where they lay hidden. They were rows upon rows of zombies that had apparently burst forth from one of the boys' dormitory buildings. Some were stripped to the waist, while others still shuffled along in plastic slippers, barely clinging to their feet. That woman really does have the makings of a commander. Liang cursed furiously in his mind. At that moment the zombie horde was separated from the thicket where Liang and the others lay hidden by barely a single step. One of those shuffling feet was planted less than half a meter from his very nose. Far too close. If even one of those zombies were to casually tilt its head and peer into the sparse undergrowth, it would immediately spot the 4 living humans hiding within. At such proximity, discovery would mean certain death. Liang couldn't outrun them no matter how fleet-footed he might be. Worse still, the vast majority of these zombies were male. So much as a single scratch from any of them, and he would join their ranks on the spot, charging forward as one of them. Wang Xijiao pressed herself against Han Shuang, both hands clamped desperately over her mouth. Tears welled and trembled at the brink of spilling over, and her entire body quivered like a sieve. Cindy buried her face entirely in the dirt, not daring to lift her gaze even once. Only Han Shuang retained a shred of composure. Her fingers gripped the sharpened broom handle with white-knuckled intensity, every muscle coiled tight, ready to meet whatever close-quarters struggle might come crashing toward them. Second after agonizing second crawled by. That magnificent lumbering zombie army marched past their hiding place with their stiff jerking strides, never once veering from their course. Not a single zombie halted. Not a single zombie lowered its gaze to inspect the roadside brush. Phew. Fortunately, the zombie's revenge-seeking instinct still held true. Within Lu Yuyu's virus-ravaged mind, only one absolute command remained burned into her being. Find Han Shuang. Tear Han Shuang apart. To fulfill this singular obsession, she had banished from her awareness every other potential prey that might have crossed her path. And the male zombies she had mustered to her cause seemed to operate under the thrall of some collective will, obediently trailing in her wake, like heartless hollowed-out enforcers. Lu Yuyu was now leading her grand procession toward Dormitory 2023 to settle her score, with Han Shuang her attention, wholly consumed by that single destination. SHHHH. The footfalls of the zombie horde gradually receded along the narrow path that wound toward the girls' dormitory district. Liang remained pinned to the grass for nearly 3 more excruciating minutes. Only after confirming that no straggling zombies had tailed them did he finally raise his head. Damn, that was terrifying. He rapidly replayed the timeline of events in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more the cold dread crept up his spine. If they had set out just a few minutes later, if they had dawdled even slightly, they would have collided head-on with the horde on the path beneath the dormitory. That would have been true, irreversible annihilation. Just imagine, if Han Shuang hadn't made that decisive call to flee back in Dormitory 2023. If Wang Xijiao and Cindy had let their fear root them in place a moment longer. If anyone had hesitated just a fraction longer while gathering their things. Then the very instant they had climbed through the first-floor anti-theft window and their heels touched the ground, they would have walked straight into the Revengers Alliance, led by Lu Yuyu. In that exposed stretch beneath the dormitory with no cover and no retreat, facing dozens of frenzied zombies, the 4 of them wouldn't have even been granted the chance to resist. They would have been swallowed whole by the tide of corpses, not a single intact body left behind. A blessing in disguise, really. Ying, your decisive call saved all our lives. Han Shuang gave a subtle shake of her head, offering no reply. Now was not the moment for celebration. Though they had successfully evaded Lu Yuyu's army of vengeance, the campus still harbored countless other such monstrosities drifting in the shadows. They were now in wide-open terrain, with no shelter whatsoever, and danger could descend upon them at any breath. Liang understood this all too well. He drew a deep breath, packing away the lingering fear, and turned back to wave the others forward, urging them to move now, to waste not a single second. The group pressed onward, creeping slowly through the underbrush. To avoid detection, they dared not straighten their spines. Like thieves in the night, they hunched low, using the half-meter-tall shrubs and landscaped greenery along the road as cover, shuffling southward one painstaking step at a time. After another 10-odd minutes of careful advance, they had fully left the teaching building district behind and entered the broad landscaped grounds leading toward the gymnasium. Liang led the way at the front, lifting his head just slightly to peer southward through the gaps between the branches of several tall ornamental trees. Under the pallid glow of moonlight, The elliptical roof of the gymnasium had already materialized before them. Just a little farther now. Hang in there, we're almost there. Liang turned back and mouthed the good news to the girls behind him in the faintest whisper. Wang Xijia and Cindy caught sight of that familiar silhouette, and the weariness clouding their eyes instantly sparked into life. They quickened their pace, staying close behind Liang. But just as they were about to push through the final stretch of brush and emerge onto the open plaza before the gymnasium, Han Shuang lifted her gaze towards several figures lingering just beyond the edge of the undergrowth. There stood roughly 4 or 5 zombies wandering along the margin of the main road. They did not appear to move as a coordinated pack, but rather as scattered, aimless infected, drifting without direction or purpose. Their bodies were clad in uniforms from various departments. Some had lost an arm, others had a great chunk of flesh torn from their faces, their appearance utterly wretched. Normally these zombies were still a fair distance from the thicket where Liang and the others hid. Had they stayed silent and slipped past, they would certainly have gone unnoticed. But Han Shuang's sharp gaze caught something wrong. The zombies' movements were oddly deliberate. They seemed to be sniffing the air with forceful intent. Those motions, that posture was nothing like mindless wandering. It was unmistakably the behavior of a predator actively tracking its quarry. What's happening? Han Shuang's heart sank like a stone, an ominous premonition suddenly shrouding her entire being. It was common knowledge that zombies hunted by sound and smell. Yet their group had been exceedingly cautious the entire time, never making the slightest noise. If not sound, then it had to be scent. But what scent could possibly provoke such a fierce reaction from these zombies across such a distance? Han Shuang's mind raced at breakneck speed. Could it be the smell of their sweat? Impossible. It was winter, they barely perspired, and their thick clothing would have contained the odor. It couldn't have traveled so far. Then was it the scent of blood? Han Shuang's gaze snapped instantly to Liang, who was leading at the front. There was a wound on Liang's left arm, but it should have scabbed over long ago. Even as she was still turning the thought over in her mind, those zombies, moments ago sniffing randomly at the air, suddenly went still. In the next breath, they all swiveled their heads in eerie unison, locking their gaze directly onto the thicket where Liang and the others lay hidden. Han Shuang suddenly froze where she stood. Noticing something amiss, Liang quickly halted his steps and followed her gaze fixed ahead. What the hell? Just tens of meters to their right along the edge of the main road, there had been several zombies wandering aimlessly. The footsteps of those creatures suddenly became synchronized as they trod over dried grass patches, heading straight toward the green belt where Liang and his companions were hiding. Liang leaned in close to Han Shuang, his voice barely above a whisper. How did they find us? Did we make some kind of noise? To avoid alerting the zombies with their keen hearing, everyone had been moving with extreme caution throughout their journey, even more careful than thieves. Each step required them to test the ground first with their toes, ensuring no dry twigs or noisy pebbles were beneath before committing their full weight. Their steps over dead leaves and branches were quieter than a cat's, and they even controlled their breathing rhythm. With this level of stealth, not only would zombies dozens of meters away not detect them, but even a live person just a few meters away might not hear any unusual sound. It was impossible that they had made such noise as to attract these aimless creatures. Yet the truth lay before them. Those zombies weren't wandering randomly. Their path was too deliberate, aimed squarely at this shrubbery. Han Shuang's brows furrowed tightly as she gripped her sharpened wooden broom handle. Something's wrong. They don't seem to have come because they heard us, not because of sound. Liang paused. Han Shuang didn't respond, simply nodding her chin toward the distance. The zombies appeared to be verifying something. Rather than charging forward as they typically did upon spotting prey, they slowed their pace. Their heads tilted upward, noses flaring as they drew in the frigid air, mouths half open, emitting rasping sounds from their throats like stray hounds tracking concealed prey. The sight was utterly bizarre, several grotesque creatures sniffing the cold wind like bloodhounds. As their nostrils flared continuously, the zombies seemed to have locked onto their target. Their once stiff and sluggish steps noticeably quickened, continuing that limping yet urgent gait straight toward where Liang and the others were concealed. At this moment, the 4 people in the grass found themselves trapped in a desperate situation. Neither fleeing nor staying seemed viable. If they ran, all 4 bursting from the bushes simultaneously would create too much commotion. Though the stadium wasn't far, the open green belt between them offered no cover whatsoever. Sprinting across such exposed ground would draw every wandering zombie on the main road with loud footfalls and visible movement. By then they'd attract far more than just these keen-nosed monsters before them. Yet staying put and hiding in the grass until the creatures followed their scent would mean certain death. Facing the encroaching zombies, Han Shuang's eyes flashed with determination. If they couldn't escape, they'd have to fight. She appeared to be preparing to hurl a javelin. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her center of gravity, spread her legs on the grass, and assumed a proper throwing stance, reaching her left hand back and down to find solid footing in the mud. But then an unexpected incident occurred. When Han Shuang placed her hand on the ground, she didn't feel dry grass or firm soil. Instead, she touched a puddle of cold liquid. The liquid covered a considerable area, soaking the patch of grass completely. Han Shuang froze her hand suspended as she instinctively glanced downward. The puddle was directly beneath Xian's crotch. Liang noticed Han Shuang's movement and followed her gaze, instantly understanding what had happened. This girl, Xian, had been hiding in the dorm since the outbreak, never having witnessed the horrors on campus. The tense escape, the face-to-face encounter with LVUU, and all the terrifying scenes along the way had kept her body and nerves constantly tense. But when she spotted the stadium's outline, her mindset shifted immediately. Her body relaxed, and her physiological defenses crumbled. She lost control and left an indescribable puddle in the grass. While zombie vision had deteriorated, their sense of smell had become abnormally sharp due to viral mutation. They possessed an almost pathological ability to track the scent of living human fluids. Those zombies sniffing the air like dogs by the roadside weren't randomly searching. They had caught the fresh scent of human bodily fluids in the air. That urine had become a beacon guiding the zombies. Having confirmed the scent, the creatures quickened their pace once more. Roar! A male zombie leading the pack emitted a low growl from its throat. There was little time left for the four huddled in the grass. In a few more steps, they'd reach the bushes. No more hesitation. Waiting meant annihilation. No, we have to act now. Han Shuang rose instantly, hurling the makeshift wooden spear without hesitation. A swift whoosh cut through the air. The stick flew with astonishing speed, striking true, piercing straight into the abdomen of the lead zombie. Squelch. The male zombie's body stiffened violently, its forward momentum halted abruptly. It glanced down at the wooden spike in its belly, let out a frustrated, muffled groan, then fell backward onto the cold grass. Though this thunderous strike eliminated one threat, it carried even deadlier consequences. Their exact hiding spot was now fully exposed. Roar, roar, roar. The remaining zombies, which had been following since, instantly entered a frenzy upon hearing their companion fall. They whirled around, blood-red eyes locked onto Han Shuang rising from the grass, and charged forward with black bloodied mouths agape and claws extended. Cover was now meaningless. The last line of defense in the grass had been breached. With no weapon left after throwing the spear, Han Shuang turned immediately. Run! This desperate sprint completely exposed their position. The zombies that had been sniffing the ground like hounds attempting to precisely pinpoint the location of their prey were now keenly alerted. But the sudden unprovoked emergence of four living people from the thicket was akin to lighting a signal flare in the dead of night. Growl! Instantly invigorated, the zombies erupted into deafening frenzied roars from their throats. Clawing and snarling, they hurled themselves into a relentless pursuit in the direction Liang and the others had fled. Run! Pump those legs! The group abandoned the cover of the waist-high withered shrubs without a second thought, leaping from the grass and landing squarely on the smooth asphalt path of the campus. They threw themselves into an all-out 100-meter dash. The massive, strikingly modern elliptical silhouette of the gymnasium now loomed directly ahead. A rough estimate put the straight-line distance at merely 100 meters. In less than 10 seconds, the fleeing squadron had blitzed to the main entrance of the gymnasium. We're here. Open the door quick. Liang, charging at the forefront, drove his shoulder and half his body into the two broad, transparent glass security doors with tremendous force, attempting to shove them open through sheer momentum. Bang! Liang's shoulder collided with the glass door, only to be repelled backward half a step by the tremendous reactive force. The impact left half his arm numb. Yet the two glass doors, which had appeared to open with the slightest push, remained immovably fixed. Damn it! The door's locked. Liang cursed through gritted teeth. He leaned in closer, eyes wide, silently vowing to curse every last generation of the school's security personnel into oblivion. There, wrapped tightly around the metal handles on the interior of the glass doors, dangled a security chain as thick as a thumb. At its end, a heavy, oversized brass padlock sat firmly fastened. Liang frantically yanked at the chain with both hands, producing a piercing clatter, but the hefty brass lock remained utterly unmoved, solid as bedrock. The roars behind them grew ever closer. The sprinting zombies had already reached the bottom of the steps, and the sickening stench of decay washed over them on the night wind. The main entrance is a dead end. We go through the side. Follow me. Han Shuang pointed toward a shadowed corner on the left side of the gymnasium, calling out as she ran. There's a dedicated access door over there for student athletes and faculty. I can use my face to get us in. Hurry. The words face scan struck Liang as nothing short of celestial music. Wife, you're a genius. Lead the way now. Without a moment to deliberate, the group swiftly pivoted, scrambling along the curved glass facade of the gymnasium as they frantically circled toward the darkened corner. The zombies pursued them relentlessly. The gap between pursuer and prey was rapidly shrinking. Glancing back, the monstrous figures were now a mere dozen meters behind. "We're here." Han Shuang slammed to a halt before an unremarkable gray reinforced security door. Beside it was embedded a facial recognition access system, its screen emitting an eerie blue glow. She stepped forward in one decisive motion, pressing her face close to the small screen and forcing her eyes wide, determined to align her features with the camera. "Beep. System initializing. Please face the camera. Come on. Hurry up, you piece of junk." Han Shuang's forehead beaded with cold sweat. The cutting-edge access system she had once found so convenient now seemed to operate at the pace of a dementia-addled sloth. The system's blue scanning light swept back and forth across her face. Meanwhile, the zombies in pursuit had closed the distance to less than 5 meters. The zombies were clad in distinctly masculine attire, oversized down jackets and athletic pants. Though their features were mutilated beyond recognition, their robust frames, flat chests, and unmistakable male physiology screamed one brutal truth. These were all damn male zombies. "We're screwed." A silent wail escaped Liang's heart. If they had been female zombies, he could have puffed out his chest and charged in like a war god, engaging them in close combat. Being a man, he possessed the invincibility of cross-gender immunity. At worst, he'd take a few scratches and shed some blood. But now standing before him were bona fide infected specimens of his own sex. A single scratch from those claws or the faintest bite from those reeking jaws would send the cursed virus surging through his bloodstream straight into his brain. Once his defenses were breached, within 20 minutes, he would become one of those shambling corpses before him. Growl. The zombies had closed in completely. "Ah." Cindy, who had been clutching at her frayed nerves, unleashed a terrified shriek the instant those horrifying zombie faces loomed within arm's reach. Ignoring Han Shuang mid-scan and Liang standing guard, she spun around, abandoned the group entirely, and fled frantically toward the rear of the gymnasium. "Cindy, don't run off like that." Wang Xijia screamed in terror, but Cindy's silhouette had already vanished into the darkness beyond any cry for reason. "Forget her. Has the door opened yet?" Liang growled through clenched teeth. If he faltered now, Han Shuang, who was in the middle of the scan, and the defenseless Wang Xijia, would be torn to shreds in an instant. "Damn it, I'll go all out." Bracing himself, Liang shielded the group with his uninjured right side and lunged headlong at the 2 male zombies leading the charge. He lifted his leg, took aim at the belly of the zombie in the black down jacket on the left, and delivered a vicious kick. Thud. The brutal kick sent the male zombie staggering 2 steps backward. But immediately the zombie on the right had already opened its maw wide, its pale hands tipped with jagged nails lunging straight for Liang's face. Liang twisted his body in the nick of time, narrowly evading the lethal grab. He then clenched his right fist and drove it squarely into the zombie's jaw. The devastating blow knocked the zombie off balance, sending it crashing to the ground flat on its back. Beep. Verification successful. Welcome back. Behind them, accompanied by a crisp electronic chime and the sharp click of an electronic lock releasing the previously sealed gray security door, finally swung open. Han Shuang had done it. "Getting quick." Han Shuang wrenched the heavy door open, half her body leaning out from within, and shouted anxiously to Liang, who was still locked in desperate combat outside. "I'm coming." Without a shred of hesitation, Liang made ready to bolt through that open gateway to salvation. But in that very instant he turned. The male zombie he had just felled with a single punch suddenly thrashed violently on the ground, flailing like an oversized turtle. Though it never managed to rise, its nail-tipped hand darted forward like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. Slash. Liang felt a searing jolt of pain rip through his arm. As he plunged through the doorway, he glanced down. In his peripheral vision, he clearly saw a fresh, jagged wound torn into the flesh of his arm, right next to the bandage that had already been wrapped there. The fallen male zombie had raked him with its vicious claws. Click, click. The instant the iron door slammed shut, Han Shuang deftly slid the 2 bolts on the inside into place. In the very next instant, boom, crash. Outside, several male zombies slammed heavily against the gray security iron door. Roar, heh. From outside came the resentful and frenzied roars of those monsters, their sharp claws scratching frantically against the exterior of the iron door. Fortunately, this was a reinforced metal door custom-made specifically for security, let alone a few zombies. Even if someone were to bash it with a massive sledgehammer, they would never break it open anytime soon. "Don't stop. We're not completely safe here yet." Han Shuang didn't even have time to catch her breath. She yanked up Wang Xijia, who was still slumped on the floor gasping for air, and turned to shout at Liang. Guided only by the faint moonlight filtering through the high transom windows of the gymnasium, the 3 of them began to sprint through the eerily cavernous and empty building. As for Cindy, who had been scared out of her wits earlier and had broken away from the group to flee into the dark green belt behind the gymnasium, everyone had completely no time to worry about her now. In this life-or-death high-speed apocalyptic escape, simply keeping oneself alive was already a blessing from heavens. Who would have the spare energy to venture into the vast dark night to search for a stray target running blindly about? Quick, follow me to the equipment room. Han Shuang pointed toward a hallway at the end of the basketball court. There lay a row of interconnected rooms usually used to store training equipment for various sports clubs. Soon they rushed to the very end of the hallway, stopping before a wooden door bearing a sign that read, "Comprehensive Equipment Room." The door was locked. "There's a spare key here." Han Shuang quickly stepped over to a red fire hydrant box embedded in the adjacent wall. Standing on her tiptoes, she stretched her arm out and groped around inside the dusty groove at the very top of the fire hydrant box. Found it. She pried a brass key out of that hidden corner. Click. The key slipped into the keyhole and turned smoothly. Han Shuang pushed the wooden door open, and the three of them filed in, quickly hiding inside before locking the door tight behind them. Only then did their tightly strung nerves finally relax completely. Liang slumped onto a vaulting horse not far from the entrance. However, just as he let his guard down entirely, a searing burning pain suddenly flared up and surged wildly from his left arm. "Hiss, it hurts, it hurts." "What's wrong?" Hearing Liang's cry of pain, Han Shuang and Wang Xijia turned their heads simultaneously, looking at him with anxiety. Liang did not speak. With his right hand trembling, he struggled with great difficulty to raise his left arm. On the outer side of his forearm, 3 terrifying scratches with mangled, torn flesh were clearly visible. The flesh around the wound was no longer a normal vibrant red. Instead, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it began to take on a sickening dark greenish-black hue. Damn it! Gazing at the wound on his arm, Liang felt as though his soul were about to leave his body. "It's over. I'm screwed. I've been infected, damn it." Hearing these words, the two girls scrambled over from the foam mats, rushing to Liang's side, flanking him on both left and right. Han Shuang grabbed Liang's arm and leaned in to take a closer look. The dark, greenish-black veins had already begun to creep upward along his arm from the edges of the wound, spreading quietly like a spiderweb. He really is infected. He had sustained this injury solely to protect them. If Liang turned into a zombie here, Han Shuang felt she would never be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. Wang Xijia was so terrified that tears instantly welled up and spilled over. Looking at Liang's increasingly pale and sickly complexion, she wrung her hands frantically, like an ant on a hot pan. "What should we do? Yinging, what are we supposed to do now?" With every passing second, the Grim Reaper's scythe drew a fraction closer to Liang's neck. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Wang Xijia's mind. "Yes, extract the poison. We have to extract the poison for him. Otherwise, he really will turn into a monster." Gazing at the increasingly prominent black veins on his arm, Han Shuang knew that if they hesitated any longer, Liang would truly transform into a mindless man-eating monster. She quickly swept her gaze across the dimly lit equipment room, soon locking onto a corner where several thick blue foam mats, normally used by students for sit-ups and yoga training, were stacked. "Liang, come over here. Lie down on it quickly." Liang's mind was currently a muddled mess. The encroachment of the virus made him feel chilled to the bone and utterly dizzy. Hearing Han Shuang's command, he obeyed like a marionette, submissively lying down on the soft foam mat. The moment he lay down, before Liang could even register what was about to happen next, Han Shuang dropped to her knees beside him and pulled his pants all the way down. "Hiss!" The two girls involuntarily gasped in unison. Han Shuang's hands froze in midair, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, her pupils trembling violently. She only felt a sudden dry sensation in her throat as her mind went entirely blank. Will this really not kill him? What little courage Han Shuang had managed to summon crumbled instantly in the face of this absolute dominance. Just as she gritted her teeth, preparing to close her eyes and force herself to go through with it, Wang Xijia, who had been shrinking back beside her, suddenly moved. She walked step by step to Liang's side as he lay on the mat. Biting her alluring red lips, she murmured softly, I've tried it once before. I should be able to handle it. Besides, Liang risked his very life to save me earlier. This time, let me go first." Hearing Wang Xijia's brave offer, Han Shuang froze in place, her heart filled with a complex tangle of emotions. There was relief at being spared, a trace of unspeakable gratitude, and even in some hidden corner of her heart, a fleeting, inexplicable pang of jealousy and disappointment. Yet in the face of this life-or-death countdown, where human life hung in the balance, all personal feelings had to yield to survival. Han Shuang took a deep breath, nodded, and said awkwardly, "All right, then you do it." Liang's teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing a rattling sound as he hissed, "Hiss. Cold, so cold." The sensation of a zombie virus raging wildly within the body is something no ordinary person could imagine. Not only did it bring bone-deep agony, but more terrifyingly, it was frenziedly gnawing at and numbing Liang's nervous system. Under unbearable pain, blood loss, and viral onslaught, the body, in its instinct to protect itself, unleashed an involuntary stress response. The most immediate consequence of this stress response was Li Ang's perception of the outside world rapidly dwindling. Although his weapon lay bare in the air, Li Ang grimly realized that he could not feel any obvious warmth or tactile sensation. It felt as if his hands were frozen in the dead of winter. Even pricking them with a needle would yield only a dull, numbed ache. It's over. I'm really done for this time. He could sense his brain growing dull by the moment, striving to command his body to react, to summon the detoxifying organ into action. Yet no matter how he commanded in his mind, the once formidable giant python now lay like a hibernating dead snake, heedless of Li Ang's calls. Without sensation, the instinct to awaken could not be stirred. Without sufficient stimulation, the viral legions marching toward his brain would not retreat downward to converge. This is a hopeless dead-end cycle. He seems to have no reaction at all. Wang Sijia, half kneeling beside Li Ang, sensed this fatal problem with acute clarity. Her red lips trembled slightly as she looked toward Han Shuang, who stood not far away, equally anxious yet a bit awkward. Although Han Shuang is the Academy's goddess of combat, her experience in such matters was a total negative. She could only stand aside, anxious and unable to help. I have to rely on myself. Wang Sijia clenched her teeth and silently steeled herself. If she truly bit down, not only would she fail to wake Li Ang, but her delicate chin might dislocate on the spot, and even her airway could be blocked, ending in immediate suffocation. Li Ang, with eyes tightly closed, brows knotted in agony. Cold sweat had gathered into rivulets, tracing down his chin and pooling on the blue sponge cushion. Even more chilling to Wang Sijia was Li Ang's injured left arm, the bluish-black veins crawling like venomous snakes up to the edge of his upper arm, only a few centimeters away from his neck and heart. Time was running out. The 20-minute golden rescue window was mercilessly slipping away as the virus began to ravage his body. If she faltered now, the man who had risked his life countless times to protect them would be reduced to a man-eating zombie. He would give up his life to save me. Could I not make this sacrifice as well? For it. Wang Sijia closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and resolved herself without hesitation. Li Ang's eyes snapped open suddenly, his pupils dilating to their maximum in an instant. But this awakening brought Li Ang a spark of life, but for Wang Sijia, it was undoubtedly a catastrophe. She soon realized that what she was doing might be too reckless. Han Shuang, who had stood by in tense anticipation, started in surprise at the sight, then rushed over to pat her on the back with worry on her face. Are you okay, Sijia? She swallowed, and thought that if she were in Wang Sijia's place, she would probably not fare much better either. Wang Sijia nodded, her voice hoarse. It's fine. Though the process had been harrowing and awkward, there is no denying that this potent remedy worked remarkably well. The nerves numb from the virus were now awakened by this strong stimulus. Li Ang had regained not only consciousness, but his body's temperature was gradually rising. Seeing Li Ang's condition improve noticeably, Wang Sijia and Han Shuang breathed a long sigh of relief. The first step of awakening had been painstakingly accomplished, the rest would be easier. By seizing the moment and completing the final act of union, Li Ang's life would be truly saved. She looked at the towering, iron-like frame of the sturdy man, his long legs trembling slightly. In this posture, a single misstep could drive a cold blade straight through her chest. She could imagine the tearing pain, not unlike some ancient brutal punishment. For a pure-hearted campus belle who had never even courted love, this would be the wildest act of her life. Wang Sijia lowered her head, gazing at Li Ang's sweat-streaked face. You must stay alive. She inhaled deeply, lifting her pale hands, and tears spilled from the corners of her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Li Ang lay on the mat and gave a muffled groan. The sensation was strange, as if the tide of toxins raging within him suddenly heard a summons from a higher order. As time wore on, Wang Sijia gradually found herself unable to hold on much longer. The usually delicate campus beauty, who couldn't even twist open a water bottle cap on a normal day, had long since exceeded her physical limits in terms of exertion. She dared not simply lower herself fully as carelessly as the scenes in movies portrayed. To prevent herself from sustaining a fatal piercing wound, she had to maintain a half-squatting stance akin to a horse stance. This posture demanded tremendous endurance. Before long, Wang Sijia's slender fair legs began to tremble uncontrollably, shaking violently beyond her command. Sweat dripped from her chin, splattering one drop after another onto Li Ang's chest. Li Ang, how are you holding up? Hearing her feeble inquiry, Li Ang clenched his molars and shook his head with helpless frustration. In such a life-or-critical juncture, being overly formidable was hardly a blessing. For Wang Sijia's movements were cautious, tentative, barely grazing the surface. Though she had successfully roused his primal instincts, she had done so only to a minimal degree. Such a force akin to scratching an itch through one's boots could never breach that barrier. It was a classic case of drought in one place, flood in another. Liang now felt like a firework forcibly strapped to a launch pad. The fuse had been burning for ages, yet it was maddeningly lacking that final push of propellant to send him soaring. Han Shuang, who had been standing nearby with nervous vigilance, keenly perceived the gravity of their predicament. More than 20 minutes had already passed since Liang had been clawed on the arm by that male zombie outside the door. Although Wang Xijia's valiant intervention had successfully rerouted those lethal viruses attempting to surge toward the brain, diverting them to pool in the lower abdomen, this had merely confined the wolves within a cage temporarily. It had not truly eradicated them. Should these viruses fail to be flushed from his body promptly, once the stimulation ceased, those enraged viral hordes brimming with pent-up malice would undoubtedly wheel around, at once charging toward his skull with even greater, more frenzied ferocity. Yet the situation unfolding before their eyes was far from optimistic. Wang Xijia's stamina had been gradually depleted. Even an ordinary girl from the athletics department attempting this suspended half-squat would have her thighs cramping and aching after merely 10-odd minutes. How much more so for her? She had to perform a certain frequency of assisting motions while remaining suspended in midair. But clearly this belle of the arts department was hardly adept at such exertions. Finally, after another 10 minutes had passed, Wang Xijia's legs, which she had been desperately holding together, finally went on strike. Her knees buckled sharply, and her foot slipped at the edge of the smooth foam mat. Had she truly descended fully in that moment, Wang Xijia's delicate frame would have unquestionably performed a genuine, all-the-way down spectacle on the spot. Even if she weren't pierced through the gut, she would at least suffer massive hemorrhaging and shock. A tragic fate indeed. Fortunately, Han Shuang reacted with lightning speed. She lunged forward in half a great stride, seized Wang Xijia beneath both armpits, and forcibly suspended her rapidly plummeting body, hauling her up mid-fall. Wang Xijia gasped heavily, her soul still rattled from the fright. She allowed Han Shuang to guide her back to a clean foam mat nearby. She could no longer stand steadily, and could only collapse onto it sitting limp. I can't. Shuang, I really have no strength left. My legs have gone completely numb. You do it. Han Shuang's body stiffened, and she instinctively retorted with a question. What? Me? But she quickly accepted this reality. She understood all too clearly how desperately urgent their situation had become. The golden window for purging the virus had already passed since Liang's infection. Wang Xijia's nearly half-hour of desperate exertion had been akin to driving a pack of ravaging wolves into a temporary cage. Now the cage door was on the verge of closing. If after Xijia rose, she herself did not swiftly take over the relay, rapidly providing that intense fatal stimulation to maintain suppression, Liang would become a zombie within mere minutes. He had shielded them with his own back, absorbing the zombie's vicious claws. When facing his mutated roommate, he had unhesitatingly drawn all danger upon himself. This usually quip-prone, seemingly unserious young man had long since proven through his actions that he was a true man worthy of entrusting one's life to. She absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen, not by any means. A resolve as desperate as burning one's bridges instantly overcame the modesty, bashfulness, and fear buried deep within her feminine heart. Even if it were an insurmountable Mount Tai today, she would have to brace herself and take her seat upon it. Han Shuang gritted her teeth, released her hold on Wang Xijia, and slowly straightened her tall, powerfully built frame. All right, I'll do it. Huff, huff, huff. Han Shuang gasped for breath, lying on the blue, thick sponge mat. This woman, hailed as the goddess of war in the Taihong Chuanmei Dashua athletics department, who could run 10 kilometers cross-country on the track without a single gasp, now lies like a formless lump of mud, unable to lift even a finger. A tearing, stabbing pain rose from beneath along the nerve endings, protesting all the way to her brain. That pain was more despairing than any muscle strain from high-intensity training, stripping her of all the strength to rise to her feet. On another clean mat nearby, Liang took a deep breath, feeling the seething virus ravaging inside him finally recede like a tide. The skin, which had turned dark from the virus's erosion, gradually returned to its normal color. He knew his life had truly been snatched back from Yinwang's book of life and death. Liang steadied himself with one hand on the mat and slowly sat up. Turning his head, he looked at Han Shuang lying motionless on the mat, his eyes full of tenderness. Han Shuang, are you all right? But Han Shuang did not answer. She didn't even have the strength to turn her head, merely burying her face deeper into the sponge mat, still in a state of extreme weakness, her breathing a harsh rasp, as if her soul had left her body and was in another dimension. Nearby, Wang Xijia clenched her knees, huddling in a corner of the equipment room. This delicate, stunning campus belle watched the sight of Han Shuang on the mat with a swallowed breath of fear. Gulp. She silently congratulated herself. Good thing I faltered earlier from exhaustion. My goodness, even Han Shuang, this body-storming goddess, has been worn down to this half-dead, miserable state. If I had been the one doing all this just now. Wang Xijia shivered, the horrific image of being crushed and ground to dust by that terrifying ancient beast flashing through her mind. If I had been the one to do those things just now, I'd probably be finished right here on this blue mat. It's not detoxifying or saving lives. This lethality is a physical obliteration. If I truly had to endure it, I'd rather push the door open and go out to feed the zombies. At least being bitten would hurt just a little, but to be tormented by this thing is a torture that makes life untenable. After a long moment, the air in the equipment room seemed to move again. Han Shuang's breathing finally steadied a little. She bit down on her lower lip that bore a row of tiny tooth marks, braced on the floor with both hands, her legs twitching violently. Hiss! With a painful intake of breath, Han Shuang, gathering every last bit of strength, barely managed to stand. She moved with a stiff gait to a corner of the equipment room beside a wastebasket used for discarded badminton shuttlecocks. Han Shuang supported herself against the wall, half squatting with great difficulty. She took a deep breath, her abdominal muscles tensing for a moment. Pop! A muffled sound. A pool of red, white, and black mixed liquid slowly seeped out from inside. Watching the black virus expelled completely from her body, Han Shuang's heart, that had hung in her throat, finally sank back into her chest. That meant Liang was completely safe. She leaned weakly against the wall, wiping the cold sweat from her brow and the tears that had flowed from the immense pain. After gathering her emotions, Han Shuang drew a cold breath and forced herself to stand straight again. She slowly turned her head and looked directly at Liang, who sat on the mat. Liang. When the goddess called his name in that tone, Liang's heart gave a jolt, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. This is a confession. It must be a confession. Liang thought, fireworks bursting in his chest as his posture straightened instantly. After all, on this perilous and off-world night, not only had he shielded her from zombies, but the two of them had just undergone a soul-deep, dangerously close life-and-death fusion. Liang had already imagined 3 possible names for their future children. He wore a face full of anticipation, a gleam of pure-hearted romance in his eyes, staring fixedly at Han Shuang, waiting for the long-dreamt confession. Han Shuang looked at Liang with eyes full of expectation, then glanced away, as if weighing her words. Actually, after this period of time together, I think you are a very, very good man, and you are responsible enough to be trusted with my life. He grinned, about to modestly say, "Oh, it's nothing. This is what I should do." But Han Shuang did not give him a chance to interrupt. She looked at Liang, her eyes a little moist. "I know you like me." Then, as if making a monumental decision, she closed her eyes and said, "But I'm sorry, I can't be your girlfriend." Boom. That sentence fell like a thunderbolt from above, with crushing force, instantly and precisely splitting Liang's mind. In that split second, Liang heard the sound of countless glass shattering in his ears. The world before him, once filled with pink romantic bubbles, suddenly lost all color, turning him into a lifeless grayscale. Why? Liang's mouth opened wide enough to hold an egg. His brain stalled, plunging into an unprecedented mental overload. Han Shuang's pale face barely managed a smile, more ugly than crying, one hand automatically resting on her still sore waist, eyes full of helplessness. "Liang, I had planned to say yes to you, but after everything we've just been through, I think we should remain friends for now." Okay. On a clean sponge mat in the corner, Wang Xijia, once on edge, couldn't help but laugh at Liang's, as if struck by lightning, his color draining into a grayscale silent film. In this post-apocalyptic, nerve-wracking world where death could strike at any moment, the scene before them, the annual drama of the pure love war god getting downsized, has become the perfect mental balm. "My God, this is so funny," Wang Xijia thought, stifling her laughter with a heaving shoulder. "I never imagined that even Han Shuang, the campus war goddess who can run 10 kilometers without breaking a sweat, would be reduced to this half-dead, pitiable state. Even she can't endure this, who can?" She sympathetically glanced at Liang, who stood like a statue, and inwardly lit a row of candles for the future of Liang, the lifesaver in her debt. "Liang, your hardware setup is simply too top model. Under this view, I doubt any ordinary domestic female student in our country could withstand you. In this life, you'll probably have to seek out those fully developed Western studs, otherwise dating could cost lives." Liang at this moment still sat on the mat, the whole person, as if his soul had been drained away. He opened his mouth, his gaze hollow, staring at the ceiling. His worldview, his life philosophy, and his values were undergoing an unprecedented seismic upheaval. Liang slowly lowered his head, glancing at the buddy who had just earned him credit. A cruel edge flashed in his eyes, and the absurd thought of grabbing a watermelon knife and cutting him in half sprang up in his mind. "Liang, you've grown up this much. You've grown up this much. Now is it good? You've scared away your wife. What use do I have for you?" Just as Liang sank into deep self-doubt and inner turmoil, not far away, Han Shuang finally caught her breath. Gritting her teeth, she endured the tearing pain, and with stiff, slow movements dressed herself piece by piece. Having dressed, Han Shuang drew a deep breath and moved toward Liang's side step by step. The blue-black veins and black filaments signifying the deadly zombie virus had vanished utterly. The area around the wounds, once eerily blue-purple, had fully recovered to a normal healthy color. Whew. Han Shuang exhaled slowly. It seems there are really no problems now. Although the prior ordeal had been a brutal torture, as long as Liang's life could be saved from the gates of death, all pain and social ruin were worth it. After confirming Liang's safety, Han Shuang did not say more. She stood up slowly, her brow creased slightly by the pain. She instinctively stretched out a hand to cover her butt and lower back, then in a very awkward penguin-like little step, slowly walked toward the innermost part of the spacious equipment room. There, leaning against the wall, was a neat row of large green iron cabinets usually used to store the Sports Institute students' exclusive training gear. Han Shuang approached one cabinet with her name tag and fiddled with the password lock. Click! The cabinet door opened. Han Shuang rummaged inside for a while, then with both hands pulled from the depths a long black thick canvas backpack. That backpack was over 2 meters long and looked heavy. Wang Xijia, still on the sponge mat nearby, saw the massive item Han Shuang dragged out. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she jumped to her feet in excitement. Shuang, is that your javelin? Yes, it's my training javelin, Han Shuang replied as she unzipped the backpack. Inside lay several silver professional competition javelins, their metal heads reflecting a chilling gleam in the dim light of the equipment room. With these, we'll have the confidence to face the zombies outside. Han Shuang gripped the shaft of a javelin, feeling the familiar cold of the metal and its weight. The pallor on her exhausted face was replaced by a brisk, confident radiance. She turned, weighed the javelin in her hand, and looked toward Liang, who still sat on the blue mat in the dorm, his broken heart on display. Liang, don't stay on the floor. Get up, go to the cabinet with baseball bats over there, and pick a weapon for yourself too. We must arm ourselves quickly. Yet Liang, sitting on the mat, remained a statue, as if worn smooth by wind. He still kept that pose of looking up at the ceiling, his eyes hollow. Even his ears seemed to close to Han Shuang's words. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died, or perhaps that is his current state. Watching Liang, a hollow shell that seemed to have lost its soul, Han Shuang's once calm, beautiful face suddenly flushed with a provocative hue again. She knew why Liang had become this half-dead ghost. After all, any guy who had risked everything to save someone and had shown such strength would suffer a devastating blow to pride and soul upon hearing the verdict to just be friends. Han Shuang bit her pristine teeth. A complicated sense of guilt and a touch of girlish shyness rose within. She lowered the javelin, then in awkward penguin steps returned to Liang's side. She looked down from above at the big boy, whose eyes were full of grievance. The blush spread to his pale neck. I just said we won't be your girlfriend right now. I didn't say we can't in the future. In that instant, Liang, who had been a lifeless lump on the mat, shot upright. With a whoosh and a movement that defied all laws of biomechanics and gravity, he sprang straight up from the floor. That speed was so fast it seemed to whip the air into a gust. Really? Liang's eyes brightened with a terrifying spark. Han Shuang was startled by this zombie resurrected-like surge. Instinctively, she stepped back only to stumble over her own injury and knit her brows. Watching the momentary revival of the pure love war god, Han Shuang gripped the edge of her clothes, her toes tracing circles on the rubber mat. She lowered her head in a hesitant, shy pose. If not now, we could develop it a little bit. Slowly. Holy shit. Han Shuang's soft, delicate whisper of, "Take it slow," exploded like a thunderclap in the deepest recesses of Liang's mind. Still needs some development. The corners of his mouth shot upward in an uncontrollable grin, stretching so wide it nearly reached the back of his skull. Beside them, the campus beauty Wang Xijia also raised one fair, delicate hand high into the air. She bit lightly on her lip and spoke in a sweet, soft voice that carried an utterly shocking proposition. Count me in too. Liang and Han Shuang turned their heads, simultaneously staring at this usually delicate and breathtaking campus queen with utter bewilderment. Wang Xijia grew bashful beneath their gaze, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, yet her eyes shone with an uncommon clarity. Having just survived that heart-stopping life-and-death ordeal with the zombies, she understood better than anyone that in this devouring apocalypse, pride and propriety were worth absolutely nothing. What I mean is, Wang Xijia swallowed hard, and deciding to throw caution entirely to the wind, laid bare the little schemes lurking in her heart. Just in case we get infected again someday, in case we need another detox session. Her voice grew smaller and smaller, fading to the thin hum of a mosquito's wings, yet every single word fell crystal clear into Liang's ears. Even though I've already tried twice, I really couldn't hold out, so I still need to adapt a bit more. The moment those words left her lips, the air inside the equipment room seemed to ignite in an instant. Liang's eyes bulged wider than a bull's, and he felt two surges of hot blood rushing straight up through his nasal passages, threatening to burst forth. Holy shit. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. What kind of divine script was this? If this were a novel, I swear I'd have to thank the author profusely. Love you, man. No problem. Absolutely no problem. This kind of adaptive training, I'm available 24 hours a day round the clock at your service. Liang's heart bloomed with joy, and his head bobbed so frantically, it looked like a rattle drum being shaken with wild abandon of frequency, so rapid it left a visible blur. What international joke was this? Any real man would be impossible to refuse such a windfall. What's more, either one of these two girls dragged out into the open was the kind of top-tier beauty capable of driving every boy in the entire school to absolute madness. Watching Liang nod like a crazed pig-drooling fool, with saliva practically dripping from his mouth, Han Shuang, standing nearby, immediately felt a surge of irritation rising within her. She had only just barely managed to set aside her pride and utter those embarrassing words only for this little minx to turn around and snatch her man away, right before her eyes. Oomph. Han Shuang shot Wang Sijia a rather vexed, withering glare, her gaze brimming with warning and a trace of jealousy even she herself failed to notice. Sneaky little thing. Han Shuang lowered her voice, muttering a sour, acid-laced complaint under her breath. She of course knew exactly what Wang Sijia was scheming. This girl might appear gentle and fragile on ordinary days, but when it truly mattered, her mind worked faster than anyone else's. Sensing that subtle atmosphere between the two goddesses, their gazes practically generating static sparks, Liang, a master of balance possessing an extremely keen survival instinct, immediately recognized the impending danger. Ahem. Well, it's getting late, and who knows how many monsters are still wandering out there. Ying was right, I really don't even have a single thing to defend myself with. Liang clumsily redirected the conversation with a dry laugh, swiftly greased the soles of his feet, and turned to walk toward the deepest reaches of this spacious equipment room. I'll go look around right now, see if there are any handy weapons in here. You two rest for a bit, haha. Having escaped the Shura field, Liang exhaled a long breath of relief and began carefully rummaging through the equipment room, aided by the faint light filtering in from the corridor. This equipment room was quite spacious after all. It had been specially designated for storing the physical education students' training equipment. Along the walls stood rows of various large metal cabinets and open storage racks, while the air hung thick with a potent mixture of rubber anti-slip mat and aged leather. What should I use? Liang walked along, picking and choosing from the rows upon rows of shelves as he went. Although this equipment room held plenty of items, if one truly wanted something practical enough to fight zombies with, it required careful deliberation. Soon his gaze locked onto a metal rack against the wall. There, neatly arranged in a row, stood a collection of aluminum alloy baseball bats. That thing looks pretty intimidating. Liang walked over and casually pulled a silver-white baseball bat from the rack. He gripped it firmly in his hand and swung it twice forcefully through the air. Whoosh, whoosh. The bat whipped up a gust of wind. The feel in his hands wasn't bad. However, Liang stopped frowning as he weighed the bat in his hand, then shook his head and slid it straight back into the rack. Nope, doesn't feel right. The center of gravity on this thing is too far forward. Takes too much effort to swing. Plus it's too long. Playing baseball on an open field is fine and all. But if I actually run into zombies, especially in a narrow hallway, or a surprise encounter behind a dorm door, one swing of this bat would get it stuck in the wall or slammed into the ceiling for sure. In indoor CQB, a long blunt weapon like this is nothing but a burden, way too little room to maneuver. Having dismissed the baseball bat, Liang continued onward. Passing a wire mesh cart filled with various balls, he paused and casually grabbed a somewhat peeling old basketball from within. Liang spun the basketball twice on his fingertips, gazing at this round, plump object in his hand, his expression turning exceedingly peculiar. A basketball. When I run into zombies, am I supposed to perform a stationary between the legs dribble for them, followed by a signature Iron Mountain lean? Besides cosplaying some middle-parted ancestor named Kunkin, what good is this thing in the apocalypse? Don't tell me I'm supposed to use it to smash zombies in the face. Liang curled his lip in disdain and casually tossed the basketball back into the wire mesh cart. Next he examined several more items one after another. Shot put. Too heavy. I couldn't even run holding it, let alone smash anyone with it. Jump rope. Are you suggesting I use it to strangle a zombie's throat? I'd probably get bitten before I could even tighten it. He even spotted a row of brand new hurdle racks. Those things were pretty big, sure, but I can't exactly lug a hurdle rack around as a shield, can I? After searching for so long, Liang had roamed through nearly half the equipment room, yet still hadn't found any particularly useful defensive weapon capable of delivering a one-hit kill. This physical education equipment room is seriously underwhelming, huh? Liang scratched his head in frustration. Just as he was about to give up and grab a solid iron pipe to make do with, Liang, look over there. Wang Xijia, who had been following not far behind him and helping search for supplies, suddenly came to a halt. She extended one finger pointing toward a very inconspicuous shadowy corner in the deepest part of the equipment room. Liang followed the direction of her finger. In that corner stood a lone gray metal cabinet. Unlike the other cabinets labeled with students' names, this one bore no markings whatsoever, its surface blanketed in a thick layer of dust, clearly untouched and unused for a very long time. On top of the metal cabinet, a jumble of rather antiquated equipment lay haphazardly piled. Liang squinted and examined them carefully. There were several brightly colored but somewhat worn heavy-down jackets, along with a few pairs of peculiar shoes fitted with metal spikes on their soles. And atop these clothes, conspicuously weighing them down, sat a strangely shaped sickle, gleaming with a metallic sheen. "What is that?" Wang Xijia asked with curiosity. As an art student, she had clearly never seen hardcore gear like this. "Is that a sickle for cutting grass? Why does the physical education equipment room have farming tools?" Hearing Wang Xijia's question, Han Shuai, who had been organizing a javelin bag, turned her head and glanced toward that dusty cabinet in the corner. "That's not a grass-cutting sickle. Those are the Mountaineering Club's equipment." Han Shuai walked over, dusting off her hands, a note of regret in her voice. "Our school used to have an extreme mountaineering club that organized trips to climb snowy mountains and such. Those are professional cold weather suits, crampons, and ice axes. But because this extreme sport wasn't just dangerous, it was also outrageously expensive. A full set of gear costing tens of thousands. The club could never attract enough new members, couldn't even land sponsorships, and eventually disbanded entirely. These old public-use equipment had nowhere else to go, so they were just dumped in this abandoned corner to gather dust. Mountaineering gear." The moment those four words reached his ears, Liang didn't hesitate for a second, taking 3 long strides to dash straight to the dust-covered metal cabinet. He stood on tiptoe, stretched out his arm, and snatched the so-called sickle resting atop the down jackets. Hefty the moment it touched his hand, this was undeniably a professional ice axe. Its handle was forged from an exceptionally sturdy, lightweight, aviation-grade aluminum alloy with anti-slip rubber tape wrapped around the grip, an absolutely superb feel. And the curved metal head at the front featured a flat adze blade on one end, while the other end tapered into an exceedingly sharp, eagle beak-like curved pick. What a find! Liang couldn't help but shout his praise internally. This thing was originally designed to allow mountaineers to drive it deep into steep ice walls, leveraging it to climb upward, which meant that the pick of this ice axe possessed unparalleled instantaneous penetrating power and terrifying destructive force. If it was meant to chisel ice walls, what if we redirected its target toward the zombies' hard skulls? One solid strike would land true every time, and its length of roughly 60 to 70 centimeters was perfect. Not so long that it would become unwieldy indoors like a baseball bat, yet still maintaining a relatively safe distance for close combat. This size is just right. Liang weighed the ice axe in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. But he wasn't about to settle for just this much. With such a great discovery, there might be other treasures hidden in this cabinet. Liang turned around and casually pulled open the somewhat stiff door of the gray metal cabinet. Creak. As the door swung open, a musty, aged smell wafted out from within. Liang paid it no mind, reaching his hand into the mountain of worn-out windbreakers and miscellaneous junk piled inside, rummaging about haphazardly. Suddenly, his fingers touched a cold metallic object with a distinctly rubberized grip. Liang's heart skipped a beat. He seized the grip of that object and wrenched it out from beneath the pile of old clothes with a powerful tug. When he lifted the object before his eyes and beheld its full form, Liang's breath came to a complete standstill. Holy crap! What appeared in his hands was unmistakably a ferociously designed short-handled climbing axe. This axe measured approximately 40 centimeters in length. Its grip featured not only ergonomic anti-slip texturing, but also a metal guard ring at the end to prevent the hand from slipping off. At the head of the axe, one side bore a crescent-shaped sharp blade, while the other side displayed a hefty flat hammer head adorned with diamond-patterned anti-slip grooves. This impeccable weight distribution, this compact and rugged design, this ultimate configuration capable of delivering both cleaving and blunt force trauma. This was no mere mountaineering tool, it was a divine weapon custom-tailored for dismembering zombies in the apocalypse. Liang casually tossed the ice axe onto the top of the cabinet and gripped the short-handled climbing axe tightly with both hands. He swung it twice experimentally through the air. Whoosh, whoosh. The weighty axe blade carved a fierce, whistling arc through the void, and that solid feeling of power gathering in his palm, as though it could split anything apart, instantly sent Liang's sense of security skyrocketing through the roof. Holy crap, this thing's awesome. Liang gave it another swing. Damn, I feel like I just turned into Leon from Resident Evil 9. This is the one. I'm dying of thirst. Liang muttered, licking his dry, peeling lips as he slid the black backpack off his chest. Stuffed inside were several packages of whole wheat bread, 3 large blocks of high-calorie compressed biscuits, and a few loose pieces of chocolate and beef jerky. Their food supply was actually quite sufficient, packed with high carbohydrates and proteins, offering everything they could need. However, as Liang's fingers brushed against a familiar cylindrical plastic bottle, his brow furrowed deeply. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. That was it. Liang pulled the 3 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water from his bag and lined them up neatly on the foam mat. Now that they had somewhat settled down, the reality set in. Because their escape had been so incredibly rushed, everyone had focused solely on packing compact high-calorie foods and first aid supplies. Water, on the other hand, was not only incredibly heavy, but also took up an immense amount of space in their backpacks. Thus, during packing to ensure maximum agility and speed, while fleeing, everyone had tacitly squeezed only 3 bottles of mineral water into their bags. "We have a major problem," he said, looking at Han Shuang and Wang Xijia, who were also rummaging through their backpacks. "With this little water, even if we ration it strictly and only take a tiny sip when our throats are parched, it will only last us 2 days at most. Without replenishing our water supply, eating all these compressed biscuits and beef jerky won't help. Chewing those dry foods will choke us to death, so we'll likely have to venture out before long. We must find a way to secure a sufficient water source within this gymnasium." Han Shuang paused her movements and nodded. The gymnasium usually has water dispensers for the school teams, and there might even be a convenience store or vending machines. Once its daylight and visibility improves, we must head out to search other areas of this building. Hearing the two discuss their survival plans, Wang Xijia, sitting in the corner, glanced at the tightly shut wooden door. "I'm afraid Cindy has already met a grim fate." Han Shuang nodded. "I'm very familiar with the layout of this gymnasium because I used to come here often for extra training." Raising a finger, Han Shuang traced the outline of the massive structure in the air, analyzing in a low voice. "This gymnasium only has 3 entrances and exits. The first is the main entrance we just tried to break through. As you saw, it's locked tight from the inside with heavy-duty security chains. We couldn't get in, and if Cindy doubles back, she won't be able to enter either. The second is the side entrance for staff that we just used. That side door has an access control system. It's a facial recognition system that requires registered face data of varsity athletes or faculty. Cindy is neither, so her face wouldn't be able to unlock that security door. As for the last one, it's the door at the very back of the gymnasium. The back door is a one-way emergency exit. It is normally completely locked and can only be opened from the inside by pushing hard on the red crash bar during emergencies like a fire. It absolutely cannot be pushed open from the outside, and it's never left open. So, she definitely won't be able to get in if she wants to survive." Han Shuang turned her gaze toward the pitch-black darkness outside the window, mapping out Cindy's possible escape route in her mind. She can only run toward the academic buildings. But to get from the gymnasium to the academic buildings, she has to cross that wide open plaza and a large stretch of unsheltered tree-lined avenue. Gritting her teeth, Han Shuang spoke with deliberate emphasis. "But we made a massive racket earlier. Our attempts to break through the door, our struggle with the zombies, and Cindy's own hysterical scream. All of that carries incredibly far in the night. This will undoubtedly alert those roaming monsters on the main road. I'm afraid many zombies will target her." A terrified, unarmed female college student pursued through the pitch-black night by a relentless, bloodthirsty horde of tireless zombies. Just imagining such a scene was enough to stifle one's breath. "Sigh." Liang nodded, letting out a long, heavy sigh. In this wretched apocalypse, a single wrong decision, even a mere split second of panic, often cost one's life. They possessed no superpowers and could not save everyone. To keep the few of them here alive was already a miracle. To break the suffocating, maddening atmosphere of dread, Liang decided to find something to do. He pulled out his phone. The moment his eyes focused on the screen, Liang froze. "What the hell is this? I didn't notice while running for my life, but my phone is practically blowing up with messages." Startled, Liang quickly swiped his thumb to unlock the screen and tapped into the direct messages of the campus forum. They were all from Lei Jiedua and Saijia. He quickly scrolled to the top of the chat history and began reading through them one by one. Liang, are you there? Please reply to me. Oh my god, what's happening outside? Why are there zombie screams everywhere? A massive horde of monsters just ran past the back of our dormitory. They rushed toward your dormitory building like they were insane. Liang, did you guys make it out? Please reply if you see this. Reading these words, which were packed with exclamation marks and practically radiated sheer terror and despair through the screen, Liang's brow furrowed even deeper. A huge number of zombies have gathered at the security windows, climbing up one after another. It's like a human pyramid of ants. The iron bars of the security window are creaking loudly under their weight. We are hiding under the bed now. Liang, I'm so scared, I'm really so scared. At the end of the message was a string of crying emojis and garbled characters clearly typed by someone whose hands were shaking uncontrollably. After reading these horrifying descriptions, a wave of lingering dread washed over Liang. In an instant, a terrifying and visually striking image akin to an apocalyptic movie flashed through his mind. What if a few hours ago, upon seeing the video on the forum of Liu Yu climbing the window, Han Shuang had not decisively chosen to escape through the window? What if, out of fear of the dark night outside, they had chosen to remain huddled inside room 2023, attempting to hold out until dawn behind a few solid wood wardrobes? If so, trapped in that sealed room with absolutely no way out, they wouldn't have even had the chance to jump. They would have been instantly torn to pieces by the horde of zombies crashing through the windows. Gulping hard, Liang swallowed his saliva. Damn it, if they had been even a second slower, they would have been completely obliterated. This narrow brush with death, a split-second maneuver of survival, sent a shiver deep into the soul of even Liang, who prided himself on being a veteran gamer and warrior. While Liang stared blankly at his phone screen, Han Shuang also silently pulled her phone from her pocket. As the pillar of the Han family's current generation, her greatest concern right now, aside from their immediate survival, was her younger cousin far away in the mechanical engineering academic building. Xiaohu, how is the situation over at the academic building? Do not run around. Find a safe classroom and lock the door from the inside. Reply to me as soon as you see this. However, 10 minutes passed after the message was sent, and there was still no reply. Inside the mechanical engineering building at the far end of Taihong campus, Han Sai's phone lay abandoned on a corner chemistry bench. The flickered briefly a WeChat message from Han Shuang about moving the gymnasium arriving, but the screen quickly dimmed after a long period of inactivity. In the chemistry room, Han Saihu had no time to glance at the phone resting on the other side. It wasn't only Han Saihu. All attention in the room now rested on Lu Yisin and the female zombie. The hum of the motors faded and the air carried only the faint clack of metal bearings cooling. On the modified gynecological examination chair, the zombie woman, who had been shrieking continuously, lay lifeless, a drained mass of flesh on the cushion. After a period of observation, after the zombie woman's second release of a large amount of black viral fluid, the black filaments that had spread across her cheeks had retreated to the neck. Although her skin still showed a deathly gray lacking in circulation, her eyes remained rolled white in a lifeless gaze. But once those terrifying black, vein-like markings faded from her face, the once sharp and pretty features of the zombie woman emerged clearly. If one closed their eyes to her tattered JK uniform and the blood at the corner of her mouth from a distance, she looked like a frail beauty in a deep coma. Moreover, she seemed less ferocious than before. Only with the faint rise and fall of her chest did a breath escape like a thread from a dying person. Watching this mutated creature in a state of eerie quiet, Song Waning turned to the two white-coated scientists and looked astonished. Is she in sage mode? Or has she completely fried? Facing this crude, soul-searching question, Lu Yisin pushed up his glasses and shook his head. I'm not sure either. The zombie brain's central nervous system, after being damaged and rearranged by the virus, may or may not retain the human dopamine-secreting mechanism known as sage time. There is not enough data to draw a conclusion. But there should be some relation to the reduction of viral content. Lu Yisin, wearing medical latex gloves, pointed to the zombie's paler cheeks and continued with reasoned analysis according to the mass conservation law hypothesis previously deduced for viral division. After these 2 rounds of ultra-high-intensity extraction, most of the viruses roaming in her blood and organs had been successively expelled. Now the remaining virus inside her has most likely retreated deep within the urinary and reproductive system. This also explains why her aggression has plummeted, for the viral concentration is no longer enough to support absolute control over the cerebral cortex. All is ready, we only lack the east wind. Lu Yisin whispered to himself as a final mental cue. He took a deep breath, then turned to look at the others. In this silent and eerie chemistry laboratory, the 4 men's gazes met in midair. If Lu Yisin could accomplish this feat and truly restore the monster before them to a living human, then this science-obsessed loner who had boldly stepped forward to break free from lifelong bachelorhood would become the savior of humanity. Go ahead. Ziwen stepped forward and placed his hand on Lu Yisin's somewhat slender shoulder, giving him 2 firm pats. Brother, you will surely become a master of science. If today you can safely complete this grand reverse engineering experiment of biochemical antibodies. When we survive and walk out of this school, I will publish your feat as first author on the front pages of Nature and Science. Hearing Ziwen's grand promises, Song Waning nearby joined in the excitement. Brother, although your build doesn't look imposing, I am truly impressed by your fearless dedication to science. Go with confidence. Oh, I will guard this door with my life, and even if the king of the heavens himself comes, I won't let him disturb your work. Even Han Saihu, who had long found the matter absurd, was moved by this inexplicably heroic atmosphere. He straightened up, feet together, and saluted Lu Yisin with a proper military salute. Brave man, take care on your way. If it doesn't work, don't force it. As long as the green hills remain, there will be wood for fire, don't risk your life. Lu Yisin remained silent. He knew there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. The words had been spoken, the bragging had been blown away. If he faltered now, he would not raise his head before the survivors at Taihang Media University. Moreover, before him stood a ready-made, possibly devoted girlfriend. If he could endure this tremor, life could change dramatically. For science, for humanity, and to shed the shameful 20 years of bachelorhood. Lu Yisin turned his gaze again to the pale zombie. He breathed deeply, steadied his racing heartbeat, and stepped forward with legs that trembled from extreme nervousness. 1 step, 2 steps. He moved forward, for science does not tolerate hesitation or cowardice. His hands trembled. He swept the hem of his white lab coat aside, his fingers finding the metal belt buckle at his waist. Click, swish. But just as he prepared to take the next step, suddenly 3 lines of sight like spotlights fixed on his back and buttocks, and he felt utterly watched from behind. The small impulse born of nervousness and excitement, which had barely gathered, was mercilessly snuffed out by the 3 oppressive gazes. Lu Yisin's motion froze mid-air. He turned to the others and asked with a hint of sarcasm whether their stares made him nervous. The remark snapped the other 3 from their reverie of witnessing a historic moment. Song Waning slapped his thigh, then grabbed Han Saihu's arm and pulled him aside with force. Do not stare at this. Is somewhat unethical, and we should not witness such high-precision live biological implant experiments. Song Waning hurriedly pulled Han Saihu aside. Sorry, we should retreat. Several people turned their heads one after another, facing the row of tall glass chemical reagent cabinets, as if reflecting on their sins. With their backs to the central area of the laboratory, Song Waning and Han Saihu stared at each other, the expressions on their faces incredibly complex and vivid. On one hand, they found the upcoming cross-species detoxification ritual utterly absurd and terrifying. On the other hand, driven by the deepest human instincts of gossip and curiosity, they could not help but prick up their ears, holding their breath as they desperately tried to catch the slightest sound behind them. Hearing a rustling sound, Song Waning lowered his voice, whispering to Han Saihu in a tone as faint as a mosquito's buzz, "Old Han, is this guy seriously stripping? I am utterly amazed by his mental fortitude. Back when we were in the military, even the most daring troublemakers probably wouldn't have dared to take on this job, right?" Han Saihu rolled his eyes dramatically, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Crossing his arms, he stared intently at a bottle of blue reagent in the glass cabinet before him, replying in an equally hushed whisper, "Shut your mouth." He is sacrificing himself for science to validate the antidote mechanism that could save all of humanity. Right now, other than praying he can successfully turn this woman back into a human, we shouldn't be making sarcastic remarks. Though they spoke this way, both of them were silently sweating with anxiety for this brave science nerd. The sound of rustling clothes ceased. Next, according to the normal progression of a plot, or rather the kind of plot direction that all adults understand, the laboratory should have echoed with some heavy breathing. However, a full 2 minutes passed. In the central area of the laboratory, apart from the faint wheezing of the female zombie tied to the chair as her chest rose and fell, there was absolutely no sound of a human male. What's going on? Why is it so quiet? Could he be doing a pre-battle warm-up? Song Waning pressed himself against the glass cabinet, blinking furiously in utter bewilderment. Just as the 2 physical education students began to suspect whether Lu Yisin had his tool of the trade bitten off by the female zombie. A voice filled with endless dejection, despair, embarrassment, and deep self-doubt slowly drifted over. Well. Lu Yisin's voice sounded exceptionally desolate in the empty laboratory. "I can't get it up. Is this normal?" The moment he heard this, Han Saihu, who had been trying hard to maintain a serious and stoic expression, lost his composure instantly. Cough, cough, cough. Han Saihu's shoulders shook violently. He snapped his head around to look at Lu Yisin, who still kept his back turned, though his shoulders had completely slumped. He had already taken off his pants, made his grand declarations, and fully struck the pose of sacrificing himself for science. Yet at the critical final moment, this guy actually went on strike. "Wait, buddy, are you impo?" The highly insulting word was on the verge of slipping out of Han Saihu's mouth. However, his words caught in his throat before he could finish. Because the moment he turned around, Han Saihu's gaze fell once more upon the examination chair. Who on earth could get it up under these conditions? Let alone Lu Yisin, a pure single-from-birth science nerd who had never even held a girl's hand. Even if you were to bring in a legendary playboy who had bedded countless women, facing such a horrific sight would undoubtedly scare him, so witless that his manhood would shrivel away, never to rise again for the rest of his life. Although the intense extraction by the machine had caused the black veins on her face to recede below her neck, revealing the contours of her facial features and proving she had indeed been a quite beautiful woman in life. She was, after all, a lifeless walking corpse now. The skin all over her body remained a bloodless pale gray. Her body was ice-cold, completely devoid of any warmth belonging to a living person. Her mouth, which might have once worn premium lipstick, was now wide open. Not only were there traces of dried blood at the corners, but a black mucus emitting a putrid rotten stench was also continuously oozing out. The smell was more pungent than a dead rat that had fermented in a sewer for 10 years. As for her eyes, the whites still occupied the vast majority of them. Only at the very center of her eyeballs was there a pupil the size of a pinhead, and looking further down there lay the so-called abyss. But just thinking about how it had been connected to a cold metal machine moments ago, and how much highly concentrated black virus solution, enough to cause instant mutation, might still remain inside. Han Saiyu felt the hair all over his body stand on end in salute. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to do it either. Just standing in front of this thing, and taking off one's pants required immense courage and a death-defying spirit. Phew. Han Saiyu let out a long breath. The mockery on his face vanished, completely replaced by a deep sense of understanding and sympathy. Brother, don't put too much pressure on yourself. This isn't your fault. If you could get it up for this, that would be truly psychopathic. Yeah, buddy, this level of difficulty is way off the charts. Song Waning rubbed his hands together, his face filled with worry. But the problem is, if you can't do it, won't our great scientific experiment be stuck right here? Holding up his pants, Lu Yisin's thin shoulders trembled violently. His eyes, hidden behind the reflecting lenses of his glasses, were filled with a powerful sense of frustration stemming from his physiological impotence. I'll try one more time. I'll close my eyes and imagine she's one of those actresses from my hard drive. Gritting his teeth like a doomed warrior heading to the execution ground, Lu Yisin tried to perform a final act of self-hypnosis. Forget it. You are facing a double blockade of psychological barriers and physiological fear. Imagination alone won't break through this line of defense. Just as the atmosphere reached the peak of awkwardness, Ziwen suddenly broke the desperate deadlock. He walked over to Lu Yisin's side. Physiological arousal is an essence of vasodilation response controlled by the parasympathetic nervous system. When the human body is in a state of extreme fear, tension, or facing a survival threat, the sympathetic nervous system takes dominance, secreting large amounts of adrenaline. This causes peripheral vasoconstriction, diverting blood back to the heart and major muscle groups to prepare for fight or flight. Forcing blood flow to the reproductive organs under such conditions is completely contradictory to biology. Listening to Ziwen's lengthy lecture on physiological terms, Song Waning and Han Saiyu looked at each other in bewilderment. Bro, is this really the time for a biology class? Song Waning scratched his head in anxiety. We know he's scared, and we're scared too. Can you just get to the point? How do we break this deadlock? Ignoring Song Waning's impatience, Ziwen turned his head to look at Lu Yisin, who was still holding up his pants with a flushed face. I know of a way, but I've never tried it. What way? Lu Yisin asked, as if seeing a ray of hope. Ziwen turned around and cast his gaze toward the nearby pile driver that had just been shut down. His eyes swept across the complex wiring and battery packs of the machine, finally locking onto a black wire connected to a small pulse converter. Using a weak electrical current stimulation combined with mental visualization might just do the trick. Song Waning and Han Saiyu listened, completely dumbfounded. Electrical stimulation. Song Waning's massive 200-pound frame shuddered violently. He instinctively covered his groin with both hands, feeling a cold chill surge wildly up from the base of his thighs. Are science majors completely out of their minds? Is this a method a normal human would come up with? If the voltage wasn't controlled properly, or if there was a short circuit, it wouldn't just be a question of getting it up. He would be instantly castrated on the spot. Surprisingly, Lu Yisin nodded firmly. Theoretically, it is feasible. Microcurrents can indeed force smooth muscle spasms and compulsory vasodilation. Looking at Ziwen, he uttered 4 heavy words. Let's try it, partner. Having obtained the subject's consent, Ziwen showed no hesitation or squeamishness. He walked quickly to the side of the monstrous steel machine, his eyes precisely locking onto a wire connected to a small pulse voltage regulator amidst the complex tangle of cables. With a sharp snip, Ziwen cut the wire with a pair of scissors. With great skill, he used the sharp edge of the scissors to strip the end of the wire, pulling away the outer layer of black rubber insulation to expose a short section of fine copper wire gleaming with a metallic luster. This is a weak pulsed current processed by the regulator. The voltage is within a safe range and will only cause a stinging sensation and forced muscle contraction. It absolutely won't cause carbonization or permanent tissue necrosis. Having said that, Ziwen held the wire with the exposed copper threads and slowly walked around to face Lu Yisin. He then crouched down quite naturally. Standing behind them and watching secretly, Song Waning and Han Saiyu instantly felt their eyes were about to be blinded by the scene. Because from their perspective, Lu Yisin's legs were slightly parted, his pants were pulled down to his ankles, his white lab coat hung open at the front, his hands hung limply at his sides, and his body was trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Ziwen was crouching right between Lu Yisen's legs. With his head slightly lowered, his hands were performing delicate and focused operations at that indescribable height. The scene, the composition, the lighting. It felt exactly as though they were. Song Waning spun around abruptly, covering his eyes with both hands. Han Sai-hu also turned his face away, coughing dryly. In front of them, Ziwen had already precisely wrapped the exposed copper wire around the key area rich in nerve endings. Although theoretically feasible, the painful stimulus might be quite intense. You must focus your attention and imagine images that arouse your desire to coordinate with the forced dilation of the current. Ziwen's finger rested on the miniature switch connected to the wire. Are you ready? Cold sweat poured down Lu Yisen's forehead like soybeans. He gritted his teeth hard, clenched his hands into tight fists, and nodded seriously. With a snap. Snap. As Ziwen pressed his thumb down, the crude electroshock device, jury-rigged from a pulse voltage regulator, instantly powered on. A faint blue arc flashed across the exposed copper wire, and a precisely calibrated current surged along the conductor straight toward the most vulnerable nerve clusters on Lu Yisen's body. Hiss, ah! Within a hundredth of a second, Lu Yisen's entire body spasmed like a cat, with its tail, trodden on his legs, buckled and shook uncontrollably. Song Waning and Han Sai-hu, crouching behind him, barely dared to breathe. Their eyes bulged wide as coins, terrified the boy might black out and foam at the mouth. Yet a miracle actually occurred. It stood. It worked. Lu Yisen bowed his head sharply, overcome with excitement, and let out a shout in the empty laboratory. His voice brimmed with the pride of a scientific theory proven right and a man at last reclaiming his dignity. Good heavens! Startled half to death, Song Waning leapt to his feet and clamped a hand over Lu Yisen's mouth. Do you want to die? Keep it down. Don't you forget, there could be zombies prowling the corridor outside. Shouting it worked. At midnight might summon every creature out there, and we'd all be dead meat tonight. Covered by Song Waning, Lu Yisen's fevered mind was doused with ice water and suddenly cleared. He realized his earlier loss of composure, and a cold sweat broke along his spine. He nodded frantically at Song Waning, silently promising not to shout recklessly again, whereupon Song Waning cautiously released his calloused hand. Phew, scared the life out of me. Lu Yisen drew a deep breath, turned his head, and looked at Ziwen crouching on the floor. He gave a large thumbs up. That treatment was incredibly effective. The stimulation was perfect. The current intensity hit exactly the right mark, meeting practical standards. Ziwen adjusted his thick black-rimmed glasses, his expression as calm and unreadable as ever, as though everything had been calculated precisely. With the hardware now successfully rebooted, the main event was about to begin. Lu Yisen took a deep breath and turned his head, his gaze locking firmly onto the female zombie. More precisely, he aimed at that dark abyss woven with blackened viral veins. But as he prepared to take that final step, he noticed a rather troubling problem. This female zombie had been dead an unknown length of time. Her body had long lost the warmth and vitality of the living. No good. It's too dry. Lu Yisen's brow furrowed in distress. Just then catch. Ziwen's flat voice rang out once more. This was the chemistry laboratory of the mechanical engineering department. Without the flashy consumer goods of a supermarket, it was nonetheless a natural treasure trove of chemical reagents and auxiliary materials. Lu Yisen turned and saw Ziwen retrieve a clean glass test tube from a cluttered lab bench. This is high-purity medical-grade glycerol, commonly known as glycerin. Go for it. Watching the clear chemical reagent in his hand, Lu Yisen swallowed hard. With lives on the line, there was no time to be picky. From behind, Han Sai-hu and Song Waning watched the scene unfold, their expressions incomprehensibly complex. But at this point of no return, they shed all teasing and joking. The two exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously straightened their posture. Han Sai-hu, the veteran soldier, even brought his heels together solemnly. Go, brother. For humanity, for the future. Man, the hopes of the entire village rest on your shoulders. You're today's national hero. Song Waning clenched his fist and pumped it fiercely into the air. This grandiose send-off, paired with the dim lighting and the female zombie strapped to the examination chair, was so absurd it brought tears to the eye. But Lu Yisen drank it all in. Those words seemed to pour a steel-reinforced sense of righteous duty into his otherwise timid frame. Lu Yisen nodded, no longer hesitating. He uncorked the test tube and roughly applied the contents. Then he closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. He pressed forward. Hiss! At the moment of contact, Lu Yisen's eyes flew open wide, his pupils nearly bursting from their sockets. The sensation was utterly beyond description in any language. Holy SHD! He turned to the three spectators behind him, his voice trembling violently. Why is it so cold? It's like digging a giant ice block out of a frozen cavern in the northeast at -20 degrees. And rock hard. Brothers, is this even right? Of course it wasn't right. Song Waning raged silently inside. That was a dead body. Circulation had ceased, body heat had dissipated, and the muscles had entered rigor mortis. How could it not be cold? How could it not be hard? Did you think this was some warm water spa service at an upscale club? Phew. Song Waning wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He looked at the lean figure ahead, grimacing in pain, yet refusing to retreat. Thank goodness the boy had no experience. He was far too easy to mislead. Any man who had even dated once or visited a bathhouse upon feeling that cold, rigid texture would have collapsed on the spot and fled in defeat. No ordinary person could withstand this violation of every physiological instinct. Brother, this is the price of science. Endure it, bite down, and push through. You're making history. Song Waning quickly interjected, quoting Lu Yixin in more noble rhetoric. Han Saihu nodded vigorously. Exactly. Don't stop now. Keep the rhythm going. Under the two's enthusiastic encouragement and Ziwen's calm, watchful gaze, Lu Yixin squeezed his eyes shut and turned his head to the side. Like a soulless perpetual machine, he continued his great work in that cold, unyielding abyss. Seconds ticked by. Suddenly, the female zombie, previously motionless on the examination chair, convulsed violently. Those last remaining concentrated virus colonies, finally deceived, churned and surged like boiling magma. Guh. After a series of spasms, the female zombie's body ejected jets of pure black fluid. Success. Lu Yixin quickly stepped back. Song Waning, Han Saihu, and Ziwen immediately closed in, gazing at the newly accomplished hero as though he were an alien. Supporting himself on his knees, Lu Yixin steadied his racing heart. He wiped the sweat from his brow and slowly rose to his feet. Turning back to the three, he said, "It felt strange, but oddly comfortable." Could anyone among those present possibly respond to such a claim? Was this even something a normal human being could say? Having just undergone an exchange that transcended life and death, facing the cold, stiff corpse of a female zombie, with pinpoint pupils and black viral fluid still oozing from her, this mad scientist had not only endured it with sheer willpower, but had even offered a post-service review of somewhat comfortable upon finishing. Squatting a few meters away, Song Waning's dark, 200-pound face was now completely contorted like a twisted dough stick. His mouth opened and closed, his throat feeling as though an unpeeled durian were wedged inside. He wanted to complain, yet he found that the entire lexicon of human language was utterly inadequate to describe his current state of shock. Incredible. After holding it in for a long time, Song Waning could only silently raise his thick right hand, offering a high thumbs up to this man who had selflessly sacrificed himself for science. Beside him, Han Saihu wore an equally existential expression, questioning the very reality of his life. He could only mimic Song Waning like a broken record, silently raising his thumb as well, erecting an indelible monument in his heart for this science geek. Even Ziwen, who had always maintained absolute calm and rationality, felt his fingers momentarily stiffen as he pushed up his black-rimmed glasses. However, as the most tacit of research partners, Ziwen quickly recovered his composure. "Thank you for your hard work. Quickly put your clothes back in order and keep warm. Don't catch a cold at a time like this." With this shocking detoxification process declared over, the hours ahead would be a tedious observation period. As for the female zombie, with the final massive surge of black viral mucus completely drained, the violent convulsions and instinctive stress responses of her body had entirely vanished. Her face, once hideous and laced with blue-gray veins, now wore a bizarre, eerie tranquility. Her upturned dead-fish eyes were half closed, and the beastly growls no longer escaped her lips. Only her chest continued to rise and fall with an extremely faint rhythm. Whether she can turn back into a human or not depends entirely on the next few hours. Lu Yixin found a chair and sat down, clutching his notebook as he stared intently at the female zombie's face. The four grown men each found a corner in the laboratory to squat or sit. None dared to speak aloud, terrified of disrupting this biochemical metamorphosis that could potentially alter the destiny of mankind. Suddenly, Han Saihu seemed to remember something of vital importance. "Oh no, my phone." He gasped in a hushed tone and scrambled to his feet. Hurrying over to the previously cluttered chemical laboratory bench, he snatched up his phone and pressed the screen to light it up. At a glance, a wave of intense guilt and self-reproach surged within him. On the lock screen of his phone, several unread messages were tightly stacked, all sent by Sis. Checking the time, the most recent message had actually been sent half an hour ago. "Xiaohu, why is there no news from your end? Have you run into danger? Reply to me as soon as you see this. Don't scare me. Have you been spotted by zombies? Don't try to be heroes, find a place to hide." Staring at these words, which carried a sense of burning anxiety that transcended the screen, Han Saihu felt a warmth welling up in his eyes. Earlier, he had been so absorbed in listening to those two science maniacs discuss biochemical theories, and so utterly shattered by Lu Yixin's interspecies act of self-sacrifice, that he had completely forgotten the crucial task of letting his sister know he was safe. With no reply for so long, Sis must be extremely worried. She might even be crying in the dorm right now. Taking a deep breath, Han Sai-hu quickly unlocked his phone. His thumbs flew across the virtual keyboard as he immediately replied to Han Shuai. Sorry sis, I'm fine. I left my phone charging nearby and didn't check it. To quickly divert his sister's attention and to share the roller coaster-like magical experience of his evening, Han Sai-hu did not hesitate to spill what had just transpired in the lab. We were just doing an experiment on how to turn zombies back into humans. After sending the message, Han Shuai held her phone in both hands, her eyes glued to the screen without blinking. When she saw Han Sai-hu's reply of, I'm fine, the heart that had been lodged in her throat finally settled back into her chest. Tears almost burst from her eyes. However, when she clearly read the second message that followed immediately after, an expression of sheer ghostly disbelief instantly washed over Han Shuai's tear-stained lovely face. Sitting beside her, Liang leaned in to look at the screen. Upon seeing the words, turn zombies back into humans, he barely resisted the urge to curse out loud. Has this kid hallucinated from hunger? Turning zombies back into humans. Does he think he's in a sci-fi movie? Han Shuai was equally incredulous. She quickly wiped away her tears and typed back rapidly, for real. Are you guys actually that amazing? Looking at the skeptical and shocked query that popped up on his screen, Han Sai-hu inside the chemistry lab of the mechanical engineering building turned his head. He cast a look of utter reverence toward Liu Yisin, who was still sitting nearby, meticulously observing the zombies' vital signs. You have no idea sis, these two science guys are insanely badass. Remember the self-rescue method I mentioned to you on the phone earlier? These two madmen are barely human. They reverse-engineered the detoxification method we knew, hooked up a giant motorized machine, and literally squeezed several tubes of black viral fluid out of the female zombie. And then came the most mind-blowing part. Han Sai-hu typed furiously into the chat box, his fingers moving so fast they left after images. When the virus inside the female zombie dropped to its absolute lowest point, one of the guys with glasses stepped up to verify the truth. He went straight in and thoroughly took her on. The scene completely shattered the ceiling of human imagination. Now he has even stimulated the discharge of the final remnants of the viral nest. We're observing her right now. These two science guys said that once this process is complete, there's a high probability the zombie will regain her human sanity. Click send. This barrage of messages, like a rapid machine gun fire, instantly traversed the campus network through the dark night and crashed into Han Shuai's phone. Han Shuai held her phone with both hands, her eyes staring fixedly at the long diatribe sent by Han Sai-hu. Standing beside her and seeing the chat log with absolute clarity, Liang had now completely transformed into a soulless terracotta warrior. What the actual hell? Me climbing burglar bars to deliver light was already supposed to be an incredibly mind-blowing ultimate protagonist script for this apocalypse. What kind of hidden geniuses are lurking in that damn mechanical engineering building? This is too absurd. On the other end, Han Shuai did not reply for a long time. The typing status at the top of the chat box flickered on and off over and over. Inside the chemistry lab, Han Sai-hu stared at the silent phone screen, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He could entirely picture the comical, utterly dumbfounded expressions on his sisters and Liang's faces back in the dorm right now. After all, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed in a million years that such a hardcore operation, comparable to a sci-fi ethical thriller, could actually exist in this world. Han Sai-hu let out a soft chuckle and was about to turn off his phone screen to save battery, when suddenly Song Waning gasped sharply. His body jolted as if struck by electricity, and he sprang up from the floor instantly. Bro, come quick, we've got a situation. Click. Han Sai-hu's phone fell from his hand onto the ground, but he didn't even bother to pick it up. Instead, he shot forward like an arrow and landed beside that cold gynecological examination chair. Four burly men stood like sturdy pillars, sealing off every angle around the metal chair so thoroughly that not even a breath of air could squeeze through. What's wrong, old Song? Has she come back to life? Or is she about to spew poison? Han Sai-hu clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white, every muscle in his body tensed, fully prepared to either burst her skull or flee at a moment's notice. No. Song Waning's rough, dark face was frozen in an expression of utter disbelief, as though he had just witnessed a ghost. He extended one thick finger, trembling uncontrollably from overwhelming excitement, and pointed at the bound figure on the chair. Stammering, he said, Look at her face. And her chest. All four men's breathing stopped completely simultaneously in that single heartbeat. Moments ago, this female zombie's skin had been an ashen gray, lifeless like pork that had been frozen in a freezer for 3 full days. But now that deathly pallor was receding before their very eyes, replaced by the luminous, delicate fairness unique to living human skin. The dark, vein-like virus markings that had crawled across her cheeks and neck like a monstrous spiderweb had completely vanished. Her skin was smooth and clear, fine blue veins faintly visible beneath the surface. And her breathing, before this zombie's chest had risen and fallen only with the crudest instinct, her throat producing nothing but beastly guttural gasps. But now, her impressive bosom rose and fell in a perfectly regular rhythm. In that suffocating silence, with all four men wide-eyed, their brains overheating, daring not even to draw a single breath. A soft, fragile sound, laced with profound weakness and a nasal lilt, drifted gently from the throat of the figure on the chair. It was incredibly quiet. Yet to these four hardened men, that single syllable echoed like thunder from the highest heavens. Because this was absolutely not a sound a zombie could make. This was unmistakably the drowsy murmuring of an ordinary young girl stirring from the depths of a long, torturous nightmare. Holy crap! Song Waning felt his scalp tingle with dread. He instinctively took a half-step backward, terrified he might let out a scream if he stayed any closer. As that soft sigh faded, the girl's head tilted slightly on the chair as if her neck ached from being tied so tightly. Then, under the intense gaze of four pairs of eyes, her long eyelashes fluttered violently like butterfly wings. And then, she slowly opened her eyes. Just minutes prior, those eyes had been nothing but clouded white fish eyes with only a tiny pinpoint black pupil at the center, radiating endless death and madness. But now, that horrifying milky opacity had been wiped away as if by some magical eraser. The once terrifying pinprick of a pupil upon contact with the lab's dim yellow battery light rapidly expanded, dilating until it returned to the normal deep black size of a human eye. The girl turned her head, weakly struggling to take in her surroundings. What the? As those four men beheld those beautiful, fully human eyes once again, they could no longer contain the tsunami of shock surging within them. Overcome with disbelief, all four instinctively stepped forward together, completely surrounding the girl in a tight circle, their wolf-like gazes fixed unblinkingly upon her. The girl's vision was still blurred, but at the sound she instinctively turned her head toward it. When her eyes finally focused, and she took in the scene before her, what did she see? Four grown men of varying builds, each radiating an unmistakably suspicious aura, were closing in on her like wolves circling a lamb, towering above her from every angle. This scene, freshly awakened pure college girl tied to a chair surrounded by four strangers, was enough to make even the Jade Emperor himself call the police on the spot. But that wasn't all. Acting on pure instinct, the girl tried to struggle upright. Yet when her brain sent the signal to her limbs, she was horrified to discover she couldn't move at all. And what truly tore her soul apart was the state of her lower body. Her legs were callously propped up on the metal stirrups on either side of the examination chair, exposed to the air in the most humiliating position imaginable. Not only that, right in front of her loomed a terrifying mechanical beast. The girl's eyes widened to their absolute physical limit, bloodshot veins erupting across her whites like cracking ice. Her flushed, newly awakened complexion drained instantly to the color of paper. That single had barely begun to form in her throat, never even reaching her vocal cords. Oh my sweet lord, please don't make a sound. Song Waning's reaction was faster than lightning. He snatched up that rubber stopper from the lab table and, smack, jamming it forcefully between her lips. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. The poor girl could only writhe and thrash desperately like a fish gasping for water. Phew, you scared the hell out of me. Song Waning patted his thundering chest, cold sweat pouring down his back. If she'd actually screamed, we'd all be buried tonight along with her. Lu Yisin watched the girl's terrified expression, as if she wanted to bite them all to death, and quickly forced what he hoped was a reassuring smile. He bent down slightly, raised one finger to his lips, and silently gestured for quiet. Don't be afraid, miss. Just try to calm down. We're not bad guys. Hearing those words, the bound girl, struggling, paused for a fraction of a second. She locked eyes with Lu Yisin, tears streaming down her face, her expression screaming one thing clearly. Do you seriously believe that yourself? I'm tied up like I'm about to be dissected like some alien specimen. My pants are gone. You've even brought out that machine. And your belt isn't even tied properly. And you're telling me you're not bad guys? Lu Yisin awkwardly rubbed his nose. He knew full well that in this exact scenario, with this composition, this atmosphere, even calling the police would result in all four of them being pinned to the ground on the spot. There was simply no getting around it. Muddy diarrhea in one's underwear, whether it was stool or not, it was still stained beyond redemption. Just as Lu Yisin, Song Waning, and Ziwen stood frozen, at a complete loss, desperately wishing they could dig an underground bunker with their toes right there in the lab. Han Sai-hu, standing to the side, was in a completely different headspace. She changed back. Is this actually working? The four sturdy men, like four muskrats at the zoo who had just spotted an alien, craned their necks, their eyes wide, fixating on the girl bound in an angle of restraints. The girl on the chair at this moment seemed to have her brain's CPU burned out, thick black smoke billowing. Her tears streamed down her pale cheeks like a bursting dam. Those eyes, now clear with human light, were filled with the humiliation that gnaws at one to bite their tongue and ended at once, sweeping across the faces of the four perverted fiends. Wah! The girl trembled her head, shaking violently, her legs writhing against the two metal restraints. Miss, please calm yourself. Take a deep breath. Yes, breathe deeply. Ziwen, who stood nearby with his hands in the pockets of his white lab coat, tried to project the solemnity of a meticulous researcher, striving to make his voice sound scholarly and reassuring. Yet he seemed to have utterly forgotten how indecorous his current appearance was. The washed-out denim jeans had been pulled up, but in the haste earlier the belt buckle was skewed, even revealing a corner of plaid underwear. Wah! The girl watched Lu Yixin approach, eyes bulging in fear, her struggles intensifying, as if her gaze said, "Don't come any closer." Ahem. Lu Yixin stepped back 2 paces. Your current appearance is gravely lacking in credibility. Ziwen, who had stood nearby with his hands in the pockets of his white coat, spoke in a world-weary calm tone, pointing out the crux of the matter. Ziwen strode forward in a measured, condescending manner, looking down at the girl who was crying hysterically. Miss, I know it's hard to accept the reality before you, but please use your logic and recall, before you lost consciousness, were you bitten by something? Or did you feel an intense itch all over and then lose your reason? Hearing Ziwen's words, the girl's thrashing paused briefly. A trace of confusion crossed her eyes, as if she was trying to recall the moments before the upheaval. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something horrific, her pupils contracted sharply and her body trembled uncontrollably. It seems you remember now. Ziwen nodded with satisfaction. That's right, you were infected with the A virus, turning into a zombie that only knows how to eat people. And we. Ziwen traced a circle in midair that encompassed the 4 in the lab and grandly declared, we are a civilian self-appointed research task force. To rescue you from the virus's control, my companion. Ziwen pointed at Lu Yixin, who was still adjusting his belt, has made immense physiological and psychological sacrifices through a stringent physical detoxification mechanism and has awakened your immune system. So to sum up, we are not perverts, we are your lifesavers. The girl on the chair was utterly stunned. She lowered her head, glancing at her tattered clothes and at the terrifying machine in front of her, assembled from gears and motors dripping black viscous liquid. Finally, her gaze returned to Lu Yixin's unfastened belt. The girl closed her eyes, tears flowing more fiercely. Did she believe it? She believed it way too eagerly. This spiel could fool a 3-year-old, the child would spit in their faces. This is clearly a pack of perverted scoundrels cloaking themselves in science, running wild in the apocalypse. Old Han, what should we do? Song Waning, crouched at a distance, watched the girl's desperate state and swallowed hard. He leaned over to Han Saihu's side, lowered his voice. This girl seems to have completely taken us for a criminal gang. Should we pull the gag from her mouth and loosen the bindings? We've kept her bound like this, and I can't shake the feeling we're filming some illegal little movie. Don't loosen the bindings yet. Han Saihu frowned. As a retired reconnaissance soldier, he was especially cautious. First, don't loosen her. This nasty virus. No one knows if there will be a latent relapse. If she has only temporarily regained her sanity, what if, after we loosen her, she suddenly becomes a zombie and pounces on someone? For everyone's safety, keep her bound and under observation for a while. If needed, she can vent her curses at us in her heart. It's better than losing our lives. Yeah, better to live on than die. Let's let the girl endure a bit longer. While the 4 men surrounded a newly revived girl, gaping at one another, no one knew the next step to take in terms of mental reformation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Han Saihu's phone suddenly vibrated. He brought the screen to his view. The caller ID showed Old Squad Leader, Old Song. Come quickly. This call's value was so high it surely represented the most reliable intelligence from outside. He turned his head, looking at the 2 science students still trying to counsel the girl, and hurriedly said, Ziwen, Lao, Lu, you 2 stay here to continue talking to that girl and calm her emotions. Lao Song and I will take this important call. They took their phones and walked quickly to the innermost row of tall glass reagent cabinets in the chemistry lab, finding a relatively soundproof corner. Connect quickly. If the line drops, it will be over. Song Waning fretted, rubbing his hands. Those bovine eyes were full of longing for a lifeline. Han Saihu's thumb slid heavily across the green answer key on the screen. The moment the call connected, the Old Squad Leader's voice was urgent. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? The signal is too poor. Huzi Ningzi, are you alive? Hearing that familiar rough voice, Han Saihu and Song Waning felt their tears threaten to spill. Captain, we're alive. We're still alive. The 2 quickly answered. We're intact. Every bit of flesh hasn't been spared. Captain, what's outside like? We're trapped in the school's teaching building. Hearing their robust reply, the other and let out a relieved sigh. The captain breathed out. Alive is enough. In this world, being able to breathe is better than anything. You 2 listen carefully. What I am about to say is very important. Han Saihu and Song Waning held their breath, their eyes fixed on the glowing screen, afraid to miss a single crucial word. Listen, we have just established contact with the armed police forces in Taihong City. They have set up a survivor center at the Taihong City Sports Center and deployed heavy fire defenses. There it is still safe with ample food, drinking water, and medical equipment, plus a quarantine zone. The commander, there is our former company commander. This news to Han Saihu and Song Weining was like a beacon suddenly lighting up a vast river in the endless night. Taihong City Sports Center. Survivor Center. The old company commander personally on site. If you have the means, you should go there. Han Saihu's excitement surged. Where there is an army, that place must be the safest. No matter how sturdy a door, it cannot compare to the security of armed guards and armored vehicles. Moreover, the shelter's commander is their former superior. Going there would mean having the strongest backing. Besides, Taihong City Sports Center is a distance from their university town, but with a well-planned route, there would be a real chance to reach it. They would certainly need to figure out a way to go there. They must bring along elder sister Han Shuang Liang, and even those two outside science prodigies to flee to the sports center together. Old squad leader, you can rest assured. We will definitely. Han Saihu clenched his fists, about to swear that he would reach the destination alive. However, the old squad leader didn't let them get excited for long. On the line, his voice suddenly grew solemn, and he said, "What I am about to tell you, you must not fear. We have encountered a very terrifying variant zombie. A mutant zombie." Han Saihu's complexion at this moment looked worse than that of a corpse that had been dead for 3 days. The two of them exchanged a terrified glance under the pallid backlight of the phone screen. Afterward, the two of them swallowed in perfect tacit understanding. Gulp. Han Saihu forcibly pressed his wildly pounding heart back into his chest. He leaned his face close to the phone's microphone and spoke in a voice he strove to keep steady. "Old squad leader, please continue. The two of us have sturdy hearts and strong resistance to pressure. Don't hold back on our account. What exactly is the deal with this mutant?" On the other end of the line, the old squad leader appeared to be lighting a cigarette. A crisp click of a lighter sounded, followed by a puff of smoke exhaled with lingering unease. "It's a zombie that possesses special abilities. We have no idea how it evolved into that hellish form. The preliminary hypothesis put forward by the military scientific research experts is that it somehow, perhaps through devouring its own kind, consuming vast quantities of flesh and blood from ordinary zombies, accumulated an extraordinarily high concentration of the virus within its body, ultimately achieving a terrifying degree of evolution." Upon hearing the words "devouring its own kind," Han Saihu and Song Weining, crouched beside the phone, felt their stomachs churn with violent nausea as a chill surged from the soles of their feet straight to the back of their skulls. "Holy mother of, isn't this literally the legendary goo-raising technique?" Song Weining screamed maniacally in his mind. "Stuff a bunch of venomous insects into a jar and let them devour one another, and the last one standing becomes the goo king. And this damned virus actually knows how to perform such an advanced self-purification operation." The old squad leader did not give them much time to digest this. He continued in that grave tone, describing the creature's characteristics. "That thing's body underwent severe mutation. Its bones and muscles were forcibly expanded by the virus. It stands roughly 3 meters tall. Standing there, it looked like a small mountain of flesh. And it possesses Herculean strength. Ordinary security doors and brick walls are like papier-mâché before it. It can even overturn a wrecked Jetta sedan with its bare hands." Hiss. Song Weining drew a sharp breath and instinctively felt his prized, bulging biceps. Back at the school gym, his 200-gene frame of sinewy muscle had always been a force to be reckoned with. He could press hundreds of gene on the barbell without breaking a sweat. But compared to a 3-meter-tall biochemical Hulk capable of flipping cars with bare hands, he reckoned he was at best a slightly chewy piece of crispy pork belly. Enough for the thing to swallow 2 of him in a single bite. "Old squad leader, then, how did you guys deal with it? Is this thing impervious to bullets?" Han Saihu pressed urgently. This was the question that concerned him most. If even guns couldn't kill it, then ordinary people who encountered such a monster would have no option left but to slit their own throats. Of course guns can kill it. The old squad leader snorted coldly on the other end, and at last a hint of iron-blooded military swagger bled into his tone. No matter how tough its muscles are, they're no match for armor-piercing rounds. Though it posed no threat to our heavy firepower. A few RPG rockets and sustained heavy machine gun fire from the armored vehicles still reduced it to a pile of minced meat. Hearing this, Han Saihu and Song Weining had just begun to exhale in relief. But the old squad leader's tone took an abrupt swerve. "However, who's he think about it? We're proper military with heavy firepower. But what about you? You bunch of ordinary civilians trapped in every corner of the city. What do you have in your hands? Kitchen knives? Baseball bats? Or maybe a reinforced door? If these physically enhanced zombies proliferate on a massive scale throughout the city, the consequences would be too horrifying to contemplate." The old squad leader's voice brimmed with profound concern for the fate of civilians. When that day comes you can hide in your dormitory, hide at home, lock the door 10 or 20 times, it won't matter. One slap from that thing will shatter the wall, and it'll pull you straight out from under the covers to snack on you. Indeed, in the face of a 3-meter-tall battering ram, the pathetic physical defenses of ordinary people were nothing short of a joke. However, this was not the most despairing part. Just as Han Saihu believed this marked the bottom limit of bad news. On the other end of the line, the old squad leader's voice suddenly became more solemn than it had ever been. Moreover, Huzi, prick up your ears and listen carefully. This isn't even the most terrifying aspect of this virus. This isn't the most terrifying. Song Waning nearly burst into tears on the spot. 3 meters tall, able to flip cars. And that's still not the most terrifying. Could it possibly make zombies grow wings and fly up to the heavens to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? The old squad leader drew a deep breath, his tone solemn to the extreme. After clearing several city blocks and paying a grievous toll in casualties, the military has distilled an ironclad rule. These zombies continue to evolve. You must listen to me carefully. This concerns whether you live or die. Each word from the old squad leader was bitten out with tremendous emphasis. If you happen to know or have people around you who know anyone being targeted by one of those grudge-bearing revenant zombies, then you have only 2 paths to choose from. Either hide so thoroughly that the zombie never discovers the location of its target, or muster every ounce of strength you have seized the opportunity and kill it at any cost. Absolutely no delay. Absolutely do not allow it to remain in a deadlock where it can see you, but you cannot kill it. Though these words came seemingly out of nowhere, they carried a hair-raising urgency. Han Saihu listened in utter bewilderment. His thick sword-like brows knitted tightly together, his face a mask of incomprehension. As a former scout, he knew well that evasion and concealment were the foremost priorities of survival in the apocalypse. Since you've encountered one of those obsessive revenant zombies that fixates on a single target, why not simply hide behind solid cover, let it rage uselessly outside, and wait until it loses patience or gets led away by someone else? Why would the old squad leader issue such an extreme kill or be killed order demanding an immediate resolution? Why? Moreover, when the old squad leader mentioned someone you know being targeted by a zombie with a grudge against them, Han Saihu's heart gave an inexplicable violent lurch. In his mind, the horrifying scene that Han Shuang had described to him over the phone instantly resurfaced. That female college student, Lu Yu, who had been jealous of his sister in life, and who after becoming a zombie had climbed up from the first-floor security window to the second floor, hell-bent on killing his sister. Wasn't that a textbook example of a revenant zombie? Moreover, according to his sister's description, that Lu Yu had been pierced through the brain by a javelin and had even been hurled from the second floor by Liang. But that woman not only survived, she casually pulled the javelin from her skull and shambled away as though nothing had happened. On the other end of the line, the old squad leader fell silent for 2 seconds, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Then slowly he began to speak. Based on over a dozen hours of combat observation, our military think tank has arrived at a hair-raising conclusion. At present, the strongest catalyst for this type of zombie's evolution is revenge. If a zombie has locked onto its nemesis, its absolute target, but if for reasons of terrain, fortified doors, or the target fleeing it fails time and time again and remains unable to kill them, then within that brain originally overrun by the virus and reduced to nothing but murderous instinct, the extreme frustration and resentment of an unfulfilled ultimate command will trigger a horrifying mutation beyond all scientific explanation. It's basically like they awaken their intellect. Awaken their intellect. Song Waning's face was a portrait of utter bewilderment. Linking a flesh-devouring walking corpse with a term like awakened intellect, a term representing thought, logic, and wisdom. The terror this inspired vastly surpassed that of the 3-meter brute who relied solely on raw strength. Do you think that if it can't get to you at the door, it'll foolishly keep scratching at it until it dies? No. When simple violence fails to solve the problem, that suppressed hatred will compel the virus to alter the host's bodily structure and cranial nerves. It will find every possible way to become more terrifying in order to fulfill its purpose of killing its nemesis. It might mutate to become even stronger, growing muscles powerful enough to tear through steel. It might develop other special abilities, such as incredible leaping power, mutated limbs capable of scaling slick walls, or even a radar-like faculty that allows ultra-long-range precise tracking through hearing and smell. Upon hearing this, Han Saihu's back was already drenched in cold sweat. His hands trembled uncontrollably, his face ashen as paper. Lu Yu isn't dead. According to the old squad leader's theory, that woman who already harbored a deep hatred for my sister is now brimming with venomous resentment and frustration, holed up in some dark corner, somewhere madly awakening and madly evolving. Han Saihu drew in a breath of icy air, feeling the world spin black before his eyes. The next time Lu Yuyu appeared before Liang and the others, what manner of creature would she have become? Would she grow wings? Evolve the terrifying strength to rip apart security windows with her bare hands? If that were truly the case, Liang and my sister would be facing an absolutely hopeless certain death situation. Beside him, Song Waining's swarthy face had twisted into something barely recognizable as human. Damn it. Li Tiantian's that woman is hunting me like a madwoman right now. Just what the hell is she going to evolve into? The old squad leader let out a heavy sigh. In a tone as suppressed as someone telling a ghost story, he said, "You must never assume that this so-called awakening merely makes them resemble smarter, cunning beasts. This mutation born of extreme hatred sometimes awakens, in its intellectual evolution, the most complex skill memories they possessed during their lives as human beings." The old squad leader's voice paused for a beat. Then, each word measured and deliberate, he said, "According to battle reports, there have already appeared in Jingyang City zombies that can, goddammit, drive tanks." What a... Song Waining's startled exclamation nearly cracked his voice. "Senior brother, don't joke with us in the middle of the night. Operate a tank. How the hell are we supposed to compete with that?" Images flooded Song Waining's mind uncontrollably, a dismembered zombie intestines spilling from its belly casually climbing into the cockpit of a main battle tank. Black drool dripping from its jaws, its gaze fixed intently on the instrument panel, deftly shifting gears, stepping on the accelerator. And damn it, even knowing how to rotate the cannon barrel to take aim at living targets. With this absurd evolutionary trajectory, what's next? Will they go find AK-47s and RPG launchers to mow us down in a couple of days? And maybe even learn tactical formations and infantry tank coordinated combat? Wouldn't that just be a real-life Resident Evil? Listening to Song Waining's rapid-fire questions, the voice on the other end of the phone remained silent for a moment before giving a heavy, grave mm. "That's why if such zombies driven by vengeful obsessions target you, you must eliminate them quickly. Absolutely no delaying. Because as long as you give them enough time to experience the frustration of not catching their prey, who knows what form they'll take, what terrifying abilities they'll evolve." To reinforce his point, senior brother shared a recent real case from their military refugee camp. A survivor who had just escaped and registered. A survivor who just fled here told us about his neighbor. That neighbor had been hunted by a vengeful zombie and locked himself firmly behind an anti-theft door. Guess what happened next? The zombie scratched at the door for days, but couldn't get in. Instead of obsessively pounding like ordinary infected, it suddenly turned around and went downstairs at midnight. The neighbor thought the zombie had left and finally let out a sigh of relief. But less than half an hour later, that zombie came back. And this time it was carrying an entire set of lock-picking tools. It actually went to the hardware store downstairs, precisely selected a pair of large hydraulic cutters and a crowbar, returned upstairs, and began methodically prying open the anti-theft door right in front of the neighbor's eyes. This real case from an ordinary residential building sent a chill straight through Song Waining and Han Sai's nervous systems. Go to a hardware store. Find hydraulic cutters to pick locks. What kind of monster was this anyway? This wasn't a zombie at all. It was a high IQ home invader wearing a zombie's skin. A creature that could utilize tools and adapt on the fly, combined with its tireless pain-immune body, was 10,000 times more terrifying than those mindless charging zombies. In short, stay extremely careful. Senior brother seemed to have urgent military matters to attend to. The background noise revealed the rumble of Jeep engines and shrill whistles. Before hanging up, he offered his final words of advice and farewell. "If you can reach the stadium in Taihong City, go there immediately. It's your only lifeline now. I'm stationed far away in another combat zone several provinces from you. I can't come help. Huzi Ningzi, stay safe." Beep. 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 The call was disconnected without hesitation. Only the monotonous, piercing dial tone remained in the speaker. Han Sai, who still held his phone aloft, frozen alongside Song Waining, who squatted opposite him. For a moment, they resembled two stone statues weathered by 1,000 years. Damn it. What kind of world is this? Song Waining stared blankly at the gaps between the floor tiles, his lips trembling slightly. Although senior brother had said that these intelligence-evolving zombies still posed limited threat against military aircraft, artillery, and heavy machine guns. One armor-piercing round would put them in their place. But the military had heavy firepower. What did they, a group of ordinary survivors trapped on a university campus, have? My sister, Han Sai, who suddenly jolted awake. That Lu Yuyu. Before she turned, she was insanely jealous of my sister. She climbed through the security window into the dorm, failed to kill her, got thrown off the second floor by Liang, and then got her head pierced by a javelin wielded by my sister. Such intense frustration, such deep-seated hatred. If the senior brother's theory about evolution holds true. Han Sai, who sucked in a cold breath, his back drenched in sweat. If Lu Yuyu wandered outside for a while and successfully awakened, who knew what horrific form she'd take next time she came for them? She might go directly to the school's equipment room for a chainsaw to cut through the door, or simply grab a ladder and climb straight to the third or fourth floor. No, I have to tell my sister right away. Han Saihu's thumb frantically tapped across his screen, opening the WeChat chat with Han Shuai. Meanwhile, Song Weining, having endured a full minute of existential dread, finally began to recover slightly. He let out a sigh and pushed himself up from the ground, supporting his trembling knees with both hands. In this apocalypse, there was so little ordinary people could do. However terrifying the news, life had to go on, and survival had to continue. Song Weining turned around and trudged heavily back to the examination chair in the center of the laboratory. Fortunately, after their rather awkward attempts at comfort, the girl seemed to finally grasp her situation. She now understood that these four men before her, somewhat scruffy, perhaps even a bit eccentric, were not some serial killers kidnapping her for pornography. Rather, they had used an extraordinarily unconventional, yet undeniably effective method to pull her back from the abyss of becoming a zombie. The girl stopped her frantic struggles, though tears continued to stream from her beautiful large eyes. She looked at Z1 and Lu Yixin surrounding her, then at Song Weining as he approached. With a delicate face still marked by tear traces, she nodded deeply toward them, a gesture filled with both gratitude and a hint of grievance. Then she lowered her chin slightly, her eyes flicking toward the medical rubber plug stuffed tightly in her mouth, and then to her limbs bound hand and foot. A muffled MMPH escaped her. My saviors. Since you know I've turned back into a human, could you please untie me first? This position is incredibly humiliating, you know. Watching the girl's pitiful appearance, Song Weining, Z1, and Lu Yixin exchanged hesitant glances. Should we? Song Weining lowered his voice and nudged Lu Yixin with his elbow. From a biological and logical perspective, Z1 began delivering his professional assessment with deadpan seriousness. The viral nest in her body has been almost entirely expelled, and her prefrontal cortex has clearly reasserted control over her motor functions. Her pupils react normally to light, her lacrimal glands are functioning, and her emotional responses are consistent with human logic. Z1 concluded his academic evaluation. Therefore, she should now be 100% a normal human being, posing no biting risk. All right, then, since the scientist has spoken, let's untie her. Song Weining rubbed his hands together. Though a flutter of unease remained in his chest, after all, she was now a delicate young woman. Leaving her bound to a gynecological examination chair indefinitely was hardly appropriate. All three leaned in at once. Song Weining, quick on his feet, was the first to yank out the rough rubber plug from the girl's mouth. Huh. Cough, cough, cough. The moment the plug was removed, the girl gasped greedily for fresh air, her chest heaving as violent coughs racked her body and tears flowed even more freely. At the same time, Z1 and Lu Yixin deftly worked to loosen the thick zip ties and canvas restraints binding her wrists and ankles. The instant the restraints fell away, the girl recoiled like a startled rabbit, yanking her fair legs, previously propped on the metal rests, tight against her chest and clasping them close. She curled into a small ball, huddling in the corner of the examination chair, arms wrapped around her knees. Her JK uniform and skirt had long been torn to shreds during her mutation and detoxification process, offering no modesty whatsoever. Witnessing the girl's shivering, half-exposed form, the brave STEM major who had bravely volunteered moments ago suddenly blushed. With quick, chivalrous intent, Lu Yixin slipped off his own oversized white lab coat and draped it over her shoulders, fully concealing her. Thank you. Thank you so much. Clutching the lab coat, the faint scent of formaldehyde clinging to its fabric, the girl lifted her pretty face, her voice quivering as she offered her thanks to the men before her. Oh, it's nothing really. Just a small effort. It was mainly Dr. Lu's work after all. Song Weining gave a sheepish scratch of his head, deflecting the credit toward Lu Yixin. Flattered, Lu Yixin adjusted his glasses, gazing at the beautiful girl reborn before him. An indescribable sense of accomplishment welled up within his chest, mingled with a faint fluttering stir. He cleared his throat, endeavoring to make his voice sound gentle and reassuring like a caring older brother. Miss, do you feel any discomfort anywhere? Oh, and we haven't even asked your name. At Lu Yixin's question, the girl drew the lab coat tighter around herself and rested her chin upon her knees. She seemed to be trying to calm her still racing heart, drawing out a long, shuddering sob. Then, lifting those large, watery eyes to meet Lu Yixin's gaze, she spoke in a trembling, profoundly fragile voice. My name is A.O. Wong. Buzz, buzz. Han Shuang's phone suddenly began to vibrate violently. On the screen, Han Saihu had sent an enormously long message, clearly bursting with shock. He simply had to share with his sister. Within that lengthy text, Han Saihu had relayed in painstaking detail the terrifying evolutionary pattern of those mutant vengeful zombies that his old squad leader had revealed over the phone. Zombies will experience frustration from failing to catch their targets, which triggers a horrifying sapient-like evolution. They will even visit hardware stores to find large hydraulic bolt cutters and crowbars to break through security doors. Zombies capable of driving tanks have appeared in Jingyang City. Holy shit. Liang stared at his phone screen in utter disbelief. Can you even still call those things zombies? Overwhelmed by this staggering revelation, a single bone-chilling name flashed through the minds of Liang Han Shuang and Wang Xijia in almost the same heartbeat. Lu Yuyu. Liang gritted his teeth as he analyzed. That woman was already consumed by jealousy toward Ying even when she was alive. After becoming a monster, she traveled an enormous distance to circle around behind our dormitory building, climbed through the security window into room 2023, and not only failed to kill Ying, but ended up getting the hell beaten out of her by us. With such an overwhelming sense of frustration and such deep-seated grudge and hatred, if we follow the evolutionary pattern, that little who described that woman has absolutely maxed out her hatred meter by now. It's terrifying. If we hadn't made the decisive call to escape through the window back then, and had instead holed up in that dormitory to defend it to the death. Wang Xijia merely imagined that scene for a moment, and a fine layer of goosebumps instantly prickled across her entire body. Good thing we evacuated in time. No matter how much intelligence Lu Yuyu gained, she's still just a zombie, not some immortal deity. She shouldn't know that we've already fled to the gymnasium. From here on out, as long as we're careful and don't run into her, we should be fine. Hearing Wang Xijia's words of self-comfort, Han Shuang's tightly drawn pretty face showed little sign of relief. She knew that in this apocalypse brimming with variables, any notion of placing hope in probability-based thinking like not bumping into her was exceedingly dangerous. Moreover, beyond Lu Yuyu, there were very likely other already awakened zombies lurking somewhere on this campus. However, nestled within the dreadful news about the mutant zombies, Han Sai's message did bring one critically important piece of good news. The armed police forces of Taiyang City have already established a survivor center at the Municipal Sports Center, and the commander there happens to be his former company commander. Han Shuang pointed at the text on her phone screen, looking at Liang and Wang Xijia before her. Regardless of what that Lu Yuyu evolves into, we absolutely cannot keep scrambling around this school like headless chickens. Now that we know there's a survivor shelter, we need to find a way to get there. The military has heavy firepower quarantine zones and even ample supplies. With the military's protection, it's undeniably far better than fighting alone out here. Exactly. We absolutely have to go. Liang raised both hands in wholehearted agreement. Just as the group sat huddled on their mats preparing to discuss their route to the Municipal Sports Center. Buzz buzz. Han Shuang's phone erupted with violent vibrations once again. Is it little Hu? Liang's spirits lifted, assuming Han Saihu and Song Weining, that inseparable pair of troublemakers, had cooked up some brilliant plan for regrouping. Han Shuang thought the same. She hastily lowered her gaze toward the newly popped-up WeChat notification with swift urgency. However, the moment she clearly made out the name of the sender on the screen, her movements instantly froze. What's wrong, Ying? What did little Hu say? Seeing Han Shuang's expression, both Liang and Wang Xijia felt their hearts sink. They immediately leaned their heads in from either side once again. At the very top of the WeChat chat list sat an avatar marked with an unread red dot. It wasn't little Hu. It was Cindy. It's Cindy. Wang Xijia covered her mouth with her hand. She had only just pessimistically concluded that Cindy, separated from the group running around in such darkness, was surely doomed. She hadn't expected that in such a short span of time Cindy had actually sent a WeChat message. What did she say? Hurry and look. Liang urged impatiently. Han Shuang's thumb pressed firmly down on Cindy's chat window. The screen jumped, and a freshly sent text message lay quietly within the white dialog box. Yet the contents of this message left the three people present utterly bewildered, even sending an inexplicable chill creeping up their spines. Cindy's message consisted of only a handful of words with punctuation marks used in an eerily bizarre manner. I am in first floor lounge. Just those simple 8 characters and 3 commas. Liang's eyes narrowed instantly at the sight of those words. She's in the first floor lounge. How the hell is that even possible? The structure of this gymnasium. Ying already analyzed it thoroughly earlier. The main entrance is sealed from the inside with thick security chains, and that side door we came through earlier requires facial recognition scans for faculty or specialized student athletes. Liang turned his head to look at Han Shuang and continued pressing his question. As for that door in the rear, Ying, you said it was a one-way safety corridor that can only be opened from the inside by pushing a red push bar. No one can get in from outside. That's right, isn't it? Han Shuang nodded with a solemn expression, answering with absolute certainty. Exactly. That door doesn't even have a handle on the outside. It's just a flat fire-rated iron door. There's absolutely no way to push it open. Then that's that. 3 doors, 2 are dead ends, and 1 she doesn't have a key to. So how on earth did a living person manage to get into that first floor lounge? Does she know some kind of phase-through-wall technique? Confronted with Liang's piercing interrogation, Wang Xijia's face was equally blank with confusion. And besides, Liang turned his gaze back toward that strange message, his brow furrowing even deeper, and the way she typed broken and halting. It's just so weird. When normal people send distress messages, it's either one continuous stream, with no punctuation like, "Help me, I'm here, come find me fast," or it's punctuation gone haywire from panic typing. But look at what Cindy sent. Liang pointed at those commas. "I am in first floor lounge." This style of typing one word followed by a comma comes across as extremely stiff, extremely mechanical. Almost as if someone was laboriously poking at the keyboard one character at a time. That completely contradicts her mental state back then, terrified out of her wits and fleeing for her life. Listening to Li Ang's meticulous analysis, Han Shuang's brow creased as well. If Cindy had truly survived and made it into the lounge, that would of course be the best possible outcome. But what if the person who sent this message wasn't Cindy herself at all? To confirm the sender's identity, Han Shuang drew in a deep breath, cradled the phone in both hands, and rapidly typed out a tentative message with her thumbs. "Cindy, how did you get in? Are you safe right now? Are there any monsters around you?" Tap. Send. The green message bubble shot out. What followed was an agonizing wait. 5 minutes passed. The phone screen, left idle for so long, gradually dimmed until it finally became a pitch-black slab, reflecting 3 faces brimming with vigilance and unease. That deathly silence, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean depths, caused Han Shuang's heart to sink further and further. Something's off. Han Shuang lifted her head, looking at Liang and Wang Xijia, her voice dropping low. "The lounge is on the other side of this building, not far from here. Should we go check it out?" Faced with Han Shuang's inquiry, Wang Xijia recoiled in terror, tucking her neck in. She absolutely refused to face those man-eating monsters ever again. Liang, meanwhile, fell into profound contemplation. Arms folded across his chest, he paced back and forth 2 steps in the cramped equipment room. As a seasoned gamer, Liang knew all too well that in survival games, curiosity was often the fatal sin that killed the cat. Venturing out to investigate a suspicious text from an NPC was a guaranteed path to death. Just one lone message isn't worth the risk of going out there. Unless there's something else in the lounge. Something like a large quantity of food to replenish our stamina, or medical kits, and other high-value loot. If there are premium spoils like that, then this risk might actually be worth taking. Han Shuang thought for a moment and said, "We mentioned earlier that we needed to find water, and the first floor vending machine is located inside the lounge.